Chapter 1, The Simp Gets His Oxygen Tube Yanked. Reborn to Flip the Table. Honey, what did you say? Neither our son nor daughter is mine? On the hospital bed, a middle-aged man hooked to various monitoring devices and an oxygen tube stared in disbelief with wide eyes. A graceful, middle-aged woman in a blue and silver cheongsam glanced coldly at the premium jade bracelet on her wrist, around which coiled a green oxygen tube, and said expressionlessly, Gu Jun, I'll let you die with clarity. All these years, I, Duan Yu Jie, have never considered you my husband. You were just my lapdog from the very beginning. Always. How could I possibly bear a child for a lapdog? Both the son and daughter are paying bows. They have nothing to do with you. This lapdog. And the reason your condition has deteriorated to this point is because I've been poisoning you. As she spoke, her slender fingers adorned with the latest diamond ring slowly tightened around the oxygen tube. You. Why would you? Gu Jun cut off the oxygen supply and immediately began gasping for breath. Using all his strength to raise his trembling hand, pointing in fury at the wife he had cherished for 30 years and even served 4 years in prison for. No wonder his ordinary cold and cough had progressed into terminal lung cancer. It turned out this venomous woman had been poisoning him all along. This is the price for sleeping with Yujie 13 times over these years. With the sound, a middle-aged man dressed in a white lab coat over a white dress shirt and suit walked in, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. This chief physician at the private hospital, Pang Bo, was the father of Duan Yujie's child. He was originally the deputy director at Provincial First Hospital but was imprisoned for 5 years after being found guilty of embezzlement and bribery. After his release, Gu Jun pulled many strings to arrange for him to work here as a doctor. Pang Bo wrapped his arm around Duan Yujie's still slender waist, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at Gu Jun and said, Gu Jun, I really have to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the money to attend high school and university, couldn't have studied abroad in the U.S., and wouldn't be a doctor here unable to prescribe these specially tailored drugs to worsen your lung infection or personally send you off. I should also thank you for raising our son and daughter for us, and for creating so much wealth for our benefit. Rest assured as you go, Yujie's tenderness, the filial piety of your children, and your billions in assets, I'll enjoy them all thoroughly on your behalf. With a sinister grin, he also pinched the oxygen tube. Duan Yujie gazed at Pang Bo with deep affection and asked softly, have Yong and Yuan seen the DNA test report? Pang Bo replied, they've seen it. They're already calling me dad and fully support our decision. From now on, our family can enjoy life with the wealth created by that simp. Pang Bo, I've finally waited for this day. Duan Yujie's voice was sickly sweet as she actively embraced Pang Bo, offering her fiery passion. This despicable pair is even more ruthless and venomous than Shiman Cheng and Pan Jinlian. Gu Jun's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could slaughter the vile couple on the spot, but with the oxygen tube tightly pinched by them, the agony of suffocation overwhelmed him completely, leaving him utterly powerless, unable even to sit up. He wanted to roar, to curse, to expose the wicked deeds of this pair to the world. Yet, like a fish out of water, his gaping mouth could only emit wheezing sounds akin to a broken bellows. The surroundings gradually darkened, his body grew lighter, and the pain faded away. Gu Jun, wake up, I won't let you die. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Meng Dai, a woman who would appear by his side whenever he was in trouble, helping him with everything she had. Things he had never known before instantly surfaced in his mind. She never once said she loved him, yet she devoted her entire life to loving him. Despite being constantly insulted and slandered by Duan Yujie, she harbored no regrets and remained devoted to him for life. She was the woman who truly loved him. A wave of heartache and overwhelming regret drowned him like a tide. With all his strength, he tried to catch one last glimpse of Meng Dai and say sorry, but her heart-wrenching cries grew ever more distant. Meng Dai, if there's a next life, I'll spend my whole existence making it up to you. Everything turned into darkness. Gu Jun, what are you doing? Hurry up and pay. The dissatisfied voice jolted Gu Jun awake. His vision gradually cleared as he turned to look around. The noisy sounds and bustling crowd left him momentarily disoriented. Didn't I die? Where is this place? The banner on the wall made his eyes freeze. Study hard for 15 days. Reverse your life's destiny. Is this the 2 weeks before the college entrance exam during senior year retake? Crack. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. Gu Jun, Yujie is getting impatient. What are you doing not paying the bill? Gu Jun instinctively turned his head. A dark-skinned, plump girl was glaring at him angrily. Beside her stood a stunning beauty in a white floral dress, with waist-length hair tied back with a matching bow. She had a slender, graceful figure, snow-white skin, starry eyes, rosy lips, and radiated youthful charm. Duan Yujie? 19-year-old Duan Yujie? Did I get reborn? If you don't want to pay, move aside. Don't block me from paying. Duan Yujie shot Gu Jun a disgusted glare and spoke with icy fury. On his way to high school registration, Gu Jun encountered Duan Yujie and was instantly smitten by her celestial beauty. Learning they were classmates sent him over the moon, launching 3 decades of devoted but unrequited pursuit. His family was considered moderately well off by the standards of that era. In this era, the average monthly allowance for a high school student was around 200 to 300, but his parents gave him 500. Moreover, as the only male heir in the entire extended family, he was doted on by everyone, his uncles, aunts, and even his 4 married sisters, who would secretly slip him extra money every month, worried he might go hungry at school. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he scrimped and saved, spending all his money on Duan Yujie, transforming the financially struggling girl into the school's most well-fed, best-dressed, and trendiest aloof goddess, the icy campus belle. Even when Duan Yujie fell 70 points short of college admission and had to repeat her senior year, he, who was 300 points behind, also told his parents he wanted to retake the year, just to follow her and continue being her wallet. Thinking back on everything Duan Yujie had done to him over the past 30 years, Gu Jun clenched his teeth and fists, wishing he could rush forward immediately and beat this viper of a woman more venomous than Pan Jinlian to death. But he restrained himself. The heavens had granted him rebirth, clearly intending for him to seek vengeance. However, he also needed to repay kindness. As a spirit after death, he not only learned of Meng Dai's love for him but also realized how much his hardworking parents and 4 sisters, who had sacrificed everything for their younger brother, had given for him. Killing Duan Yujie would bring vengeance and satisfaction, but he wouldn't survive either. How could he repay them then? Moreover, killing this venomous woman would only bring momentary satisfaction. Slowly tormenting her like frying oysters, making her life a living hell, was the only way to avenge 30 years of humiliation. Gu Jun suppressed his rage, gave Duan Yujie a disdainful smile, and said coldly, "Fine, pay for it yourself." After speaking, he sidestepped to make way at the meal-serving window. Everything began with tearing off Duan Yujie's facade of noble aloofness, exposing her vile face and venomous heart to the public. Chapter 2, Still putting on that cold act with me? A slap first, then punishment. In yesterday's mock exam, Duan Yujie ranked 10th in the entire grade. Her 5 close friends clamored for her to treat them, so she ordered 7 or 8 of the cafeteria's best dishes. As usual, Gu Jun came over to pay the bill, but for some reason today, he suddenly spaced out. The impatient urging from the classmates behind made Duan Yujie feel embarrassed, so she asked her best friend Yan Liping to remind him. But who would have thought that this simp would rebel and refuse to pay? What's wrong with you? Are you getting food or not? If not, stop blocking the counter. The students behind started urging again. Duan Yujie was instantly furious and snapped coldly at Gu Jun. What's your problem? If you're not paying, move aside. Don't block me from paying. Gu Jun's sneer grew even more pronounced. You paying? I'd like to see how you're gonna pay for this. He took another step sideways, staying well over a meter away from the window. I'm not blocking you anymore, right? Hurry up and pay. The students behind you are getting impatient. Duan Yujie's anger flared up instantly. She immediately stepped forward to the window. How much is it? 87. The cafeteria worker said impatiently. Duan Yujie immediately pretended to reach into her pocket. But her dress didn't even have pockets. What could she possibly pull out? For the past 4 years, Gu Jun had covered all expenses, so she had long developed the habit of never carrying money when going out to eat. Gu Jun was deliberately acting this way today. It must be because she had slapped him in front of their classmates in the classroom this morning after he brought her cold soy milk, humiliating him and making him sulk. Still, she was confident Gu Jun would soon come crawling back, grinning obsequiously to pay the bill. Hey, classmate, you're practically digging a hole in your skirt. Do you actually have money or not? Move aside if you can't pay. We're here to get food. The classmate was starting to lose their temper. Duan Yujie didn't even turn her head, quietly commanding, "Come pay the bill right now." Gu Jun crossed his arms, leaning against the wall with a smirk, watching Duan Yujie motionlessly. So much for being noble and aloof. Ha, let's see how you keep up the act without my wallet. Seeing Gu Jun remain unmoved, Duan Yujie gritted her teeth in fury, cursing inwardly, this damn simp actually dares to defy her orders. Just wait until this is over. She'll make sure he pays. She shot Gu Jun a fierce glare and said to Yan Liping beside her, "Liping, I didn't bring any money. Cover for me now, and I'll pay you back later." Yan Liping immediately replied, "Yujie, you know I've already spent all my allowance. I don't have a single cent left." He immediately turned both pant pockets inside out. The classmates behind had already confirmed these two had no money. If you're broke, why act like a big spender? Ordering 87 yuan worth of dishes in one go, you're putting on airs without knowing your own limits. She's the aloof school beauty of our campus. Rolling in cash. 87 yuan? She could even pull out 870 without batting an eye. Then hurry up and take it out. Let me see the 872. The angry curses and sarcastic remarks made Duan Yujie both ashamed and furious. her face completely flushed. Crack! The cafeteria worker banged the ladle hard against the food basin and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and pay!" Immediately, everyone in the cafeteria turned to look in this direction. Duan Yuje's face burned crimson with embarrassment. No longer able to maintain her haughty pretense with Gu Jun. Softening her tone, she whispered, "Pay the money for me first, consider it a loan. I'll pay you back soon." Gu Jun straightened his posture and took a step forward. A simp remains a simp. Show them the slightest kindness, and they'll obediently comply at once. But today, you've humiliated me like this, just wait and see how I deal with you. Duan Yujie was seething with rage when Gu Jun stood in front of her, pointing at her nose and shouting, "You've lived off me for 4 years, spent my money for 4 years, costing me over 1,000 every month, when have you ever paid me back?" Boom! The classmates immediately erupted in uproar. So the aloof campus belle was actually being kept by him. Over 1,000 a month. No wonder she dresses so well. No wonder she always orders several expensive dishes at meals. Being a mistress before even graduating, how shameless. Duan Yujie's carefully cultivated image of aloofness and pride was instantly shattered, leaving her trembling with rage. "How dare you spout such nonsense?" With that, she raised her hand and swung at Gu Jun's face. Once in the repeat class, Duan Yujie stopped treating him as a human. Any wrong word earned him a slap. "In my past life, damn. Being that pathetic simp was way too humiliating. You've got some nerve eating mine, drinking mine, and still daring to lay a hand on me." Gu Jun grabbed her wrist, flung it aside, and immediately followed up with a slap. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Duan Yujie froze on the spot, staring at Gu Jun with wide eyes. She couldn't believe that this spineless follower actually dared to hit her. The surrounding classmates were also stunned. "Gu Jun, how could you hit a girl?" Yang Liping was also terrified, pointing at Gu Jun and questioning him. "Serves her right." With those words, Gu Jun's loyal friend Wu Tiancheng walked over holding a lunch tray, patted him on the shoulder with an approving look, then turned to the classmates and said, "Everyone in our repeat class knows Gu Jun spent his entire monthly allowance of over 1,000 yuan on Duan Yujie, and she still dared to lay hands on my bro. Doesn't a woman like that deserve to be hit?" Pointing at Yang Liping, he shouted angrily, "You guys mooch off Duan Yujie every day, yet dare to call my brother a simp? You damn well deserve a beating too." Yang Liping had always been afraid of this guy in class. Startled by his outburst, she retreated a few steps and mumbled, It's not my fault." With that, she turned and ran away, slapped across the face and publicly exposed. Duan Yujie burned with humiliation and rage, wishing she could vanish into the ground. "Gu Jun, just you wait." She gritted her teeth and spat out the words before turning to flee. Gu Jun said to the cafeteria server, "Sir, we're repeat students. Some won't take the college entrance exams and are going home today. If you don't collect your money now, you might never see them again." This was a different era, especially in this impoverished small county. Many students who saw no hope wouldn't waste the exam fees and simply skipped the college entrance tests. No need to wait for a diploma in the repeater class, just pack up and go home. The cafeteria worker roared angrily, "Stop right there. Trying to leave without paying? You think you can get a free meal? Don't think I won't report this to the dean and have it noted in your permanent record." Duan Yujie froze in fear, stopping dead in her tracks. "If this stain is recorded, the university probably won't admit me." "Master, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm definitely taking the college entrance exam. I just ranked 10th in my grade yesterday." The cafeteria worker couldn't be bothered with the excuses and coldly ordered, "Stand here and have your classmate fetch the money. If you can't pay, have your homeroom teacher come claim you." Duan Yujie was shoved to the side of the window, her face flushed and head bowed, trembling as she endured this public humiliation before everyone. Chapter 3, Talking to Me About Generosity? Sorry, I'm done playing. Look, our aloof campus belle tried to skip out on paying for her meal and got caught by the cafeteria worker. Didn't she have simps paying for her? What happened today? That idiot spent over 1,000 a month on Duan Yujie for 4 years straight and got nothing in return. Today, he suddenly stopped simping, usually acting as proud as a peacock in full display. Turns out it was all with someone else's money. Now that they've cut you off, your true colors are showing. Each sarcastic remark and every scornful glance made Duan Yujie burn with shame, wishing she could vanish into thin air. "It's all because of that damn simp. I swear I'll kill you." Another food service window. Gu Jun pulled out a green 100 yuan bill and said to Wu Tiancheng, "Brother, today's on me, order whatever you want." "Really?" Wu Tiancheng was both delighted and skeptical. Gu Jun said with a serious expression, "Raising that ungrateful wretch is worse than raising you, mankind's most loyal friend." Wu Tiancheng sighed dramatically. Heavens, after raising this rebellious son for 4 years, he finally knows how to give back. Over the past 4 years, Gu Jun paid the bills for Duan Yujie, only for her to dine with her girlfriends while forbidding him from joining. To save money, he always mooched meals off Wu Tiancheng. He slapped Wu Tiancheng on the shoulder and declared, "From now on, Your godfather will take care of you. That ungrateful brat Wu Tiancheng didn't hold back, grabbing 2 pig trotters, 4 chicken legs, and 8 marinated eggs before bolting away with the tray. Gu Jun paid 33 and followed to take a seat. This is so damn satisfying. Wu Tiancheng grabbed a pig's trotter, eating voraciously as he mumbled, Brother Jun, you're too good to me. I'd go through fire and water for you without hesitation. This was his true brother. And this joke, Wu Tiancheng actually made it come true. While running his business, Gu Jun once needed to pay for goods, only to find the money in his card was gone. He immediately called Duan Yujie, who said it was used for her mother's plastic surgery. This money was borrowed from everywhere by his family, and he had told Duan Yujie never to touch it. Before he could say anything, Duan Yujie flew into a rage and immediately demanded a divorce, scaring him into silence. Unable to pay, the shipper dragged Gu Jun straight to the police station and accused him of fraud. Upon learning of this, Wu Tiancheng secretly took the property deed behind his wife's back, took out a high-interest loan, and bailed Gu Jun out. Because of this, Wu Tiancheng's virtuous wife angrily returned to her parents' home for over half a year. Such a good brother, yet Duan Yujie kept bad-mouthing him, even claiming Wu Tiancheng harassed her while drunk, turning them into enemies. In my past life, I must have been blind in both eyes and heart. How could I believe that viper's lies? Gu Jun pushed the other pig's trotter toward him. Eat up. I'll make you sick of these. Just as Wu Tiancheng was about to speak, Yang Liping and Su Caixia walked over. The two of them were called over by Duan Yujie to discuss countermeasures. Since she couldn't come in person, she's sending in outside help. Just when I was worrying about how to intensify the punishment, they delivered themselves to my doorstep. Gu Jun, can't you be a little more generous? Su Caixia said discontentedly. Generous? Gu Jun patted his belly and said, my belly is big enough. Let me show you eating a whole chicken in 3 bites. With that, he picked up a chicken leg and took a fierce bite. Su Caixia, enough, stop pretending. Yujie said she shouldn't have hit you this morning. Yang Liping, you too? Knowing her aunt is visiting, how could you let the soy milk get cold? Can't blame her. Crack. Gu Jun slammed the table and shouted, what does her period have to do with it? If you're a kept woman, you'd better act like one. Haven't seen the video, but haven't you read the book? Is there only one way to serve your master? All the students' eyes immediately turned toward them. Damn, that's so explosive. No wonder he's so generous with money. So that's how it is. What a damn ice queen. Turns out she's doing this behind the scenes. How disgusting. Campus bell, can I keep you for 3 days? Duan Yujie immediately trembled with rage. How did this spineless, groveling dog who used to smile through beatings turn into a vicious wolf that bites at the slightest provocation today? And now he's outright ruining my reputation. If people actually believe this, how will I ever show my face in public again? Gu Jun, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll. Gu Jun directly cut her off and asked coldly, what nonsense did I say? Duan Yujie, there's nothing between us. How could you let everyone misunderstand? If you keep talking like this, I'll report you to the teacher. Don't, Gu Jun quickly said. Please don't report me to the teacher. I'll make sure no one misunderstands. He stood up and declared loudly to the classmates. Listen everyone, I solemnly state that there's absolutely nothing between me and Duan Yujie. When it comes to such matters, people would rather believe they're true than accept they're false. Especially with such declarations, the more you explain, the more suspicious it becomes. You're reporting this to the teacher? How's the teacher supposed to handle it? By teaching you extracurricular knowledge? Ha ha ha. All the male classmates burst into laughter. The female classmates, however, were full of disdain. In this state, why even go to school? Wouldn't it be better to just head straight to the nightclub? You'd save yourself years of detours. Exactly. With assets like that, you could easily make at least 100,000 a year. Duan Yujie was so furious her vision darkened and her body went weak. Pointing at Gu Jun, she shouted angrily, Gu Jun, I. Gu Jun cut her off directly. Stop with the you and I crap. I've had enough of supporting you for 4 years. From now on, don't cling to me anymore. Instantly, the cafeteria erupted in chaos again. Damn, even the prettiest school belle can get boring? Young man, you're still too naive. Even the best chicken legs would get tiresome if eaten every day for 4 years straight. I wonder how much one of these chicken legs costs. I'll tighten my belt and splurge to try one. More like loosen your belt. Ha ha ha. The boys burst into laughter, while the girls unanimously agreed. That woman is truly disgusting. Being so openly despised and gossiped about by thousands made Duan Yujie wish she could die on the spot. At the very least, she wanted to leave and hide in some corner, but the cafeteria worker was watching her like a hawk, making escape impossible. Gu Jun's words left Duan Yujie no room for rebuttal. He had already declared he had nothing to do with her, yet these people remained convinced there was nothing he could do about it. He was determined to ruin Duan Yujie's reputation, stripping away her last shred of dignity step by step, making her kneel before him like a dog and beg for his forgiveness. Duan Yujie could no longer hold back and finally burst into tears. It's not what you think. Really it's not. Yang Liping glared at Gu Jun. How could you do this? Even if Yujie didn't agree to be your girlfriend, you shouldn't treat her like this. Don't you know that love is about giving, not taking? Su Caixia added, exactly. If you love a girl, you should be unwavering and persistently devoted to her. How can you treat her this way just because she didn't say yes? Just think about it, why doesn't she ask anyone else for money? Only yours. Get out, Gu Jun threatened in a low voice. If you don't scram now, I'll tell everyone you two tried to drag me into the woods to do that thing. The two were instantly startled, exchanged a glance, and immediately turned to flee. If this guy really starts shouting, we'd lose all face. As for Duan Yujie, whatever, she won't be mooching meals off me anymore anyway. Gu Jun looked at Duan Yujie crouched on the ground, her head buried in her knees as she sobbed with shoulders shaking, and thought to himself, don't worry, the revenge has only just begun. Chapter 4, Dig Up Some Money, Frame Someone. Wu Tiancheng stared at Gu Jun in disbelief. You unfilial son, have you truly come to your senses? Gu Jun said with a serious expression. From now on at first high, I'll only be good to you. Wu Tiancheng was so startled he dropped his chicken leg. Good my ass. I'm straight as an arrow. If you dare covet my good looks, I'll castrate you. Gu Jun smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's the kind of goodness a godfather shows his beloved godson. Wu Tiancheng patted his chest. You scared the hell out of me. Extremely curious, he said. How did you suddenly change? How could you be so cruel to her, and even dare to hit her? If he hadn't seen the true face of this venomous woman before death, he probably would never have changed in this lifetime. Gu Jun sighed inwardly and said with a serious expression, the first sword upon landing shall strike down the beloved in one's heart. In the future, I will become one of China's top tycoons. She will only slow down my sword in the business arena. Wu Tiancheng sneered at these words, grabbing a spiced egg and peeling it as he muttered. I never wanted to crush you before, but since you've made up your mind, I'll tell you the truth. Duan Yujie has a very unusual relationship with a guy from No. 2 high school, Pong Bo. That scoundrel, even more vicious than Shimen Ching, must not be let off the hook. Only as a spirit did Gu Jun realize that Duan Yujie had been using his money to pay for Pang Bo's tuition and living expenses. Pang Bo was partly responsible for the 4 years he spent in prison. You cuckolded me for a lifetime and even dared to kill me. I'll pay you back double for everything. Don't worry, I'll make sure their love story ends in mortal enmity. The cram school homeroom teacher, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, came running in a hurry. Teachers always show favoritism toward academically strong female students. She directly pulled Duan Yujie aside to ask what happened. Naturally, Duan Yujie wouldn't admit Gu Jun refused to pay for her, only saying she had lost her own money. The teacher comforted her a few words, paid for her, and taught her to be thrifty, emphasizing how hard it is for parents to earn money. It's damn hard for parents to earn money, Gu Jun thought to himself, involuntarily recalling his parents who doted on him to the core. He needed to find a way to earn money quickly and repay them properly. To seek revenge, money is naturally indispensable. Money is always the most powerful weapon for killing. In this era, the wave of layoffs was at its peak. Industries were withering, especially in this poor county, where no business was easy to run. Even if there were businesses, they weren't something a high school student like him could handle. Even if you're capable, you still need capital. Suddenly, he remembered something. When he was wrongly imprisoned, he met a guy in the detention center. That guy had stolen the tax bureau's safe and buried the money in his father's grave. The county police interrogated him for 3 months but got nothing. They had to bring in a top investigator from the provincial capital, along with police dogs, to finally uncover it. Calculating the time, it should be the day after tomorrow. This fortune is mine now. Gu Jun immediately stood up and said eagerly, take your time eating, I have something to attend to at home. Ask the homeroom teacher for leave this afternoon. Just say I have a dizzy stomach and an aching head. Wu Tiancheng, we have a holiday tomorrow. What mischief are you up to again? Gu Jun, I miss my mom. After saying that, he left directly. Many things need to be prepared in advance. That place is far away, and it'll be too late if we delay. Don't forget to bring the sausages mom made. Got it. Gu Jun responded absent-mindedly as he dashed out of the cafeteria. He sprinted straight to the bike shed and found his old red step-through motorcycle. Motorcycles weren't uncommon in this era, but they hadn't yet become widespread in this poor county town. The second-hand Wuling his father bought for 2,000 yuan, he couldn't bear to ride it to work himself, so he let his son take it to school. Thinking of his father's graying hair and the sight of him riding that worn-out bike to work, Gu Jun's eyes couldn't help but moisten. His father had spent his whole life reluctant to spend on food or clothes, giving everything to him. When he fell ill from exhaustion and was hospitalized, Duan Yujie, afraid of the medical expenses, insisted on not letting him visit, causing him to miss even his final moments. Dad, in this lifetime, your son will repay you properly. Gu-jun wiped his eyes fiercely, inserted the key, kicked the motorcycle to life, and rode off. First, he bought a shovel, rope, headlamp, and woven bags at the hardware store, then purchased some incense, candles, and joss paper, tied them to the back seat, and sped off toward the countryside in a cloud of dust. Dongwang Village and Shaowang Village are located about 40 to 50 kilometers from the county town, neighboring the village where Gu-jun's grandfather lived. When his grandparents were alive, he would return during winter and summer vacations, going up the mountains with his grandfather to hunt rabbits and pheasants, so he was quite familiar with the area. Despite the cover of night, he didn't dare enter the village directly. In such small mountain villages, everyone knows each other, and the appearance of a stranger would be firmly remembered. When the skilled investigators arrived with police dogs, suspicion would inevitably fall on him, waiting in the small hill outside the village until past midnight, making sure everyone was asleep, then quietly pushing the motorcycle into the village. In the silent night, the sound of the motorcycle engine would wake the villagers. Motorcycles are rare in such small mountain villages, and entering the village in the middle of the night would arouse everyone's curiosity. Fortunately, the village was small, and it only took half an hour to push out of the village before starting the motorcycle and heading up the mountain. While in the detention center, a robber from a neighboring village was extremely curious about the matter and asked in great detail. Gu-jun also remembered the location of that guy's ancestral grave very clearly. After climbing several steep slopes and making countless turns, they finally arrived at the destination. On such dirt roads, motorcycle tracks can remain for a long time. If parked directly at the field's edge, skilled investigators would surely notice. Therefore, Gu-jun didn't stop immediately. He rode a few more miles until reaching the outskirts of a watermelon field before turning back. He passed the graveyard by over a mile before finally stopping. He put on gloves, changed into a pair of liberation shoes favored by villagers for fieldwork, dressed in labor cloth attire, deliberately took small steps, and turned back into the field. Passing through cornstalks taller than a person, he finally found the grave mound. Turning on the headlamp, he double-checked and confirmed there was indeed freshly turned soil. This was definitely the right spot. Lit 3 incense sticks, 2 candles, and burned yellow paper among other offerings. Old man, this youngster must disturb your rest. You can't hold on to this money anyway, better it goes to me than gets confiscated. When your son gets out, I'll give him some money to take a wife and continue your family line. Gu-jun muttered to himself as he began digging. After more than an hour, he unearthed a nylon bag. Found it. His hand brushed against neatly bundled stacks. The shovel split open 2 layers of bags, and the headlamp immediately revealed a lush green and eerie blue. All old 100 yuan bills. Gu-jun suppressed his excitement and grabbed the bag to lift it up. Surprisingly, it didn't budge. Didn't you say it was 730,000? Why is it so heavy? There was no time to think too much, so he gritted his teeth, mustered his strength, barely lifted it, and threw it outside the pit. Jumped up and quickly backfilled. By the time this was done, it was already past 4, and dawn was about to break. Country folks rise early, heading to the fields at dawn. Gu-jun didn't dare delay, gritting his teeth as he hoisted the nylon bag and walked off. Upon reaching the motorcycle, he stuffed it into the purchased bag, tied it to the rear seat, and rode off. The entire way was downhill, requiring no engine power, silently driving the car out of the village. He found a small ditch to wash his face, threw all the tools into the river, changed his clothes and shoes, took out a stack of over 2,000 yuan from the bag, put it all into another bag, and headed straight for another mountain village 15 kilometers away. Pangbo, your grandpa will first send you a little surprise. Chapter 5, Giving you hope before crushing it, that's called torment. At dawn, Gu-jun arrived outside a shabby courtyard in Xiaguta village, Ardaege township, Pangbo's home. Pangbo's father died of illness, and his mother was chronically ill too. You can imagine how difficult life was for their family. He parked his motorcycle at the front gate, threw the bag containing clothes, shoes, and money over the low courtyard wall, then turned and left. Master Detective, it's up to you now. If you can't even find this place, don't you dare call yourself an expert. 8:30, outside a row of bungalows in Heppingtown. The people living here are either working office jobs or doing manual labor, and this is the time when the fewest people are around. Gu-jun, seeing no one around from a distance, pushed his motorcycle to his doorstep, opened the door, wheeled it inside, and locked the gate all in one smooth motion. Turning back to look at the familiar scene and breathing in the familiar scent, his eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. This was the house his parents had saved up for a long time to buy after they got married. This is the asset they value most because it is their home. A home is far more than just a house. It's a place that carries a family's most beautiful moments and happiest memories. But after his business failed, his parents sold this place to pay off his debts. Thinking back now, how painful it must have been for them at that time. Mom and Dad, your son has been unfilial, causing you a lifetime of hardship and worry. Now I'm back to repay you. Gu-jun wiped his eyes fiercely, took off the bag, and carried it into his bedroom. It was still clean and spotless as ever. Even when he wasn't home, his mother would clean his room every day. He took off his shoes and walked to the bed, put down the bag, and lifted the bedboard. This money is still dirty money and must never be deposited in a bank. With such a huge amount of money from unknown sources, even a little cutie can guess the reason without needing a master detective. He opened the bag and placed bundles of money into the bed compartment one by one. 70, 80, 90, damn, why are there still so many? Gu-jun grew more alarmed as he counted. 170, 180, 200, 210, 2,130,000. No wonder it's so heavy. Why did that bird guy say 730,000? Gu-jun was completely baffled. Could it have been embezzled by the investigators? Or did the tax bureau intentionally underreport it? Logically speaking, shouldn't the tax bureau overreport to cover up the previous discrepancies? How many more undisclosed secrets are hidden in this? No wonder that bastard always gritted his teeth when mentioning 730,000. It wasn't about regretting wasted effort, but fuming over the missing one. 4 million. Couldn't be bothered with whatever secrets those people had. His first bucket of gold was already secured. With over 2 million in this era, he'd practically be the richest man in this small town. Once everything was laundered clean later, he could go all out, aiming to become a billionaire soon, repaying everyone who'd been good to him and mercilessly settling scores with those who'd wronged him. Gu-jun carefully restored everything to its original state and rode his motorcycle to school. School only lets out this afternoon. If Mom and Dad see me home for lunch, I'll have to explain. Just in time for the second class to end, Gu-jun walked into the classroom, where his classmates were preparing their textbooks for the lesson. Completely ignoring him as someone who frequently skipped class, Duan Yujie looked up and saw Gu-jun. Her eyes instantly filled with fury. Gu-jun approached her desk, wearing his usual ingratiating smile, and asked in an overly fawning tone, Yujie, what did you have for breakfast? Duan Yujie's anger flared even more intensely. She didn't eat breakfast at all. Not just breakfast, she didn't even eat dinner yesterday. The reason is simple: no money. Those so-called best friends who mooched off her for a whole year didn't even call her to the cafeteria after class. They just grabbed their lunchboxes and ran. She couldn't bring herself to freeload, so she had to go hungry. Now she was starving to the point of her stomach clinging to her back, with a burning pain inside that only water could slightly relieve. It's all because of that damn simp. Not only did he piss me off yesterday and completely humiliate me, but today he didn't even bring food, starving me to death. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Can't handle it. He barely managed to keep licking. But if he gets beaten again and stops, what should he do then? Not only have there been days without food, but there's also no money for college. Not only can he not go, but Pengbo can't either. So he'll have to work odd jobs with Pengbo and remain at the bottom of society for life. Must never provoke this bootlicker again, but can't appear too eager either, lest this bootlicker looks down on me. She glared fiercely at Gu-jun and said coldly, none of your business? Gu-jun took out a bag from behind him. These are freshly bought soup dumplings from Qianlixiang. Qianlixiang steamed buns are a local specialty here, costing 50 cents each, which makes them a luxury among buns. Duan Yujie immediately caught the rich aroma, and the burning sensation in her stomach intensified instantly. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her mind urgently pleading, quick, give it to me now. Yet she forced herself to maintain a calm and indifferent expression, absent-mindedly flipping through her textbook while eagerly watching Gu-jun out of the corner of her eye. Gu-jun slowly opened the bag, took one, and put it in his mouth. For steamed buns, Qianlixiang is still the best. No other shop can replicate this flavor. Duan Yujie's mouth immediately flooded with saliva, unstoppable, forcing her to swallow repeatedly. In her mind, she thought, fine, just give it to me now, and if you say even one sweet word, I'll forgive you. But Gu-jun not only didn't comfort her, he also took another one and popped it into his mouth, sighing as he said, too bad I forgot to bring vinegar. It's missing a bit of flavor. What do you need vinegar for? This will do. Give it to me now. Duan Yujie was screaming anxiously in her heart. Yan Liping was overjoyed to see Gu-jun starting to fawn over Duan Yujie again. Her living expenses had long run out. Yesterday afternoon, she had only eaten steamed buns with pickles, and by this morning, she was completely penniless, having only managed to mooch half a bun from someone else. Now, she was so hungry her heart felt uneasy. She desperately needed Gu-jun as her devoted admirer and was dying to eat those fragrant steamed dumplings. Gu-jun, are those buns for Yujie? She hasn't eaten anything this morning. Hurry and give them to her. I have hot water here so she can eat and drink at the same time. As he spoke, he picked up the water bottle and walked over. The buns are a bit cold, wouldn't giving them to her just invite a scolding? Gu-jun said coldly, swaying the bag as he walked backward. My son Tianchang, this is what your godfather bought for you. With that, he directly tossed a bag of steamed buns onto Wu Tianchang's desk. Wu Tianchang immediately became emotional. You rebellious child, you've truly grown up and learned to be filial to your godfather. He couldn't wait to open the bag, grabbing two and stuffing them into his mouth. While chewing, he mumbled, damn, these are seriously delicious. Junzi, how did you know I didn't eat breakfast this morning? Gu Jun sat down behind Wu Tianchang, tidying his desk as he said, without your godfather waking you, could you even get up? Ha, you really are my imperial gutworm. Duan Yujie watched Wu Tianchang eating with greasy lips and couldn't help but secretly swallow her saliva again, cursing in her heart, you damn simp, why give it to that pig instead of me? What's there to fear if it's cold? Isn't there hot water? Yan Liping already said I didn't eat breakfast this morning. Are you deaf? Sigh. Yan Liping let out a disappointed sigh and said with a helpless expression, Yu Jie, it seems you've hurt him too deeply. Duan Yuji also regretted it, thinking to herself that she really shouldn't have scolded him so harshly yesterday morning. Cold food was better than nothing, right? If he stopped doting on her from now on, how would she survive? Gu Jun took out 200 yuan bills and said to Wu Tianchang with a fawning expression, my mom gave me another 200 when I came today, so I can buy things for my favorite person again. Wu Tianchang immediately frowned and scolded in dissatisfaction. Damn, you're really born to be a simp. Duan Yujie's eyes immediately darted rapidly, fixated on the two banknotes, with a flicker of desperate greed flashing incessantly. Gu Jun sneered inwardly. He intended to give this viper of a woman hope again and again, only to shatter her illusions each time, crushing her false pride and forcing her to kneel before him, begging for mercy like a whimpering dog. Chapter 6, Still pretending? Then the punishment continues. The class bell rang, and the teacher walked into the classroom carrying a stack of test papers. Mock exam. Gu Jun picked up the test papers and quickly flipped through them. During his 4 years of high school, he had been obsessed with fawning over Duan Yujie, with his mind completely off studying. But after he was imprisoned, he shared a cell with an old professor. That old man was decent in every way except for his promiscuity. He sexually assaulted one of his students and got sentenced to 10 years. He gave Gu Jun a piece of philosophical advice. A person can lack a diploma, but they must not lack education. You're still young, with a long road ahead. Without knowledge and education, you'll forever remain at the bottom of society. Serving 4 years in prison is like attending university for 4 years, mastering skills inside to carve out a future outside. The old man got him high school textbooks and university materials, teaching him rigorously for 4 full years. Now looking at this exam paper, all the knowledge he studied back then came flooding back, and he even recalled this year's college entrance exam papers. Back then, the old man forced him to do it no less than 10 times. He is now confident he can score full marks in every subject, but he won't aim for such high scores. He wants to go to Jiangning University to meet the woman who truly loved him all her life. Meng Dai, in this lifetime, let me meet you 4 years earlier and take good care of you. Quickly finishing up, fearing that his rebirth might alter this year's exam papers, he picked up the book and focused on reviewing to ensure nothing went wrong. The class bell rang, and the teacher collected the papers. Gu Jun, still voraciously reviewing, didn't even go to the bathroom, leaving Wu Tianchang utterly astonished. What's gotten into you, kid? How come you've started studying all of a sudden? Isn't it just so you can cheat off me during the college entrance exams? You unfilial brat? Gu Jun said without looking up. At the very least, I'm the 10th from the bottom in the repeater class, why would I cheat off you? The absolute last? Wu Tianchang sneered contemptuously but stopped bothering him. Next period is still an exam. Finally, the noon dismissal bell rang. Alright, stop pretending. Go buy lunch for your master now. Wu Tianchang picked up the lunchbox and turned to Gu Jun, saying, Gu Jun lifted his head from the sea of exam questions and saw Duan Yujie leisurely packing her things, clearly waiting for him. Yang Liping, Su Caixia, and the others were also looking at him with expectant eyes. Gu Jun casually took out his lunchbox from under the desk and whispered to Wu Tianchang, not only will I never grovel for her again in this lifetime, but I will also take brutal revenge. Pay attention and back me up. Wu Tianchang stared at Gu Jun in disbelief. You. Gu Jun stood up and said loudly, hurry up. Today is the day for stir-fried pork slices. If we're late, the meat will get cold, and some people don't dare to eat cold food. Humph. Duan Yujie snorted lightly. A simp is just a simp, now he's thinking about himself, isn't he? But today, I can't let him spend all 200. I need to ask for 150 back. Pang Bo's living expenses should be running out, so it's perfect to go back and give them to him today since it's a holiday. She took out the 5-piece meal set Gu Jun bought for her, held her head high, and walked out proudly. Gu Jun gave Wu Tianchang a look and immediately followed behind Duan Yujie. Yang Liping, Su Caixia, and the others quickly followed suit. The cafeteria was already packed with people. but the line at that particular window yesterday was surprisingly short. This was the window that exclusively sold expensive dishes, far beyond what most students could afford. Duan Yujie naturally walked to the back of the line. Gu Jun and Wu Tiancheng followed and stood behind her. Soon it was Duan Yujie's turn. Chef, I'd like a large portion of stir-fried pork with scallions, a chicken drumstick, 2 marinated eggs, and 2 liang of rice. No, make it 4 liang. She was really hungry. She was about to starve to death. Normally she'd leave half of her 2 liang rice portion uneaten, but today even 4 liang might not be enough. The cafeteria worker was the same as yesterday. He gave Duan Yujie a cold glance, took her rice bowl, skillfully scooped the food, placed it on the counter, and said curtly, 13. Duan Yujie picked up the meal and stepped aside. Normally, Gu Jun would immediately come forward to pay, but today, Gu Jun remained standing there, whispering to Wu Tiancheng, 13. The cafeteria worker said impatiently, give it right away. Duan Yujie quickly responded, then turned to Gu Jun and whispered, hurry up and pay. Gu Jun looked at Duan Yujie in surprise. I haven't gotten my food yet. What am I paying for? Duan Yujie immediately gritted her teeth in anger. Damn simp, pulling this trick on me again? But she really didn't dare to lose her temper now. If she let Gu Jun walk away, she'd end up hungry and humiliated again today. She had to suppress her anger and softened her voice to say, alright, Gu Jun, I shouldn't have hit you. Stop being angry with me and give me the money quickly. Gu Jun said loudly, I told you yesterday, I'm fed up and won't fawn over you anymore. This isn't a tantrum, it's a decision. The classmates immediately erupted in an uproar. Holy crap, there's more? And it's even juicier. Looks like this guy is really fed up with it. By the way, yesterday he mentioned the aloof school beauty was on her period. Could that be why he's acting like a simp? The female classmate immediately shouted angrily, are you guys disgusting? Can't you let people eat in peace? What kind of lousy school is this? How could they accept such a disgusting woman? Duan Yujie's face instantly flushed crimson with heat. She knew her reputation could never be cleared now. She instinctively raised her hand to strike, only to find Gu Junzheng staring coldly at her. That gaze was icy and venomous, truly like a vicious wolf ready to devour its prey. This simp has really changed, the cafeteria worker angrily asked. You didn't bring money again today? The most important thing now is to pay the bill. Without paying, I'll definitely get publicly humiliated like yesterday. How could I have the nerve to let the teacher pay the bill again? Duan Yujie had no choice but to lower her hand, leaned close to Gu Jun, and said in a humble tone, Gu Jun, it's not that I don't accept you, but I'm afraid dating will affect our studies. There's only 1 month left until the college entrance exams. Once they're over, I can. Wu Tiancheng immediately curled his lips and said, Junzi can't get into college. By then, when you've flown up the branch and become a phoenix, would you still care about him? Duan Yujie had already considered this issue. To keep the simp supporting her through 4 more years of college, she naturally had to give him some hope. She quickly swore, Gu Jun, don't worry, I promise you no matter which university I attend, I'll never change my heart. Bang! The cafeteria worker suddenly banged on the stainless steel food tray and shouted angrily, you trying to pull the same stunt as yesterday? Duan Yujie quickly turned around and said with an ingratiating smile, Master, don't worry, I'll give it to you right away. Right away. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned back only to find Gu Jun and Wu Tiancheng already walking far ahead. She was instantly dumbfounded. This, I already promised. Why did he still leave? Even the last resort prepared long ago didn't work? Is this bootlicker really about to break free from the leash? Hurry up and give me the money. No money, no food, give it back. The cafeteria worker shouted angrily. Duan Yujie stared at Gu Jun's retreating figure, wishing she could kick him to death, yet also hoping he'd turn around quickly to pay. The cafeteria worker had no patience left. He snatched back the food tray, dumped all the dishes and eggs back into the serving pots, then slammed it heavily on the counter, sneering, broke and still acting rich? Picking the most expensive stuff, starving is what you deserve. The rice bowl clattered to the ground, rolling to Duan Yujie's feet. An overwhelming sense of humiliation instantly drowned her. Yesterday's humiliation had left her agitated and furious, still somewhat dazed, so the feeling of disgrace was lesser then. But today, being publicly condemned by everyone again compounded this humiliation, making her wish she could die on the spot. A sleazy-looking male classmate stepped forward, grinning disgustingly at Duan Yujie, and whispered, I'll give you 13 bucks. Can you let me also? Chapter 7, Playing Hard to Get? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Get out. Duan Yujie was instantly so furious her vision darkened. This disgusting creep really thinks this lady is for sale. The man, instantly infuriated by the insult, sneered contemptuously, you've been used up by others, yet still put on this act of purity with me? You, what did you just say? Duan Yujia pointed at the man and shouted angrily, not daring to escalate the situation. The man stopped retorting and turned to leave. The male classmates' knife-like, scorching gazes and the female classmates' disdainful, disgusted looks made her feel as if she were already stripped naked, being lashed by everyone's most venomous whips, completely shattering the aloof and noble image she had so meticulously maintained. She cast a pleading glance at the few close friends who had followed her, ready to enjoy the braised pork, hoping they could prove her innocence. But not only did they not speak up for her, they immediately stepped back, clearly distancing themselves from her as if she truly were that kind of person, and being with her would tarnish their reputations. Are you freaking stupid? She can't even use it now, and you're still spending $13 on her? Wouldn't selling a roast chicken be better? What do you know? This kind of Thai chicken tastes better than the roasted kind. Slutty chicken, what a brilliant term. Ha ha ha. The sudden burst of uproarious laughter made Duan Yujia's tears of humiliation gush out, completely blurring her vision as she ran outside with her head lowered. She ran all the way to the grove in one breath and kicked a tree viciously. Damn simp. Making everyone laugh at me like that, I'll kill you. But after hitting a few times, he squatted on the ground and started crying. Without Gu Jun as her wallet, how could she survive this last month? Most importantly, how would she pay her college tuition? No, she still had to find a way to keep this simp on a leash. I've already used my last trick, but he still refuses to continue being a simp. What should I do? Maybe I should give him some sweet treatment on the way home today? But that would be unfair to Pingbo. At that moment, Wu Tiancheng walked over, holding a bag in his left hand and munching on a pig's trotter in his right. Duan Yujie, Gu Jun asked me to ask you, are you really not eating lunch? Duan Yujie felt instantly happy inside. That simp is regretting it. He's been simping for me for so long. How could he change overnight? Already given him promises and hope. How could he not hurry to keep licking? Afraid I'd hit him, so he didn't dare come himself and send Wu Tiancheng with chicken legs instead. Duan Yujie looked at the two steaming chicken legs in the bag and secretly swallowed her saliva. Now she was starving to the point of agony, itching to snatch the bag and eat right away. But knowing Gu Jun must be hiding somewhere watching, she didn't want to be looked down upon by him, lest he become even more presumptuous. If he dares to hit me now, how can I control him in the future? She stood up, wiped her eyes, put on that aloof expression, and said defiantly, tell him I'd rather starve than accept his help. From now on, okay. Wu Tiancheng didn't wait for her to finish speaking, directly agreed, then turned and left. Duan Yujie immediately widened her eyes, staring at Wu Tiancheng's retreating figure in disbelief. Are you freaking stupid? If someone told you to deliver food to me, why didn't you just leave it and go? Gurgle. A rumbling sound came from his stomach. The burning discomfort made her suffer immensely. In the face of hunger, dignity doesn't seem so important anymore. Watching Wu Tiancheng walk further away, she hurriedly shouted, Wu Tiancheng, didn't Gu Jun tell you to bring me food? Wu Tiancheng turned his head and said, you told him not to interfere, yet he still sends you trivial favors? Duan Yujie didn't dare to pretend anymore and quickly replied, I was just acting out of spite with him. Can't you see that? Wu Tiancheng tossed aside the pork knuckle bone, grabbed a chicken leg, took a fierce bite, and mumbled, I'm dumb, I can't tell. Luckily you didn't want it, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten my fill. You. Duan Yujie was so angry she saw stars, but to avoid future hunger and secure money for college, she forced herself to say meekly, fine, tell him I'm not mad anymore. I'm willing to make up. Now you should give me the other chicken leg, right? Got it. Wu Tiancheng replied absent-mindedly before turning to leave. Gone? Just like that? Even took grandma's chicken leg? Wu Tiancheng. Duan Yujie shouted angrily. Wu Tiancheng pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. Duan Yujie was immediately both furious and anxious. She wanted to chase after him for the chicken leg but couldn't swallow her pride. But if I don't chase after it, I'll starve to death. Just as I hesitated, I watched helplessly as Wu Tiancheng took out another chicken leg and took a big bite. Wu Tiancheng, you damn bastard. That's mine. She regretted it so much, why didn't she just ask for it earlier? In the afternoon, there's still class, and a quiz. Duan Yujie was so hungry her vision darkened, completely unable to focus on the test. When class finally ended, she kept glancing at Gu Jun out of the corner of her eye, hoping he'd ask about the chicken leg and buy her something to eat. Gu Jun didn't even lift his head, still immersed in his sea of problems, which made her increasingly anxious. She could hardly resist storming over and slapping the damn thing a few times. Did Wu Tiancheng fail to pass on the message? Did he really just gobble up such an important message along with his chicken drumstick? That's possible. That guy kept advising Gu Jun not to lick himself. Damn you, this lady won't let you off the hook. Cursing aside, the matter still needs to be handled. Just as class ended, she called Yang Liping over and whispered a few instructions. Yang Liping walked up to Gu Jun and knocked on the table. Gu Jun looked up and asked impatiently, what do you want? Yang Liping said in a low voice, Gu Jun, Yu Jia has already forgiven you and wants to reconcile. Why are you still acting like this? Gu Jun had Wu Tiancheng deliver chicken legs as a performance, all to give Duan Yujia hope and set the stage for the next act. The actors are now on stage. He looked at Yang Liping with a puzzled expression. What did I do? Yang Liping didn't bother to beat around the bush and said directly, go apologize to Yujie. Gu Jun said coldly, no time. Yang Liping stared at Gu Jun as if she didn't recognize him. What did you say? This guy has really changed. Before, whenever Duan Yujia asked him to pass a message, he'd run faster than a dog. Now he even dares to refuse to apologize. Gu Jun said with a serious expression, I've made up my mind. I need to study hard and strive to get into university. Otherwise I won't be worthy of her. Yang Liping was stunned. Is this even human language? You haven't studied for years, and now you think you can get into college with just a few days of effort? Do you think you're a genius? Or that college is like sweet potatoes, anyone can just roast one if they feel like it? I wouldn't dare say this out loud, so I could only advise, studying is good. But you can't just ignore her, can you? These 2 weeks are your last chance. If you really make Yujie angry and she ignores you in college, all your efforts these years will be wasted. She's already skipped 4 meals just to spite you. If this continues, Gu Jun cut her off directly. You're just worried you won't get to eat her cooking anymore, aren't you? These words struck a chord with Yang Liping. She couldn't care less whether Duan Yujia went to college or not. She was only concerned about the next dozen or so days. If Gu Jun stopped fawning over her, she'd have to endure a life of plain steamed buns and pickles. But having it said to her face made her lose composure, and she retorted defensively, Gu Jun, what nonsense are you spouting? I just came to mediate between you and Yujie out of goodwill. Wu Tiancheng walked back from outside, directly nudged Yang Liping's shoulder, and sat back in his seat. You're encouraging him to date during such a critical sprint phase? What the hell are you thinking? Believe me, I'll slap you. Yang Liping was already intimidated by this guy, and being questioned so sternly, she immediately stopped talking and turned to leave. Duan Yujia watched this scene out of the corner of her eye, cursing inwardly, useless, can't do anything right. Don't even think about eating another bite of my cooking from now on. Looks like there's no choice but to use the last resort, give that simple little reward on the way home. Chapter 8, Be My Girlfriend? Let's go to the Grove. After school, Duan Yujia watched Gu Jun leisurely pack his things, then grabbed her backpack and exited the school gate first, heading to the corner on the west side. She and Gu Jun were from the same town, and this was the only way home for them, the spot where Gu Jun always picked her up. Every time they rode his motorcycle before, she would sit sideways with the backpack placed between them. Today I rode on his lap, no longer separated by the backpack, and even wrapped my arms around his waist. Just give him this little bit of sweetness, and that simp would definitely get so excited he'd fly off the handle, agreeing to everything I say. He probably hasn't spent that $200 on him yet, gotta get it all back and leave some money for myself too, just in case that simp throws a tantrum again and actually starves himself to death. Groups of classmates rode past her on their bicycles. Yujie, why haven't you left yet? I noticed Gu Jun's car is already gone. School bell Duan, need a ride on my bicycle? She has a personal chauffeur who drives a motorcycle, why would she ride your rickety bicycle? You wanna lick too? Pay up $13 first. I'm broke, and I'm not that desperate. The classmates mocked and jeered as they walked away. Duan Yujie gritted her teeth in fury. These guys not only didn't dare to speak to him when they saw him, but they didn't even dare to look him straight in the eye, only slowing down and stealing glances out of the corner of their eyes. Now they not only dare to speak to him but even have the nerve to mock him like this. It's all because of that damn bootlicker. Just wait until I'm done using you, see how this lady deals with you then. But fewer and fewer classmates remained, and Gu Jun was still nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Did that guy take a detour from the other side? Just as she was growing impatient, the familiar motorcycle came from the opposite direction. She immediately turned her head away, deliberately avoiding eye contact. The motorcycle stopped right beside her. Gu Jun wore his usual ingratiating smile again, propping himself up on one leg as he silently watched her. Duan Yujie felt a wave of relief in her heart. This bootlicker must be regretting it now. Exactly. I already said I forgave him and made up with him. What more does he want? I even promised him I wouldn't change my mind in college, and he's still not satisfied? But I should still play a little hard to get, so he doesn't push his luck and make any more unreasonable demands. She held her head high with arrogance, not even glancing at Gu Jun. Gu Jun also remained silent, simply staring at Duan Yujie. It must be said, this venomous woman was indeed beautiful, no wonder he had been utterly bewitched by her in his past life. Even if this false air of haughtiness was just an act, it could still enchant a crowd of men. How could such a vicious soul be hidden within this youthful, pure, and stunningly beautiful body? Beep beep, a dilapidated bus roared past, kicking up dust in its wake. This was the last bus from school to town. To serve the students, the fare is only 50 cents. Gu Jun wasn't sure if Duan Yujie still had 50 cents, so he deliberately gave her false hope, delaying until the bus left. Now, with the bus gone, his goal was achieved. He simply twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle sped forward. Duan Yujie was taken aback. Why isn't the simp dragging me away like usual? If he leaves, how am I supposed to get back those dozen kilometers alone? Not daring to delay further, she immediately called out, Gu Jun, where are you going? Gu Jun stopped his motorcycle, turned his head, and said, going home. What's up? What the hell do you mean what's up? If you go back, how am I supposed to get home? Duan Yujie gritted her teeth in anger, but for the sake of getting home, continuing to eat well, and securing her 4 years of university expenses, she had no choice but to swallow her pride. She walked up to Gu Jun, lowered her head, and said, are you still mad at me? Gu Jun nodded. Duan Yujie, I've said it before, this is the critical moment of our lives. We can't afford to be distracted. We can't fall in love. Gu Jun, yeah, you're absolutely right. I can't be in a relationship with you, so I'm heading home now. With that, he twisted the throttle again. Duan Yujie immediately grabbed Gu Jun's hand. What I mean is, we can't do this now. Wait until I get into college. Then feeling the soft, boneless smoothness and silky coolness on the back of his hand, Gu Jun couldn't help but recall the first time he held her hand. It was after being framed by her family that she took his hand and promised to wait for him even if he went to prison. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with excitement. Foolishly confessing my crime directly to the police, even the journey to prison filled me with joy. The mere thought of it made him wish he could slaughter that venomous woman right then and there. But that would take all the fun out of it. The revenge has only just begun. The most exciting part of the show has just begun. He withdrew his hand directly and said decisively, all right, before college, let's not bother with each other anymore. Ignoring what the lady eats or uses? Duan Yujie hurriedly said, it's not ignoring. It's just that we can't establish a relationship yet. Gu Jun looked at Duan Yujie with an extremely serious expression and asked, so, you're saying there's no relationship between us now, is that right? Duan Yujie didn't know what Gu Jun was up to. She was afraid that answering no would make him leave immediately, but also worried that saying yes would make him harder to control in the future. She could only hesitate and say, you and I are still. Gu Jun knew this was Duan Yujie's tactic, keeping him at arm's length. In his past life, he fell victim to this trick and ended up groveling for a lifetime. He said dryly, as long as it's not a girlfriend, we have to draw the line. If you don't say yes now, when you go to college, I'll be even less worthy of you, and even less able to hope for you. From now on, let's bridge to bridge and road to road. Duan Yujie didn't expect Gu Jun to even eat the killer now. It seems that blank checks don't work anymore. You have to use something practical. She once again pulled Gu Jun's hand. A pair of eyes like autumn with water, looking at him pitifully said, Gu Jun, don't be like this. I don't want to lose you. Gu Jun exerted a little force and pulled Duan Yujie to himself, his arms stretching out to directly embrace. Duan Yujie let out a cry of surprise and violently struggled away, subconsciously raising her hand. However, he was afraid that if the fight went on, he would really stop caring about himself, and then he would have to go hungry and wouldn't be able to go to college, so he could only point angrily at Gu Jun and shout in a low, angry voice, what are you doing? Gu Jun smiled coldly, looking at Duan Yujie with disdain. You don't want to lose me and you don't want to be my girlfriend. What does that mean? It's because you don't want to lose my money, right? Duan Yujie was instantly stunned by the revelation of the secret in her heart. How the hell is this sober? How dare you be so bold? I can't hold your hand, but you want to hug me? You're a lickspill and you deserve to hug me? She suppressed her anger, took one deep breath, softened her voice, and said, full of grievances, Gu Jun, how can you think of me like this? We've known each other for 4 years. Gu Jun was too lazy to watch this loophole-ridden performance and directly interrupted Duan Yujie, saying coldly, over the past few years, the money I've spent on you is enough to get a bride price for a daughter-in-law, and yet you won't even be my girlfriend, so I've lost too much money. In the future, I won't do this losing business again, and if you want me to continue to feed you, if you want me to put you through college, come with me to the Grove. The Grove? Duan Yujie immediately stared in disbelief at Gu Jun. Chapter 9. A father's love is like a mountain, and he dug himself out of that mountain. Students in this era, although not yet so open, but with the deepening of reform and opening up, it is also long ago not so conservative as the previous generation. In the school grove, there are always pairs of male and female students hiding in it. As to what to do, no one explicitly, but everyone knows it is to discuss extracurricular knowledge, or even in-depth exchanges of learning experience. How dare this lickspittle give an inch? No, this is not giving an inch. This is trying to swallow the sky in one bite. You, Duan Yujie raised her hand again in anger. Don't want to forget it, Gu Jun said coldly, twisted the gas, and took off. He wanted to let this snake woman know that when Lao Zi holds you up, you are a goddess, and when Lao Zi doesn't hold you up, you are just a roast chicken. He wanted to peel off layer by layer the false mask of this serpentine woman who was even more vicious than Pan Jinlian, and make her kneel in front of him and wag her tail. Duan Yujie looked at Gu Jun's faraway back and gritted her teeth in anger, itching to chase after him and punch him to death, but looking at the disappearing back, and the smoke that had not yet completely fallen, immediately began to fret. How can I go home when I don't have a dime in my pocket? That's a good 15 kilometers. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can I walk back? Gu Jun had just arrived outside the front door when he smelled the aroma of stir-fried vegetables. He couldn't wait to ride his motorcycle into the yard, jump off and run into the house. Son is back? Go wash your hands quickly. Mom made you your favorite sweet and sour pork. That familiar gentle voice, that familiar petite back, made Gu Jun instantly burst into hot tears. His heart ached at the thought of his old mom's selfless coddling of him. In my last life, after Dad died, Mom lived alone in that shabby, cramped rental house, alone with her photo albums to read about him, a lifelong love of face. After his business failure, she wiped her face to go outside to pick up rags, and every time he came home to the thick stack of change saved up and stuffed him. Then he got sick and couldn't be bothered to see a doctor, and died silently on a snowy night on his way back from picking up rags. He came back to his mother for the aftermath of the time, in that with a brick-matted bedpan, found a stack of change and a letter. Son, Mom may not be able to, cannot help you, this money to lead you to buy a piece of cotton clothes. Your cotton clothes are worn out. Mom is incapable, did not take care of you, in the future to take care of yourself. Mom, Gu Jun cried out, directly pounced on the past, from the back to live Mom. Mom, in this life, my son is going to make it up to you, never letting you suffer half a bit of wrongdoing again, and letting you enjoy the blessings that you couldn't even think of in your last life. Mom was startled and hurriedly asked, Son, what's wrong? What's wrong? Who bullied you? Quickly tell Mom. Mom give you to find him. When Gu Jun remembered the death of his old mom in his last life, his heart ached even more. Women are weak, but mothers are strong. Petite, tender old mom who fought her whole life for herself. I can't imagine how hard it is for Mom to struggle in the snow, how helpless she is, and how relieved she is to have a son. He cried, Mom, I miss you. Mom looked at Gu Jun's face full of tears and became even more anxious. Quickly tell Mom, what's wrong? Gu Jun, afraid of scaring his mom, hurriedly squeezed out a smile and said with a thick nasal voice, Mom, I just miss you. Mom still do not believe. Nonsense. You live in school for several years. Every time you come back to shout hungry. Today how? Gu Jun wiped his tears and said with a smile, I had a dream yesterday that you and my dad were gone, and I woke up crying. Said the tears once again welled up. I woke up and really regretted it, thinking that I turned out to be really too ungrateful, too much for you guys to worry about. I was in a hurry to get back today, and when I saw you, I couldn't help myself. Mom was relieved, raised her hand to wipe Gu Jun's tears, and said with a smile, Silly son, is a dream still worth it? Don't worry, dreams are all the opposite, especially when children dream of their parents' death. They add to their parents' longevity. Gu Jun looked at his mom and said extremely seriously, Mom, promise me that you and my dad will never die. Silly son, we're not old leprechauns then? I don't care. I want you to stay with me for the rest of your lives. Forever. Okay. Mom and your dad are with you all the time. Okay? Mom said dotingly, her eyes also flooded with a bit of tears, pushed Gu Jun a bit and said, Get out. The food is going to be mushy. Gu Jun took the spatula directly from his mom. Mom, I'll cook today. Don't be naughty. Where do you know how to cook? Making instant noodles isn't even a good trick. Mom, just trust your son for once. Gu Jun couldn't help but push his old mom out of the kitchen. Still unsure, but not wanting to discourage her son, Mom stood in the kitchen doorway and watched. Gu Jun directly inverted the spoon, stirred the ribs in the pot a few times, saw that the fire was almost ready, and poured it out. Mom said anxiously, Son, it's meant to be sweet and sour, and it can't come out of the pan yet. I know. I learned a new way of doing it from the master chef at our school, and I'm showing you my hand today, Gu Jun casually said, skillfully brushing the pan, pouring oil, simmering sugar, adding cornstarch, and dabbing white vinegar. Ribs again back to the pot, skilled upside down. A plate of colorful and flavorful sweet and sour pork out of the pot. Look silly Mom. Son, when did you learn to cook? I learned it in the school cafeteria. Gu Jun casually lied and continued to fry the next dish. In his last life, he had to serve Duan Yujie every day. Duan Yujie's tricky mouth had practiced his cooking skills long ago. Mom's eyes widened as she looked at Gu Jun and asked, You don't study at school every day? You go to the cafeteria to learn how to cook? Gu-jun, your son is so smart. Why do you still need to learn every day? I just went to the cafeteria to get my food and thought it was fun for the master chef to stir fry, and casually watched it for a few days, so I just happened to try it out today. Mom still didn't believe it, but seemed to think of something and said no more. Soon, 4 dishes and 1 soup were fried and served. A familiar clanging sound sounded outside. Dad's crappy bike. Smells so good? Fried ribs for your son? With the sound, the tall, lanky, and still graceful dad returned. Thinking of his dad's skinny and bony appearance in the hospital bed, Gu-jun couldn't help but feel heartbroken again. Now dad, at least 180 pounds. Dad in the hospital bed, surprisingly, was less than 100 pounds. How much pain and suffering he had endured for his ungrateful son, but he didn't even get to see him one last time. Being so ungrateful himself, he still instructed his 4 sisters before he died to take care of themselves for him. A father's love is like a mountain. This mountain, completely gutted and collapsed by itself. Dad, Gu-jun hurried over and squatted down to get his slippers, hiding the tears that couldn't be stopped. Dad, in this life, I'm going to turn this mountain of yours into a mountain of gold. The golden mountain that never fell. Chapter 10. Children want to raise but parents do not wait. Dad was surprised to the core. You kid, what's wrong with you today? Mom smiled and said, your son has grown up and knows that he cares for us. Gu-jun waited for his dad to take off his shoes, and directly put his slippers on, saying with a thick nasal voice, Dad, in the past, I didn't know any better, and I let you and my mom worry about it. In the future, I'll be filial to you. Dad was a little confused. Honey, your son is. Mom, my son had a dream that we all died, cried all night, grew up, knows filial piety. Well, come on over and see what your son cooked for us with his own hands. Dad walked over and saw the colorful 4 dishes and 1 soup. Even more disbelief. This kid. Gu-jun secretly wiped away his tears and walked into the kitchen to get the dishes. Dad looked at Mom and whispered, what's wrong with my son? How? Mom, didn't I tell you? He had a dream. Dad, a dream is all it takes. Mom, it is said that people grow up in a flash. Maybe, that dream made him know the pain of his son's desire to be raised by his parents, and he grew up overnight, true to form. Mom's explanation is really apt. However, his last life was completely conquered by Duan Yuje. Dad is so dead. He was still forced by Duan Yuje. Did not pick up Mom to live together? Did not filial piety them a day? Really? Dad said happily. That would be great. I'd really be worth dying for. That's fatherly love. Selflessness is strong and broad. Children hesitate to die for their fathers. A father who goes to his death for his son will never hesitate or complain. You don't know your parents until you've raised them. Having raised children for that pair of dogs in my own past life, I really experienced the love of a father for that selfless child. My son Yong has kidney failure and he really wants to transplant his kidney to him. A few of his sisters privately discouraged him and he scolded them. If it wasn't for the mismatch, the surgery would have been done a long time ago. But in exchange for what? In exchange, the son he had raised for 22 years and the daughter he had raised for 18 years, painfully called someone else's dad, and agreed to that pair of dogs killing themselves. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think that those 2 bastards weren't my own children? That kind of revenge can't be avenged because, well, one probably wouldn't even let those 2 heartless ones come into the world. But Mom and Dad's kindness has to be repaid 100 times over. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't let you die in this life. I'll spend my fortune to make sure you live a long life. Gu-jun swore secretly, wiped his eyes fiercely, and returned with the dishes. Dad, Mom, try your son's handiwork. Mom started with a piece of ribs. Honey, it tastes good, really good, better than any of my handiwork. Dad couldn't wait to take a piece as well. That's true. This is better than the restaurant. Gu-jun gave his mom and dad some food. If it's good, eat more. From now on, whenever I come home, I'll be the one to cook for you. I'm going to raise you guys strong so you can stay with me for the rest of my life. Dad was moved to say, honey, your son has really grown up. Mom secretly wiped the corners of her eyes. I told you my son must be filial. Those people still say what drowned son more disobedient. I see them still say it in the future. Mom, those people were right. Think of all the things you've done. You should be shot. But that was all in a previous life. In this life, my son will make you hold your heads high in front of anyone. Dad, son, you eat it too. Good. Gu-jun agreed with his mouth, still pinching meat for Mom and Dad. Dad is the town screw factory workshop director, with excellent skills. To avoid the wave of layoffs, Mom is the town elementary school teacher. The 2 wages of nearly 3,000, so that the surrounding neighbors envy. But when he is not at home, Mom cannot afford to buy meat. These good dishes are prepared for themselves. Do not give them clip. They refuse to eat a few bites. Mom really did give Gu-jun another chunk of ribs. Son, if you have this ability, You won't be afraid of failing the university exam. When you graduate, we'll open a small restaurant for you, and you won't have to worry about food for the rest of your life. Gu-jun also stopped pushing and took a big bite. Mom, do you want your son to make money? Or do you want him to go to college? Mom, of course I want to go to college. If you go to college, you'll have a good job, and you'll have to worry about making money. Dad, forget it. He's not as good as my blood pressure with those scores. Who'd want him to go to college and honor his family? As long as I can learn a trade and have a proper job to support myself in the future. Gu-jun's expression was serious. Dad, Mom, how about I get you into Jeongjo University, the best university in the province, the school Mend went to. Dad skimmed his lips. Still Jeongjo University? If you can get into a junior college, your mom will wake up laughing in her dreams, and I'll dare to set up 10 tables in our house. Gu-jun, okay, you guys just wait to wake up dreaming and laughing and wait for a treat. If I didn't want to get to know Meng Dai in advance, my son would have given you an exam in Qingbei. Holy, what's with the little bit of relationship brain again? For the sake of Meng Dai, love brain is love brain. Anyway, Zhongbei University is enough to make mom and dad proud for a while. After dinner, do not let mom and dad move. Give them a cup of tea and turn on the TV. They go to wash the dishes, but also to the old couple of happy. It was already dark. Duan Yuje limped to the front of the 3 dilapidated tiled rooms, pushed open the door, and saw that under the dim light, the shabby home was as dirty and messy as ever. A woman wearing a big red dress, with long permed hair and big waves, smeared with lipstick, with a 7% resemblance to Duan Yuje's appearance, full of mature charm, looking at a woman in her 30s, walked out from the inner room. Duan Yuje's mom, Tian Xiaoa. In those days, marriage was early, and Tian Xiaoa married Duan Yuje's father at the age of 17 and gave birth to Duan Yuje that year. Although she is 36 this year, she does nothing but dress up every day and looks years younger than her age. What took you so long? Duan Yuje was walking all the way back. I usually don't think anything of it, but I realized how far a dozen kilometers is when I walked all the way back here. Now she was tired and hungry and felt like she was going to die. She staggered a few steps and walked to the single bed that was set up in the living room, regardless of the mess that was placed on it, and collapsed directly onto the bed, saying feebly, Mom, I'm starving to death. Quickly get me something to eat. Tian Xiaoa, your father and I are hungry too. Just waiting for you to come back. Said a hand. Give mom some money. I'll go buy some meat. Let's eat back to the pot. Bring me a bottle of wine. A man's voice came from the inner room. Duan Yuje, her father Duan Jiqian, famous for the delicious and lazy, the two couples to live the day into the year. The money on a day spent, no money on the world even stole with cheating, has long become a person to see people hate things. Today the family has run out of rice and food and is waiting for their daughter to come back with money for dinner. Both families know that their daughters have good-looking dogs with money and generosity and are used to asking their daughters for money for things. Chapter 11, Where there's a daughter, there's a mother. Duan Yuje said feebly, Mom, I don't have any money. No money? Tian Xiaoa was both surprised and disappointed, frowning as she asked, That kid didn't give it to you this time? Duan Yuje remembered the events of the past 2 days. Her heart could not help but feel aggrieved, and tears could not help but well up. Why are you crying? Tian Xiaoa said and found her daughter covered in dust, her hair messy, her face pale, and was shocked. Yuje, are you being that kid? When Duan Yuje remembered Gu Jun's attitude towards her, she became even more aggrieved and turned around to cry. Ji Qiang, quick, come and see. Your daughter was spoiled by that kid. What? A 40-year-old man wearing only a tank top and pants, showing long messy hair and a full beard ran out. Duan Jiqiang. He saw his daughter's face and was immediately sure that his wife's suspicions were true. He's not a thing, but he's a father after all. It is true that a daughter is her father's weakness and a father is his daughter's armor. Duan Jiqiang was immediately enraged and said through gritted teeth, Dare to bully my daughter, I'll chop you up. Saying this, he rushed into the kitchen, took out a kitchen knife, and shouted angrily, Tell me where their family lives, and I'll have their family killed. Worthy of being two people, Tian Xiao was also spirited enough to pull up Duan Yuje and said angrily, Stop crying, get up and take us to his house. Duan Yuje saw that mom and dad were going to fool around and hurriedly cried, Mom, it's not what you think. Tian Xiao said anxiously, My little ancestor, which is it? You say it quickly. Duan Yuje, he didn't even send me back today. Tian Xiao was surprised for a moment, could not help but frown, carefully asked, Then you are all covered in dirt. Duan Yuje, I walked back. That part of the road was too dark and I fell into a pit. Tian Xiao looked at Duan Jiqian. Duan Jiqian put down the kitchen knife, looked at Duan Yuje, calmed his voice and said, Yuje, don't be afraid. Dad doesn't kill people. Tell me properly, did he plague you? Duan Yuje cried in exasperation. He didn't even send me. what do you say? Duan breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the broken chair with a creak and twist. Tian Xiao's eyes rolled back in her head, sat on the bed, wrapped her arms around her daughter, and softly asked, Yu Jie, what happened between you and Gu Jun? How come he doesn't give you any money for being nice, and he doesn't even give you a ride anymore? Duan Yujie's aggression could no longer be suppressed. Crying straight choked, he bought me soybean milk cold, so I slapped him in the classroom, and he went crazy, so he didn't pay for me, so that so many people laughed at me. As Tian Xiao listened to Duan Yujie's cries, her brows couldn't help but wrinkle as she looked at Duan Jicheng. Duan Jicheng lowered his head and smoked without saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Tian Xiao wiped Duan Yujie's tears and said softly, Yu Jie, Mom thinks you are being too that for him. A man chasing a woman is like a dog chasing a rabbit. If the rabbit runs too fast, the dog chases it for a while and then stops. You can't just hit. You have to stop and sweeten the pot every now and then too. Duan Jicheng violently threw his cigarette butt on the ground and angrily cursed at Tian Xiao. What the hell are you talking about? Is there a mom who teaches her daughter to sell? Tian Xiao was first stunned, and immediately scolded angrily. Lao Mian, this is to teach my daughter the learning of how to deal with people in the world. UTNM. Duan Jicheng stood up violently, pointing at Tian Xiao and cursing. You're still ing learned? Did you take advantage of my absence to seduce a man? Tian Xiao also stood up and pointed at Duan Jicheng. Do you have a conscience? My mother followed you without food or drink, and also gave you to guard these 3 broken houses. You still dare to doubt my mother? If my mother had seduced a man, would she be without a dime? Starving and waiting for her daughter to come back with money to buy rice? If you ever doubt me again, I'll go seduce a man and make you open a hat store. Duan Jicheng didn't dare to doubt his wife anymore, but he still huffed and said, that doesn't teach my daughter bad. My daughter is going to go to university and become a big official. Tian Xiaoyi, you special mother just know how to eat well. You can't get a dime back. How can your daughter go to college? Don't talk about going to college. My daughter hasn't eaten for 2 days. Why don't you take the money and come back to buy rice and meat, so that my daughter can have a full meal? Duan Jicheng gritted his teeth. Okay, you guys wait. I'll go think of a way to buy you chickens and meat. With that, he turned and walked out. Duan Yujie has already seen the quarrels of her parents, looking at this broken and poor home, silently weeping, but in her heart, her hatred for Gu Jun has become even stronger. If you're going to be a good boy and pay my bill, send me back properly today, and give me that $200. Our family is having a happy dinner right now, so why should my parents fight? Tian Xiaoyi looked at her daughter and sighed, sat down and wrapped her arms around her, softly saying, Yu Jie, Mom is sorry for finding you a father who is incapable of giving you a good life. But remember, Mom walks the walk and is never a hooker woman, and there's only one man in this life for your dad. Mom, you don't have to say it. I know, Tian Xiao does love to dress up, look charming, but that is the bones of the love of vanity, and is not the kind of open-minded woman. These years also really for this lazy man to keep his body like a jade. Yu Jie, Mom knows that you have ambition, knows that you can get into college, but your dad can't get the money back, can't afford to pay your tuition and living expenses. How are you going to go to college? Have you thought about it? Duan Yujie let out a helpless sigh, her eyes filled with sorrow. She had been thinking of relying on the devotion of Gu Jun, the dog licker, and now that the damn thing wasn't licking anymore, what could she do? What Mom just said, can you understand? Duan Yujie said helplessly, Mom, I understand, but when I pulled his hand today, he just hugged me directly, and made me go to the grove. Tian Xiao was taken aback. Hasn't he always been timid and disciplined? Why is he suddenly so bold? Duan Yujie skimmed her lips and said, I don't know. I was thinking that I'd let him hold my hand, and at most I'd put my arm around his waist, promising him that I'd establish a relationship when he went to college, and then dump him when he graduated from college. But who knew that he'd completely changed? Tian Xiao said contemplatively, we must not let him succeed. The most precious thing for a woman is her first time. If she lets him spoil it, she won't be able to marry a good family in the future. Duan Yujie immediately said, Mom, I know. I won't do anything to apologize to Pang Bo. Pang Bo? Tian Xiao immediately became angry. Didn't I tell you to break it off with that poor guy? Why are you still thinking about him? Duan Yujie said aggrievely, Mom, I just like Pang Bo. Tian Xiao said firmly, don't even think about it. If I'm going to let you fill that poor hole, I might as well marry you off to Gu Jun. People's families are at least double income, earning $3,000 a month. Mom, we'll go to college and have good jobs when we graduate. What's he going to go to college with now that you have to support him? You're going to continue to support him with money? Where do you get the money? Why don't you support your mom and dad if you have that money? Duan Yujie didn't dare to speak again. Tian Xiao thought for a while again and said in a deep voice, I've decided. Tomorrow I'll go to Gu Jun's house. bite the bullet and say that he spoiled you, and blackmail a few tens of thousands of dollars at once for your college education. Chapter 12, Mother and Daughter's Poisonous Plan. Duan Yujie said anxiously. Mom, if you make it like this, my reputation will be all ruined. How am I going to marry someone in the future? Tian Xiao smiled sinisterly. Don't worry, I'll find a way to steer things toward your marriage after I get the money. You've been spoiled by his son. Surely they must be responsible, right? With just a few words, they'd have to beg to make you their daughter-in-law. When the marriage is finalized, are they willing to give others the opportunity to say that their daughter-in-law is not innocent? Duan Yujie hesitated. Is it okay? If the public security investigation. Tian Xiao, don't be afraid. I guarantee that they will never dare to report to the police. Duan Yujie, he knows he didn't touch me, so why wouldn't he dare to report it? If I really report it, whether it's true or not, my reputation will really be ruined. Tian Xiao said confidently. Don't worry, Mom is sure, as long as it leads towards the wedding, they definitely won't report it to the police. Duan Yujie was still uneasy. That is, if we don't report it to the officials, and your lord has fixed the marriage, we will be an unmarried couple. What if we can't get rid of it at that time? Tian Xiao smiled coldly. Those who have marriage certificates and have given birth to several children are still divorced. So this verbal marriage contract counts as? Don't worry, when you graduate from college, Mom will find an excuse for you to dump him, that is. Duan Yujie thought to herself. Will Bloomberg be angry when he finds out? Will he ignore me again? Seeing that her daughter didn't say anything, Tian Xiao immediately consoled. Whether that kid gambles with you or not, this matter will seem official when it's said by us adults, and his parents will have to feed and clothe their future daughter-in-law. When the time comes, I'll have them take 2,000 a month. You'll use 500 for school. Your father and I will use 1,000, and save up 500. When Duan Yujie heard such an allocation, she couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly said, I want 1,000 a month. Still have to leave 500 for Bloomberg to live on. Okay. Tian Xiao agreed, and the mother and daughter began to devise how to take out more money from the Gu family again. After discussing the matter for quite some time, a diabolical plan was perfected. But Duan Jiqiang hadn't come back yet, and Duan Yujie was already too hungry to stand. Tian Xiao took out the last bit of stick flour and boiled a pot of paste. Mother and daughter, a person drank 2 big bowls. Still want to finish, but nothing at home, can only sleep to go. Bloomberg family, tall and thin, wearing a pair of eyes, Pang Bo, but also a bit weak scholar temperament. No wonder it can get Duan Yujie's heart. He was looking at the stack of money on the bed, a look of surprise and confusion on his face. Mom, did you really pick it up in the yard? A middle-aged woman with a sickly face excitedly whispered. I got up in the morning to go to the toilet. I saw a bag in the yard, and brought it back to be these. I don't know how it came to be grinning. Bloomberg mused. Who could have given it to us? Mom doesn't know either. I went around the village a few times on purpose, and I didn't hear anyone say anything was missing from anyone's house. Then it's not from our village. So, do we dare to use this money? Pang Bo immediately said. What's in our yard is ours. Why can't we use it? But if people come to, we haven't seen anyone. Mom still thinks. Mom, don't worry about this money. We didn't steal it. We picked it up in our own yard. What's wrong with it? Anyway, we didn't see who came, so it's guaranteed to be fine. And the dress? These clothes can't be worn. I'll take them to the small backyard garden and bury them later. Hearing her son say this, the woman was finally relieved. With this money, you will have your enrollment fee, as well as living expenses, but I don't know how much the university tuition is still short. Don't be afraid to go to college when you get in, and then you won't have the money to go to. Pang Bo smiled and said, Mom, this money you pay back my eldest uncle, my father to see the doctor into the funeral borrowed that 3,000. He urged a few hundred times. First give him 2,000. He will not chatter you. Duan Yujie will pay for my enrollment fee, living expenses and tuition. Son, Mom always thinks that it's a bit bad for you to use someone else's money who's a girl. Pang Bo smiled smugly. Mom, she wants me to use it. I can't even if I don't. She's my woman sooner or later. It's only right to use her. The woman frowned. Son, I heard that their family is not a serious family. His father is a thief and a gambler. His father is a thief and a gambler. And his mom is a total pain in the ass. It's said that you can't catch a pig by its mother, and you can't get a good house sparrow out of a snake's nest. So I'm afraid that this girl will be unstable if she has such a mother and father. Let's just say she spends so much money on you. I'm afraid she's not a stable girl, and I'm afraid she's not going to be a person who lives a good life in the future. Pang Bo, Mom, don't worry. If I graduate from college, I definitely won't marry her. For my wife, her family must be an official, or our family's poor roots won't be plowed up in the next life. But if I don't pass the exams, I have to have a woman to provide for our family, right? Who would be willing to marry in our family? She rushed after me. I have a way to get her family to not want a dowry. Woman, son mom can't read, don't know those axioms, but mom knows. People have to do things according to their conscience. Bloomberg was immediately furious. How much can a conscience sell for? Can it feed me and pay my tuition? What kind of life have you had with my father after a lifetime of conscience? If you could make $1,000 a month, I'd be conscientious and a decent person. But if I were conscientious, I'd have starved to death at school. I'm going to use my conscience to dig up the roots of poverty in my family and be a man that everyone admires. The woman, still full of worry, tried to say something, but her lips moved and no words came out. Well, why don't you cook? And I'll bury my clothes and send money to my great uncle, Bloomberg said, grabbing his bag and walking out. The next morning, just after dawn, Gu Jun got up and quietly walked to the courtyard. He didn't just learn culture in prison. He also learned real internal martial arts from another serious injury inmate in the cell. The guy came home and saw his wife cuckolding him, so he killed the adulterer with 2 punches and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. When he learns that he was also tricked into going to jail by a woman, he offers to teach himself boxing so that he can go out and take revenge. Although he came out without revenge, practicing boxing became a habit. In his last life, he alone could beat 4 or 5 fierce men with his bare hands. If it wasn't for Duan Yujia's poison, with his own physique, living 80 to 90 years old would definitely be no problem. Although practicing for the first time in my life, it's something that, like riding a bike or swimming, becomes instinctive once you learn it. After only half an hour of practicing, the sense of punching was completely back, and I even had a sense of chi. In my last life, I could have practiced for 3 years to get a sense of chi. After an hour, it regained 80 to 90% of its power from its previous life. Iron still needs to be hard. Whether it is revenge or revenge, their own toughness is necessary. Chapter 13. Know what your son did to my daughter? When it was completely dawn, Gu Jun collected his energy and went to the kitchen and started cooking. Dad and Mom had just gotten up when Gu Jun said from the kitchen, "Mom and Dad, wash up quickly, breakfast is ready." The two families were extremely surprised, rushed to the door of the kitchen, looked at the pan tossing hot millet pumpkin porridge, already fried slices of steamed buns, is frying zilai oil eggs, eyes staring at the boss. "What time did you get up? Why are you up so early?" Gu Jun smiled and said, "I got up a long time ago and studied for a while, just in time to cook breakfast for you," said scooped rice soup, put fried eggs, set steamed buns, served pickled vegetables, and by the way chopsticks are also set up. Hurry up and go wash your face and brush your teeth. It'll get cold later. The couple looked at each other with eyes full of surprise. They both analyzed early last night in the quilt. The son that was dreaming and scared. Filial piety is afraid of 3 minutes of heat. Sleep and get up. I didn't realize that my son was more dutiful in the morning. The two of them washed up and sat down to eat. This omelette smells so good. All the pickles my son mixes are delicious. My son has a real talent for being a chef. I'll smash the bones and sell the marrow, but I'll still open a big restaurant for my son. This old couple, they're still thinking of opening a restaurant for me. Well, I'll leave the college entrance exams out of it, and I'll surprise you then. Mom and Dad, I'm going to open a big restaurant, so I won't let you work anymore. Sit at the bar and collect money every day. Eat the best food and drink the best wine. Dad said happily. Hey, those were the best days of my dreams. Mom, if you can really open a big restaurant, Mom will be happy even if she dies. Gu Jun immediately frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Mom, don't ever say that word again. I said I want you to never die and stay with me forever. Okay. Mom won't say anything. Mom won't say anything. Mom and your dad will always be there for you. Mom said looking down at her rice soup and secretly wiping the corners of her eyes. Such a small reward for making Mom and Dad so touched. Dad, Mom, get ready. A tsunami of filial piety is coming. After dinner, naturally Gu Jun cleaned up again. Dad rode out to work on his beat-up bike. Ding dong. Mom is off today and walked straight to the front door and greeted her neighbor. Sister Wang, just eating? My Xiao Jun made breakfast, and he made last night's dinner, and he had to clean up afterward, and he threw me out, thinking I was in the way at home. Who knows what's wrong with him? Just don't break the bowl for me. It's good to learn, so you can serve your daughter-in-law in the future, lest you just eat like his father. Showing off, barely showing off. So many years did not realize that the teacher's mom is also so loved to show off. But it's understandable that every little tiny improvement in a child's life is the greatest source of pride in the eyes of the parents. Mom, from now on I'll set up a little table for you at the door so you can show off to everyone. Hello, are you Gu Jun's mom? I am. You are? My name is Tian Xiao. It's Duan Yujia's mom. Your son bullied my daughter. The cold and icy tone of her voice scared her mom's face. No wonder this kid has been doing so well in the past 2 days. So it's because he did this heavenly thing. If this is true, Mom didn't dare to think about it and hurriedly invited people into the house first. wearing a white butterfly collar short sleeve, black long skirt, high heel sandals, long wavy hair draped over her shoulders, smeared with lipstick eyeshadow, carrying a small Kuan bag, very urban beauty temperament of Tian Xiaoyi, gloomy expression, striding into the house with a lofty pace, quickly scanning the week. Mom was all nerves and wore a stiff yet respectful smile. Come on, have a seat. Tian Xiaoyi walked to the sofa card, dyed her hands with fiery red nails, and ran her skirt along the curved crotch bone to the slender thighs in one stroke, sat down, and continued to survey the house furnishings. The furniture in the house is a bit old, but it's all clean and tidy, showing the family's wealth everywhere. Mom, I'll get you some tea. Saying the excuse to enter the kitchen, she glared fiercely at Gu Jun, who was wiping the bowl, and asked in an exasperated whisper, "Say, how did you bully the right girl?" Gu Jun picks up and drops off Duan Yujie every week and met Tian Xiaoyi long ago. In his last life, this woman had done more bad things to him than he could count, and was the direct cause of his imprisonment. After marrying Duan Yujie, 70% of the bad things that happen have this woman's share. This woman was also one of the people he had to get revenge on in his life, but it was that hadn't happened yet and he needed to wait for another opportunity. Mom, I didn't bully his daughter. Still talking tough. Mom was so angry that she directly raised her hand and hit Gu Jun in the face, but when he fell, he still didn't give up the force, and changed his move in the air, from hitting to grabbing, pinched Gu Jun's ear, pulled it downward, and shouted in a low voice, "You didn't do anything bad. What are people doing looking for you?" Gu Jun really didn't expect Tian Xiaoyi to come to the house, and even more so, he couldn't guess what she was doing here, and was pulled to bend over, saying with a bitter smile, "Mom, I really don't know, and I really didn't do anything bad. If you don't tell the truth, I'll have your father come back and skin you." Mom threatened without any intensity. "I've heard that a lot since I was a kid, but never once would I let my dad beat me. Mom, you have to trust me. I believe in your head." Seeing that she couldn't ask the truth, and fearing that she had slowed down Tian Xiaoyi, Mom huffed and puffed, pushed Gu Jun away, and instructed in a low voice, "Just hide here for a while, and I'll go and see what the others want to do first," he said, picking up the warmer and walking out. Tian Xiaoyi is happy with how the family is doing, satisfaction with the home base. Of course, such a two-income family, though not rich and famous, tens of thousands of dollars can certainly afford it. It's best to let them support their own family for 4 years so that their daughter can go to college to build up more capital. She looked at her old mom, who accompanied her smiling face and was pouring tea, and said coldly, "Don't be busy, sit down and talk about this." Old mother handed Tian Xiaoyi the tea and asked carefully, "I wonder, what did my bad boy do to your girl?" Tian Xiaoyi took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said with a serious expression, "Let's not talk about this for now. I want to know your attitude towards this matter first." Attitude? Mom froze. "Bad. This bad boy really did something big," she hurriedly said. "Our attitude is definitely positive. You first, he is in the end." Tian Xiaoyi directly interrupted her mom's words. "A positive attitude is good. Then call the child's father back. This matter, I'm afraid you can't make the decision alone." "What a big deal." Mom got up in a hurry and fear and went out to ask the neighbor's elder brother to call Dad. He came back and wanted to inquire, but was toppled by Tian Xiaoyi's sentence of coming back to talk together. Tian Xiaoyi had inquired about this, and the family is Gu Jun outside the female head of the family. Tens of thousands of dollars of major events. Naturally, the old man is in charge. Gu Jun saw his mom fidgeting and was really distressed, so he simply walked out and said to Tian Xiaoyi, "Auntie, what are you doing in my house?" Tian Xiaoyi gave Gu Jun a blank stare. "What have you done that you don't know yourself? What exactly did Duan Yujie tell her mom? Why is this so righteous?" Gu Jun really couldn't guess. "I don't know. Please ask Auntie to tell me." Tian Xiaoyi was furious. "You bullied my daughter. He cried all night last night, and didn't eat a single bite of food until this morning. Tell me yourself, what have you done?" "Crying? I've been spoiled into a princess by my old man for the past few years, and it's a wonder I didn't cry yesterday when I walked 10 kilometers on a hungry stomach." Gu Jun pretended not to know in order to completely unmask the mother-daughter pair. "Why are you crying? What's wrong with her?" Tian Xiaoyi stood up violently, pointing at Gu Jun and shouting angrily, "Are you still pretending with me?" She arrived home with her hair disheveled and covered in dirt, her knees knocked off such a big piece of skin, and her skirt ripped. Bam! The sound of a bicycle falling to the ground. Gu Jun, with a roar, Dad came striding in. Mom hurriedly greeted her and whispered, "Hubby, don't be in a hurry. First, what first? I'll beat him to death first." Dad shouted angrily, rushed straight over, drew the belt from his waist, and struck down hard. Chapter 14, Hooliganism? The old man will play enough. Gu Jun watched the belt whistling and instinctively had to grab it, but he was afraid of hurting his father and hurriedly dodged sideways. Snap! A crunch! A solid belt on the ass. Dad, I didn't do anything. Make you talk tough. You didn't do it and people came to your door? Pop, pop, snap. Dad, listen to me. Pop, pop, snap. A mountain of fatherly love. Plus 3 belts. Why are you beating him up when we haven't even asked him what happened? You'll be fine if you beat him to death? Mom put her arms around Dad and said anxiously. Dad hurriedly gave Mom a wink and said in a furious tone, he bullied someone else's girl, so I'm going to beat him to death to relieve his mother's hatred. That's the usual old fatherly trick when his son gets into trouble. I'll fight first. When you're relieved, things will be easier, he said, gritting his teeth and swinging his belt again, but losing his aim noticeably. Tian Xiao was secretly happy. She'd been simulating it for half the night last night, and things had really gone the way she'd designed them to go. Unspecified that Gu Jun spoiled his daughter, using innuendo to make his parents think so. Next, it's time to sidetrack Gu Jun and talk about compensation. She was afraid that if the fight went on and Gu Jun told the truth, it would not be good to blackmail the money, and immediately stood up and said, Big brother, a fight will do. This is not so bad as to lay down a deadly hand. Dad was relieved to hear that. Finally, he still held up the belt, glaring at Gu Jun with lingering anger. If it wasn't for your aunt begging for mercy, I would have had to beat you to death alive today. Gu Jun rubbed his buttocks, but he wasn't a bit angry. Even a wave of warmth welled up from his heart, moving him to the point of wanting to shed tears. This fiery pain is full of fatherly love. In my last life, no matter what I did, either my mom stopped me or a few of my sisters stopped me, and I didn't get hit by my dad once. This time, childhood was finally complete. Dad, in my last life I apologize to you for not being able to properly honor you, and in this life I can still be beaten by you. So happy. Mom looked at her son full of heartache, gave Tian Xiaoyi a smile and said, his aunt, you see his father has beaten him to tears. He knows it's wrong. You calm down. Gu Jun seems to understand what Tian Xiaoyi is up to, but there's no one else for this coddling my mom. Tian Xiaoyi threw Gu Jun a disgusted blank stare. What kind of a man cries when he gets a few belts? No wonder my Yujie doesn't like him. Well, sit down and talk. Coldly, he said, sitting down again. Dad also accompanied a smile and sat down in a formal manner, and carefully asked, his aunt, what did this bad boy of mine do to your girl in the end? Humph. Tian Xiaoyi snorted coldly. Her arms hugged her chest, crossed her legs and said coldly, he played hooligan with me Yujie. I'm going to sue him at the Public Security Bureau. Hooliganism? Definitely juggling, and juggling a lot, but I haven't even started playing yet. What are you suing for? Did Duan Yujie frame me? Or is this woman trying to blackmail me? Mom and Dad have long been scared. Face changed, hurriedly said, don't. His aunt, we have something good to discuss. Just don't alarm the public security. The male lead, however, said coldly, Dad, Mom, let's go with her to the Public Security Bureau. I'd like to see how you can talk nonsense in front of the Public Security Bureau. Duan Yujie was instantly furious. You guys look at your son's attitude? I have nothing more to say to your family. I'm going to the Public Security Bureau. Mom hurriedly pulled Tian Xiaoyi, big sister, don't be anxious, everything is fine, he's still young, don't be general with him. Dad raises his hand and points at the hero, threatening him with a look and a belt if he doesn't behave. Humph. Tian Xiaoyi, finally pacified, let out another cold snort, glared fiercely at the male lord, and said angrily, I can't wait to beat him to death when I see him. Let him go out. Let's talk as adults. Although Gu Jun didn't know what this mother and daughter were plotting, he was already sure what this woman was going to do, and immediately said, I'm the one involved. What else are you going to say when I'm gone? Dad heard this, immediately grabbed the male lead and pulled him outside the house, whispering, you little cutie, now people can talk is a good thing. Really go to the Public Security Bureau. The male protagonist exclaimed, Dad, I really didn't do anything, just happened to go to the Public Security Bureau. Dad was furious. Are you still being tough with me? I don't believe that if you hadn't done it, people would come to your door in the morning regardless of your daughter's reputation. Man, Dad, I really. Mom followed, directly covering the male lead's mouth, and said eagerly, okay, Mom believes you, but in a matter like this, public security will always believe the woman and won't believe your sophistry. When you go to the Public Security Bureau, you won't be able to say anything, and if something really happens, your life will be ruined. If you go to jail, Mom and Dad won't be able to live. Mom doesn't believe in herself either. Mom and Dad have determined that they've done something bad and are doing everything they can to protect him. When I think of the scene in my last life when I was arrested and taken away, when my mom cried and knelt down to beg for a public case, was pushed away and cried after the police car, fell down hard and fell all over her face, and still desperately chased after the car, crying out her name, Gu Jun's heartache and anger was hard to suppress. How did your father and mother, who were so proud of themselves, get through those 4 years in jail? Originally prepared to wait for that matter out, let Tian Xiao reputation, subject to social punishment, now suddenly feel, then do too cheap this woman. She has bullied herself and mom and dad all her life in conjunction with her daughter, and she must not be so cheap. We'll have to torture her slowly, along with her daughter, to get rid of the hate. A wicked and unbridled plan of revenge took shape in his head instantly. Dad sighed when he saw that the hero wasn't talking and said, "Things aren't so bad now that people can still talk." Saying this, he ordered the male lead, "You go to your Uncle Lee's restaurant right away and get some good food." Mom immediately pulled out a few dollars and shoved them into the male lead's hands. Yeah, that's attitude too. Go. The male lead frowned as he thought, no matter what, he can't be taken away by the public security. The public security of this era is far from competent and skillful in handling cases. And, as mom says, in matters like this, public security always chooses the woman. If Duan Yujie had already slept with Pang Bo, but balked at the idea that she had done it herself, the public security officers would definitely not believe them. Even if you go to the trouble of proving your innocence, the moment you're taken away can scare the hell out of mom and dad. And, it will delay the entrance exam. If you can't get into college, you can't give your mom and dad credit. And you can't get to know Meng Dai ahead of time. He looked at the time and decided, immediately, to steal the house. Use the evidence to undermine the plot of Tian Xiao's mother and daughter. Mom and dad watched the hero push his motorcycle out the front door, looked at each other, both sighed deeply, and walked back. With a pleasing smile, the old mom carefully said, "Big sister, his dad let that bad boy go to the restaurant to order food. You calm down, we have a good talk." Dad said with a serious expression. His aunt, "The child doesn't understand things. We as adults can't not understand things. I'll make a statement first. We'll deal with this matter positively, and we'll definitely satisfy you." When Tian Xiao heard this, her heart burst with joy. It's a done deal. She made a helpless expression and huffed. If I wasn't afraid of ruining my family's Yujie's reputation, if my family's Yujie wasn't crying and wouldn't let me, I wouldn't be sitting in your house right now. I'd be sitting in the Public Security Bureau. Mom and Dad were relieved to hear that. It's an indication of going private. That's good to know. Chapter 15. You blackmail me. I steal your home. Mom hurriedly said, "Big sister, this is too right. The most valuable thing for a girl is her reputation. You must not get carried away and harm your child for the rest of his life." Tian Xiao huffed. "My innocent daughter, bullied by your son, can't just let it go, right? Dad, of course not. Tell me, Auntie what do we need to do to make it up to the kids? It's really on." It went better than expected. Tian Xiao suppressed her inner happiness and said coldly, 50,000. What? Mom was stunned. In this day and age, the bride price for marrying a daughter-in-law is only $20,000 to $30,000. $50,000 is a lot of money in this poor place. Although the two of them earn nearly $3,000 a month, they have a lot of children and their son has high expenses, so they have saved only $10,000 in their hands. His aunt, "We don't have that kind of money, can we?" Tian Xiao was furious. "My good daughter was spoiled by your son. 50,000 more? No, we will go to the Public Security Bureau. Let your son arrested and sentenced to death. Shot." Mom was too scared to say anything else and looked at Dad. Dad gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, $50,000 is $50,000. I'll sell my house and land, and borrow from loan sharks." Tian Xiao was overjoyed. "I was prepared to ask for $30,000, but I didn't realize they wouldn't even return the offer. That's a lot of money." East end of town, Grove. Duan Yujie, who was wearing a white shirt, 9-minute jeans, white short socks, white sneakers, and a high ponytail, trotted in with light footsteps. From afar, I saw the familiar back of that tall, upright, slightly thin figure in the already faded school uniform, reciting English with another book. "Bloomberg, Yujie, what took you so long?" Bloomberg turned and smiled broadly, but after seeing nothing in Duan Yujie's hand, a hint of disappointment immediately flashed through the lens-thick eyes. They date here every time they go on vacation. Every time Duan Yujie came, she would bring him 5 donuts and a piece of pork head. His mom can't afford to pay for his living expenses, and he relies on Duan Yujie to give him $150 a month to eat at school. He looked thin, but he was a big eater. 150 was not enough to eat, and he had to save a little to buy salt and oil for his mother, so he relied on those fritters and pork to satisfy his cravings. "I rushed here early this morning, and now my stomach was starving." But Duan Yujie hadn't brought anything with her. Duan Yujie walked over and looked at Pengbo with glowing eyes. "I slept late last night and my mom didn't call me in the morning, so I got up late. Waited for a long time, right?" Bloom smiled and said, "It's okay, waiting for you is a blessing," he said and looked at Duan Yujie's pants pocket with expectation. Duan Yujie knew what he was expecting and said helplessly and guiltily, "Pang Bo, I'm sorry, I ran out of money and didn't bring you any food. Are you hungry? Every time I come, it hurts to see him wolf down his food, but today there is nothing in the house. Last night they drank the 2 bowls of paste, got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet and nothing, got up in the morning and looked around the house, even a piece of nesting head is not, and now also hungry scratching the liver, really eat to him to bring." Bloomberg's smile immediately froze, and he said in a pretense of relief, "It's fine, I'm resistant to hunger." Said the careful question, "Didn't that idiot pay you?" Duan Yujie told Pang Bo about Gu Jun as a wallet long ago. Bloomberg hasn't explicitly supported it, but he hasn't opposed it either. She huffed, "I slapped that damn lickspill and he flipped out on me. Wouldn't give me any more money. Wouldn't even give me a ride. I walked back from school yesterday and fell and cracked my leg." She wanted the comfort of her sweetheart, but Bloomberg's mind wasn't even on that. It was the line about not paying anymore. "That licking dog won't pay. What am I gonna eat? I'm here today to pick up the enrollment fee. How can I take the entrance exam without the registration fee?" Bloomberg's heart burst into flames. "Why did you hit him properly?" "That's it, the wallet hit is gone. I should have known I wouldn't have paid back the $2,000 last night. What can we do about this? How can I go to college if I can't afford to pay the enrollment fee?" "No, we have to get her to recover her wallet." But if she said it explicitly, it would definitely turn her off, and she might not give herself the money even if she got it down in the future. He could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart and said with a smile, "I didn't want you to be that close to him long ago. Every time I think of him carrying you on his motorcycle, I feel bad and jealous in my heart. I feel better in my heart when you beat him away." Duan Yujie was instantly moved. "I always thought he didn't care about himself, but it turns out he's jealous in his heart, and that's a sign that he likes me." She cautiously tried, "But without that damn licking dog, we won't have money for food or college." Bloomberg immediately cursed in his heart. "You know that too, don't you? Then why did you hit him?" He didn't answer the question about money, and directly started to draw a pie. "I'm sure I can get into the best university, and I'm sure I can find the best job after graduation, and when that time comes, I'm going to give you the grandest wedding, the best life, and make you the happiest woman in the world." Duan Yujie ate this, and immediately became mesmerized, saying excitedly, "Pang Bo, I believe in you." Inside Bloomberg, "Believe you sister. Hurry up and figure out how to get the money. How can you eat, pay enrollment fees, pay tuition, and go to college without money? Yujie, we just need to hold on for another 4 years. After 4 years, we'll be human beings, and I'll be able to make you my most beautiful wife, the noble woman in front of everyone." Duan Yujie nodded her head firmly. "Pang Bo, don't worry, I'll definitely find us the money to go to college." Bloomberg was instantly happy and couldn't wait to ask, "How are you going to get the money?" Duan Yujie didn't dare to answer. Letting Bloomberg know that he and his mom blackmailed for money in that way, he would definitely look down on himself and even loathe himself. He would not be his happiest bride, his chaste wife, if he knew he was so vile. But it was no good not answering, except to say vaguely, "Still looking for the damn lickspill." Bloomberg let go of his heart, but still had to express his dignity as a man, and his love for Duan Yujie, and use both to lasso this wallet. He said with a serious expression, "Yujie, right now I haven't married you yet. I can't interfere with your socializing with others yet, but you have to remember that in my heart, you are already my wife. I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life, and you mustn't be taken advantage of by him either." Duan Yujie was instantly thrilled. He has made himself a wife, and still be loyal to yourself for the rest of your life. His own efforts over the past few years have not been in vain. Just hang in there for 4 more years and everything you dreamed of will come true. No, it doesn't take 4 years. As long as mom gets the money, college will be a reality. When the time comes, that damn lickspittle won't be on his heels, and he and Bloomberg will be able to do whatever they want to do, and they won't have to sneak around anymore. In order to control that licking dog and make it painful for him to take the money, not daring to let him know that he has a beloved, he really aggravated Bloomberg. She immediately said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't let him take half the advantage. Everything I am is yours," said shyly lowering his head, his hand slowly pulling on Bloomberg's hand. Bloomberg thought to himself, if there's nothing to eat, it's okay to eat someone. He immediately wrapped his arms around Duan Yujie's waist. "What are you doing here?" An angry voice came. Chapter 16, Arresting You to the Public Security Bureau. The two men were startled and hurriedly turned back. Gujun stood by a large tree, looking at the two with anger. Before that, he had to deliver breakfast to Duan Yujie every week on vacation, which was, of course, donuts and pig's head meat. Duan Yujie took it and came towards her, saying that she was memorizing English while she could, and she didn't let him follow. It was only when he became a spirit that he realized that it was really special to learn English. When Duan Yujie saw that it was Gu Jun, she instantly and instinctively filled her eyes with disgust and asked angrily, "What are you doing here?" Gu Jun immediately began his plan to steal the family, looking at the two with an angry gaze and shouting angrily, "I've come to catch the adulterer." Duan Yujie was instantly furious. "Keep your mouth clean." Pang Bo, however, is afraid that Gu Jun will not lick Duan Yujie again because of this, and then his dream of college will be completely shattered. He hurriedly said, "Gu Jun, you misunderstood. I came here to memorize my English, and I happened to meet Duan Yujie, so I said a few words." Gu Jun had long ago hid behind a tree and listened to their words clearly. Knowing that Pang Bo, the vicious viper, was still thinking about his money, he directly cursed out loud, "You pair of dogs, you're still trying to cheat me. Duan Yujie, you're fooling around with him here, but you let your mom go to my house and blackmail old me for money with this piece of yours. You guys are so damn vicious." Duan Yujie was about to hide it from Pang Bo, not in case it was directly said by Gu Jun, then anxious and angry, his face was completely red, pointing at Gu Jun angrily shouted, "Gu Jun, if you talk nonsense again, look at me. Gu Jun, look at your mom's 13 flavors. Go with me to the Public Security Bureau. Let the public security check to see how many people you have been slept with," said Duan Yujie as he went over to pull Duan Yujie, off. Duan Yujie had long since roared to the heavens, violently flinging her hand away and striking at Gu Jun's face. Gu Jun directly waved his hand and blocked it, slapping him in the face in the process. Snap, a crunch. Duan Yujie was hit and took a step backward, covering her face and looking at Pang Bo. She said in an aggrieved cry, "Pang Bo, he hit me." Bloomberg already understood the method of getting money that Duan Yujie had just mentioned. Turns out she's already been put to sleep by this licking dog and is going to be blackmailed with this. However, he didn't care. As long as he was paid for college, he could sleep with whoever he wanted. The only pity was that he didn't get this schoolgirl's first time. He ran his brain at full speed, calculating the gains and losses. Gu Jun suspected that he slept with Duan Yujie, and if he didn't prove his innocence, this guy would definitely not give pain to give money. Who'd give that kind of money to a piece of? And also have to take advantage of this opportunity to show Duan Yujie true love. Otherwise, it is useless if she gets the money and does not give herself. He immediately took a step forward, pointed at Gu Jun and shouted, "Duan Yujie and I are pure. What gives you the right to hit her?" The second sentence looks like it is to give Duan Yujie a head start, but with the addition of the first sentence, the meaning is obvious. "I admit that Duan Yujie is your woman. We have nothing. You hit the wrong one." Gu Jun naturally heard it and immediately made an even more fiery expression, pointing at Duan Yujie and cursing. Lousy raised her for 4 years. She ate lousies and wore lousies and has long been regarded as Lousy's woman. And Lousy still uses you to control when he beats her? On the contrary, you dare to sleep with my woman. I'll beat you to death, he said, raising his leg violently and kicking it out. Aha! Pang Bo let out a muffled grunt and directly flew out backwards, ruthlessly hitting the tree and smashing heavily on the ground, curling up his body like a shrimp and twitching continuously. Gu Jun used his full strength in this kick. This damn gave himself a lifetime of cuckolding, and even killed himself with his own hands. Gu Jun hated to directly kill this insidious and vicious viper, but he couldn't kill anyone, and he wanted to save it for slow torture, so he kicked in the stomach. With his power, if his leg was 5 inches too high, this vicious viper would have broken 3 ribs if he didn't die. Pang Bo. Duan Yujie was instantly distressed, not caring about anything else. She cried out and ran over, full of worry, and asked, "Are you alright?" Bloomberg covered his stomach, unable to cry out in pain, with tears, snot and saliva pouring down his face. Duan Yujie turned back to look angrily at Gu Jun. "If you dare to hit him, I'm not done with you." Gu Jun smiled coldly. "Not finished with me? Just in time. I'll arrest you and take you to the Public Security Bureau, so the public security officer can give you to a test. When it turns out he slept with you, I'll sue you for extortion and sentence you to years." Duan Yujie is still pure, naturally not afraid of Pang Bo being wrongly accused, but was afraid that Mom would find out that she and Bloomberg were still together. If Mom finds out, she'll make Dad break Bloomberg's legs. Seeing Gu Jun come to pull her, she immediately opened Gu Jun's hand and said angrily, "Get lost. I'm not going." "Gu Jun, it's not up to you. You two adulterous couples are fooling around, and you're trying to plant evidence and blackmail me, so I'm going to have to send you all to jail," said a vicious kick on Pang Bo's but less special girl playing dead. "Get up. Go to the Public Security Bureau with Lousy." Pang Bo has already determined that Duan Yujie was really slept with by Gu Jun. If that's the case, you should never go to the Public Security Bureau. He has not slept with Duan Yujie, but Duan Yujie is no longer pure, and who has been slept with can still be found out. If Gu Jun bites out that he has also slept with them, can the public security give him proof? Public security can't even prove it. Is Gu Jun still willing to pay? And then let Duan Yujia's spirited mom think that she had slept with her daughter and caused her not to extort money from Gu Jun, and not to light up her own house? He forced himself to endure the severe pain in his abdomen, looked up at Gu Jun, and said feebly, Gu Jun, believe me, I really don't have anything with Duan Yujie. Gu Jun directly scolded, your special sister cheat goes to go. All special sister drill grove. All hugged together. Still your sister did not? When we get to the Public Security Bureau, we'll give you a few electric rods and you'll be honest, he said, lifting Bloomberg in one hand like a chicken. Bloomberg shuddered in fear when he heard this. Those horrific scenes of interrogation of prisoners by the Public Security Bureau that I had heard about before came to mind. I couldn't go in the first place, but now I'm even more afraid to go. Gu Jun, I swear, I really haven't touched Duan Yujie. We at most held hands. Nothing else. Lie to you to death. Saying this, he turned his head to look angrily at Duan Yujie. Duan Yujie, you should say something. Can you two leave me out of this? Duan Yujie is also afraid of being sent to the Public Security Bureau. How humiliating is it to really check? Really finding out that you're pure and really getting hit with an electric baton to tell the truth can be extortion. The mastermind mom will surely go to jail, and he himself, an accomplice, will hardly escape the sanction. If Bloomberg went to college and he was in jail, would he still marry him? Never take that risk, she immediately said firmly. Bloomberg didn't touch me. Gu Jun by no means believed this pair of dogs and men, and immediately asked in a cold voice, still lying to lousy? If he hadn't touched you, you'd still be a virgin now? Duan Yujie immediately nodded her head. Now she couldn't be bothered with blackmail. She could tell by the look in Bloom's eyes that Bloom was already doubting herself and had to prove her purity to Bloom first. Gu Jun was not satisfied with this answer. He asked aloud, speak up, have I ever touched your breasts, kissed your mouth, or undressed and slept with you? Chapter 17, recording evidence twice. Starting revenge. Duan Yujie was about to prove her innocence to Peng Bo, and she just took this opportunity to make Peng Bo believe in herself. She looked at Gu Jun with full of disgust and said coldly, go and do your spring dream. Gu Jun said angrily, if you don't make it clear, I'll have to drag you to the Public Security Bureau so that the public security can prove my innocence. He said that he was going to drag Duan Yujie. Duan Yujie dodged a bit, took a step backwards, and said angrily, you haven't touched me, you haven't kissed me, you haven't had sex with me, get out of my way. Saying that, he turned his head to Bloomberg and said, Bloomberg, believe me, I'm really still pure. Although Bloomberg was sinister and vicious, the incident happened suddenly. Whether Duan Yujie was lying to him or not, he didn't know, and whether this plan of their mother and daughter could continue, he didn't know either. But he could be sure of one thing, staying here again would not only not help things, but would also backfire, and would even implicate himself. He looked at Duan Yujie and said expressionlessly, this is a matter between the two of you, so deal with it yourselves, I'll stay out of it. After saying that, he covered his still vaguely aching stomach and quickly walked towards the outside of the woods. Duan Yujie immediately chased after her and said again, Peng Bo, you have to believe me, I really do. Peng Bo glanced back at the angry Gu Jun, thinking that the matter was urgent and he could not pretend anymore, or it would all be over. He stood still and simply stopped pretending, directly instructing Duan Yujie in a low voice, Yujie, there's no need to emphasize. Of course I believe you, but I'm not capable of supporting or protecting you yet, but I really love you with all my heart. When we graduate from college and have good jobs, I'll avenge you so hard that he'll pay 1,000 times over for what the man did today, he said with a helpless and despondent expression. But have you thought about it? If we can't get money from him, how can we go to college? How can we live a good life? Duan Yujie looked at Peng Bo and said hesitantly, if I were to fake an engagement with him, would you? Bloomberg immediately said, fake? It's not real, why would I care? As long as you have me in your heart, I wouldn't care if you were really engaged. Even if you guys get married, as soon as I graduate from college and have a good job, I'll come right back to get you guys divorced and marry you in the grandest wedding ever, so you can be my most beautiful wife and the happiest woman in the world. Duan Yujie was immediately moved in her heart and immediately said, as long as you don't care, I'll use every means to lasso this licking dog so that he can serve as a wallet for us and pay for us to go to college. Peng Bo's heart was happy, but he forced a worried expression. But, we have been discovered. He will still. Duan Yujie smiled confidently. Don't worry, I have a way, said he, and emphasized, and, even if I were engaged, I would never let him take advantage of it at all. I wouldn't have even said that just now if it wasn't to prove it to you. Is it rape if you didn't sleep? I resisted fiercely and escaped the clutches. Those bruises my mom pinched on me are proof of that. Not a penny less than what should be blackmailed. Not only do we have to blackmail him for this money, but he has to give us 2,000 a month. Have you had enough? Come home with me and tell your mom to get lost, Gu Jun shouted. Pang Bo gave Duan Yujie a glare and took it in stride. Duan Yujie turned around and walked back, looked at Gu Jun and said, Pang Bo and I are just friends. What are you mad about? Gotta bite the bullet on this one and go along with mom's plan. I don't believe it. How can he not believe it after seeing those bruises on his body? How dare you go to the police station? First, I'll make your family pay $30,000. Then on the pretext that I'm too ashamed to get married, I'll make a verbal marriage contract with you first, so that your family can support our family and pay for me and Pang Bo to go to college. Gu Jun, however, didn't pick up on this, and with a cold smile, he took out a palm-sized Sony recorder from behind him and pressed the button. It's not rare in this day and age, but it's not something anyone can afford. However, Uncle Lee's hotel has one. Uncle Lee especially loved to sing, drumming up his own tapes and playing them to customers at lunchtime when it was crowded, enjoying the false guest praise from the customers. When Gu Jun went to order, he forced himself to borrow it. He knew Duan Yujie's mother and daughter too well. They would do anything for money. In case you have a mind to blackmail money today and you just don't give it, Tian Xiao may really dare to go to the Public Security Bureau. With this evidence, Tian Xiao would not dare to use public security to scare her dad and mom, and she would be able to recover some interest first. The voices of the three conversing came out clearly from the tape recorder. Duan Yujie froze for a moment and hurriedly asked, You recorded it? What do you want? Gu Jun was satisfied with this recording effect, took out the tape, shook it at Duan Yujie and stuffed it into his pocket, and said with a cold smile, You said in your own words that I didn't touch you, and that me putting you to sleep right now is just getting it for nothing because the recording didn't identify the time. Duan Yujie froze. It's really true. Even if he's bullied by the damn thing, he has the tape in his hand. The Public Security Bureau can't do anything to him, and that injury from mom's pinch would be evidence of her own blackmail. When did this ing lickspittle become so sinister? No, I've got to get out of here fast. Lazy, she blurted it out and immediately turned around ready to run. Gu Jun grabbed Duan Yujie's ponytail and yanked it violently. Duan Yujie let out a cry of pain and was pulled into Gu Jun's arms, waving her fists and shouting angrily, What are you doing? Gu Jun grabbed her arm and said coldly, Didn't you accuse me falsely? I'll turn false accusations into facts. Duan Yujie was really scared. Don't be like this. Let's have a good conversation. Gu Jun, speak properly? Why didn't you think of talking nicely when you and your mom set me up? If you dare to harm others, you must be prepared for retaliation. Kneel down. Duan Yujie was grabbed by her hair and pressed to kneel on the ground, her brow wrinkled in pain. Knowing that it's useless to come hard, she hurriedly took out her magic weapon. Gu Jun, if you dare to do this, I'll ignore you again. Gu Jun, I ignored you a long time ago. You're the one who kept pestering me and had your mom go to my house to make false accusations of blackmail. This is the punishment you deserve. Duan Yujie hurriedly said, No, I'll go back with you and tell my mom to go. Gu Jun, say, who offered to blackmail me? Seeing that Duan Yujie didn't dare to hide it anymore, she honestly said, It's my mom. Why? Wanted to ask your family for some money to put me through college. How much? My mom said at least 30,000. That's ing mean. I've said it all. Can you let go of me now? Gu Jun sneered a bit, directly let go of Duan Yujie, and took out the recorder again. There was a tape in there. Surprisingly, that was still recording. He took out the tape, stuffed it into his pocket, and said to Duan Yujie, Here's the evidence again. I'm going to the Public Security Bureau now to report the case and arrest both you mother and daughter. Extortion of $30,000 is a huge amount, and 10 years for each of you is enough. Duan Yujie immediately turned pale with fear. How the hell does this one still have it? Just based on that recording just now, it only proves that he didn't rape himself. But with this, it could be incriminating to yourself and your mom. If we let him go to the Public Security Bureau, his life will be over. She hurriedly pulled Gu Jun's arm. Please, don't do this. Spare us for once. Spare you? You wish. Gu Jun violently shook off Duan Yujie. Duan Yujie has hurried to pull Gu Jun again. Gu Jun, I won't dare to mess with you again. Let's forget about it this time. I beg you. Gu Jun, that's fine. I've spent more than $30,000 on you in these 4 years. Plus this time I've been falsely accused. Give me a total of $50,000, and I'll let you go, and we'll stay out of trouble from now on. Duan Yujie was pitiful. Gu Jun, you know I don't have any money, and if I did, I wouldn't have any money. Gu Jun sneered. No money? Said looking Duan Yujie up and down. Under the speckled sunlight, her fair skin glowed with a faint jade light, leaving that delicate and innocent little face and youthful and energetic body in a dreamy haze, worthy of the woman who had charmed him all his life. Just this youthful beauty still made his heart skip a beat when he saw it now. It's a shame that this skin, beautiful on the tip of one's heart, holds such an evil soul. If you don't have any money, you'll have to pay it back with what you have. Chapter 18 Goddess? Kneel down. Duan Yujie had long seen what Gu Jun was thinking, but she still couldn't help but be furious upon hearing it, immediately taking a step back and saying angrily, Toad wants to eat swan meat. You go dream. Gu Jun smiled coldly, then go be a swan in jail with your mom. With that, he turned around and walked away. Duan Yujie immediately trembled with fear and hurriedly chased after Gu Jun to pull him down. Gu Jun, don't do this. I'm begging you. Gu Jun, is this a begging attitude? That ing lickspittle is quite a reason. Let's see how I'm going to kill you when this is over. Duan Yujie cursed in her heart and asked with suppressed anger. Then what do you want from me? Gu Jun ordered in a cold voice. Kneel down. Duan Yujie gritted her teeth and knelt down. Okay, this is just the beginning, Gu Jun said as he took a step forward. Duan Yujie clasped her arms to her chest and leaned back to avoid it, pleading with a face full of horror. Please, don't. I'm on my aunt. You know, Gu Jun, auntie? It's useless even if your real mom comes. If you don't listen, I'll arrest and go with your mom to the Public Security Bureau right now. Duan Yujie hesitated and said ruthlessly. Then you have to give me the recording. Gu Jun, you don't have the right to negotiate now. Duan Yujie backed off. You have to promise that you won't sue us. Gu Jun, that depends on your attitude. Duan Yujie hesitated, choosing, and finally closed her eyes helplessly. A figure ran lightly out of the grove. You lie to me that you are pure. Pure your mom. You just said you'd never let anyone take advantage of you. You just said you'd leave it to me forever. And then you turn around and kneel in front of someone with your mouth open. You make me sick. I'll never kiss you in my life. Bloomberg gritted his teeth and kicked a stone away, as if this was some ing guy. Just now, he was uneasy and wanted to see if Duan Yujie could subdue Gu Jun again, so he circled back. He saw it and took it in, but he didn't expect it to be in that way. He didn't know if he loved Duan Yujie, but liked it for sure. No man would not like a girl that pretty. Over the past few years, he had also thought about eating Duan Yujie many times, but had never dared to. In this day and age, unmarried pregnancy is a great scandal. Duan Yujie belly, her mother fuss, school expulsion is certain. Other more serious consequences he dared not imagine. I always thought I'd wait until I got to college, buy some birth control supplies, and eat the fresh peach, but I never thought I'd be spoiled by that damn first. He thought he didn't care, but after seeing it, he was surprised by a sharp pain in his heart. I don't know if it was a man's possessiveness or if he really liked Duan Yujie, but that humiliating feeling turned into anger and burned him in agony. He couldn't wait to go straight over and stone Gu Jun to death, but he didn't dare go out. He was afraid that Gu Jun would beat him up, and even more afraid that if he spoiled the good thing between them, Gu Jun would no longer give him any money. And he was also afraid that Duan Yujie would be ashamed of this and break off with himself, not providing himself with a college education. When the sound of a motorcycle rang out, he hurriedly hid behind a tree and squatted like an ostrich, but clearly saw Duan Yujie with a red face and closed eyes straddling the back of the motorcycle, still wrapping her arms around Gu Jun's waist. This shameless woman. Gu Jun rode his motorcycle to the edge of the tree and deliberately asked, Don't you have nothing to do with him? Why are you still afraid he'll see it? Just now in the woods, he saw that sneaky figure. However, he just let Watch Bloomberg get there on purpose. This pair of dogs have bullied me all my life. Now, it's my turn to bully you. Duan Yujie couldn't hold back any longer, and the tears that hadn't dried up yet gushed out again. Bloomberg, I was forced to do this. Can you forgive me? Gu Jun stopped his motorcycle. Go on, go and explain to people. Duan Yujie, however, did not get out of the car. He had already given too much of himself when things came to this point, and if he went by the seat of his pants, he would have lost all of his efforts. One must firmly pester Gu Jun to keep making wallets. Let's wait until we get to school and explain it to him. Instantly resolved, she wiped her eyes fiercely and said in a cold voice, Why did I give him an explanation? Hurry up and go. Don't dawdle. Gu Jun glanced at Peng Bo, who was still crouching behind the tree, smiled coldly and turned around in place. Gu family, the food has been delivered. A large piece of marinated beef, sharp pepper fat intestines, braised pork elbow, stewed chicken, carp soup and 4 small side dishes, worthy of being the signature dish of Li Shu's family. It is full of color and flavor, attracting Tian Xiao's saliva. But the money hasn't arrived yet, and you have to pretend to be angry, and you have to cover it up by drinking tea. But the more she drank, the hungrier her stomach got, and that burning sensation was killing her. Big sister, such a large sum of money is not something that can be borrowed at a moment's notice, so eat something first. Mom smiled with her face and advised the dish again. I'll wait until noon at the most, and if I don't give it to you I'll go to the Public Security Bureau. Tian Xiaoa threatened and was about to reach for her chopsticks when the sound of a motorcycle entered the yard. What the hell is he doing back here? So easy to say into. He then cannot afford to money to make a mess. Anger people can be all over. Mom got up in a hurry, opened the door and went out, and froze. This youthful and pretty girl sitting on the back of the motorcycle, with tears in the corner of her eyes, looks like Tian Xiaoa's daughter. Why did this bad boy bring her back? Duan Yujie didn't wait for Gu Jun to speak, but already got off the motorcycle and walked in front of her mom, bowing first before softly saying, "Good day, Auntie." Mom hadn't reacted yet, and hurriedly said, well, come on in. Duan Yujie, Auntie, can I talk to my mom alone? Mom, sure, come on inside. We're not going in, said the man who lifted the curtain. Thanks Auntie. Duan Yujie made a polite remark and walked in, closing the door with her hand. Mom quickly walked to Gu Jun. Junzi, what's going on? Gu Jun smiled faintly. Mom, don't worry, it's fine. Mom was extremely surprised. What do you mean? What do you mean it's okay? Gu Jun, your son didn't do anything. Of course he's fine. Duan Yujie went to prove it to her mom and will soon take her mom away. Really? Mom couldn't believe it. Gu Jun, Mom, don't worry. When has my son ever lied to you? Mom directly threw a blank stare. You cheat less? House. Tian Xiao immediately went over and pulled Duan Yujie to ask in a low voice. This kid went looking for you? Duan Yujie, Mom, he knows all about it. Blackmailing with that won't work. Tian Xiao was shocked. What? What's going on? Duan Yujie didn't dare to name Pingbo and could only say vaguely. He provoked me with words and I accidentally said it. Tian Xiao was furious, fiercely pointing at Duan Yujie's forehead and said with hatred, why is your mouth looser than the waist of your cotton pants? But it's okay, what's said is said. And anyway, he's making empty promises and has no proof. Show his mom the bruises on you later. It'll be hard for him to talk when he's got a mouth on him. Duan Yujie hurriedly said. He took a tape recorder and recorded my words directly. If he does that again, he will report it to the police and let the public security arrest us. Tian Xiao's brows instantly furrowed. How can that kid be so smart? It's all over now. Duan Yujie had already thought of a good trick on the way, and immediately came to Tian Xiao's ear and whispered. After a while, Tian Xiao gritted her teeth and said fiercely, let's get it this way. If I can't kill the fat pig, then I'll cut it with a slow knife. Anyway, this fat meat old lady is determined to eat it. Saying that, he walked to the door and waved to his old mom. Big sister, come in for a minute. Chapter 19, Blackmail doesn't work? Then engage in the object. Mom glanced at Gu Jun and hurried inside. Tian Xiao pulled her old mother into the bedroom, smiled apologetically, and said with embarrassment, Big sister, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Seeing that she had indeed misunderstood her son, Mom finally let go of her heart. Big sister, what's going on here? Tian Xiao aside. It's all because of this dead niece of mine, coming home in the middle of the night, cloaked, covered in dirt, covered in injuries, and refusing to say anything even when asked, just knowing how to cry. So I misunderstood. Mom's heart is relaxed. The woman's curiosity was suddenly hooked up. Yujie, in the end, what is wrong? Ugh. Tian Xiao aside again. Elder sister, things have come to this. I don't want this face. Just tell you the truth. My family Yujie and your family Gujuan have been good for 4 years. I also found out only in the recent period. But my family Yujie is a good student and will definitely be able to go to university. And your family Gujuan is so poor in his studies that I'm firmly against it. Big sister, am I doing the right thing? Mom froze in her tracks. My son is dating someone else's daughter? It was only when he heard the question that he responded, nodding his head instinctively. That's right, that's right. Being a teacher myself, I understand this very well. Parents don't want their kids who study well to play with those who don't, let alone get laid. Let alone during the most critical senior year sprint. People really do it right. Tian Xiao continued. Who knows? That dead girl in my house doesn't listen and is secretly with your family's Gu Jun. Just last night she came home in that way. I was sure to ask. And she just cried and didn't say anything. And then when she asked again, she said the word Gu Juan, and I assumed that your son had given my family Yujie. I was so angry that I couldn't wait to kill your family Gu Jun. His father was even more directly with a knife to kill. I was afraid to make a big deal. Forced to drag. I didn't sleep all night, tossing and turning, thinking that if she went to the Public Security Bureau, my daughter's reputation would be ruined and she wouldn't be able to marry in this life. But I, as a mom, can't let my daughter just be bullied like that and do nothing like a dead man. That's why I came to your house, thinking that I would punish your son and your family severely. Big sister, as a mom, can you understand if I do this? This explanation makes sense. It is well known that when girls are bullied, they are mostly afraid of losing their reputation and being criticized, and they refuse to tell the truth. And how can Mom, who is already a protector and has 4 daughters, not understand this kind of thing? How can people not be angry when their so beautiful and innocent daughter is being bullied? Came 1 did not quarrel, 2 did not make trouble, even a cup did not smash. Is just decent to sit there to say things? The quality of the high, really rare. From the bottom of her heart, she said, I understand. If I would have gone even further than you did. Tianxiao, your son went to my house and said I was making a scene at your house, and my daughter, fearing that something would happen to me, hurriedly followed your son here and told me what happened. The morning before yesterday, your children brought soybean milk to my family Yujie. I do not know how. Soybean milk cold. My family Yujie had her period and couldn't drink cold, so she complained about your family Gujuan a few times, and your family Gujuan got angry, and didn't eat the meal together, and even slapped my family Yujie in the cafeteria, in front of so many classmates. My family Yujie character is soft and weak. Also do not dare to mess with your family Gujuan. Angry at themselves cried for 2 days and nights. 5 meals have not eaten, said the exasperated. Yesterday afternoon after school, my family Yujie was going back with your family Gujuan. Your family Gujuan offered to have my family Yujie go with him to drill the grove. Big sister, my Yujie is on her vacation. If you're dating your Gujuan, you can't just let him fool around, right? When my Yujie refused to go, your Gujuan got angry and said he'd never talk to her again. So he left my Yujie and came back on his own. Said with a sobbing voice, my poor Yujie. A person from the school ran back crying. The road is dark and blind. Fell several times. The legs are cracked. This completely and perfectly closed the door on the reason why her daughter was injured. Cried and refused to tell the truth. And got herself angry and sought out the Gu family. Mom, being a woman, listened with clenched teeth. She married dad. She's been pampered all her life. When has she ever been treated like this? One wrong word and you hit someone? Or in public? How dare you let them go into the woods? Still on vacation. Just don't go. What a rebellious son. This damn bad boy. How dare he do this to someone else? Yujie? Maisie, don't cry. I'll let his father beat him to death, and give you and our Yujie a good fight. Tianxiao wiped her eyes and called Duan Yujie to come in. Big sister, I won't say much. Look at what your family Gujun has done to my family Yujie, he said, unzipping Duan Yujie's shirt and jeans. Mom looked at the white as jade, porcelain doll-like delicate body, shocking pieces of bruises, suddenly wide-eyed, simply could not believe. Gujun, you rebellious son, you have sinned. Duan Yujie has long been in tears, flung herself in Tianxiao's arms and choked. Before he came, he also forced me to kneel down to give him. Tianxiao asked in a low, angry voice. Give him what? Duan Yujie blushed her little face, and only after a long time did she cry and squeeze out a word, eat. What? Tianxiao was furious. Big sister, you gave birth to a good son. Mom was instantly furious. This rebellious son, how can he spoil people like this? No, I have to shoot him. Tianxiao gritted her teeth. No need. Our family won't take this face anymore. Let the public security see. Is there such a thing as bullying people? Mom hurriedly pulled back. Big sister, since the 2 children have reached that point, there is only one way left to get married. Now that we are a family, how can we alarm the public security for this kind of verbal dispute between a young couple? Take it easy. Let's have a talk. This girl is so pretty, good at her studies, and gentle. How could she be so blind as to love that bad boy of mine? It's a godsend. In this day and age, in this poor town, the marriage age was still very early. In general, it is normal for rural children to get married at the age of 18 or 19. You can't get a marriage license though. They all have weddings and get licenses when they are of legal age. Some couples are licensed when their second child is hitting the sauce. If it works out, let's give them a wedding and be done with it. Tianxiao said angrily. What else is there to say? If you dare to treat people like that now, you'll still bully my daughter to death after you get married. No, I'm not done with him. Duan Yujie cried even harder. Mom, just like this he doesn't want me anymore. If you make any more trouble, he won't want me even more. What? Tianxiao was instantly enraged. He still doesn't want you. I still don't want him. Come on, let's go to the Public Security Bureau now. Duan Yujie, Mom, I'm like this. If he really doesn't want me anymore, Tianxiao immediately froze on the spot and said through clenched teeth in anger. What a sin! How could I have given birth to such a disgraceful thing as you, who don't even want to stick it to others for nothing? I'll beat you to death today before you embarrass me again, he said, raising his hand towards Duan Yujie. We'll take it, big sister. We'll beg for it. We'll grab it. Mom rushed to stop it. Such a beautiful, gentle and lovely girl, so fond of their son. This is the best daughter-in-law. Cannot let people suffer. Chapter 20. So good daughter-in-law. Favor. Tianxiao pulled her mom and cried. Big sister, My daughter is so rebellious. Your son still wants to be chin shimmy. You're a woman too. Put yourself in my shoes. Think of my daughter. The mom was so unreasonable that she couldn't defend her son, and busily said, "Big sister, I understand from the bottom of my heart. Don't worry, our family is never like that. If he dares to be a chancellor, I'll beat him to death first without his father. Not only that, I'll have his father beat him up first to take the heat off of you and our Yuje, and then I'll solemnly give your family a guarantee that he won't dare to bully our Yuje again." When Tian Xiaoa heard this, she wiped her eyes and said with a helpless expression, "Alas, I, Tian Xiaoa, have been strong all my life, but I gave birth to such a disgraceful and defeated thing, and I have been taken by others to hold my shortcomings, and I have been shamelessly forced to force them." Guilt-stricken beyond words, old mother hurriedly said, "Big sister, our Yujia is not a shortcoming, she is the best girl under the sky. As long as you are willing, we will formally propose marriage, and in the future, our whole family will treat Yujia as our own daughter. No, protect her like the apple of her eye, and love her like the tip of her heart." When Tian Xiaoa heard this, her heart was finally relieved that the big thing had come true. Pretend to black out and fall limply backward. Mom hurriedly held on and let her sit on the bed. "Big sister, calm down. It's all because of my incompetent education. Let our Yujia suffered. Don't worry, I definitely won't let our Yujia suffer for nothing." As he was talking, the sound of a broken bicycle came from the yard. "Mom, big sister, both of us are not the kind of people who don't know what's good and bad. Yujia is a good girl among 10,000. I've got my eye on her, and his father should jump up and down with joy when he sees her. You sit here with Yujia for a while, don't ever scold the child. I'll go talk to his father about the situation. Don't worry, we'll make you happy about the two kids." Tian Xiao waved her hand feebly. Dad was talking to Gu Jun, and when he saw his mom come out, he hurried forward and asked in a low voice, "Is it really alright?" Mom didn't answer and walked directly to Gu Jun, pinched a piece of flesh on his arm, twisted it fiercely, and said through gritted teeth, "You dog, wait for me to reveal your skin." Gu Jun bared his teeth in pain. It's real pain. It hurts more than Dad's belt, but he was afraid of cracking his mom's nails, didn't dare to hide, and in his heart he thought happily that he hadn't been beaten by his mom in his last life, and that his childhood was complete. His father, "Come with me." Although Mom was on fire in her heart, she still didn't feel like punishing her baby son more than she had to. Letting go of her hand and glaring fiercely at Gu Jun, she tugged her dad into the east room. Dad eagerly asked, "Honey, what's going on?" "Ugh." Mom sighed and whispered in Dad's ear. The more Dad listened, the whiter his eyes became. "This dog, surprisingly. Humph." Mom huffed, "It's all because you raised a good son. Honey, this is not me." Mom directly a blank stare. "Still do not go out to beat to death, to relieve the other mother and daughter? Good. See if I don't beat him to death." Dad immediately came out, pulled out his belt, and flung it at Gu Jun without saying a word. "Isn't it okay? Why are you still fighting?" Gu Jun felt strange in his heart and instinctively ducked to the side. "Dad, why are you hitting again? I'm going to beat you to death today." Dad roared after him, but he accidentally crashed into his bike, hitting his knee with a raw pain that made him bend over and frown. Gu Jun was instantly distressed and rushed over to hold it. "Dad, just say a word if you want to fight. There's no need to chase. How can you stand it if you fall?" Dad wasn't moved by filial piety this time. This rebellious son even bullied the girl so much and did such an outrageous thing. How can I not beat him? As he pushed Gu Jun away, he pointed at the bike and ordered, "Climb up for me." Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Jun immediately climbed onto the back of the bike and cooperatively puckered his butt. Snap! A crunch! Ouch! Gu Jun let out an undisguised cry of misery. This is a rare and fiery fatherly love, a supreme enjoyment that previous generations have begged for but could not get. If Dad had beaten himself up a few more times in his past life, he might not have become the kind of pig he was. What a drowned son is so unfilial. Pop, pop, snap. No, how come the father's love is getting deeper and deeper? I didn't even bother to use force when I didn't know the truth, but now it's like hitting a class enemy, one after the other. Mom rushed out of the house, pushed Dad a little, whispered and complained, hit a few times on the line, but really to the death? Not your own? Dad huffed, this kind of thing, how can you grow a memory without beating it half to death? Mom painfully pulled up Gu Jun and asked with a tough and stern expression, I ask you, do you still dare to do it in the future? It is said that strict father and mother. Dad did not do strict father. Mom the mother of mercy but mercy too much. Gu Jun's heart was warmed beyond measure, rubbing his buttocks with a smile and said, I don't dare, never again. Humph. Mom grunted in exasperation and dragged Dad into the house. Tian Xiao's mother and daughter had come out and sat on the sofa. Duan Yujie hurriedly stood up and said with a coy smile on her red little face, Good uncle, good. Sit down. sit down. Dad saw the youthful, beautiful, polite and lovely Duan Yujie, and was overjoyed. This pig raised by his own family, even arching such a watery cabbage, really give himself a long face. If the neighbors and co-workers knew about it, they'd all be envious to death. They say you should know your son like his father. How come I haven't realized that my son is still capable of this after all these years? Uncle, auntie, my mom and I have caused you trouble, Duan Yujie said with a shallow bow. It is true that when a father-in-law meets his daughter-in-law, his hands and feet are all out of joint. Dad panicked straight away, and immediately tried to bow back. And Mom hurriedly pulled back, gave Dad a blank stare, made him sit down, and huffed, look at the daughters educated by other big sisters, and look at the sons you educated. Really? Dad had no place to put his hands and feet, and said with a silly smile, yes, 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 our son is really not like that. We are high climbers, Tian Xiaoa said proudly, big brother, big sister. It's not that I'm boasting, my daughter's excellence is well known. She is not only gentle and courteous, but she is also good at studying, and she is always in the top few of her class, so she will definitely get into a good university this time. Gotta start laying the groundwork soon, or else it'll be a bit abrupt to offer to pay later. Really? Dad was even more excited and rushed to pour the tea, but his hands were shaking so much that he spilled it. Just afraid to send his son to the Public Security Bureau. Turn around is to send to the cave, or so beautiful excellent understanding of the daughter-in-law. Simply what came. The sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. Mom is even more happy from the bottom of her heart. Pressed Duan Yujie to sit on the sofa, pulling her hand up and down to look. Both eyes are not enough to see. Duan Yujie lowered her head, made a shy expression, and whispered, Auntie, don't listen to my mom. I just took the 10th grade in the whole year. I still have to work harder. 10th in a full year in the first grade? Isn't that an insurance book of A's? Mom's surprise couldn't be hidden at all. Dad was even more excited than he could express, and when he saw Gu Jun come in, he directly stood up and viciously kicked him. You brat! Gu Jun is confused. Why still fight? Chapter 21 The Killing Power of Green Tea. No one can resist. Dad looked at his son with approval in his eyes and gave a secret thumbs up. Good son. You're a real honor to your dad. This is going to go to the factory, and there will be a blowout with them. What's wrong with my son not getting into college? My son can marry a college student, and such a beautiful, well-behaved college student. Old Wang, old Tian, old Li too, all go jealous. Tian Xiao had been too hungry to wait, and said directly, since everyone is here, let's all sit down. Dad pressed Gu Jun to sit on a small stool by the coffee table and busily greeted him. His aunt, Yu Jie, quick, eat first, the food is getting cold, talk while you eat. Mom also took chopsticks and stuffed them into Duan Yujie's hands. Yujie, didn't you have breakfast? You should be hungry by now, right? Hurry up and eat. Tian Xiaoa chucked a piece of beef into her mouth, threw Gu Jun a blank stare, and pouted her red lips as she pouted. She was so pissed off by her son that it wasn't that she didn't eat breakfast, but that she didn't eat for 2 days. Duan Yujie held her chopsticks and deflated her pink lips, her face full of aggression as if she could cry at any time. Mom was immediately distressed and said to Gu Jun with extreme dissatisfaction, such a good girl, how can you afford to bully her? And leaving her alone, making her walk back. You really? What is this? Didn't we make it clear? Why are you still taking care of the food? Dad immediately raised his hand and slapped the confused Gu Jun on the head, ordering irrefutably, apologize to Yu Jie immediately. Apologize? Gu Jun was even more confused and asked in disbelief, apologize for what? Duan Yujie looked at her old mom and cried in an aggrieved to the extreme. Auntie, I just told him that I was afraid that it would affect my studies, and that I would wait until I got into the university and then. I've assured him that I'm definitely marrying him whether I go to college or not, and he still doesn't believe me. He still bullies me. He said tears actually did well up. Holy, the situation has changed. This snake woman is going to do something. Marry me? She changed her move. Gu Jun was immediately alert in his heart. Mom was immediately distressed and immediately hugged Duan Yujie and shouted angrily at Gu Jun. His father, hit him for me. Dad immediately stood up and was about to draw his belt. Tian Xiaoa just wanted to eat quickly and then talk slowly. Hurriedly got up and stopped her dad for a moment. Big brother, he's so big. Just beating won't work. It's still necessary to focus on education. Dad was very obedient to persuasion. Immediately withdrew his finger and pointed at Gu Jun, saying viciously, if you dare to bully Yu Jie again, I'll really skin you. How could it be that mom and dad were as dedicated to defending Duan Yujie as they had been in their previous life when they hadn't even been able to? Gu Jun looked at Duan Yujie, full of threatening hints. Duan Yujie, speak properly. Did I bully you? Duan Yujie looked at Gu Jun with tearful eyes and said pitifully, Gu Jun, don't mind me tattling. Tell your aunt and uncle if I said so. Did I say a word of nonsense? Dad immediately pushed Gu-jun. Say, is that what you just said? This serpentine woman was really in the wrong profession in her last life. If she had studied acting, she would have won a room full of Oscars. However, that's really what Duan Yuje said, and that's really what she did in her last life. But their purpose was to continue to use me, because at that time, Duan Yuje was already pregnant with Peng Bo's child, but Peng Bo wanted to go abroad. They came up with this poisonous plan in order to have a father for the child they gave birth to, so that Bloomberg could have money to leave the country, and so that I wouldn't kill their family in revenge. Marry me, make me a happy father, and pay 200,000 dowry for Peng Bo to study abroad. When Bloomberg returns from his studies, he will divorce me, and the two of them will get married and have a family reunion. But I didn't realize that Bloomberg rolled with a leader's daughter while studying abroad and got married while he was abroad. Duan Yuje doesn't blame the thin-skinned Peng Bo, but blames it all on me. Bloomberg didn't want her because I, her husband, slept with her a few times and made her impure. In my last life, I was married to my old man for more than 20 years, but I only let my old man touch me 13 times. But secretly, I went to Peng Bo every day and cuckolded my old man. Duan Yuje, you're really a ing ice clear 13 flavors. In this life, you don't pretend to be 13 fragrance anymore, but you marry your old man directly from the waist? I'd like to see you marry. Gu-jun said coldly. Yes, so what? Mom looked at the poor Duan Yuje, immediately to this spoiled half-a-lifetime son. The first real heart-hanger. Gu-jun, how I educate you. How can you do this to a girl who likes you so much? You've really disappointed me too much. Dad made a show of jerking the belt again and angrily commanded, why don't you apologize? Without waiting for Gu-jun to speak, Duan Yuje immediately made a supple expression and said in a delicate voice, Uncle, Auntie, don't be angry. It's all my fault for treating him badly. He's stubborn, so apologizing isn't necessary, but you're not allowed to bully me again. Green tea, standard green tea whore, but no one can resist the killing power of green tea. Mom saw so understanding daughter-in-law. Heartache beyond words, said from the bottom of her heart said, Yuje, all the blame Auntie spoiled him, you must not be so obedient to him in the future. The hit him to hit him, the teach him to teach him. In the future Auntie will leave him to you. If he ever bullies you again, you tell Auntie, and Auntie will have your uncle whip him with a belt. Aha! Duan Yuje nodded her head obediently. Mom said from the bottom of her heart, that boy, what a good boy. Okay, it's okay, eat, you're starving, aren't you? Duan Yuje smiled coyly and said softly, Auntie, I want to brush my teeth first. I don't know if there's a new toothbrush at home. Mom immediately said, yes, come with me, Auntie will get it for you. Dad said with heartfelt admiration, his aunt, your family is so well educated that you brush your teeth before eating. Before the words were out of his mouth, Mom immediately kicked him under the coffee table. Dad looked up at Mom in disbelief and saw the hard look and instantly understood what was going on. Then he looked at his future daughter-in-law's reddened little face, and the future in-law's mother's furious look at her son, and then he suddenly reddened his old face, wishing to immediately find a crack in the ground to drill into. All that could be done was to turn around and slap his son hard again to diffuse the embarrassment. Gu-jun was completely confused. Duan Yuje told you all about it? Is this ing going to end? Dad and Mom know this. If he or she dares to say no to marriage, the father's love will not be hot and spicy. Even Mom would turn into a holy warrior and leave him for dead. Still underestimating the snake mother and daughter. They'll do anything for money. Well, that's what makes it interesting. To be completely conquered so quickly, there's no pleasure in revenge. Chapter 22 Marry You. No dowry. Bathroom. Mom wants to remove the new toothbrush. Duan Yuje pressed her mom's hand and said in a petulant voice, Auntie, no need. A toothbrush is more than $10. Just use it once. It's too wasteful. I'll just use Gu-jun's. Only Auntie don't tell him or he'll scold me again. That made Mom so happy that she wanted to go out right away. Call all the neighbors together, and give them a good show. What kind of performance is this? That's the best daughter-in-law ever. First, I don't mind my son's dirty toothbrush. What's this? It's a heartfelt favorite. Second, it will get by. You know how to save a toothbrush for $1.50, or for your unmarried in-laws. Isn't this a hard-to-find daughter-in-law? My Yuje, you've melted Auntie's heart. Mom said violently tore open the toothbrush, quickly squeezed toothpaste. In the future, do not be so frugal. Our family has the money. The management of my family Yuje. Thank you Auntie. Auntie is so nice. Duan Yuje took her toothbrush and brushed her teeth. Mom handed over the towel. Duan Yuje wiped her mouth, smiled sweetly and wrapped her arms around her old mom. And just as she was about to speak, she suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Mom asked hurriedly. Duan Yuje immediately reddened her little face and said in a low voice, Auntie, Gu Jun is good at everything. I like everything. It's just that I don't want him to ever pinch me and hit me like that again. As long as he doesn't beat me, I'll do anything he wants. Mom immediately remembered those shocking bruises on Duan Yujia's body, and was immediately distressed to the point of unbearable pain. Although she was a teacher, she didn't know what words to use to express this kind of guilt, and could only say as if swearing, Yujie, don't worry, if he dares to bully you like that again, Auntie will not only let his father peel his skin, but also not want him as a son anymore. Auntie is so nice. Duan Yujie happily kissed her mom on the face. I will definitely be filial to you in the future, so that you can be the happiest mom in the world. Mom was instantly excited with tears in her eyes. This daughter-in-law is better than all 4 daughters combined. Those girls were raised for nothing. How many years have they not kissed their own mother? Look at my daughter-in-law. She either hugs or kisses her mother-in-law. She's just the sweetest baby ever. Yujie, don't worry. Auntie's words at that meeting weren't said casually. Auntie will treat you as the apple of her eye and the tip of her heart from now on. From now on Auntie will be close to you alone. You are Auntie's dearest. Duan Yujie sneered in her heart. Gu Jun, aren't you recording? Go ahead and record it. I'll take down your mom first. Let's see what your recordings can do. What happened to dating Bloomberg? We're just classmates who met by chance. What happened to my mom's blackmail? My mom that was unaware. Take it all out if you can and see if your mom believes you or me. If you dare to bully me like that, I'll make you lose all your money. Her eyes rolled a few times, and she hesitated for a moment before lowering her head and saying, Auntie, can you do me a favor? Mom, where there is still half a bit of resistance, immediately said, you say, quickly say, as long as Auntie can do, is to go to heaven to pick the moon. Auntie also give you to do. Duan Yujie stammered, Auntie, I don't let Gu Jun, yet, that's why he keeps bullying me, but I can't go to college with a big belly, can I? Said raising his head and looking at Mom as I saw her. Look at your own brat, look at how you've bullied her Yujie. Mom immediately said, don't worry, I'll leave this to Auntie, if he ever touches you again, Auntie will break his legs. Duan Yujie smiled with satisfaction. This is my Maginot defense. Gu Jun, I'll see how you break it. If you dare to give me an inch, I'll let your mom kill you. No, the Maginot defense doesn't seem to be working. Who cares? Anyway, if you dare to misbehave in the future, your aunt will come crying and complaining. The Public Security Bureau can't control you, but your mom can control you, right? The living room. None of the 3 spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Gu Jun thought about how to break this mother and daughter's poisonous plan. Tian Xiao sat on the sofa with her arms hugging her chest, thinking about whether her daughter could take down Gu Jun's old mom and pondering what to do next. Dad had just made a mistake in one sentence, and had no shame in talking to this young and pretty future in-law's mother, who seemed to be a generation younger than himself. How can you talk without thinking? And what does your in-laws think of you? For old age? What kind of family is it to be old and unashamed when your own son has done something so out of character? The more I thought about it, the more I was chagrined, and I wanted to smack myself in the mouth a few times. Mom came out with Yujie, and seeing that all 3 were silent, she hurriedly greeted, Big sister, why don't you move your chopsticks? Quickly eat, the food is getting cold, said pulling Duan Yujie to sit down, busy clamping dishes. Dad hurriedly excused himself to change the tea leaves and got up to go to the kitchen for a while before he was ready to come out to greet his guests. Mother and daughter moved elegantly and reservedly, but ate quickly, and in a short while, there was not much left of the dish. Dad asked Gu Jun to order food again. Tian Xiao put down her chopsticks, waved her hand and said, no need, just have a couple of bites. If I wasn't so angry that I didn't have breakfast, I shouldn't have been so unruly as to eat at your house for the first time on my first visit. Duan Yujie also hurriedly put down her chopsticks and shyly lowered her head like a little daughter-in-law. Mom hurriedly said, we're all family now, why do we need those rules? Dad said apologetically to Tian Xiaoyi, his aunt, to say the rules, in-laws at home, how to have 8 plates and 8 bowls. This is really considered poor hospitality. Tian Xiaoyi, since you've all called me in-laws, let's not get into all that nonsense. My family Yujie is too soft and weak, being completely held hostage by your family's Gu Jun. She can't help but be bullied in the future. So I originally didn't agree with the 2 of them, but a woman is not a mother. The calf twists the thigh to turn. This daughter of mine looks soft and weak, but her nature follows me, and she is also stubborn. And when she has made up her mind, 8 oxen can't pull it back. He's got his eye on your family's Gu Jun, and I couldn't really persuade him, so I had to say yes. I just wanted to ask, what's your family's opinion on the 2 of them? Mom was busy saying, agreed. Our whole family agreed. Dad, such a good daughter. Our Gu family is begging for it. Tian Xiao couldn't help but frown secretly. I'm asking for your input. How come you just say you agree? Isn't the opinion of the marriage all about money? She smiled patiently and slightly. In that case, I'll be honest. I raised my daughter to such a large is not easy. These years to eat, drink and wear, but also for her school, spend really quite a lot. This bride price well, said pausing to look at mom. What the hell? If you can't get the money, you'll cheat on the dowry? Is this about killing the chicken and getting enough at once? In these days, to marry a wife 30,000 to 40,000 yuan bride price, to save some money, indeed enough to Duan Yujie to go to college. He had been in jail in his past life and hadn't given them any money for 4 years. So what did Duan Yujie do to get through college? That snake of a woman not only went to college herself, but she also paid for Bloomberg to go to college. Where did she get the money? Suddenly, a certain fragment of what he had seen since he became a spirit surfaced in his mind. Turns out, they set themselves up for jail just to ask for $100,000 from each other. Gu Jun's heart was steeply chilled. They put themselves in jail for 4 years for that $100,000. The serpentine mother and daughter. I'm going to make your lives miserable. You still want to cheat the dowry. I'll make you lose your wife before you lose your soldiers. Mom immediately said. His aunt, you name it, we'll agree to it all. Tian Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Since big brother and big sister are so painstaking, then our family can't be stingy, lest my daughter be underestimated by you after she passes through the door. I don't want a penny of the bride price as long as the two of them can have a good life. What? Mom and dad were taken aback. This in-law's mother is not only beautiful, decent and generous, but also so nice and open-minded. It is said that where there is a mother, there is a daughter. No wonder Yu Jie is so well-behaved and understanding. Her son has been blessed in his life. Gu Jun, however, was immediately on guard, not wanting a dowry? Is there something more sinister planned? Chapter 23 Mother and daughter cooperate, capturing mom and dad. Dad hurriedly said. His aunt, you can say so. Our two families are very touched, but you cultivate such a good daughter. It is really not easy. We cannot marry your family Yujie for nothing. Tian Xiao immediately frowned and asked with dissatisfaction. Big brother, do you mean our family is selling our daughter? Dad hurriedly said with a smile. No. I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to express our family's gratitude to your family. Only then did Tian Xiao nod her head in satisfaction. As I can see, big brother and big sister are also both truthful people, and I'm relieved that my family Yujie has been handed over to you, but we are marrying our daughters, not selling them, and I really don't want the bride price. Mom and dad looked at each other, both thrilled and excited to the point of disbelief. What did the Gu family do in our past lives to deserve such a good thing? No, let big brother go to his ancestral grave today to see if there is smoke coming out of it. Dad rubbed his hands together and couldn't suppress his excitement as he said with a smile. His aunt, according to the rules, this is not for me, the in-laws, to say, but we are no longer outsiders, so I'll just say it with a thick skin. Our family Yujie, I'm satisfied everywhere I look, happier than seeing those 4 daughters of mine. Our family Yujie is so good, marrying my son is considered a dowry. If you are so generous, our family can't be stingy. We got such a jewel in the palm of your family. You have to at least give us a chance to show our respect for Yujie. Otherwise, we really can't get over it. Tian Xiao glanced at Duan Yujie before she sighed and said, since big brother has said so, there happens to be a matter that I have to discuss with you guys. Dad and mom hurriedly said, You say. Tian Xiao said with a serious expression. What I mean is, the college entrance examination is coming soon. We are not too bad for these 1 or 2 months. When they all finish the examination, the scores come out. If they all fail the examination, we'll give them an operation at the end of the year. I see that your house is also ready-made, so a little renovation and some new furniture will be enough, and there's totally plenty of time. Do you see what I mean? Enlightened, generosity, good understanding. It's hard to find such good in-laws in the world. Dad and mom hurriedly nodded. The in-laws are right. Tian Xiao, let's settle this today. Yujie is now a member of your family. Am I right? Mom and dad, of course it's right. Of course it's right. Tian Xiao, although we haven't organized anything for the two of them yet, we're just like family now, so I'll say what I have to say. Yujie's father has had a bad couple of years, and my family's life has been very tight. It is said that the daughter who marries out splashes out water. Yujie has become a person of your Gu family. If she gets into the university, she will also be making money for your Gu family when she works in the future. Her university tuition and living expenses. You see, said looking over at mom and dad. Mom immediately said, We're out. Dad, Yujie is our family now. Naturally we should pay for it. You don't have to care about his aunt. Sure enough, this mother and daughter still wanted my family to pay for Duan Yujie's college education, but it's gone from a one-time payment to installments. Tian Xiao, it is said that the poor raise their sons and the rich raise their daughters. My family has just this one daughter, pampered a bit, although not spending money indiscriminately, but food and clothing did not use cheap goods. I roughly figured out that going to college in a big city would cost $3,000 a month in addition to tuition and the usual food and clothing. Me, $3,000 a month, and you dare to ask for it. Plus tuition. That's $30,000 to $40,000 a year, or $140,000 to $150,000 over 4 years. No wonder they say no dowry. So they want it 4 or 5 times over with this. This was to crawl over our family and suck the blood out of my family. What a good mother-in-law I am. If I don't love you well in my life, I'm really sorry for you. Dad immediately looked at Mom, an elementary school teacher, and asked her with his eyes, what kind of college requires such a high cost of living? Mom understood after a little thought, attached to his dad's ear and whispered, just now in the bathroom. Yu-jie did not even bother to remove the new toothbrush. Obviously it will live a life. But people mother and daughter are dressed so fashionable, so generous in doing things, obviously richly raised daughters. She said that toothbrush is more than $10, but our toothbrush is only $1.50. People are simply have never seen such a cheap, is used to use the name brand. Your poorly raised son spends so much a month on high school in a small county. Shouldn't someone's richly raised daughter spend $3,000 when she goes to college in a big city? Dad heard Mom's words and immediately said, according to this, $3,000 is not much, really not much. Mom, don't let people think our family is withholding and ruining the best marriage in the world. Dad nodded immediately. Gu-jun had already known that the mother and daughter were acting and cooperating seamlessly. In his last life, he was framed by them for imprisonment. And when he came out, Duan Yu-jie, who had already graduated from college, married himself. Mom and Dad were so excited and happy that their son, who was in jail, married such a beautiful college graduate. The mother and daughter are so cooperative, directly to the dead hold of the father and mother, so that the old couple to the daughter-in-law like a bodhisattva to offer. But whenever they have a little bit not to their mother and daughter's liking, they come to the family to play this hand. Dad and Mom will unconditionally support Duan Yu-jie. After a couple of times, it's all about the yin and yang, and then it's all about cursing and pushing Mom and Dad to death. But Mom and Dad gave everything, even their lives, but they couldn't awaken the conscience of this snake of a mother and daughter. The pace of things has changed, but the trajectory is still in that direction. Well, let's see how much more you can lie to our family in this life. Gu-jun said coldly, Auntie, my daughter-in-law should naturally be under our control, but my parents are incapable. They're both ordinary laborers, and both of their salaries combined don't amount to $3,000 a month. This daughter-in-law, our family can't afford to support. Dad immediately said, you don't have to worry about the money. You're just being nice to Yu-jie. Tianxiao immediately waved her hand and said graciously, we're all in-laws now. If your family is in trouble, how can we just sit back and do nothing? Besides, my daughter, we definitely need to raise her before she gets married. Tuition is paid by your family. Just give another $2,000 a month for living expenses, and the rest is paid by our family. Mom and Dad immediately looked at each other, both delighted. It's still a lot of money, but it's the least you can get. Just live a tighter life later. Older sister, big sister, you are truly one of the few enlightened people in the world. To be your in-laws, our family is truly blessed in our past life, truly blessed in our third life. Dad was even more excited. His aunt, don't worry, from today onwards, our couple will not spend a penny indiscriminately, and what we save will be given to our Yu-jie to spend. This mother and daughter are even more horrible than they were in their last life. In the last life, Duan Yu-jie graduated from the university, married to himself as a prisoner of labor. It is indeed considered to be married. Dad and Mom Bash still say so. In this life, only with two mouths. One pretend generous and open-minded. One pretend to be good and weak. A mealtime to capture the Mom and Dad. If I didn't know what they would do later, I'm afraid no one would be able to carry on with this wonderful performance today. This retaliation. It's getting interesting. Gu-jun immediately decided to use this matter to give them hope, and then ruthlessly shatter it, so that this pair of mother and daughter, who are like sister flowers, will kneel together in front of themselves, with their mouths open and their tails wagging. Chapter 24 No Engagement. Your family's money is mine too. Gu-jun continued. Auntie, what if your daughter goes to college and I don't, and she gets a new boyfriend during college and dumps me? Tianxiao smiled and said, silly child, this is the protection that Auntie will give you. You've been feeding her. She eats from your house, drinks from your house. She must be grateful to you. How could she dump you? If she dares to dump you, you'll immediately make her pay you back. And if she can't afford it, won't she have to marry you? Don't worry, Auntie will definitely support you when the time comes. Duan Yu-jie immediately said in a petulant manner. Mom, why are you like this? I'm your daughter. Tianxiao looked at Gu-jun with a charming smile and said, what do you know? If your parents love you so much, can I not love you? Duan Yujie immediately wrapped her arms around her old mom and said pitifully, "Auntie, my mom doesn't love me anymore. You're the only one I'm going to love from now on. You're the only one who's going to protect me." Mom was so happy that she hurriedly wrapped her arms around Duan Yujie. Her voice was soft and her tone was firm. "Don't worry, you are the most precious treasure of our family." Dad immediately said, "If he dares to bully you, we'll break his legs." Gu Jun saw that Mom and Dad were completely captured and didn't dare to say anything else, otherwise it wouldn't be a father's love for a mother, but would make them disappointed and sad for this unintelligent son. Since you are so happy with this daughter-in-law, continue to be happy. Anyway, one happy event after another would come later, and the loss of not wanting this serpentine daughter-in-law would be washed away immediately. Mom instructed Dad, "You go to the factory to ask for leave. On the way to book a room in the Old Lee Hotel. Let him do the best 8 plates and 8 bowls. We will entertain the in-laws at noon." Dad immediately stood up, then suddenly remembered something and said to Tian Xiao, his aunt, "Tell Gu Jun to go and bring Yujie's dad too. I'll have a few good drinks with him." Tian Xiao was about to speak when Gu Jun leisurely said, "Dad, if Yujie's dad is coming, he'll be the in-law's father-in-law at the door, and it'll be considered an engagement party, so it won't do to entertain fewer people. Why don't you call your factory manager, and the uncles who lent us the money, and my mom call the school leaders and a few of our neighbors, so they can be happy too. This is very much to the liking of the mother." Immediately said, "Yes, let's do it. Let's have a good time today." Tian Xia immediately glanced at Duan Yujie. Duan Yujie immediately shook her head slightly. The so-called marriage is just an excuse to rake in money. If it became public knowledge, it would be a falsehood. When the time comes, say you can't get rid of it, because, in this poor and backward place, in people's thinking, the legal validity of the engagement party is more useful than the marriage license. Although they, mother and daughter, still wanted to feast, they could only give up in order not to be trapped by Gu Jun. Tian Xiao, big brother, big sister, don't get busy. I mean, let's wait until the kids are done with their exams and the scores are in before we talk about this. If Yujie didn't pass the exam, we'll make a big deal of it. Get the kids engaged properly, and get married at the end of the year. If Yujie passed the exam, both of our families will be double happiness. It's a bit too much to do it here. We have to go to the county town to do it. Mom, right. Big sister is right. Why did I not think of this place? In the Old Lee Hotel to do indeed too much aggrieved us Yujie. Dad was even happier. Yes, go to the county to do it and find the best restaurant. Tian Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer, stood up and said, "Since things are settled, we'll go home first. His father is still angry at home. We have to go back and tell him the good news." Mom immediately stopped it. "If you don't hold an engagement banquet, you have to let the in-laws come for a meal. Let Gu Jun pick them up." Tian Xiao smiled faintly. "Big sister, you don't know, he is a person with heavy rules. If he knew that I didn't see the matchmaker and didn't see the bride price, he fixed his daughter's marriage, and it was still with your son, and he still didn't know how to scold me. Where would he be willing to come? I'll tell him slowly when I get home. We're not in a hurry for a month or two anyway." "No matchmaking, no hiring?" Mom was immediately prompted. "When a girl comes to the door for the first time, she has to be greeted. Engagement is even more tedious with 3 matches and 6 engagements and many other rituals." He was rude again. "I married 4 daughters. Usually what rules no? Other people marrying their daughters to marry their wives still find themselves to ask about the rules. How to do the wrong thing in their own son's affairs old. What an old fool," she immediately said, full of apologies. "Big sister, I'm confused with joy. Don't be offended. Don't worry, we'll arrange everything properly and definitely won't let you and Yujie's dad lose face," said, giving Dad a look. Dad didn't understand. Mom exasperatedly glared at him. "Haven't even given people Yujie's meet and greet gift yet." Dad immediately responded with an apologetic smile and pulled money out of his pocket. "I must say, those friends were really kind to him, and after this turn, they borrowed $32,000. Tian Xia and Duan Yujie looked at the thick piles of money, and their eyes both instantly lit up. Dad whispered, "Her mom, how much?" Mom said, 1,000. A meet and greet in this day and age is usually 200, but this daughter-in-law is so much to her liking, so much to her delight, that she must give 1,000. But Tian Xiao frowned imperceptibly and cursed in her heart. "You guys are so damn cheap. You have so much money in your hands and you're only giving 1,000? Your son has bullied my daughter so much. It's not too much to give her $1,000, is it?" Dad immediately counted out $1,000 and handed it to Mom. Mom took it and stuffed it to Duan Yujie. Duan Yujie immediately put her hands behind her back. "Auntie, I don't want it. I can't take your money." Mom had taken the opportunity to stuff it in her jeans pocket. Duan Yujie immediately pulled out. "Auntie, I really can't take your money." Mom pressed Duan Yujie's hand, said with a smile, "Silly child, This money cannot not want. This is a gift to meet. To you and Gujuan's matter is settled. Do not is not agree with this. Duan Yujia's face was full of difficulties as she looked towards Tian Xiaoa. Tian Xiaoa skimmed her mouth, gave Duan Yujie a blank look, and said in a huff, "What are you looking at me for? You don't know if you yourself are willing or not." Duan Yujie reddened her little face and lowered her head without speaking. Gu Jun looked at this scene and said in his heart, "This pair of snake mother and daughter have completely brought to life a genuinely willing and shy daughter, and a mother who is dissatisfied with the marriage and can't argue with her daughter. Don't you know how to act? I'll give you the script and you'll act for me." Tian Xiaoa swept a glance at the several stacks of money and said with a smile, "Big brother and big sister, let's leave it at that for today. We'll go back first, and come back to you later to discuss again. Leave an opening so you can come back for the money in a few days. The tens of thousands of dollars are mine. You're not keeping any of it." Mom rushed to stay. Tian Xiaoa insisted on going. Dad asked Gu Junshi motorcycle to deliver it. Tian Xiaoa refused. In politeness, the mother and daughter were given a long ride. Junzi's mom, "Who's that? That bad boy of mine. He's got a date at school, and his mother and his wife have come to the door to talk about marriage." "Really? That little girl is so handsome. Pretty is second to none. The main thing is to know how to do things. Let me tell you, our family Yujie." With mom's whisper, it immediately caused a piece of envy and jealousy. Chapter 25. For the sake of his daughter-in-law, Dad put up a fight. TSK, why is this daughter-in-law so well behaved? Look at my family's daughter-in-law. She can't wait to sell my bones, and put your arms around your own mother-in-law. It's really more than a daughter. You're blessed this time. You don't see many girls this good. How did her mom raise her? How come my in-laws don't raise their girls that way? By the way, your in-laws are dressed so young and pretty. They don't look like an ordinary family. What does the family do? Although mom didn't bother to inquire about what the Duan family does, she was even more arrogant when it comes to my in-laws. There's no excuse. I'll give you. At once, there was more envy and jealousy. No dowry? All engaged. And the girl continues to care when she goes to college? Quickly ask his father to go back to the village to see if your family's ancestral grave is on fire? From what you say, my in-laws might as well be thrown in the river and fed to the fish. Mom satisfied her vanity and walked home with a smile she could hardly suppress. Dad said hurriedly, "Honey, I'm going to work." Mom waved her hand and ordered, "There's such a big event in the family. Don't go today. Let's have a good time as a family." Dad, "No, I've got to go, and I've got to make those guys envious, too." Gu Jun wanted to talk about the Duan family's situation in advance, so that Mom and Dad could have a preparation in mind, but now that he saw how happy they were, he immediately dismissed the idea. Just let them be happy for a while. When we bring Meng Dai back, we'll wash away the negativity of this incident straight away with a prettier, better behaved, gentler daughter-in-law. Mom threw a glare. "You're just to show off." Dad giggled a little and didn't dare retort. "It's not purely to show off. It's that the galvanizing plant has said a couple of times for me to work as a night electrician, and I'm going to set it up for them today. If my son gets married in the second half of the year, he'll definitely need money, and Yujie will need 2,000 a month when she goes to college, so I'll have to earn back their 1,000 or so a month." Gu Jun immediately said, "Dad, you work during the day and go to work as an electrician at night. Do you have time to sleep? Are you made of iron?" Seeing his son's heartache, Dad smiled lovingly and said, "Don't worry. You'll be able to sleep even on the night shift. Dad's got to make you a little more while he's still in good health." When Gu Jun heard this, his heart immediately sank. "In my last life, Dad spent years just trying to make money for himself. Electricians, if there is nothing, naturally can sleep. But if there is something, you can't rest until you are done. An electrician in a small factory like this has to double as a maintenance man. And this era of environmental protection check is not strict. The galvanizing plant's toxic gases and liquids running and leaking all rely on the electrician to maintain a person. How much harm to the human body can be imagined? Dad's disease was saved up from those years." Gu Jun's tone was firm. "You're not allowed to go even if you can sleep." He wanted to show his dad and mom the $2 million right away, but he was afraid of scaring them. They've been honest all their lives. Wouldn't they just die of fear if they knew their son dug up stolen money from the grave? After thinking about it, he said, "Dad, you don't have to work so hard. I'll finish my exams soon, and after that I'll look for a place to make money. From now on, I'll feed you." Dad was instantly touched by the heat in his eyes, and looked at his mom and said, "Wife, our son has really grown up." Mom was also touched, stroking Gu Jun's head and saying, "My son is about to have a daughter-in-law. He's really an adult." Saying that, his expression changed and his hand directly tugged on his ear, pulling it to himself. "By the way, you bullied Yujie so much. I haven't cleaned you up yet. If you dare to bully my daughter-in-law in the future, I'll see if I don't beat you to death," he said with a stern expression. "Gu Jun, I'm not scaring you, I'm informing you. I'm serious this time. Dad immediately put down his face and supported with fire. Gu Jun, I'm only going to say this once. If you really dare to bully Yuje, I'll not only skin you, but I'll also kick you out of this house and disown you as my son again? Mom and Dad are calling out their full names, and things are really extremely serious. It's okay for them to get angry and beat themselves up, but they haven't enjoyed their father's love enough. But they will surely be disappointed and sad, which is never allowed. Gu Jun hurriedly said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I won't bully her again. I promise I won't. I'm not going to bully her. I'm going to get her killed. That kind of getting. It's not called bullying, Mom, and no touching until you graduate from college. No touching. If you dare to make someone pregnant and unable to go to college, see what I'll do to you. Pregnant? She's a beauty to think about. My child can only be Mengdai's. How am I supposed to get my painful revenge when I let that snake woman have my blood and bones? Mom, I know. I'm sure it won't. Don't worry. When Dad heard this, he suddenly kicked Gu Jun and pointed at him to say something, but he held his tongue and didn't say anything, only pointing his finger at Gu Jun and warning him with his eyes. Afraid that Gu Jun wouldn't understand, Mom added through gritted teeth, if you dare not treat Yuje as a human being again, I'll let your father beat you to death. Not even then? That's something the son can't agree with. But where did Gu Jun dare to say that? He was busy with a smile and said, got it. Humph. Dad made a ferocious face and said, I'm going to the factory and make a belt with steel wire. He said, turning and walking out the door. Gu Jun hurriedly said, Dad, if you're going to work as a night shift electrician, I won't get along with Duan Yuje. Dad knew that his son was concerned about himself, and was even more touched in his heart, and said without turning his head, well, I've got the numbers. My son is old enough to know that he cares. He has to make more money for his son so that he can have a better life with his daughter-in-law, especially her daughter-in-law, so well-behaved and understanding. How could she let them suffer? When you go to college, you pay people 3,000 a month. Dad, I mean it too, Gu Jun said with extreme seriousness. Seeing that her son was serious, Mom had to say, honey, don't go to the galvanizing plant if your son won't let you. All 4 of his sisters will put in a hand with the money for the wedding, so don't try too hard. Dad, I know. He walked out without looking back, raising his hand to wipe the corner of his eye as he pushed his bike. Gu Jun looked at his dad's back and thought to himself, we have to get that money cleaned up quickly, so we don't let Mom and Dad worry about money anymore. Mom, you should go to my oldest dad's house and talk to my oldest dad and my oldest mom about something this big in our family. Mom immediately nodded. My son is right. You're the only child in our Gu family. Your father and your eldest father had long ago agreed that you'd be able to carry both families on your shoulders. Your big father and big mother also said long ago that they have to bear part of the burden when you get married, and when they die you have to wear hemp and filial piety, wrestle pots and beat streamers, and sweep his grave and offer him incense, and inherit the smoke and fire. It's something that we do have to talk to your big daddy and mommy about. You wait until I get back to make you lunch. It's straight away after that. Mom, no, I'll eat at Duan Yuje's house. When Mom heard this, she returned to take money to Gu Jun and asked him to bring gifts to the Duan family. It was easy to send Mom away. Gu Jun opened the bed box and began to load the money. Money laundering, he had it all figured out long ago. Chapter 26, Old Ghost Sister. Fiancé from a previous life. More than 60 kilometers to the south of Peacetown was the Earth City. High-rise buildings and traffic. This prefecture-level city of more than 2 million people already has a shadow of the prosperity of the latter days. In the western city, a tall antique pagoda stands on the side of the main road, on which hangs a plaque with gold letters on a blue background, inscribed with the 3 big words 7 Temple Street. Before the remodeling, there were 7 temples, large and small, which gave the street its name, 7 Temple Street, which is also a curio street in the city of Earth. Money laundering, at its best, is antiquing. It was one of the things he had learned in prison in a previous life. Gu Jun rode his motorcycle in a big circle and inquired about several people before he found a small, unobtrusive store. The small storefront was shabby, red paint splattered, and hung a small 2-foot square board with 3 computer-printed, long-faded red letters attached to it. Debauchery. Gu Jun cannot help but frown. Ding ding's debao jai, is this light? The old man lied to himself? All that talk at the prison, that was all bull *******. The old barker said that the guys in the number are not truthful. Is the old man really bragging? But now that I'm here, I have to go inside anyways. Gu Jun stopped his motorcycle, pushed the door and walked in. In the slightly dimly lit room, there are 2 rows of antique shelves against the wall, on which there is a wide variety of fake antiques. At the back of the room a solid wood tea table over 2 meters long was surrounded by 4 circle chairs. The tea was still steaming on the tea table, but no one was in the room. Anyone? Gu Jun shouted. Who? Along with the voice, a 28 to 89-year-old woman with exquisite makeup, wearing a cool dress, with an extremely hot body, and so pretty that it caught people's eyes, walked out from the door on the side of the shelf. A frown ensued when he saw that it was a young lad and immediately determined that it was not a customer. Gu-jun also frowned. How come it wasn't that old ghost? The woman sat down in her chair and took a sip of tea with graceful movements before asking with slight impatience, "What do you want?" Gu-jun tentatively asked. "Sister Lily?" The woman turned her head at once and looked at Gu-jun with a pair of big beautiful eyes full of surprise. "You know me? Who are you?" "Find the right place." Gu-jun released his heart and said with a slight smile, "I don't know. I've heard of it." Lily was immediately alert. "What are you doing?" Gu-jun sat down in his chair with a big horse, one hand on the armrest of the chair, and crossed his legs. "I'm going to old ghost's sister." Lily stood up violently, pointing at Gu-jun and shouting angrily, "Your special sister is looking for death." Gu-jun was undaunted. "Immediately tell the old ghost to get his ass out here and meet me." Without saying a word, Lily directly grabbed a ceramic teapot on the tea table and violently smashed it down towards Gu-jun's head. Gu-jun's expression was relaxed as he reached out with a flick and a grab, a band and a pull. Lily only felt a flash before her eyes, and without knowing what was going on, she was already sitting in Gu-jun's arms. Alarmed, she struggled and asked, What the hell are you doing?" Gu-jun cupped Lily's chin and said coldly, "I said I'm going to the old ghost sister." The labor prison he went to in his last life was the famous Huangshuang coal mine. It wasn't a peaceful place. It was a real dark jungle. Fights and brawls in the number are more common than eating and drinking. The scariest part is after going down the well. If anyone had a grudge against anyone, they'd be knocked out with a stick in the back and thrown straight down the minecart path. And 10 minutes later they'd be a puddle of rotting flesh mixed with cinders. And no one would be able to find out anything about it. Or it's thrown into the back mining phase, and after firing the gun, the corpse is gone. There are more than 5,000 labor prisoners in the Huangshuang coal mine, and the annual death quota of 150 is exceeded by several times every year. And the ferocity of the situation is evident. The strongest is the king, is the only truth of Huangshuang coal mine. After Gu-jun learned boxing and kicking, he quickly made a name for himself and became the pit chief of Pit No. 3. The old ghost went in and was also assigned to the third pit entrance, and was extremely flattering to Gu-jun. After he knew that Gu-jun was deceived by a woman, he said that he had a sister called Lily, 20 years old, and so beautiful that she was miserable. He had already written to Lily and agreed to marry Gu-jun when he got out. Therefore, the old ghost called Gu-jun his brother-in-law for 4 years, and also let Gu-jun call him his great-uncle for 4 years. Gu-jun naturally took it all as a joke. But today, once he saw Lily, who was almost 30 years old despite her beauty, he realized that that old ghost's mouth really didn't have the truth. "Your brother lied to me for 4 years, so naturally I have to collect some interest." Lily's scared face changed greatly. "You are not allowed to fool around. My brother, they are next door. You want to dare to fool around." Gu-jun let go of Lily. "If you don't call the old ghost out quickly, I'll be rude." Lily, however, did not go directly to call someone, but straightened her long wavy hair and asked vigilantly, "You look for my brother to do," said the man who couldn't help but blush slightly. "Him, the dead kid has spoken." She immediately changed her words and asked, "What do you want with my brother?" Gu-jun bristled. "Of course it's for business, or else I'd really let you take advantage of me by letting an old cow eat young grass." "You!" Lily gritted her teeth in anger. "I'm the most beautiful girl in 7 Temple Street, and I've been chased by people from here to the West River. How dare you say I'm an old cow eating young grass?" But she didn't want any more nonsense, and went straight to the door to make sure the kid didn't have anyone else with him before pulling one of the latest Motorola cell phones out of her pants pocket and dialing the number. "Brother, someone's smashing the place." "What?" A roar came from the cell phone. Lily hung up her cell phone and looked at Gu-jun with a cold smile. "Little brat, dare to take advantage of your sisterly. Wait for death." Gu-jun remained unconcerned, took a fresh teacup and poured himself a drink. The door was violently pushed open. A bald fat man in his 40s, bare-chested, with a picture of a smiling ghost embroidered on his chest, a thumb-thick gold chain hanging from his neck, and only 1 meter 6 in height, rushed in aggressively with 5 young men with dyed hair of various colors and dressed in fancy clothes. Old Ghost, whose real name is Zhang Chang, got his nickname because of this sashimi. A few punks gathered around first and asked with a curt smile, "Sister Lily, who's causing trouble?" Lily immediately drank in dissatisfaction. "Are you all blind?" The gangsters immediately looked at Gu-jun angrily. "Dare to cause trouble on 7 Temple Street? Know whose territory this is?" But it didn't make a move, obviously waiting for the old ghost's order. The old ghost pointed at Gu-jun and asked angrily through clenched teeth, "Does your special sister not want to live?" Gu-jun looked at the old ghost, and a scene of the two of them together came to mind, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of affection. But that was a lifetime ago. In this life, people are still a hegemon on 7 Temple Street. Not only do they not recognize themselves, but also look down on this brat. You want this guy to launder money properly, you have to conquer this guy first. This bird man, he's not a nice guy. No, it's the people in the business who are no good. He was still holding his teacup and said in a cloudy voice, "Old ghost, either let your doggy get out and obediently sit here for master to talk about things, or, either your sister." The old ghost was furious. "Give it to me. This one's fighting ability tends to be close to zero, and fights are all about the henchman." Several gangsters immediately took out 2-foot-long steel pipes with their heads cut into snakeheads from behind them and stabbed at Gu-jun. These guys, they really aren't as simple as they seem. Look at the punks dressed as punks, but they are real black forces. In a normal gangster fight, steel pipes are smashed, while they are stabbed. Smashing, bruising at best. This snakehead pipe can kill you if you stab it in a critical area. The old geezer didn't really brag in there. He really was an outlaw. If you don't beat this guy, he has the nerve to blackmail and slaughter himself for blackmail. Chapter 27, Your Rules I Don't Follow. Gu-jun violently flung out his teacup. Bang! The teacup, with its tea, slammed hard on top of a punk's nose. Ah! The punk let out a scream and fell straight to the ground. Without half a second's hesitation, Gu-jun immediately bent down and took a step forward, dodging the steel pipe, grabbing the wrist of one of the gangsters, pulling and twisting it violently. The punk couldn't help but raise his arms upward. Pust! A steel pipe went straight into his arm. Ah! The punk let out a cry of misery. Your special sister looked carefully before he could finish his words, he was kicked by Gu-jun and flew out. And Gu-jun already had an extra steel pipe in his hand, swinging out with a residual shadow. Dang! Dang! Two sounds of gold and iron clashed. The steel pipes of the two punks were knocked straight out of the air. Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds. The two punks still didn't know what was going on when they suddenly found a sharp pain in their head. Their eyes instantly went black, and they fell down softly. The gangster who struck the slowest finally reached Gu-jun. Gu-jun took a step to the side, dodging the steel pipe. His waist and horse united, and his shoulder and elbow slammed out. A standard Iron Mountain lean. Before the gangster could see clearly, he felt as if he had been hit by a car, and flew directly backwards, ruthlessly hitting the shelves, and smashed heavily on the ground. Fainting, Gu-jun frowned slightly and imperceptibly. Thought I had recovered 80%, but with the speed and force I have now, I can at most be half of what I was at my peak in my last life. Still have to practice. He dropped the steel pipe and brought it to the old ghost, ordering coldly, "Take it and go on." Before the old geezer could see what was going on, 5 of his best fighters were rolling all over the place. It's not a fierce dragon. This kid, surprisingly, is a master. Looks like we're in for a tough fight today. He didn't dare to fight, pivoted away from the steel pipe, looked at Gu-jun and asked coldly, "What the hell do you want?" Gu-jun smiled and looked at Lily. Lily was also shocked with her big round eyes, looking at Gu-jun in disbelief. This kid looks like he's 20 years old at most, but he can fight so well? Is he here today to pick on 7 Temple Street or 2? If so many people can't beat it, who can stop it? Am I really going to be? But this kid is also really handsome enough, and handsome so arrogant, and smiling so evilly. The body is surprisingly perfect too. Isn't this the dish I've been dreaming of for years? Am I crazy? How could I think that? Forget it. For my brother's sake, I'll grudgingly eat the tender grass. Lily subconsciously licked her lips gently, forced a forced expression, and said coldly, "No embarrassing my brother, I promise you." The old ghost immediately asked, "Lily, what's he up to?" "Lily, to you." Thinking his sister was scolding him, the old ghost frowned in dissatisfaction and whispered, "Dead girl, speak properly." Gu-jun was stunned. "I was just joking to get back at the old man." Why did this sister agree? He hurriedly said, "Sister Lily, don't think of good things, I'm here to talk business." The old ghost was stunned and immediately reacted. The sister was not scolding herself. This kid is here to do this. Asterisk 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 you sister. Dare to bully my sister. The words were not finished, and the steel pipe swung out. Boo! A muffled sound. The old ghost covered his head in pain and crouched down, baring his teeth and shouting, call someone, I'm going to get him killed." Lily immediately went over and blocked in front of the old ghost. "If there's anything you want to do, come at me. Don't bully my brother." Gu-jun, Sister Lily, I'll say it one last time. I'm here to talk business, said directly, dropped the steel pipe, walked out the door, walked in holding a large snakeskin bag, placed it on the tea table, in the eyes of a few skeptical people, pulled out of his pocket a fruit knife bought on the road. Swish and slash. "Money," Lily immediately exclaimed in a low voice, looking at Gu-jun in disbelief. "Where did you get so much money?" "Gu-jun, you do business and ask where the money comes from?" Lily shut up immediately. In this business, asking where the money came from is a big no-no, but she became even more curious about Gu-jun. Who can't be curious about a young handsome guy who goes out with such a big bag of cash? But she forgot the saying, curiosity killed the cat. For that very curiosity, she paid a terrible price later. The old geezer stood up as well, glanced at the bundles of softies, rubbed his head and asked, "Are you really talking business?" Gu-jun sat in his chair and said coldly, "If you don't want to talk properly, I might as well take a loss and do something else." Immediately, a complex light flashed through Lily's eyes. When the old ghost saw it, he gave Lily a hard stare. "This dead girl, so many years to let you marry not married, this time to start to spring." Seeing that the secret had been discovered by her brother, Lily's small face slightly reddened and she twisted her head, not daring to look at it again. The old ghost turned to Gu-jun and said through clenched teeth in exasperation, "Talk, I'll talk you to death today." The unconscious fighters woke up. Two guys took the injured one to the small clinic over there to get stitched up, leaving one standing at the door with eyes full of caution, ready to call for help. The old ghost walked to the other end of the tea table and sat down, looking Gu-jun dead in the eye and said, "Say, what business?" Gu-jun pointed to the money bag. $2 million? Wash it. He kept 130,000 for emergencies and only took 2 million. The old ghost immediately gave Lily a look. Lily immediately headed out of the bag for the money, but for some reason, her eyes took on a hint of disappointment. The punk who stayed behind immediately went to get the money counter. Half an hour later, it was all counted. 2 million, old bills, not serialized, unmarked. Lily sat emotionlessly. The old ghost lit a cigarette, looked at Gu-jun and said, "According to the rules of our business, the handling fee is 50%, but we are doing business for the first time. I will only charge you 45%, even if we make a friend." This, as the old ghost had said in prison, was indeed the rule of their trade. In his last life, when Gu-jun later did business, he also came into contact with this business. With the introduction of national money laundering laws, the fees in this business are even higher, in some cases up to 70%, because it's a very risky business to be in, and you can go to jail if you don't get it right. And those guys with black money in their hands, if not laundered, in the hands of not only a pile of flowery paper, or even an untimely bomb, at any time will blow them to pieces. So, they are all going out of their way to clean up their act. 5% of what the old man let go was $100,000. In this day and age, in this poor place, $100,000 can buy a set of buildings, marry a daughter-in-law, and then close the door to eat and drink to build a year of children. The old ghost is really giving face today. It seems that when dealing with these guys, fists are always the way to go. Gu-jun took the old ghost's cigarette case, smoked one for himself, put it in his mouth and lit it, spat a mouthful of thick smoke into the old ghost's face, and said coldly, "I don't want to keep this rule of yours. Smoking, that's what this old guy taught himself, before he learned how to smoke." After calling himself brother-in-law, the old bastard always teased himself with this. "Now, back to you." The old ghost immediately gritted his teeth, but held his tongue. "How much do you want to offer?" Gu-jun, "Not a dime." Snap. The old ghost slammed the table and stood up violently, pointing at Gu-jun with his cigarette-clipped finger. "Are you really going to fight me to the death?" Gu-jun flicked the ashes of his cigarette. "No, I'm offering a message in exchange for your $1 million handling fee." News? The old ghost froze for a moment. What news could be worth $1 million? Gu-jun, news that can buy your life. What? The old ghost is even less convinced. Chapter 28, Brother and Sister Kill and Hide the Body. Gu-jun took a new teacup, poured a cup of tea, and slowly took a sip. "Speak quickly." The old ghost sulked and directly urged. "Any more appetite? This business old me will not do. This old man, he can't fight and he's so impatient. How did he become the boss of 7 Temple Street?" Gu-jun was skeptical in his heart and ordered, "Let him go out first." The old ghost hesitated before waving his hand for his men to go out. Gu-jun threw his cigarette and said leisurely, "Manhwa neighborhood is repairing the septic tank. The old bastard's body will soon be pulled out, and by then, your siblings will be in business." Bang! The old ghost took a step back in fear and almost knocked his chair over. Lily was even more frightened and pale. Old Wang bastard, formerly known as Wang Masho, was a gangster on Bingjian Road. The damned have long been looking at Lily. One night tailed Lily back to Manhwa neighborhood home. Pretending to check the gas to deceive Lily opened the door. Once inside with strong, just when Lily couldn't resist, the old ghost happened to go to Lily to get something. Seeing his sister being bullied, the old ghost was furious and grabbed a kitchen knife and hacked the old bastard to death. And the old bastard's body was dumped in a septic tank in the Plum Court neighborhood. In his last life, the old geezer went to jail for that very same thing. In this day and age, self-defense is hard to define. Forget about killing in the heat of anger, destroying a body, and get 15 years. Before coming, Gu-jun went around and saw that the septic tank had been fenced off and should be under construction soon. How did you know?" Lily looked at Gu-jun and asked in a trembling voice. Gu-jun didn't reply. Glancing at the old man's cigarette case, Lily immediately picked up the cigarettes, pulled one out and handed it to Gu-jun, and picked up the lighter to light it. Gu-jun took a drag and sprayed the smoke in Lily's face again. That's not for you to know. However, you can still wrap this up by sending someone out now to shoo the workers away and grab that job from the property to do it. After tonight, well, you siblings will have to go to the Wangzhuang coal mine to eat boiled cabbage. The old ghost could no longer be stabilized and immediately ran to the door, ordering the henchman, go get the car and go to the plum garden community. Yes, the henchman promised and immediately ran to a red Santana and opened the door to start it. The old geezer didn't even say hello and got in his car and whizzed off. Lily stood in the doorway, looking out distractedly, wondering what to think. Gu-jun knew that the old ghost would not be able to return for a while, so he went straight out, went to a public phone booth, and called his dad's factory. Uncle Hu, I'm Gu-jun. I'm looking for my dad for something. You kid, what kind of luck did you have? How could you cheat such a nice girl? Uncle Hu, director of the factory office, one of Dad's hardcore friends. This is Dad blowing people's minds. Uncle Hu, why do you think, like my father, that I'm that bad? Not bad, not bad. Well, without wasting the phone bill, go ahead. What's it to your dad? Better put my dad on the phone. Okay, hang up. I'll call you back later. I'll call in 5 minutes. That works too. A few minutes later, Gu-jun dialed the phone again. Son, what's wrong? Why are you still calling? Dad, there's no one around. Is there? Nope, just myself. Dad, I'm going to be rich. What? You quickly take leave to go home, change into good clothes, dress up, take your bank card ID, borrow a good motorcycle, and go to the ground city's 7 Temple Street. What did you go to the ground for? I couldn't tell you over the phone, but you can make tens of thousands of dollars anyway. Tens of thousands of dollars? What kind of deal makes that much? You kid. Dad, you'll know when you get here. Take your time on the road and be safe. I'll be here waiting for you. Okay, I'm going to borrow the vice president's motorcycle. He's a high school student now, and no one trusts him with such a big business, so he has to get his dad to step in. In his last life, his father worked hard all his life, did not enjoy a day. Before he died, he also felt guilty that he was not capable, did not take good care of his wife and children. This life will let his father's scenery to be a tycoon, to a rich second generation who will only enjoy themselves. After hanging up the phone, Gu-jun went to eat at a small side store. He wasn't afraid of old ghosts and Lily hacking away at him anymore. With that news, it's time for them to flatter themselves. After dinner, I went back to skulking around the neighborhood, thinking about finding some kind of lucrative business for Dad to do. But this was the time when the financial crisis was at its worst and business was extremely difficult. The sale was not found, but I met an acquaintance from a previous life, a veteran mechanical engineer, but now laid off, selling $1 a piece groceries on the street. Now, although they didn't know each other, they still chatted for a while and listened to the old engineer lamenting that those who build missiles are not as good as those who sell tea eggs. Before returning to the store, Lily is on the phone absent-mindedly. Gu-jun didn't say anything either, making his own tea and drinking it. Lily hadn't finished her phone call when the Santana pulled up in front of the door. The old ghost got out of the car and pushed his way in. Brother, how's it going? Lily hurriedly hung up the phone and greeted her with a question. The old ghost closed the door before whispering, "It's okay, I gave the property manager $5,000. The job is given to us, and the construction program has changed. No need for a big uncover. Let the septic truck finish pumping tonight, backfill directly with concrete, bury it completely, and build another big on the side." Lily finally let go after hearing this and turned back to look at Gu-jun with gratitude. "Thank you." Gu-jun waved his hand. "It's all business. No need to thank me. I'd like to know if my information is worth your fee?" Lily didn't wait for the old ghost to speak and said directly, "It's worth it. The 2 lives of his siblings, not to mention $1 million. It's worth it even if you lose your family's money." The old ghost walked over and looked at Gu-jun and asked, "Since it's all business, I won't thank you. I'd also like to know how you know about this. Name a price." Despite the destruction of the body, this issue must be clarified. If he knew about this from the public, his siblings were still in danger, so he had to find a way to set things right. "Gu-jun, how I know about this is as much a secret that can't be sold as how I have this money. But don't worry, since you guys spent the money, this matter is completely over and no one will pursue it again." The old ghost's eyes were still filled with skepticism. Lily came over to us and asked, "What are you giving us assurances with?" "Gu-jun, I won't give you a guarantee, but do you have any other way but to choose to believe me?" Lily turned back to the old ghost. The old ghost whispered something to Lily, who nodded. "Old ghost, we siblings don't need your assurance, but we do need your friendship. You can do us such a great favor. You're a brother. We siblings recognize you. From now on, whenever you have something to do, it's our sibling business. If I may say so, The old ghost has some righteousness. In the Wangzhuang coal mine, this guy cannot fight, but still for his own blocked 2 sneak attack. One of them was also beaten into a serious injury, lying for 3 months before getting out of bed. In this life, continue to be brothers, Gu Jun said with a slight smile. Since brother Ghost and sister Lily look up to us, we will be brothers from now on. Lily held out her hand. Get reacquainted. Zhongli. Gu Jun held the small, soft, boneless hand that was dyed with fiery red nails. Gu Jun. Sister Lee can call me Junzi. Lily shook it heavily. Junzi, don't be a stranger to sis in the future. The old ghost tapped Gu Jun on the shoulder. Junzi, go eat with brother. Gu Jun, brother ghost, it's better to get this done first. Old ghost, that'll work too. You go across the street to the Tianyue court yourself. Spend 300 and 500 on a random purchase, no matter how much it costs. You'll have to open a formal invoice for 80,000 and pay $16,000 in taxes. This is money my brother will give you to spend, but you have to show up in person or the process won't be done perfectly. It's standard procedure in their line of work. Everything is done to deal with taxes and public security. Good. Gu Jun said he was going to leave before realizing that Zhongli was still holding his hand. Chapter 29. Dare to molest me. My sister will hand you over properly. Gu Jun shook Zhang Li's hand again. Sister Li, I'll go across the street first. Zhang Li smiled delicately and scraped her little finger on Gu Jun's palm before releasing his hand. This sister molested me? Gu Jun said in his heart and turned to walk out. Zhang Li looked at Gu Jun's back. Brother, what do you think this kid is from? The old ghost mused. Can't guess, but it's certainly not an ordinary person. Zhang Li directly blanked the old ghost. Isn't this nonsense? To be able to take out 2 million in cash. Cootie. Also know that it's not an ordinary person. Old ghost, it's not unusual to be able to come up with $2 million. It's fine to run errands for people as a white glove, but it's creepy to know our siblings' secrets. Zhongli, there must be a terrifying presence behind him, but what kind of big shot would use someone so young as a white glove? Old ghost, Lily, don't you think he's overly composed? Zhongli, indeed. This composure and competence of his is by no means something that should be present at this age. Old ghost, a man who is different from the norm will have great talent, which is probably why that horrible being used him. Lily, listen to your brother. Let's befriend him. Make friends with him in order to reach the terrifying existence behind him. Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to go further. Zhangli, I know. I'll deliver him well. Kid, dare to molest your sister as soon as you come. This cross is what cross? It is not up to you, kid. Gu Jun came out and walked into the opposite Tianyue pavilion. The store covers an area of more than 300 square meters, elegantly decorated, softly lit, with all kinds of fake antiques. It looks like an extremely formal antique store. Several young women in small suits were chatting away. What treasure would you like to choose? Handsome? A woman in her 20s or 80s came over to greet her. Gu Jun, I'll take a look first, said the man walking towards a side collection. A lapidary vase caught his eye. It's a yuan blue and white vase with 2 children attendants, worth $3 million. The woman, an old shopper, immediately saw what Gu Jun was looking at and immediately introduced him. 3 million? Lying to hell. Is it really that expensive that it would be displayed here? However, this is a common tactic in the antique world. First you ask for a price and you pay it back when you land. You can't mind how high they want it, and no one blames you for how low you still have it. But one thing, as long as you return the price people say yes to, you have to buy it away. Gu Jun looked at the time, didn't want to talk nonsense, and said directly, $500. The guide was not at all surprised and said with a slight smile, handsome guy is really good at joking. We are. Gu Jun, open the ticket. The shopper immediately restrained her smile, surveyed Gu Jun again for a round, and asked in a low voice, how much? Sure enough, I'm in the business too. Gu Jun, 80,000. Just a moment, I'll get our manager. Gu Jun, I'll go find our boss. Finish up and come out and walk down the street. Not long after, Dad arrived on the hippest Honda motorcycle of the era, wearing a white shirt, black suit pants, and black leather sandals. Don't say, this handsome, this temperament, really like a countryside handsome big money. What's the deal, son? Gu Jun, Dad, I've got my eye on an antique that could make a lot of money. What? Dad was straight up confused. Since when do you know anything about antiques? Gu Jun, I read it from a book. It's exactly the same, guaranteed to be real. It's only sold for 500. As long as you buy it you'll definitely make a fortune. Dad, don't mess with me. What do you know about antiques? Do you know how dark this business is? Gu Jun, Dad, it's only $500. Just let me try. Dad, what's wrong with $500? I have to work with your mom for 6 or 7 days. I'd rather buy clothes for Yujie with that $500. Come home with me. Gu Jun, Dad, I've already given someone a deposit of $400, so if I have to leave, I'll lose everything. What? Dad frowned and huffed. I just told you to grow up and you gave me this. You're so. Gu-jun, Dad. Your son has really grown up and is going to be filial to you and my mom. Just give me this chance. If I lose money, I'll go back and work to earn money to pay you back. When Dad heard this, he immediately stopped saying anything and took out $100 from his pocket and handed it to Gu-jun. That's how it was in my last life. If I said so myself, my dad would support it unconditionally. It was because of this coddling that he worked his ass off to make money for himself and ended up in that tragic situation. In this life, just wait for your son to surprise you again and again. Gu-jun took the money, got on the motorcycle, climbed on his dad's back and whispered instructions. Dad, don't say anything in a while. Just watch and see what your son can do to make money. Dad skimmed, twisted the gas, and made his way to Tianyue Court. Got out of the car and went in just as a young couple was wandering around inside. This is the Dotsai chicken jar cup, $4,800,000. It's a Ming Dynasty Palace Jade Rui. Cheaper, $2,400,000. This is. The guide's words immediately startled Dad. Are those things with 10,000? Or millions? What is this place? The guide immediately came over. Two bosses. The Yuan Qinghua double waitress space is ready. Please go to the back office to pay and do the formalities. After saying that, he led the way in front. With a bit of trepidation, Dad whispered, Son, how much did that thing of yours cost? Anyway? Gu-jun, $3 million. I haggled. Dad, $3 million to 500? Isn't this purely fake? You. Gu-jun, shoo. Just watch. Dad was about to say something when the guide had opened the office door. Gu-jun took a quick step and walked in first. Dad gritted his teeth and followed. 500 on 500. Even if this kid knows the world of danger, no will not fall out of the sky, and then work hard to earn money on the good. The office was richly decorated with a set of leather sofas. Behind the broad desk sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Do you know the rules? The man opened the door and asked directly. Gu-jun didn't say anything and walked directly to his desk, took out 2 stacks of money and placed them on the table. $16,500. What? Dad was shocked and immediately went up, pulling Gu-jun's arm to ask. Gu-jun immediately gave his dad a look. Boss, 20% tax. That's the lowest. Everywhere else it's 25. That's the rule in this business. This type of store specializes in the invoice business. They normally pay 10% in taxes, but most won't be normal, paying up to 5% and making 15%. To Dad, the money was a godsend, but to the old man, it was a small deal. The glasses manager gave his dad an impatient look and said, ID. Dad had a million questions to ask. The first one is where he got so much money, but Gu-jun didn't give him a chance to speak at all, directly pulling out his ID card from his pocket and handing it to the manager. The manager put the money into the counting machine, went through it twice, took out the invoice book, brushed it and wrote it down, tore it off and handed it to Gu-jun. Gu-jun took it, and it was clearly written on it, Yuan Qinghua twin children's servant face, price 80,000 yuan. Done. He picked up the porcelain vase that was on the table and pulled his dad outside. Chapter 30, Whitewashing completed. Wealth not exposed. As soon as he left the house, his dad pulled Gu-jun by the hand. Son, where did you get so much money? You. Gu-jun, Dad, don't ask first. Turn this baby into money. Go home and talk slowly, or the buyer will leave and we'll lose money, said the man walking towards the Debras. Dad dared not ask any more questions when he heard the last sentence and hurried to follow. $16,500. If we do lose it, we've wasted a year. Gu-jun pushed the door in. An old ghost in Zhangli immediately greeted him. Before he could say anything, Gu-jun gave them a look. They are all old men, and they still have this eye. This kind of money laundering deal is usually done with white gloves. Some will bring another scapegoat for safety in case something goes wrong in the money laundering chain and it is traced directly to the boss behind the scenes. It's obvious that the guy who brought it in is the scapegoat. Zhangli immediately asked, 2 bosses, are you buying or selling something? Gu-jun placed the bottle directly on the table. Take a shot. The old ghost picked up the bottle, frowned and looked at it, and said with an excited expression, Yuan Qinghua twin children's servant bottle, a rare and fine product. We can offer $2 million. Look at, sell. Dad was thrilled and didn't hesitate. Yes, the old ghost smiled and said, show proof of where you came from. Gu-jun handed over the invoice. The old geezer glanced at it and handed it to Zhangli. Go to the bank and transfer the money. Zhangli looked at her dad. Did you bring your bank card? Dad nodded hurriedly and pulled out his bank card. Follow me. Zhangli finished walking out the door. Dad looked at Gu-jun. Gu-jun said in a low voice, Dad, you go transfer the money. I'll wait here, lest they run off with the stuff. Dad thought for a moment and immediately said, no, it's dangerous here. You go transfer the money. Dad will stand guard here. What a father's love, always facing danger head on himself, leaving safety to his son. Gu Jun, Dad, for large transfers, I need your ID card. Don't worry, it's the street, they wouldn't dare mess around. Dad hesitated again before instructing. If you want to feel something is wrong, run, don't want the stuff, your safety is most important. Gu Jun nodded. Dad followed Zhongli with trepidation. The old ghost handed Gu Jun a cigarette. Where did you find this sheep? Gu Jun smiled and asked. Brother Ghost, do you really want to know? The old ghost's smile immediately stiffened and he immediately said, don't want to. Scapegoating is also a big no-no in this business, because it is possible to find white gloves from scapegoats. Only then did Gu Jun take the cigarette and said leisurely, Brother Ghost, I want to be friends with you sincerely, so don't play tricks on me in the future. The old ghost came over to light Gu Jun's cigarette. No. Gu Jun exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Brother Ghost, to show my sincerity, let me tell you one more thing. That bill for Li Hongsheng is delayed until tomorrow. The old ghost froze for a moment. You also know Li Hongsheng? Gu Jun would not answer. Old ghost, why the delay? Gu Jun flicked the ashes of his cigarette. You'll know tomorrow. Li Hongsheng, the white glove of some big shot. A big client of the old ghost's money laundering business. By the clock, the guy will be arrested tonight. Of course, these are the old ghost's words in prison. Just because before Li Hongsheng was arrested, Zhongli just transferred a large sum of money to be investigated for a long time. If it hadn't cost a fortune, Zhongli would have been convicted. Giving this information to the old ghost not only saved his siblings from trouble, but also got a large sum of money, as a kind of repayment for blocking that sneak attack for himself in his past life. The old geezer still wanted to inquire, but Zhongli had already returned with her dad. This is where the bulk of the transactions are made, and there's a bank branch not many steps away. Dad's hand was tucked in his pants pocket, holding the bank card tightly as he gave Gu Jun a look. Gu Jun stood up. The payment for the goods will be cleared, so we'll leave. The old ghost stood up and took out a business card. Call anytime. Gu Jun took the card. Maybe, I'll call you tomorrow. With that, he turned around and walked away. Passing Zhongli, she also took out her business card. You can also call me. Gu Jun took the business card, gave a smile and walked out. Dad didn't say a word, looking around warily with both eyes. Walking to his motorcycle on floating feet, his hands shaking so much he couldn't even turn the key. Gu Jun knows how his dad, who has been poor all his life, can't be excited when he suddenly has $2 million. Dad, why don't I take you? Dad, what about our motorcycle? Gu Jun smiled and said, we're so rich, why do you still let me ride that broken motorcycle? Dad, don't let your money show, okay? The richer you are, the more you have to pretend you don't have any money, so that you won't be missed by the bad guys. Go, take your motorcycle and let's go home. Gu Jun had no choice but to go over and get on his motorcycle, follow his dad and head for home. Zhongli watched Gu Jun go away and said quietly, Brother, I see that this kid is not only calm, but also sophisticated. What exactly does he do? Why don't I have someone check it out? The old ghost thought for a moment and said, it's okay to check, but we mustn't let him find out. Zhongli immediately pulled out her cell phone. Before she could dial, her cell phone rang. Hey, Brother Hongsheng? The money is ready. You put your ID. The old ghost snapped awake and immediately pulled Zhongli, whispering in her ear, drag, give it the day after tomorrow. Zhongli was unsure, but immediately changed her words and said, Brother Hongsheng, my brother just transferred a large sum of money to someone else and used the money I prepared for you first. Don't be in a hurry. We'll have a sum of money in the account first thing in the morning of the day after tomorrow. You'll have someone send in your ID, and I'll call you first thing in the morning of the day after tomorrow is all. Okay, I'll buy you dinner then. Hanging up the phone, he turned his head to look at old ghost. Brother, what's going on? Gu Jun let it drag on until tomorrow. Why? Old ghost shaking his head. Duan's house, living room. In the dim light, a hearty dinner had been reduced to its bones. Duan Jichang drank the last mouthful of wine, leaned back in his chair, rubbed his stomach and said, this meal is really painful. It would be nice to eat like this every day in the future. Tian Xiao threw a blank stare. This meal is over 100. Every day? What kind of dream are you having? Duan Jichang, didn't the Gu family promise to pay 2,000 a month? Duan Yujia hurriedly said, Dad, that money is for my schooling. The most I can leave you is 500. Tian Xiao, didn't we agree to leave 1,000 for Mom? Duan Yujia frowned and skimmed her lips. Mom, I've gone through so much effort. So how can I spend more? Tian Xiao immediately gave Duan Yujia a look. Hubby is out of touch. but serious when it comes to this kind of thing. And letting him know that his daughter is being treated like that by that guy isn't going to make a big deal out of it. Luckily, Duan wasn't paying attention. She raised her hand and wiped the corners of her daughter's lips. Be good. You use 12,000 and leave 800 for me and your father. We'll spend 15 bucks a day on dinner. Give your dad 100 for drinks. And the rest for mom to buy a few clothes. If that's okay with you. Okay. Duan Yujia agreed with a slight aggravation. Tian Xiaoa, when you go to college, clothes and stuff will definitely be bought by their family. And you can continue to ask them for money on the pretext of buying materials and stuff. And they definitely won't condescend to you. Aha. Duan Yujia still skimmed her lips. Tian Xiao remembered something important and said to Duan Jiqiang, Jiqiang, go out and turn around. I'll talk to Yujia about something. Duan Jiqiang stretched his back, stood up and said, okay, I'll go to the back of the galvanizing plant and take a look. Tian Xiao watched her husband leave the gate before she whispered to her daughter, Yujia, you're going to school tomorrow. There are things that mom will have to teach you. That guy got a taste for it, and he's sure to get you to give it to him again. Chapter 31, the crime-solving expert is here. Duan Yujie frowned. That's what I'm worried about. That guy has become particularly strong now, threatening me at every turn, and now with this connection, where is he going to leave me alone? Mom, you don't know. That's so hard. I just can't stand it. Tian Xiaoa heartbreakingly embraced her daughter. Silly girl, mom knows you've been wronged. Mom is not like that. But can imagine, that's what mom is trying to teach you, so don't let him next time you can. Duan Yujia stared with big beautiful eyes as if she had discovered some new continent. It can still be like this? Tian Xiaoa, of course, but you have to ask him for money. 300. No, 500 at a time. Duan Yujia frowned. Mom, how do I feel? That seems to be selling. Tian Xiaoa, nonsense. What's selling? This is what you deserve. If you don't want the money, aren't you letting him bully you for nothing? Duan Yujie immediately said, that's it, we should ask him for money today. By the way, Mom, I have to bring 500 to school tomorrow, and I have to pay the enrollment fee. Tian Xiaoa, no need to bring it, let him pay for you. Duan Yujie, no, I'll bring at least 300, lest he doesn't count my meal money and I go hungry again. Bloomberg will definitely go to himself tomorrow to get the entry fee and will have to prepare it for him in advance. Give it to him yourself if he wants. Tian Xiaoa, okay. 300 is 300. Mom's going to teach you a few more tricks. You're like this. Duan Yujie leaned in Tian Xiaoa's arms and watched carefully as the pair of hands dyed with red manicure turned over in fancy. Gu family. Locking the door tightly and drawing the curtains, the family sat in the living room. Mom trembling hand, tightly squeezed the bank card. His father. The card really has 2 million? Dad's face was red with excitement and he nodded quickly. I counted it several times. 6 zeros in the back and a 2 in the front. Said breaking up his fingers, 10 million, 100,000, a million, look, 7 counts, not a single one. Mom, we're millionaires. 2 millionaires? Dad nodded again quickly. Yes, it is. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Gu Jun. Our son is really capable. Gu Jun giggled. It's all because mom and dad taught me well. Mom, son, tell mom, when did you learn to read antiques? Gu Jun, when I was in school. I happened to get a book with pictures on it, and as soon as I went there, I saw that bottle. The made-up explanations left mom and dad in a fog, but both of them were sure of one thing, their son really had something. Mom, they all say behind my back that I spoil my son. They all say that spoiling a son is like killing a son. They all say that my son will surely be incapable in the future, and now I'm going to show them. My son has found such a well-behaved and beautiful daughter-in-law, and he has also made a handful of money that he can't spend in several lifetimes. This is something that I don't dare to say. But if I do say it, will they not die of jealousy? Dad, Mom, we're so rich now, we can't withhold and search when we give to Yujie. From now on we'll give her 3,000 a month. Mom directly threw over a blank stare. You still do not buckle? You're still not deducting? You're so rich you're still giving 3,000? If you want to give it to 4,000. Dad, yes. A daughter-in-law that good deserves 4,000. Mom looked at Gu Jun, and tears actually welled up in her eyes. Back then, when I gave birth to your 4 sisters, people were poking mom's spine behind her back. At that time, family planning had already begun to be strict, and mom gave up her job in order to give our family a top family. When he gave birth to you, your dad was so happy he cried and kowtowed to the doctor at the hospital. Dad's eyes also glistened with tears. That's not me being happy to have a son. It's me thanking people for saving your mother and son's lives. Son, you don't know. When your mom had a hard time giving birth to you, the doctor asked me if I should keep the big one or the little one. And Dad said yes, it's the big one, said with a hint of guilt on his face. Mom looked at Dad with love in her eyes and cried and laughed. You silly fellow, if you bailed me out, would we still have such a good son? Said wiped his eyes, said to Gu Jun, or your big dad, directly $2,000 slapped on the dean's desk. Domineering, I do not care how you get, my sister-in-law and nephew have to protect, to less one, I ordered your hospital. The dean was scared and personally did the surgery for mom. Son, on that basis, you will have to be filial to your great father in the future as well. I didn't know about this in my last life, but I did know that Big Daddy had borrowed money all over the place for himself, and had even sold the ancestral house in the village. Big Daddy really treats himself like his own son. Gu Jun, Mom, don't worry, I'll be sure to be filial to my big dad and mom. Alas, Dad sighed deeply. I never thought that I could have such a good son in my life, he said looking at his old mom with full affection. Honey, thank you. Mom immediately gave Dad a pouty blank stare. Okay, these two are going to spill the beans. He's made himself redundant. Gu Jun hurriedly stood up. Dad, Mom, go to bed early. You still have to go to the tax office tomorrow. The old geezer didn't charge a handling fee and didn't deduct personal income tax for himself, so the money wasn't a complete wash and he still had to go to the IRS to pay personal income tax. Getting a certificate of tax completion is a complete wash. The next morning, Gu Jun practiced boxing first and was making breakfast when Mom and Dad got up. Both of them had bloodshot eyes and were obviously excited to have been up all night. Another compliment to Gu Jun. After dinner, Mom went to work, and Gu Jun took Dad to the county tax office. The tax office had just started and the computers hadn't started up yet, so the two men sat in their chairs and waited. A group of public security officers flanked a man in his 50s, dressed in sportswear, lean and majestic, coming down from the stairs. There were a couple of big police dogs on the back. Here comes the master crime solver. Gu Jun was immediately sure. The door on one side opened, and a man in his 50s, a leader-like man ran out quickly, stretching out his hand from afar, and said to the majestic man with a smile, "Tough job, Expert Liang." Expert Liang shook the leader's hand. Bureau Lu was polite. "This is my job. Hard work is also deserved. Lu Bureau, this 730,000 public money, is the people to the country's hard-earned money. Liang experts must find Specialist Liang, I'll do my best. However, judging from the depth of the footprints left by the criminal, he shouldn't have left with only 730,000. He should have left with something else, something twice as heavy as 730,000. Are you sure you only lost money and nothing else? Bureau Lu immediately said. Nothing else has been found missing yet. Specialist Liang frowned, wanting to say something without saying it again. Turning to a 2-bar, 3-star public security officer, he said, have the bank start monitoring the account, starting from the day after the crime until that money is found, during which time all large incoming payments must be reported back immediately, and you guys start an investigation right away. Public security, Liang expert. The person who took the money should not go to the bank. Should. Expert Liang directly interrupted him and said coldly, we can't let go of any possibility. I'll do it right away. Public security immediately took out his cell phone and went off to the side to make a call. This Liang expert is worthy of being an expert, and from the depth of the footprints, he can tell that what is lost is not $730,000, and there are things that are twice as heavy. But why did that Lu Bureau refuse to tell the rest of the 1.4 million? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Luckily, he understands the way of money laundering. If he did not understand, and ventured to the bank to deposit money, he would have been taken to the Public Security Bureau for interrogation today. You're not going to be suspected of this money by this expert, are you? Chapter 32 Money Laundered. Licking dog turned fiancé. The men left one by one, and the tax collector began his office. The two walked to the window and Dad handed over his ID and bank card. Pay your taxes. Individual income tax. The taxman didn't look up. How much? Dad, 2 million. How much? The taxman was taken aback and looked up at Dad. 2 million. Dad repeated. The taxman immediately took the bank card and began to operate. It's really $2 million. She looked at her dad with wide eyes. Where did you get this money? Dad smiled slightly. Paid $80,000 for an antique, a blue and white 2-eared made vase, sold for $2 million. These were the words Gu Jun had taught him a few times, and Dad had already memorized them. Profiteering? The taxman took off. It's pickup. Gu Jun corrected. The taxman immediately picked up the phone. Captain Wang, come here, there's a large tax bill over here. Yes, it's a windfall. Within minutes, a man in his 40s, wearing a tax uniform, hurried over. The taxman pointed to the computer. The man came up to take a look and turned his head to his dad. Hello, I'm the captain of the tax inspection team, Wang Liang. There's something we need to know, and we'd appreciate your cooperation. Dad, ask. I'll cooperate. Wang Liang, where did you get this huge $2 million? Dad had to repeat it again. I found a yuan blue and white two-eared attendant vase in the Tianyue Pavilion on 7 Temple Street in the City of Earth, and they didn't know it was real, so they put it in the hall. They asked for $3 million. I pressed the price down to 80,000, and resold it to De Bao Zhai for $2 million. Wang Liang whispered to the tax collector. Tianyue Pavilion, De Bao Zhai. The taxman immediately hit the keyboard. Wang Liang's head came back up. Well, that's right. Tianyue Pavilion invoiced $80,000, and De Bao Zhai's $2 million was credited. Correct. Wang Liang said and lifted his head, bringing up a smile and said, congratulations, this makes you a millionaire. Dad smiled weakly. Thanks, Wang Liang said seemingly casually. I forgot to ask, what do you do for a living? Dad, shop steward at the screw factory. Wang Liang immediately frowned. 2,000 a month salary? Dad, 1,850. Wang Liang, then where did you get $80,000? That's his real problem. $80,000 is no small amount. Dad, Captain Wang, my wife is an elementary school teacher in Hepping Township. 930 a month. We've both worked for most of our lives with a salary of nearly $3,000 a month. Is it strange to save tens of thousands of dollars? I also have 4 daughters, all married, also from time to time filial piety. If not for our family's big hands, now save hundreds of thousands of no problem. Wang Liang immediately brought up a smile. It turns out that Mrs. Sister-in-law also has a job. It's presumptuous. It's really presumptuous. How? Quickly give Brother Gu a ticket. People's incomes are fine. Their businesses are fine. Everything is legal and no further investigation is needed. This is a standard rich guy with $2 million in his hand, so naturally he has to suck up. How immediately began to operate. 10% tax rate on large incomes. $200,000 was taken from his bank card. Gu Jun's lifted heart was finally put down. If Dad hadn't stepped in, the money would have been searched by tax inspectors and public security. This is still the anti-money laundering law has not been introduced. If it is introduced, I do not know how troublesome it will be. The invoice was opened and Wang Liang respectfully handed it to his dad with both hands. Dad walked out with the invoice, got on the motorcycle, and said with a heartache, this has gone 200,000. So damn black. I should have known not to come to pay the tax. Gu Jun was all relaxed. My good old dad, tax evasion is punishable by imprisonment. Besides, we're doing our country a favor. How can we call people black? With that, he twisted the throttle and the motorcycle sprinted away. Dad huffed. Bull ***** contribution. I don't know how much it's been hacked by that corrupt official. By the way, I heard our factory director say that just now that Lu Bureau is a corrupt person. Our factory's taxes are all given to him personally. Every time we don't allow the transfer of money, we must give cash. Cash? Could it be that the extra $1.4 million was black money collected by Bureau Lu? No wonder I'm afraid to say it. A few years later there were 2 thieves, who went into some official's house and stole tens of millions of dollars with cash and gold. That stupid wife reported the case. The thief was caught, but his husband was also exposed to the crime of embezzlement and bribery and was arrested and sentenced, hiding the stolen money in the unit safe. This Lu Bureau is also really cunning, but now that the expert is here and really found $13 million, how can he explain? Nope, it was found in a previous life and ended up settling for $730,000. Not sure how this guy operates. Sending his dad back, Gu Jun headed for school. Passing the payphone hall, he got out of the car and went inside, took out the old ghost's business card and dialed the cell phone number on it. Hello, who? Ghost, Junzi? The old ghost's voice was full of surprise. See what I meant yesterday? Junzi, you are truly a man of God. That bastard was arrested last night. If it wasn't for you, that money we transferred yesterday would have been evidence for the public security. The old ghost's tone carried a strong sense of impatience. Quickly tell brother, how did you know? Brother Ghost, you are also an old man. You should know that the less you know about something, the better. Yes. Understand. Let Sisterly go out to hide for a few days. Public security will soon go looking for him. Good. Hang on. Wait a minute. Junzi, we recognize you as a brother and sister. Call if you need anything. Good. Gu Jun agreed and hung up the phone. Back at school, it was the last class of the morning. Duan Yujie was working on a problem when she saw Gu Jun come in and looked at him with an exasperated look. Damn it, I can't believe she didn't pick herself up again, making her dad late in the morning for borrowing a bike to get her here. Did he promise to get engaged and he wouldn't even go back to his old dog-licking mode? I'm still waiting for him to pay the enrollment fee and for him to take care of the food. Gu Jun naturally knew why Duan Yujie was angry and gave her a dog-licking smile. I have to say, this snake woman is really pretty. Just a simple pink short sleeve and a pair of denim shorts outline that proud figure in a hot youthful way. A lean high ponytail and a light pink lipstick just brings out her innocent beauty. With the money matter settled, it's time to focus on launching the revenge program. He had just walked back to his seat when Wu Tiancheng turned to him and asked, "Why did you kid just come? What have you been doing?" Gu Jun deliberately said loudly, "Alas, don't mention it. The motorcycle broke down and was just repaired." When Duan Yujie heard this, she finally stopped worrying. The dog finally started licking. It wasn't not coming to pick itself up. It was the motorcycle that was broken. As we were talking, the homeroom teacher walked in. She had long since given up on Gu Jun, and didn't even bother to ask about skipping school. "Students, there are still a few students who haven't paid their enrollment fees, so hurry up and come to my office and pay them so you don't delay enrollment." After saying that, he glanced at Duan Yujie and turned to walk away. Duan Yujie immediately looked at Gu Jun. Gu Jun, however, pretended not to see it and lowered his head to clear the table. Duan Yujie gritted her teeth, got up and walked over, and said in a low voice, "Why are you just coming? Quickly go pay the enrollment fee." Gu Jun naturally knew what was going on and deliberately said without lifting his head, "I'm not taking the test. I can't take it anyway. Why waste that $200? Duan Yujie exasperatedly said, "You love to take the test or not, go and hand it over to me." Now that the two adults have met, he can already justify spending his money himself. Gu Jun immediately realized, "Right, you're my wife now, I have to pay you." "Wife?" The students immediately turned their heads to look over. Duan Yujie instantly turned red, glaring angrily at Gu Jun and drinking in a low voice. "What are you shouting nonsense? Gu Jun, to announce a big happy event to everyone. Yesterday Yujie her mom went to my house. The marriage between the two of us is finalized. Now, she is my fiancé. Wow, what a blast. Come on, what's going on? In this day and age, in this poor place, men and women marry early." They were still going to school, and many of those men and women in the village who weren't going to school were already married, with children abounding at 17 and 18 years of age. So instead of wondering about the two of them getting engaged, the class wondered how a licking dog became a fiancé. Chapter 33, Want Money? Kneel. Gu Jun smiled proudly. "Men are so charming that goddesses kneel down. It was she who took the initiative to go to my house to propose marriage." Duan Yujie's little face immediately turned red, and she angrily snapped, "If you talk nonsense again, look at me." "Gu Jun, isn't what I said true?" Duan Yujie wanted to deny it, but she also knew that she couldn't hide it, and even more afraid that he would tell about the affair in the grove. So she stopped sophistry. "Anyway, you've said it, so I'm more than justified in asking for the money," she coldly ordered. "Why don't you go pay the enrollment fee?" Gu Jun stood up and smiled. "Come along, I happen to have extra money, so I'll give it to you together." When Duan Yujie heard the word money, her heart burst with joy and she turned around and walked out. The students finally believed it and shouted at Gu Jun, "Gu Jun, you have become a Buddha after 100 years of hard work. Gu Jun, such a great thing, you have to treat me." Gu Jun generously waved his hand. Lunch at noon, 1 chicken leg each. The students were instantly more excited. The two went to pay the enrollment fee, and as they walked back, Duan Yujie asked, "Where's the money your mom gave me?" Gu Jun, "Want it? Come with me," said walking towards the grove. Duan Yujie hated to kick Gu Jun to death, but knew that this could not be avoided, and also discussed with the mother countermeasures, gritted his teeth and secretly cursed. Followed too. The bell rang. The students rushed to the cafeteria with their rice bowls. Gu Jun waited for his classmates to pass before striding out of the grove, standing still and turning back. "Don't go back to the dormitory. Let's go to the cafeteria together." Duan Yujie patted the dirt on her knees, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and huffed, "How can I eat without brushing my teeth? You go ahead and beat the food and wait for me." "All right," Gu Jun promised and took a big step away. Duan Yujie glared fiercely at Gu Jun's back and walked towards the dormitory. "Mom taught me everything, but unfortunately, it still didn't escape him. It wasn't that she wasn't determined enough, it was just too much to give. $2,000. With this amount of money, not only could Bloomberg eat something nice, but he could also buy those clothes he had been eyeing for a long time." When she returned to the cafeteria from the dormitory, a few male students in her class were gathering around Gu Jun to inquire, "Did you guys really go to the grove?" Gu Jun, No. Wu Tiancheng, lying to hell, didn't go to the grove. How come both of them didn't show up for class? Gu Jun, you rebellious son. A chicken leg can't even plug your mouth. If you dare to spread rumors again, pull it out and chop it up. Ahem. Duan Yujie faked a cough and walked over. The male students hurriedly dispersed. Gu Jun greeted her and pulled Duan Yujie to the table, pointing to her 5-piece set and said, "Pork head, beef stew, chicken leg, marinated egg, preserved sausage, all your favorites, 4 taels of rice. Is that enough?" Duan Yujie said coldly, "That's enough." Yang Liping Suit Saixia immediately gathered around. "I was able to get a good rubdown today." Duan Yujie, however, directly stacked the bowls and pots on top of each other and said to Gu Jun, I'm going back to the dormitory to eat. Gu Jun asked curiously. Why? Duan Yujie whitened Gu Jun fiercely. I don't want people to judge me in front of my face. After saying that, he picked up the 5-piece suit and left. Yang Liping and the others immediately dispersed in disappointment. Gu Jun whispered to Wu Tiansheng, eat quickly and act according to the plan afterward. Wu Tiansheng stuffed the chicken leg into his mouth, waved at the two diehards, and simply left. Gu Jun sat down and ate slowly. Beyond the fence of the school playground is a large piece of wasteland with an abandoned engine well pump house in the ground. Duan Yujie looked at Peng Bo, who was wolfing down his food, and said softly, eat slowly, these are all yours. This is where they dated. Whenever she didn't get to pay Bloom after a vacation, Bloom would come here and wait for her at lunchtime after school started. Peng Bo picked up the thick salami and brought it to Duan Yujie's mouth. You eat too. Duan Yujie immediately remembered the scene just now and immediately said, I've eaten. You eat. Bloomberg immediately took a big bite out of it. Duan Yujie, Bloomberg, I've got $1,000 for you. Bloomberg was overly surprised. That much? Duan Yujie pulled out money and handed it over. Peng Bo forced not reception took over, counted once stuffed into the pocket. Yujie, thank you. I will repay you 1,000 times in the future. Duan Yujie looked at Peng Bo with full affection. Peng Bo, my mom said goodbye to Gu Jun's parents and the scores will come out as a fake engagement. You won't be angry, right? Bloomberg, what am I mad at for being fake? I told you, let alone get engaged. If you get married, I'll come back to you after college, get you divorced, and marry you in the biggest wedding ever. Bloomberg. Duan Yujie cried out lowly and jumped into Peng Bo's arms, raising her face and slowly closing her eyes. Bloomberg remembered the scene in the grove and didn't want to kiss her at all. I thought to myself, she's been slept with by Gu Jun anyway, so why should I still keep it up? Sleep with her today. There is no need to be afraid of having a child. Let Gu Jun that licking dog cuckold top is. No, just have to get her pregnant with my child. It costs a fortune to get an abortion, and I'm sure it's okay to save a few thousand. That would be enough to pay for my tuition. With his mind made up, he moved to Duan Yujie's ear and whispered, Yujie, I want you. Duan Yujie immediately took a step back and said eagerly, No, no. Peng Bo took a step forward and pulled Duan Yujie's hand, looking at her with deep emotion. Yujie, in my heart, you have long been my wife. Do you really not want to give yourself to me? Duan Yujie lowered her head and thought about it, saying, I'm willing, but, Bloomberg, if you're willing, let's not wait any longer. Let's live as a couple early. Duan Yujie, but I'm having an aunt. Peng Bo was instantly disappointed, but still squeezed out a smile and said, it's fine, as long as you promise. It's okay to wait for our next meeting. Gotta get her pregnant as fast as possible and get the money for the abortion before school starts. Duan Yujie immediately nodded her head and opened her arms to hug Peng Bo, taking the initiative to kiss him. Duan Yujie, what are you doing? With an angry shout, the dilapidated wooden door of the pump room was kicked open. Wu Tianqing and the 3 male students stood outside the door, staring angrily. Duan Yujie, you're getting engaged to Gu Jun, and you're still drilling pump rooms with other men. You. Duan Yujie was scared a few steps back early. You what you? Little man, go get Gu Jun, Wu Tiansheng ordered angrily. The smaller student immediately turned and ran. Peng Bo remembered that Gu Jun was so capable of fighting. He also trembled with fear and said with a smile on his face, Classmate, we're just talking. We didn't do anything. I have to get back to class. Please let me through. Pass you. Wu Tianqing cursed angrily and pushed Peng Bo backward a few steps as he leaned against the wall. Be a good boy and stay there until my brother comes to dispose of it. Peng Bo eagerly looked at Duan Yujie. What could Duan Yujie do but stare back at him more eagerly? Not a moment later, Gu Jun ran over with great strides, followed by many male and female classmates carrying rice bowls. The little man went straight to the cafeteria. Gu Jun, that kid from the second middle school seduced your fiancé. With that one voice, it drew everyone in. Gossiping is human nature. Who doesn't want to see a drama of catching an adulterer? And it was all designed by Gu Jun. That $2,000 was also intentionally given to Duan Yujie. I didn't get enough last time, so I have to take it out on you today to get over it. Gu Jun, that kid was just holding Duan Yujie. Wu Tianqing said angrily. Good for you, dog. Gu Jun cursed angrily and rushed straight into the pump room. Peng Bo was scared and hurriedly said, Gu Jun, listen to me. Dare to rape my fiancé, I'll kill you. Gu Jun yanked Peng Bo by the hair and pulled him straight out of the pump room with a fierce yank. Bloomberg let out a cry of pain and bent over. Pop, pop, snap. Gu Jun raised his palm and smacked it hard. Duan Yujie looked at this scene with a dull expression, not knowing what to do at all. Chapter 34 Serial Plans. Yang Liping and a few others followed suit, and in order to get a better look at the drama, they ran straight in and surrounded Duan Yujie, asking, Yujie, what's going on? Duan Yujie didn't know how to answer, so she pretended that she didn't hear it and directly drilled into Yang Liping's arms. She really has no face. If there hadn't been this whole engagement thing, she could have told everyone right now, out loud, that she and Bloomberg were in a relationship, and at most, she wouldn't have to use the lickspittle's money in the future is all. But now that she was the nominal fiancé of that licking dog, it would be ungentlemanly to have an affair with Bloomberg again, and that lickspittle has the right to hit Bloomberg as a fiancé. If you go up there and block it, you're a tenfold adulterer. Gu Jun scolded and slapped Pang Bo dozens of times in one breath, and his hands were a bit numb from the beating. Pang Bo's glasses flew to nowhere. His whole face had swollen into a pig's head, his nose and mouth were constantly dripping blood, and he said vaguely, "Gu Jun, don't hit me. I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Later? What the do you want later?" Gu Jun connects with a direct kick to Bloomberg's stomach. Aha! Bloomberg let out a muffled grunt and flew directly backwards, smashing hard on the ground, covering his stomach and curling up into a shrimp. Gu Jun made a flying leap over to him, kicking, stomping, and stepping hard on his stomach, and Pang Bo screamed like a killing pig, crying out for mercy. "You've been a cuckold to me all your life, and you killed me in your last life, and you can't stand it anymore just to collect this much interest? What for? What are you doing? No hitting, stop it." With the yell, two public security officers ran over at a fast pace. The school at this time had a police office, which was two co-police officers based at the school. A classmate who had just gone and told them that there was a fight here immediately rushed over. Gu Jun didn't listen at all and continued to kick and punch. A public security officer ran over and yanked Gu Jun aside with a hug. The other one immediately bent down and squatted down, and asked at Pang Bo, "How are you doing? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Bloom was in pain and couldn't speak at all, but knowing he wasn't too badly hurt, he gritted his teeth and shook his head in order to keep things from getting any worse. He still has to go back to pay his enrollment fee and prepare for the entrance exam. If you have to go to the hospital and delay for a few days, everything will be over. Another public security officer turned to Gu Jun and asked angrily, "Why did you hit him?" Gu Jun said angrily, "This dog wants to rape my fiancé. Shouldn't he be beaten?" Public security froze. "Your fiancé?" Gu Jun pointed inside the pump room. "Duan Yujie is my fiancé. It's still in there now." The public security officer immediately went over. "Who is Duan Yujie?" Yang Liping immediately said, "She is." The public security officer walked in and looked at Duan Yujie, who had her head buried in Yang Liping's arms, and asked, "Are you his fiancé?" Duan Yujie didn't want to admit it and simply didn't say a word. Janet said helpfully, "They're not engaged yet, but the parents have said yes." Public security continued, "Did he just try to rape you?" Although Duan Yujie wanted to preserve her innocent reputation, she was also afraid of harming Pang Bo and immediately said, "No, he's talking nonsense." The public security officer was well informed and immediately understood the reason. Rape? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The pink cutlery on the floor was this woman's at first glance. This is clearly a delivery. And special sister offered to take care of the food. He stopped asking Duan Yujie and walked over to Gu Jun. Duan Yujie didn't admit to rape, so it's illegal for you to hit someone. Come with us to the police station first. It was at this moment that the sound of a motorcycle rang out. All out of the way. All out of the way. Duan Yujie's mom is here. With the sound, Wu Tianchang rode Gu Jun's motorcycle and brought Tian Xiaoa, who was wearing a blue dress that she had just bought, with long wavy hair falling down her shoulders, fluttering like a ripe peach, and with great charm. This is also a part of Gu Jun's plan. He knew that Duan Yujie refused to admit that it was rape. It had to be this woman who stepped in to get the better of Bloomberg. Seeing Tian Xiaoa get off the motorcycle, Gu Jun immediately ran over, hugged her and cried, "Auntie, your family Yujie betrayed me. She is dating Pang Bo here." And she also gave him a hug and gave him a hug. "Auntie, you have to do it for me." With the dry howl, Gu Jun's hand stroked up and down, squeezing. This woman's figure was kept really well. This curve, it was even more exaggerated than her daughter's. And this elasticity, it was no weaker than Duan Yujie's. Since it's the real deal, the wildcard program can unfold painfully. Tian Xiaoa was hugged and groped. Although the heart is not twisted, but this kid is considered his own fiancé son-in-law. It is said that a son-in-law is half a son. The son is aggrieved, in the arms of the mother to seek solace, and really cannot say anything. Besides, it was really his own daughter who had done the wrong thing. Wu Tiancheng had already told her on the way, and as soon as she heard it, she knew that her daughter not only didn't listen to herself to break it off with that poor guy, but also intensified her efforts to drill the pump room for a date. Now she is really justified. She can only pat Gu Jun's back, softly consoled, "It's okay, it's okay. She doesn't dare to betray you. You let go first. Let Auntie." Gu Jun, "Auntie, I just gave Yujie $2,000, and she did this." and said that Peng Bo is not rape. The public security wants to arrest me. What should I do? Auntie, you must save me. Howling dryly, his hand went down quickly, sliding over the curve and squeezing hard. It's really strong enough. Tian Xiao almost shouted out when she was pinched, and although she thought Gu Jun was scared, she hated to push him away immediately. But Herd just gave his daughter $2,000, and immediately took up the responsibility of the mother-in-law, and hastened to comfort. Don't worry, Auntie certainly won't let you go to jail. Well, get loose and let Auntie clean up that damn go for you. Gu Jun let go and lowered his head to wipe his eyes. Tian Xiao walked into the pump room, let everyone else out, pulled Duan Yujie over, and asked in a low voice. Duan Yujie did not dare to hide it and said in a low voice, he came to me, and I brought him some rice. Tian Xiao didn't bother to listen to this nonsense. Didn't I say you were hugging together? What exactly did you do with him? Duan Yujie, just a hug. You're such a... Tian Xiao violently raised her hand and slapped Duan Yujie hard on the head, saying angrily, how do you let my mother speak for you? Duan Yujie didn't dare to speak. She really didn't know how to end it. Tian Xiao was also confused by her daughter and didn't know what to do. To say that the daughter is volunteering would be a loss of this long-term meal ticket that was so easy to get. But let your daughter say it wasn't voluntary. Again, this dead girl must have refused. When he was in a difficult situation, Gu Jun pushed the door in, went straight over and wrapped his arm around Tian Xiao's waist, attached himself to her ear, and said in a low voice, Auntie, I saw a bunch of money in Peng Bo's pocket, and that's the $2,000 that I gave to Yujie, with my name written on each one. Gu Jun had just hit Bloomberg and had searched his body early. The $2,000 he gave to Duan Yujie was for Duan Yujie to give to Peng Bo. What? When Tian Xiao heard this, she was furious. Not even caring that Peng Bo still had his arm around her waist, she pointed at Duan Yujie and asked, did you give him money? Or 2,000? Duan Yujie hurriedly said, no, not 2,000, just 1,000. Tian Xiao gritted her teeth and said, you're such a... Deduct it piece by piece when you give it to the old lady, and give it to him for 1,001. You, saying that didn't feel right. Saying that in front of Gu Jun would definitely make him angry. This family is so generous now. Out of 2,000, they must not be allowed to take off the set and run. Gu Jun, Auntie, Yujie does not say rape is fine. Just say Peng Bo stole my money. She knew. Chased here to ask for it. Hugging together is her and Peng Bo to fight for the money. Wu Tiancheng, a few people look at it wrong. If I didn't beat up Bloomberg that much, public security would definitely arrest me. Chapter 35 spares you in order to continue to get back at you. Tian Xiao thought a little and immediately nodded her head. Okay, let's get it that way. First, we must get that $1,000 back. Secondly, let this matter be used to make this rebellious girl break clean with that poor man. She violently yanked Duan Yujie's ear and said sternly, you'll say that in a moment. Dare to say half a word to me nonsense. I'll skin you. Do you hear me? Duan Yujie saw that her mom was really angry and didn't dare to disagree. Humph. Tian Xiao grunted angrily and turned to walk out. Bloomberg had stood up, and his glasses had been found, but the lenses were shattered, and one of the legs was broken, hanging from his nose, and he was wiping the blood from his mouth and nose with toilet paper. Tian Xiao ran straight over and raised her hand to strike. Snap! A crunch. Bloomberg's glasses were knocked off again, and he covered his face and said with a sobbing voice, Auntie, Tian Xiao pointed at Peng Bo and cursed angrily. You thief! How dare you steal my son-in-law's money? Said hands flipped and hit and scratched. Bloomberg didn't dare to fight back and hurriedly crouched down. See if I don't beat you to death. You thief! Tian Xiao raised her leg and kicked up hard with her high-heeled foot. The two public security officers were a bit confused and rushed over to pull away. Don't fight yet. First tell me what's going on. How did it become stealing money again? Tian Xiao pointed at Peng Bo and said angrily, he stole my son-in-law's money, $1,000. My daughter saw it, chased after him for it, he didn't give it. The two of them tore it up, and those classmates looked at it poorly and thought they were hugging my daughter. What? The two public security officers were confused. Bloom immediately said, Auntie, no, I didn't steal it. I'm still talking tough. Tian Xiao naturally didn't dare to let Peng Bo tell the truth, and immediately shouted angrily, reaching into Peng Bo's pocket and pulling out a stack of money, holding it up in front of the public security officers. Look at it, isn't it $1,000? You see, there's still my son-in-law's name written on each one. The public security officer took the money and looked it over, one by one, frowning at each other. This isn't a normal fight anymore. Let's all take it back to the police station first. The police room. The two official public security officers came and began to separate for questioning. It happened off campus, but it involved students, so the school leaders showed up. Gu Jun was the first to be questioned. I don't know when the money disappeared. My classmate said he forcefully hugged. Hugging hugs, he forcefully hugged my fiancée. and in a moment of anger, I went over and hit him. Public security, you students, ask questions before you do anything, Gu Jun said with a straight face. Even if he stole my money, shouldn't I beat him? The public security officer laughed and said, you kid, you're still blocked at both ends. Alright, go out and ask Duan Yujie to come in. In this poor place, the law always comes after secular morality. It is permissible to beat a thief and an adulterer, as long as not killed and maimed. The public security generally do not need legal control. Gu Jun came out and went to a room where Tian Shao was reprimanding Duan Yujie. Yujie, public security is letting you go. Tian Shao immediately snapped at Duan Yujie. What should I say? Do you know? Duan Yujie nodded and walked out. Gu Jun walked to Tian Shao, directly embraced, crying, Auntie, just now the public security said, to Pangbo is not stealing money, to arrest me. What can I do if Yujie won't say that Bloomberg stole the money? Tian Shao hurriedly patted Gu Jun's back and comforted her. Don't worry, Auntie has already taught her. She doesn't dare to talk nonsense, said the man trying to push Gu Jun away. Even though he was a fake unmarried son-in-law, it was really inappropriate to be hugged around like that all the time. Gu Jun, however, hugged even tighter. Auntie, my dad is making more now, 4,000 or 5,000 a month, and my mom is also tutoring the kids, so she can also make more than 1,000 a month, and the two of them together make 6,000 or 7,000 a month, and as long as Auntie helps me out and doesn't let me go to jail, I'll let my mom and dad give you 4,000 a month. No, 5,000. 5,000? Tian Shao was immediately thrilled and said with hard to suppress her excitement, can you really give 5,000? Gu Jun said with certainty, yes, these 2,000 are the pocket money my parents gave Yujie first, and 3,000 more will be given in a few days. Tian Shao excitedly hugged Gu Jun tightly. Good son-in-law, you're really Auntie's good son-in-law. 5,000 a month, 15 for my daughter, and 3,500 for myself. That's a lot of fish and meat and new clothes every day. Duan Yujie walked in with a somber face and frowned when she saw her mom hugging Gu Jun. Mom, what are you doing? Tian Shao let go of Gu Jun and huffed at her daughter. See how you scared Gu Jun? Did I teach you all that? Duan Yujie lowered her head and said vaguely. Said it. After saying that he went over and sat down in the chair. Tian Shao immediately went over, climbed into her daughter's ear, and whispered a few words. Duan Yujie's eyes instantly lit up. Gu Jun looked at the mother and daughter and thought, Duan Yujie won't really say Pangbo stole money, right? It would be too cheap to take Bloomberg into custody now so he can't continue his revenge. Not a moment later, the three were called out. When he arrived at the conference room, he saw Bloomberg sitting in a chair in the corner. A couple of guys are sitting on the couch smoking. There's the principal of a middle school and the class teacher of Gujuan, principal of the second form, Pembroke's classroom teacher. The public security officer let the three people also sit down, twisted out the cigarette and said, the case is clear. Pangbo is not stealing money. It is picked up. Pangbo came to look for his classmates in No. 1 middle school, and when he saw Gu Jun's money drop, he went to pick it up. When Duan Yujie saw Pangbo pick up Gu Jun's money, she chased after him to ask for it, and an argument broke out at the pump room. Bloomberg said he didn't pick up Duan Yujie's and wouldn't give it to him. Duan Yujie said it was his fiance's and went to Bloomberg's pocket to pull it out, and the two of them tore it up a few times. When Wu Tanchang and a few other students saw it, they thought the two were hugging each other and went to tell Gu Jun. Gu Jun thought Pangbo was forcibly embracing his fiancée, and out of irritation, he hit Pangbo. Tian Shao immediately looked angrily at Duan Yujie. This dead girl still can't let go of that poor guy and speaks for him. Gu Jun also looked at Duan Yujie coldly. This one turned out for the best. That's the effect one wants. Only then can the revenge program continue. The class teacher of the second middle school immediately huffed. Although it's not right for Pangbo to pick up money and not return it, he can't be beaten like this, right? See what kind of beating my student has become? Teachers are protective of students, especially Pangbo. Every exam is the first in the class. Is his favorite students? Naturally more caring. Although Gu Jun's homeroom teacher did not have a good impression of Gu Jun, he was also instinctively protective of his children, and immediately said, he was pulling at our Duan Yujie, causing Gu Jun to misunderstand that he was going to misbehave with his fiancée. So shouldn't he have been beaten? Pangbo class teacher, Mr. Lee, you're wrong to say that. No matter what the situation is, you shouldn't hit people. You teach your students like this. Gu Jun's homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhang, even though I'm a woman, the students I teach are all decent and upright people. You teach well. You teach students who pick up money and don't give it back. Bloomberg's classroom teacher, Mr. Lee, you. The principal of the first middle school waved his hand to interrupt and said with a smile, all right, they are all co-workers, head up, head down. It's not good to quarrel, especially in front of the students. The impact is even worse. Said to the public security, comrade, Soon the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is the examination that determines the student's life. Must not, because of this small matter, affect their life. I think it's better this way. We don't pursue the matter of Pang Bo picking up money and not returning it. And you guys pursue the matter of Dong Gu Jun hitting people. Let them settle down and take their exams. What do you think? It's a red-hot defense of the calf. It's not a crime not to return the money, but it's a crime to beat someone up. How can you beat that? Chapter 36 can afford it, but will never put it down again. The public security officer smiled slightly. This depends on both of your opinions. As long as you agree, we have no problem with it. All are 1,000 years old, Fox. What is going on in this matter? Who can see? Fortunately did not cause any serious consequences. Naturally hold the principle that more is better than less. To actually press charges against the adulterer would surely have to ruin the young couple's marriage. It is better to tear down 10 temples than to break up a marriage. No one dares to tell the truth in such matters. Even can become this result. Is the public security specifically let Duan Yujie and Pang Bo collusion to make the big things small? Small things. The principal of the first middle school looked at the principal of the second middle school. What do you say, Headmaster Ma? The principal of the second middle school coldly said, do not pursue Can, but this medical expenses and compensation well. You're protective, and that's pro-student on my part. If you don't want the public to deal with it, you can, but you'll have to pay for it. Bloomberg's family is poor and hasn't paid the enrollment fee until now, so I need to get some money for my students. Tian Xia immediately pointed at Pang Bo and angrily asked, how dare you ask for medical bills and compensation? Bloomberg leaned back in fear. He instinctively dreaded this woman. If she knew that she had been raised by her daughter, she would definitely hit her harder than Gu Jun. The main thing was that by flipping off her, Duan Yujie would definitely not care about herself anymore. He hurriedly shook his hand and said, don't dare, don't dare. His homeroom teacher immediately whispered, Pang Bo, don't be afraid, there is a teacher. No one is here. Pang Bo, teacher, forget it, I'm fine, it's just a little skin wound. I'd better hurry back to school, I still have a few papers left to do. Pang Bo homeroom teacher still want to say something. Gu Jun homeroom teacher has already said in a conspiratorial manner, some people, teaching and educating for a lifetime, are not as generous as a student, all day long thinking about his blackmail money. You, Mr. Bloomberg's homeroom teacher was so angry that he couldn't speak. Principal of the first middle school, since Mr. Bloomberg has left the matter alone, it's over. It's the final sprint. It's a real matter of minutes and seconds. Let's not let our students waste their time here, shall we? Seeing that his students had already given up on claiming compensation, the principal of the second middle school could not say anything else, so he could only get up and leave with his own people in farewell. The public security officer gave the $1,000 to Gu Jun. You kid, ask clearly before you do anything. This is the people do not want compensation. Otherwise, this $1,000 can be the compensation fee. Gu Jun, thank you, Uncle Policeman, he said and put the money in his pocket. Public security waved his hand and went back to the station. The principal followed to deliver. The homeroom teacher came over and said to a few voices, Gu Jun, Duan Yujie, I don't care if you're engaged or not, but these few days are the most crucial moment. You must drop everything and give me another 10 days of hard studying. During these 10 days, you'd better pretend you don't know each other, and don't let emotional marriages or family matters interfere with your studies. Saying that, he looked at Gu Jun. Of course, it's mainly you. Don't influence Duan Yujie. Teachers in this day and age are protective of their students, but they don't give them any face. Gu Jun immediately nodded. Okay, teacher. From now on, I have nothing to do with Duan Yujie. Good. The teacher smiled in satisfaction and turned to go. Gu Jun glanced at Duan Yujie's mother and daughter and also turned to walk out. After all that, it was already dark and the students had started their evening study. Tian Xiao pulled her daughter to catch up. Gu Jun, it's okay now. That money, I'm sure I'm still thinking about that $1,000. I had thought that Duan Yujie would give all $2,000 to Pang Bo, and now it would have been all recovered. But I did not expect to give only half. Another 1,000 to this snake woman for nothing. Gu Jun coldly asked, what money? Tian Xiao, that $1,000. Didn't you give it to Yujie? Gu Jun looked at Duan Yujie, who still had her head down. I gave it to her to give to Pang Bo? Your daughter's but I'm not. Tian Xiao froze for a moment and hurriedly said, don't worry, she won't. Gu Jun, it won't? Just now you taught her so much, and she still said Bloomberg was picking up not stealing, and almost made me lose money and go to jail. She's my fiancé, but taking the food I bought her, drilling the pump room with someone else, letting them hug and touch and sleep with her and posting money. What a ing. I'd give her money for something like that? Give it to her so she can stick it to someone else? Said he, holding out his hand. Give me back that 1,000 as well. Tian Xiao froze again. She tried to weasel her way out of it, but there really wasn't much to say. What her own daughter had done really made her punch her in the mouth. Duan Yujie was scolded and turned red, forcing a thick skin and whispering in an exasperated voice. This money is what I earned. Kujun, I gave you the money because I treat you as my fiancé. Otherwise, those few strokes of yours would be worth 2,000? Not even 200. Duan Yujie was so angry that she couldn't speak, blaring angrily at Gu Jun, itching to bite him to death. Tian Xiao's face couldn't hold it anymore. Gu Jun, how can you talk like that? Gu Jun, auntie, ask your daughter if people gave her money when she gave it to Bloomberg. Not only do they not give it, she's sticking it to them for 1,000. She's posting money for outsiders, so who am I to give it to her? Tian Xiao was speechless from the top. It was at this moment that Dad arrived on his motorcycle with Mom in tow. There's just been a change in the case, and there's a possibility that compensation will be talked about, and public security notified Dad. The motorcycle stopped directly beside the trio. Mom still didn't know the situation, and when she got off the bus, she directly pulled Tian Xiao, big sister. Jie, what's going on here? Tian Xiao smiled awkwardly and stammered. Gu Jun lost the money, and Jie went to ask for it. Gu Jun had thought of replacing Duan Yujie with Meng Deeping, lest Mom and Dad lose heart, but now that they're here, let's just make it quick and easy, before Mom and Dad show off too much out there, and the scandal that breaks out when they take on this family makes them look even worse. He immediately said, Dad, Mom, I gave Duan Yujie $2,000 at noon, and also bought her a meal. She took the meal to the small pump room in the back and gave it to a man in the second middle school to eat, and also let the person hug and touch it, and also gave the person $1,000. A classmate saw them hugging and came over to call me, so I went over and beat the kid up. Just now auntie taught her how to say, her one heart is still all that boy, just refused to speak for me, almost let the public security arrested me. Dad and Mom's faces darkened as they listened to this. Mom had already let go of Tian Xiao and walked over to Gu Jun, coldly looking at Duan Yujie without saying a word. Tian Xiao hurriedly accompanied the smiling face and said, Big brother, big sister, it is not like that, my family Yujie was cheated by that boy. It is. Mom doesn't answer, but her eyes are already full of anger. Dad smoked a cigarette in silence, violently dropped the cigarette, looked at Gu Jun and asked in a deep voice, Son, what do you want to do? Gu Jun, good shoes don't step on Stinky, I'm going to cut her off. Dad patted Gu Jun on the shoulder. Good son, take it and leave it, a man. Mom also patted Gu Jun's arm. It's good to be able to think about it. There are many good girls in the world. My son deserves better. Gu Jun smiled and said, Dad, Mom, I just can't let you show off. Mom stiffened with a smile. Silly son, you've got enough to show Mom off for the rest of her life. Gu Jun, Dad, Mom, it's okay, you guys go back. Mom nodded, shook Gu Jun's arm heavily, and got on the motorcycle. Dad gave Gu Jun an affirmative look, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle started. Big brother, big sister, Tian Xiao shouted. Mom and Dad acted like they didn't hear it, didn't even look back and just walked away. Gu Jun coldly looked at the pair of like sister flower like beautiful, but heart like snake scorpion mother and daughter. Thought, bait has been given to you well. It depends on whether you can withstand the temptation. The bait under chapter 37 has attracted the big fish again. After this incident, Duan Yujie really didn't have the face to let Gu Jun pay her again. Her mom took the 1,000, but kept the 300, and she had money for dinner. Time flies when you're studying intensely. The college entrance exam is finally on schedule. Wearing a fiery red sleeveless tight short top, a short black denim skirt, black high heel sandals, her long hair had turned into a long black straight wearing a pair of sunglasses, Tian Xiao stood in front of the school in a pavilion. That fashionable dress, hot body, fair skin, and beautiful looks hooked the eyes of those male parents. Duan Yujie was wearing a white short sleeve with a bow tied at the neckline, a pair of denim shorts, white socks, white sneakers, long hair tied in a double ponytail, clean and fresh, youthful vigor, mother and daughter a youthful breath, a mature woman charm, complement each other, more let the men's eyes like fire, than the summer sun is even hotter. Tian Xiao tidied up Duan Yujie's bow and exasperatedly said, You're still a real. I heard that the Gu family sold an antique and made $2 million in one hand. $2 million? You can't spend it all in a lifetime. If you hadn't gone and backstabbed that poor guy, you'd be a millionaire by now. It's good to see the $2 million that came into your hands, lost to you. You cheap bastard. Where can you hide something that big in a small, poor, backward county? Besides, the tax office is full of people. Who's going to keep your secret? The news, long ago, spread to every corner of the county. And this is the bait Gu Jun gave to this snake mother and daughter. Tian Xiao was first excited upon hearing the news, and immediately chagrined, and now the more she spoke, the more angry she became. and smoothly pinched her daughter hard on the chin. Ah! Duan Yujie let out a low cry of pain and said in an aggravated voice, "Who knew that damn Wu Tiancheng would go?" She was more sorry to learn the news than her mom. If she hadn't been discovered that day, she'd still be a millionaire's daughter-in-law now. 2 million. You can spend it however you want. You can buy whatever you want. Tian Xiao huffed. Is it useful to blame others? If you weren't a cheap bastard, would this have happened if you hadn't gone to the dump? Mom! Duan Yujie really didn't want to hear this word, and was helplessly pouting. Tian Xiao, I don't care. You must get Gu Jun back again for me. Duan Yujie said with a difficult expression. How can I get it? He's ignoring me right now. Tian Xiao immediately attached herself to Duan Yujie's ear and whispered. Duan Yujie, Mom, wait until the thorough examination is finished before. Okay? Tian Xiao was about to speak when she saw Gu Jun coming and immediately pulled her daughter over. Gu Jun, what took you so long? Auntie brought you a sausage and 2 hard-boiled eggs so you can get 100% in every subject, he said, pulling out of his satchel. Unsurprisingly, hooked. This time, you can't escape even if you want to. Gu Jun was secretly happy in his heart and said coldly, Auntie, the full mark for each subject is 105. Tian Xiao, where to know this? Smile suddenly embarrassed for a moment, and then continued, Nothing, just a figure of good luck. Yu Jie, why don't you still grill the sausage for Gu Jun? Said the sausage into Duan Yujie's hand as she started peeling the eggs. Duan Yujie peeled open the sausage and sent it to Gu Jun's mouth, and with a shy smile, whispered, if you can take 100 in every subject, you can go to a good university with 500 points. Tian Xiao immediately said, yes, if you two can go to the same university, that can be. Gu Jun said coldly, you and Pang Bo can only go to the same university, right? Duan Yujie immediately said, I'm no longer related to him. He was the one who came to me last time, asking to borrow money to pay the registration fee, and saying that his mother was sick and had to be hospitalized. I took pity on him and gave him some money. I made it clear to him that time that there would be no more relationship. He said he wanted a final hug, so Tian Xiao immediately picked up the conversation and said, young people, ceremonial hugs, it's normal. Gu Jun, you are also a young man, this should be very understandable, right? Just like you, didn't you hug your aunt when you met her? They both hugged the same way you and auntie hugged. Gu Jun looked at Duan Yujie. Really? Duan Yujie nodded firmly. It's just a ceremonial final hug. I've never let him hug me before, and I'm engaged to you, much less let him take advantage of me. But seeing as how he said it was pathetic, I just, let him hug me. Don't worry, I won't say a word to him from now on. Tian Xiao, okay, it's okay if we talk it out. In the future you young couples get along well. Don't fight over this little thing anymore. Gu Jun, eat the sausage. 1 bite and you'll be considered reconciled. Duan Yujie brought the sausage a little further towards Gu Jun's mouth and whispered with a shy smile. Alright, don't be angry. Take a bite. Gu Jun looked at Duan Yujie and asked, have you eaten? Tian Xiao, what's she eating? This is a big sausage that costs $3 a piece. She doesn't deserve to eat it. Auntie is preparing it especially for you. Mine? Gu Jun took the sausage and smiled evilly. Yujie loves big ones. You haven't eaten sausages for a few days, have you? Saying that, he put it to Duan Yujie's light pink painted lips and ordered, open your mouth. Duan Yujie's small face instantly blushed. Tian Xiao immediately understood what Gu Jun meant and could not help but blush as well. This kid, how can he do this in front of me? However, she could only pretend that she didn't understand, and still smiled and said, Yujie, eat quickly, eat and then you'll be considered reconciled. Duan Yujie could only open her mouth. Gu Jun slammed forward. Cough cough. Duan Yujie immediately took a step back, turned her head, covered her mouth and coughed a few times, and her big beautiful eyes were already full of teardrops. Tian Xiao immediately frowned. This damn, bully my daughter like this every time. But for $2 million, it's really nothing. She lightly smacked Gu Jun's hand and said in a disgruntled, delicate voice, what a naughty boy, she said, hugging her daughter, wiping the corners of her eyes, and looking at Gu Jun. She pouted, look at Yujie coughing, tears are coming out. Are you satisfied now? Gu Jun nodded. Satisfied. Tian Xiao, then go back and tell your parents that you two have made up. Gu Jun stepped over, wrapped his arm around Tian Xiao's waist, and whispered in her ear, Auntie, I still want to. Tian Xiao immediately pushed Gu Jun away and said with a red face, get lost, that's between the two of you. What are you talking to me about? After saying that, he directly let go of Duan Yujie and left. After walking a few steps he turned back. I'll come pick you up this afternoon and we'll go to my house for dinner together. Gu Jun immediately said, okay, Auntie. Tian Xiao finally let go of her heart, swaying her slender waist, stepping on the curling steps, in the blazing gaze of all the men, happy to go. The gates opened and the candidates entered. Bloomberg stepped out from behind a tree not far away and looked at him with baleful eyes. This kid is in this exam room too? Gu Jun said in his heart and directly wrapped his arms around Duan Yujia's waist, looking at Pang Bo with provocative eyes. Humph. Bloomberg grunted and walked past the two men. Gu Jun immediately put his arm around Duan Yujie and followed closely behind him, and deliberately said, Yujie, it's too hot. Let's not go home after the exam in a while. I'll take you to sleep in the hotel over there. Duan Yujie lowered her head and didn't answer. Don't want to go? Then forget it. Gu Jun immediately let go of Duan Yujie and took a big step forward. Duan Yujie knew the meaning of this forgetting and immediately whispered to Pang Bo. His family has 2 million. I'll get us the money to go. Pang Bo said viciously. Get them all. Make them lose their money and see what bull he still has. Aha! Duan Yujie nodded and quickly chased after Gu Jun. Chapter 38, Desire to Escape. Auntie accompanies you. When Duan Yujie caught up, Gu Jun had already entered the hall of the teaching building. She pulled Gu Jun's arm and said pitifully, Gu Jun, don't bully me during the exam, okay? Let me finish the exam in peace and quiet. I let you bully just $2 million. That's enough to pay for everything she's got. And his parents know about Bloomberg, and if he doesn't go out all by himself, the old couple will definitely not forgive her. Mom is right. The original may be able to even cajole, but now they are 2 millionaires, cannot use the lonely and noble, have to change the strategy. No matter how much aggravation I suffer, I'm going to take all of their family's $2 million. Good. Gu Jun replied coldly and headed upstairs. The two were not on the same floor and separated when they reached the second floor. Enter the exam room and hand out the papers. Gu Jun roughly read through it, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, it's the same role as it was back then. He had been forced to do it a dozen times in his previous life by the old Barker, and had recalled this section many times, and had long since familiarized himself with it, but he was still careful to start doing the questions. It's not that I'm afraid I won't be able to do it, it's that I have to calculate the score. Not only did he want his total score to be the same as Meng Dai's, but he also wanted every subject to be the same so that he could be placed in a major and a class. Half an hour of writing, a careful calculation of the score, and a 45th minute of handing in the paper. Went and came to dinner and found a hotel to sleep in. Afternoon exam, same operation. After coming out, I saw that the entrance was already full of students' parents, but after looking around, I couldn't see Tian Xiaoa. I was thinking of dragging her to the hotel to sit down, but who knew she hadn't come yet? I should have known to check out of the hotel. He leaned against a tree and lit a cigarette. Being handed a couple of cigarettes by the old geezer brought out the smoking habit from a previous life. 10 minutes before the bell, Bloomberg walked out. Seeing Gu Jun, he asked in a disdainful tone, "Why are you out so early? How did you do on the exam?" Gu Jun said in a flat tone, "I can't do a single question, so it's better to sit inside and waste time than to come out and get some air." Bloomberg, can you afford your entry fee? Can afford to be sorry. It's all my own money, unlike you, who cheats women out of their money, Gu Jun said, flicking his cigarette directly at Pang Bo. Pang Bo tapped off his cigarette and gritted his teeth. Isn't it just that your father has a few stinking dollars? What's the big deal? I'm telling you, I'm sure I'll be a top science student this time, and I'm sure I'll go to medical school and graduate as a doctor at a top-notch hospital. It won't take me more than a few years to be the man of the big city, and when that happens, I'm going to make you kneel at my feet and kowtow to me, and I'm going to make you pay 1,000 times over for what you've done. Gu Jun bristled. Doing? What did I do to you? Which of the things you've eaten and drank over the past few years isn't my money? You hugged Laozi's fiancée, spent Laozi's money, and want to take revenge on Laozi. Why the hell are you so reasonable? Bloomberg gritted his teeth and said, because everything you have, you didn't work for yourself to get. Gu Jun smiled coldly and went over to slap Ping Bo's face. No matter what the reason is, Laozi is just rich, just able to play with Duan Yujie in a righteous manner, and her mom even chased after me to let me play with her. You're just pissed off and hateful, and it's all for nothing. Pang Bo violently pushed away Gu Jun's hand. He was going to say that Duan Yujie loved him, and he could play as much as he wanted, or play for nothing, and get paid for playing, but knew that saying so would definitely be bad, so that Duan Yujie could not get the money again. He could only say viciously, Gu Jun, you dare to beat up Laozi and falsely accuse Laozi. Just wait, there will always be a day when you regret it. When the time comes, I'm going to make your family die. Gu Jun suddenly beckoned. Auntie, here. Duan Jichang rode a borrowed 250 motorcycle and whistled with Tian Xiaoa. It's natural to be grand when you're bringing a rich son-in-law home for dinner. Gu Jun, where's Yu Jie? Not out yet? Duan asked with a pleasing smile. This is the son-in-law of $2 million. How dare he not flatter? The rest of his life depends on him for food and drink. When Peng Bo saw the murderous eyes of Duan Yujia's parents, especially Tian Xiaoa, he immediately had to leave. Gu Jun said to Duan Jiqiang as he pulled Peng Bo, "Uncle, let me introduce to you. This is the man your family Duan Yujia likes, Peng Bo. He just told me. Your family Yujia spent tens of thousands of dollars on him over the years and let people play for nothing." Peng Bo struggled and shouted angrily, "Gu Jun, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I?" Gu Jun simply ignored him and continued, "People have just threatened me that if I pester your family Yujia again, he's going to break my family. Now, I'm officially informing you that I'm not catching on. From now on, your family Yujia is someone else's Bloomberg." After saying that, he pushed Peng Bo to Duan Jiqiang and directly turned around and left. Tian Xiao's face was white with anger early on, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Duan Jiqiang, give me a chance to beat this poor bastard to death." Duan Jiqiang then reacted, immediately jumped off the motorcycle, raised his hand and pumped it out. "You're so damn poor you can't even afford to wear pants, and you still dare to hit on my daughter. Who the hell gave you the guts?" By the end of the sentence, 4 or 5 slaps had already been given. This is a gangster from a gangster background, and he hits hard, beating Bloomberg dizzily and with a bloody nose. "Uncle, listen to me. I listened to your mother," Duan said, throwing a leg kick. Bloomberg rolls straight back to his feet from the kick. Some parents rushed over to pull Duan Jiqiang, seeing that Gu Jun, who had been easily coaxed, was again made angry by this dam. Tian Xiaoa immediately ordered, "Duan Jiqiang, he dares to tarnish your daughter's reputation and destroy her marriage. If you're a man, beat him to death for me." Duan immediately broke away from his parents and pounced over to kick Peng Bo viciously, looking for Gu Jun as he did so. This is for Gu Jun to take out his anger. He has to be seen. But Gu Jun had already started his motorcycle and was ready to go, and he said eagerly, "Xiaoa, I'm waiting to pick up my daughter, so go to Gu Jun and persuade him, and don't let the marriage go yellow." Tian Xiaoa hurriedly turned around and ran. "If we let Gu Jun go, the 2 million will be really yellow." Gu Jun was waiting for Tian Xiaoa to come over, and only when he saw her running up to him did he twist the throttle and pretend to go. Tian Xiaoa pulled Gu Jun's arm and said with a smile, "Gu Jun, don't be angry. Listen to Auntie." Gu Jun said coldly, "My face has been disgraced by your daughter. Do I still have the face to stay here?" Hearing this, Tian Xiaoa immediately straddled the motorcycle. "Then go back to Auntie's house and we'll talk about it at home." Gu Jun twisted the throttle and went forward. "Gu Jun, don't be angry. That's all nonsense from that kid. My daughter I know. Yujia is not like that. Yujia was just tricked by that kid." The motorcycle jerked to a stop. Tian Xiaoa climbed hard on Gu Jun's back under the effect of inertia. The exaggerated curves of her chest were instantly squashed. Gu Jun said coldly, "Auntie, when I entered the examination center in the morning, your daughter was still talking to Peng Bo behind my back, saying that she would pay for Peng Bo to go to college after asking me for the money, and the two of them are going to make us lose our money and they're going to break my family." That, of course, he didn't hear. But based on the analysis of the situation in his past life, Duan Yujia had definitely said something like this to Bloomberg. What? Tian Xiaoa was instantly shocked. How dare this ing say such things now? Even if you have this intention, you have to bury it in your heart. How can you say it? Or for the poor guy to say, and let Gu Jun hear it? It's really a make or break situation. She hurriedly said, "Gu Jun, you must have heard wrong. Let's go home now. Auntie will give you a good question to see what's going on. If she ever disobeys you again, Auntie will beat her to death in front of you." "Gu Jun, Auntie, I don't want to see Duan Yujia now, and I don't want to go to your house. I just want to find a place where no one is around, cry hard, and say goodbye to this relationship. Auntie, get out of the car. I'll walk by myself." Tian Xiao was immediately anxious in her heart. Let this kid give up his daughter. That $2 million can have nothing to do with himself. Wherever you want to go, Auntie will accompany you. The corner of Gu Jun's mouth curled imperceptibly. "This is the one you initiated the bite." Chapter 39. Fishing is going to the island. It's the same grove as last time, the same place as last time. On the shallow grass, the 2 small pits that Duan Yujia had made with her knees were still there. Gu Jun sat on the grass holding his knees, quietly looking at the 2 small pits without saying a word. Tian Xiaoa stood to the side and softly persuaded, "Gu Jun, that kid is jealous of you and is purposely sabotaging your relationship, so don't believe his words. My daughter I know. She's not like that." Gu Jun remained silent. Seeing no effect, Tian Xiaoa knew that she had to let him say all the words in his heart and explain them in a targeted way. Otherwise, it would be useless to persuade him again. She squatted in front of Gu Jun and said softly, "Auntie knows that it's hard on your heart, and although it's a misunderstanding, it's definitely not easy to accept being talked about like that by others. It's all because Yujia had a brain cramp and was tricked by that dam, causing you to be so angry with him. Don't you want to cry? Auntie let you cry." said placing his hand on Gu Jun's shoulder. Gu Jun lifted his head and looked at Tian Xiao's sexy red lips and windswept curves, immediately wanting to order her to kneel down. But the time is not ripe, though he was certain that given enough money, this snake woman would definitely be more obedient than her daughter. But that wasn't his plan. He won't pay them. He would make the mother and daughter kneel before him voluntarily and pay for the evil they had done. By the clock, that thing is about to show up, so I'll spare you a few more days. Still, there's a little bit of interest to be charged. He deflated his lips and opened his arms with an aggravated face. Tian Xiao didn't want to be so close to this unmarried son-in-law, but for the sake of money, she had to give it up. She bit her red lip, stretched out her arm, and held Gu Jun in her arms. Cry it out and you'll be fine. Auntie knows that you must have in mind. Auntie. Gu Jun gave a dry howl and immediately started collecting interest. Tian Xiao instantly stiffened. What's wrong with him? Crying is crying, but why are his paws not behaving properly? Forget it. If you don't wipe your own daughter's ass, who will? Gu Jun, tell auntie, what is in your heart? Gu Jun, I can't let go of Yujie, but I can't accept her cuckolding me. I'm so conflicted. Tian Xiao, don't worry. Yujie absolutely did not give you a cuckold. Auntie give you assurance. Ah. Before the words were finished, Gu Jun suddenly fell backward. Tian Xiao let out a cry of surprise and directly fell on top of Gu Jun. Ah, auntie, you're hurting me. Gu Jun shouted lowly and pushed against Tian Xiao's chest. Tian Xiao's body went limp and hurriedly crawled up on her hands and knees. Gu Jun also pretended to be flustered, and used the Hua character technique in boxing, pushing and pulling, to diffuse all of Tian Xiao's movements, causing her to get down again before she could get up time and time again. Auntie, what are you doing? Gu Jun suddenly stopped moving and asked in a shocked voice. Tian Xiao instantly stiffened. What a mistake. How did you get to that place? Her face instantly turned red and she hurriedly withdrew her hand, quickly straightened her clothes and whispered. Auntie didn't see it. Get up. Gu Jun sat up, frowned, and looked at Tian Xiao. Auntie, why did you push me down properly? Tian Xiao couldn't help but stare. What's with the backhandedness of this kid? How did I become the one to push you when you were the one who brought me down? Gu Jun, auntie pushed me and I didn't squat properly before I fell down. Tian Xiao didn't want to dwell on this issue, gathered her long hair and said, alright, let's not talk about that. Are you in a better mood now? Gu Jun nodded. Tian Xiao stood up and patted the weeds staining her body. When you're in a good mood, go home with auntie, and I'll have Yujie apologize and explain to you. Okay, Gu Jun said and stood up, following Tian Xiao out. The Duan family. The living room was brightly illuminated by the replacement of 200-watt light bulbs. The folding table had been set with a sumptuous dinner of chicken, duck, fish and meat. Duan Jiqiang heard the sound of the motorcycle, immediately greeted the door, accompanied by a smile rubbing his hands and said, you can finally come back. The food is almost cold. Tian Xiao pulled Gu Jun to the door and asked angrily, where is that good daughter of yours? Duan Jiqiang immediately said, I taught her a lesson and am crying in her room. Tian Xiao, she still has the face to cry? Look how angry we Gu Jun are. You accompany Gu Jun to eat first. I'll go teach her a lesson, said the man walking towards the east side of the room. Duan Jiqiang welcomed Gu Jun into the house and respectfully set out the dishes. Hungry? No need to wait for them. Let's eat first. Gu Jun politely said, Uncle, I'm not hungry yet. I'd better wait for auntie and Yujie. Duan Jiqiang, well, what a good boy. Uncle listens to you, said Gu Jun washing the cups and pouring tea. This guy, who is now groveling, was considered evil in a previous life. Not moved drunkenly ran to his home to scold the father and mother. Dare not give money to take a kitchen knife in their home. And even hit the father twice. Once all the ribs cracked. Also played 2 slaps on the mom. The mom's teeth are knocked out. So much so that mom trembles with fear whenever she hears him come to the door. Half of dad's illness is this ing gas. Thinking of this, Gu Jun hated to punch this old man to death. However, he was in no hurry at all, for he had found a good place for the old beast to go, and when that happened he would send him there to pay for what he had done. Not long after, Tian Xiao pulled Duan Yujie in. Duan Yujie walked up to Gu Jun, lowered her head and said, Gu Jun, I'm sorry, I did a bad job and made you angry. I shouldn't have listened to that villain Bloomberg's fancy words and kept in touch with him, nor should I have gone soft on him and lent him money. I promise I will never speak a word to that villain again, and I promise to keep one heart on you and be faithful to you alone from now on. Tian Xiao immediately patted Gu Jun's arm and said with a smile, Gu Jun, okay, it's time to get over it, isn't it? Gu Jun looked at Duan Yujie. What if I find it again? Duan Yujie immediately said, if there's a next time, I'll be at your disposal. Duan Jiqiang continued, the next time, there's no need for you to dispose of her. I'll directly break her legs. Gu Jun, well then, I'll trust you one last time. Tian Xiao immediately said happily, Alright, it's finally alright. Yu-jie, pour Gu-jun some wine. Ji-chiang, bring up the elbows, let's have dinner. Duan Yu-jie sat down next to Gu-jun and picked up the wine bottle to pour the wine. Tian Xiaoa picked up the napkin again and wiped the dishes in front of Gu-jun. Duan walked in with a steaming plate of braised elbows and set them on the table. Several people sat down and began to eat. Duan Yu-jie kept on giving dishes to Gu-jun. Tian Xiao also gave Gu-jun a piece of meat and asked carefully, Gu-jun, will your parents forgive us, Yu-jie? Gu-jun chewed loudly and said vaguely, in my house, I have the final say. My father and my mother all listen to me. Tian Xiaoa then relaxed. It is said that the calf twists the thigh to turn it. And how many parents twist their children's legs when it comes to marriage? Duan Jiqiang raised his glass, clinked it with Gu-jun, and asked tentatively, I heard that your father made $2 million. Is that true? Gu-jun drank the wine in one go and said extremely casually, after deducting $200,000 in taxes, there is now only $1,800,000, said he, lowering his voice, mysteriously said, but my dad said that in a few months, he can still make $1 million or $2. Really? All three members of the Duan family stared wide-eyed and asked in unison. Gu-jun smiled proudly. My father said, his ability to make money can be big. Our family has long been a millionaire, but in order to keep the wealth from being exposed, only in that factory as a workshop director to do cover, lest others hit our family's idea. The day Auntie came to the door to talk about my marriage to Yu-jie, my parents were also afraid that you were looking at our family's money, so they pretended to be poor. In this day and age, there was no show-off of wealth. And a large percentage of the people who became violently rich were pretending to be poor for fear of being missed by the bad guys. When Tian Xiaoa thought about it, she realized that his father went out for a while. Where could he borrow tens of thousands of dollars? He didn't go to the bank to get the money. She nodded immediately, locking eyes with her husband and daughter, both with a greedy gleam in their eyes. Duan Jiqiang immediately poured wine for Gu-jun and clinked glasses with him. Without saying anything, Uncle will drink 3 glasses with you in a row. He had nothing else but this action to show his respect for his future son-in-law. Gu-jun was also painfully quick and directly dried 3 glasses. In my last life in business, I had a practiced drinking capacity. With such good health now, it's okay to drink 2 or 3 pounds of this crap. Tian Xiaoa hurriedly pinched dishes for Gu-jun, itching to feed them directly into her mouth. Auntie, we'll be family from now on. No need to be so polite. As Gu-jun said, his hand under the table had already pressed onto Tian Xiaoa's smooth legs. Tian Xiaoa's movements stiffened, but her smile remained the same and she didn't dodge. Sure enough, fishing has to be done on the island, and the snappers on the island are all bucktails. Chapter 40. This is not bullying, it's punishment. Duan Yujia pulled Gu-jun's arm, pouted her delicate pink lips, and said in a petulant manner, your family is so rich, so don't bully me after you get married. Gu-jun, it's been 4 years, when have I ever bullied you? And it's not always you bullying me? If I hadn't found out about you in Bloomberg, how could I afford to bully you? I'll tell you what. Everything in our house is yours as long as you keep your hands to yourself and don't cuckold me. Duan Yujie immediately hugged Gu-jun's arm tightly, itching to squeeze herself into his body. I swear, I'll be faithful to you for the rest of my life. And those two were even more excited and glowing. Tian Xiao had wanted to excuse herself to get up and avoid Gu-jun's hand, but when she heard this, she didn't walk away and hurriedly poured herself a glass of wine. Gu-jun, from now on, we'll be a family. They say a son-in-law is half a son, so your uncle and I will be relying on you from now on. Gu-jun gently pinched it before taking his hand and lifting the wine glass, clinking it with Tian Xiao. Auntie, as long as you kiss me, I will absolutely honor you properly. Not much else to say, it's all in the wine. Finished with a drink. Tian Xiao, from now on, Auntie will kiss you alone, he said and downed his drink in one gulp as well. Before he could put his glass down, he realized that the hand had landed on his leg again. This one leaned in even more. Does this brat love to make little unconscious gestures? Or does he want to use this kind of action to show that he's close to me, his mother-in-law? Forget it, either way, this guy is now the god of fortune and must not be offended. Still, I don't think he'll get an inch or two of any unrealistic ideas. Was it possible that his hand had pressed in the wrong place at that meeting and that he had misunderstood something? Why don't you just stop when you realize something's wrong? Why did you try that subconsciously? No wonder my daughter said she couldn't stand it. I'm afraid she couldn't stand it herself with that ferocity. Thinking of this, her fair face immediately vacated a scarlet red, and in her heart she cursed herself if she was crazy. How could she think of this? Seeing his wife's face red, Duan Jiqiang thought it was from drinking and instructed, don't drink so hard even if you're happy. Be careful of getting drunk, he said and poured Gu-jun another drink. Gu-jun was also afraid of being discovered and squeezed again before withdrawing his hand and lifting his cup to drink. Tian Xiao's face turned even redder and hurriedly got up to go to the bathroom. When he came back, a bottle of wine had already been finished. Gu-jun is still fine. but Duan Jiqiang has been brought on the strength, and must let Duan Yujie go out to buy another bottle of wine, to get drunk with Gu Jun. Tian Xiao was extremely dissatisfied and said, "You're really a shapeless piece of cargo, a grown-up without a grown-up's platitude. You're going to get Gu Jun drunk the first time he comes to the house? He has to ride his motorcycle home later, and he has an exam tomorrow. How can he drink too much?" Duan Jiqiang accompanied the smile and said, "I want to drink more with our good son-in-law." Tian Xiao was afraid that Gu Jun would move his hand again and be discovered, and said impatiently to Duan Jiqiang, Okay, you want to drink out to find those fox friends of yours to drink. We still have business to say," he said, pulling out $10 and dropping it on the table. Duan Jiqiang also obeyed, immediately took the money and put it in his pocket, stood up and said to Gu Jun, "Then uncle won't accompany you," walked right out after saying that. Tian Xiao sat down on Duan Jiqiang's chair in order to avoid the hand. "Gu Jun, the exams will be over tomorrow. When do you want to explain Yujie's matter to your parents?" "Gu Jun, after tomorrow. My parents are still angry. Cold so, although they will agree, but I'm afraid it will not be a good impression of Yujie." Tian Xiao immediately nodded her head. "If you really want to look down on your daughter, you certainly won't let her hold the financial power." Carefully, she asked, "How do you need us to cooperate?" "Gu Jun, since things started because of Bloomberg, naturally I have to use Bloomberg to take the heat off my parents." Tian Xiao nodded and said, "Don't worry, after tomorrow, I'll let your uncle go and beat up that kid, 3 whole times a day, for 3 days in a row, so that your parents can get rid of their anger." Although Duan Yujie was a bit intolerant, for the sake of a few $1,000,000, she could only make an exasperated expression and said, "That villain, dared to lie to me, dared to tarnish my reputation, caused me to get angry with my fiancé, and made my father beat me to death." Gu Jun smiled with satisfaction, looked at Duan Yujie and said, "Yujie, I haven't been to your room yet, show me around." Duan Yujie immediately stood up and pulled Gu Jun's hand out of the living room and walked to the east room. The room consisted of a cloth closet, a limp, paint-splattered table, and a bedpan padded with bricks. "It's extremely Spartan, but it's pretty neat." Duan Yujie gave a slightly ashamed smile. "It's pretty shabby, isn't it? Don't laugh at me." Gu Jun didn't even reply and directly ordered in a low voice, "Kneel down." Duan Yujie immediately had a horrified expression and lowered her voice. "Are you crazy? My mom is here." "Gu Jun, this is your punishment for making me angry today. If you don't agree, it proves that you still can't let go of Pang Bo in your heart. I'll leave now, and there's no need to mention our marriage anymore." Duan Yujie made a pitiful expression and said in a petulant manner, "Didn't we agree that we wouldn't bully me before we finished the exam?" "Gu Jun, I repeat, this is not bullying. It's punishment." Duan Yujie, "Gu Jun, I beg you." Gu Jun immediately turned around and walked outside. Duan Yujie hurriedly pulled back, took a few steps over to close the door, and turned back to look at Gu Jun miserably. Gu Jun was not moved at all and asked coldly, "Let me go or not?" Duan Yujie cursed in her heart. "You wait, when I drain your family of money, see how I can clean you up. Yeah, like Bloomberg said, let your family die and die." She took one deep breath, walked over to Gu Jun and knelt down. After Tian Xiao finished cleaning up, she saw that Pang Bo hadn't come out yet and immediately felt bad. She hurriedly and quietly went to the window of the east room and looked in through the gap in the curtains. It soon turned red and opened its mouth to try and stop it, but the eyes rolled back and no sound was made. "It wouldn't be the first time anyway, so how can I pull him in if I don't? His family has millions. If his daughter marries, his family will soar. When the time comes, help your daughter take charge of the family's finances, and the millions will be your own." She was about to turn and leave, but thought for a moment and then stood still. "Don't let your daughter not be able to hold on to the fruit and have it picked right off by this kid. You can't give all the good stuff at once. If he really gets tired of playing with it and doesn't marry it, then it'll be a bad thing." But in no time at all, she was blushing and breathing heavily, and her 2 knees were involuntarily grinding together. Suddenly, she realized that the boy had looked in this direction at some point and cursed something in secret, quietly retreating back into the room. After another 10 minutes of waiting, the door there finally opened. "Auntie, it's late, I'm going back." Tian Xiao pretended to pack up her home and said without looking back, "Slow down on the road, and don't forget to pick up Yujie tomorrow morning." "Got it, Auntie." The sound of a motorcycle engine sounded as his feet exited the gate. Only then did Tian Xiao let out a long breath and sat down powerlessly on the bed. The sound of Duan Yujie receiving water to wash her face and brushing her teeth came from the courtyard. She wanted to go out and say something to her daughter, but for some reason, she actually felt embarrassed to see her daughter. Duan Yujie washed up and didn't come over, and directly closed the door and went to sleep. She just sat there quietly for a while, then suddenly got up and went out the door. Half an hour later, huffing and puffing, he came back, slammed the door, gritting his teeth and cursing. Drink, drink, drink. Just know how to drink. Why don't you drink to death? Wrestling for a while, but also difficult to heartfire. Quietly walked to the yard. Saw his daughter's room has turned off the lights. Like a thief walked to the kitchen. With a pot of warm water. Back to the house and turned off the lights. Chapter 41, Family. What sense of proportion do you need? The next day, Gu Jun came early to pick up Duan Yujie, wearing a small black halter, white wide leg pants, long hair casually pulled behind her head. Her face is leaden, but the languid mature charm, but wantedly waving Tian Shaoyi, is sweeping the yard. Auntie, is Yujie up? With the sound, Gu Jun walked in carrying several food bags. When Tian Shaoyi saw Gu Jun, she surprisingly couldn't help but feel a heat on her face, her eyes flickering as she didn't dare to look at him. I'm up. I'm washing my face. Gu Jun, Auntie, take a few bowls. I bought breakfast. I don't know what you guys like to eat, so I bought donuts and tofu brains, as well as Xiaolong Bao rice soup, and fried buns and corn mush. Tian Shaoyi put down her broom. This child, why did you buy so much? Said the man walking into the kitchen. Gu Jun followed him in and saw Tian Shaoyi bending over to get dishes from the cabinet, her entire body bending out in an amazingly delicate arc. He wanted to go up and try to see if there was a substantial break in the snake woman's bottom line, but thought better of it and held back. Frying on low heat is the best punishment for her. Where's uncle? Got drunk somewhere last night and didn't come back. Tian Shaoyi huffed, taking out a stack of bowls to hold various breakfasts. Gu Jun suddenly pulled Tian Shaoyi's hand. Tian Shaoyi's face instantly reddened and immediately drew her hand out, but it didn't come out and she hurriedly took a step back and said in a low voice, "What's going on?" Gu Jun followed up, smiled and whispered, "Auntie, I have good news for you." Tian Shaoyi's eyes averted as she asked, "What good news?" Gu Jun, I asked my mom this morning how much they're giving me to live on after I get married. My mom said to give me this much, he said holding up Tian Shaoyi's hand and breaking out his index finger. 100,000? Tian Shaoyi asked in surprise. Gu Jun looked up and whispered, "Add another zero." "A million?" Tian Shaoyi exclaimed. Gu Jun smiled and nodded. Tian Shaoyi's breathing became rapid with excitement, driving the waves in her chest to rise and fall rapidly. $1 million. A millionaire's mother herself. When the time comes, you have to let your daughter build herself a small building, buy a small car, sell designer clothes, gold and silver jewelry. Gu Jun directly hugged Tian Shaoyi. Tian Shaoyi was startled again and hurriedly backed away, but there was no way to retreat, so she could only push Gu Jun and whisper, "Gu Jun, what are you doing?" "You," Gu Jun whispered in Tian Shaoyi's ear. "Auntie, I don't want you to tell Yujie. I'm afraid she married me because of the money. This is considered a secret between the two of us. When I get married, I'll give the money to you, and you'll keep it for us, so that Yujie won't be too generous and won't be able to live her life. What do you say?" When Tian Shaoyi heard this, her hand that was pushing Gu Jun immediately lost its strength. "The money is in my daughter's hands and I have to ask her for it if I want to spend it. It is said that the left hand has no right hand has the aspect, the money in their own hands to use the convenience. In order to want to buy what up." She was so excited that she was about to fly, and hurriedly whispered, "Okay, Auntie will keep it for you, and never let Yujie spend it carelessly. Auntie is so nice," Gu Jun said, hugging Tian Shaoyi tightly for a moment and giving her a hard kiss on the cheek. Tian Shaoyi's face instantly turned red, her body was electrified, and her legs were a bit soft. "Mom, what are you doing?" Duan Yujie stood at the kitchen door and asked with a frown. Tian Shaoyi immediately trembled in fear and pushed Gu Jun violently. Gu Jun, however, still won't let go, looked back at Duan Yujie, and said with a mysterious smile, "Let's say a heavenly secret, and we won't tell you." "Humph." Duan Yujie grunted in exasperation and turned to walk away. Tian Shaoyi struggled to push Gu Jun away, lowered her head and said loudly on purpose, "You child, you're so big and you still don't have a look? If you're a spoiled child, you're a spoiled child. How can you hug me if you don't move? If people see it, they'll say our family has no rules. This is for my daughter, lest she get the wrong idea. Gu Jun, I'm close to Auntie and treat her as a relative, can't I?" Tian Shaoyi, "Of course it's fine, but I'm at least your unmarried mother-in-law, so I can't have no sense of proportion. Gu Jun, we're all family. What sense of proportion do we need?" Saying that, he moved to Tian Shaoyi's ear again and asked softly, "Did Auntie peek at us last night?" "No, no." Tian Shaoyi's face was completely red. The kid really had been watching himself. Gu Jun gave a bad smile. "Just look, it's all family. I don't care." After that, he picked up his breakfast and walked out. Tian Shaoyi froze on the spot, biting her lip, her mind in turmoil. What the hell does he mean? What do you mean he doesn't care? But that's not the main issue right now. The main thing is that my daughter is angry. She rubbed her face and hurried out. Seeing that Duan Yujie wasn't in the living room, she immediately walked into the east room. Duan Yujie was darkening her face and packing her book bag. Tian Shao immediately went over, put her arm around her daughter, and whispered in her ear. Duan Yujie's eyes steeply lit up. Really? Tian Shao, silly daughter. You know why mom was so excited with him, right? Duan Yujie kept nodding her head, and her face was all smiles. Tian Shao instructed in a low voice. Pretend you don't know about this. When the time comes, mom will have her own arrangements. If his family can pay $1 million, mom can pull out every last dime from their family. By then, you'll be a millionaire with millions in hand. Duan Yujie nodded her head violently, too excited to speak. Tian Shao blankly glanced at Duan Yujie and said, full of complaints, look at the way you were just now. Were you jealous of your mom? Duan Yujie hurriedly shook her head. No, no, no. Tian Shao, and who are you flipping off? Duan Yujie hurriedly accompanied a smile. Mom, that's me, Tian Shao said in an aggravated voice. Isn't mom doing all this for you? You can be good. Mom. Duan Yujie pampered herself and directly kissed Tian Shao on the face. Mom is the most close to me. I know it. I'll be filial to mom in the future. Tian Shao pouted, still dissatisfied. You also know that when you are aggrieved, you run to cry in your mother's arms. And when you are happy, you kiss your mother. But others won't? If I'm your mom, I'm his mom. Is it bad that he's close to me? It's said that if you can't subdue him when you marry him, you're the only daughter your mom and dad have. So who can you rely on in the future? He's so close to your mom. He can serve us willingly in the future. You're not happy and you're still angry. You're really a white-eyed wolf. Mom, I was wrong. I was wrong. Duan Yujie kept admitting her mistake and hugged Tian Shao and kept saying kiss. Okay, go eat. You're going to be late. Only then did Tian Shao bring up a smile, pulling Duan Yujie over and letting the two of them eat together, hiding out herself. In the morning it was science, a 300-mark paper. Gu Jun didn't dare to be careless in order to control the score and did the questions carefully. After taking the test and coming out, Tian Shao was already waiting outside. She had arranged for a small restaurant and booked a regular hotel. This son-in-law can give himself millions. It's time to invest. It just so happens that Duan Yujie's 1,000 hasn't been spent yet, so he'll know we value him too. Gu Jun was not polite and immediately had to go to the hotel with Tian Shao to rest first. Tian Shao was afraid that this guy would really do something and found an excuse not to go. When Duan Yujie came out, the three of them went to eat together and went to the hotel. A standard room. Gu Jun has a bed for himself, and Tian Shao has a bed for mother and daughter Duan Yujie. Tian Shao was afraid of what that kid would do to her while her daughter was asleep, and she was so scared that she never dared to sleep. However, she was overthinking it. Gu Jun was the first to fall asleep. After a short lunch break, the three shuffled off to school. The gates were still open and the outside was crowded with parents and students. Suddenly, sirens blared and a police car came whizzing by. The principal of the second school, Mr. Bloomberg's homeroom teacher, got out of the car first. The two searched eagerly, whispering to the students of the second school. Gu Jun was immediately sure that the mine he had planted had exploded. The master crime solver finally found it on Bloomberg. What a help! The timing was stuck just right. This is going to be a good one. He immediately pulled Tian Shao for a moment and said eagerly, Auntie, I have a stomachache. You quickly accompany me back to the hotel and open the door. Without the slightest hesitation, Tian Shao instructed Duan Yujie and followed Gu Jun. Just after walking out of the crowd, Gu Jun pulled Tian Shao and hid behind a tree. Tian Shao was shocked and took a step back. This kid, what is he doing in broad daylight and in public? But she couldn't say so explicitly, so she could only ask cautiously, what's wrong? Not going to, Gu Jun said with a serious expression. Auntie, I want to see if Yujie is really loyal to me. Tian Shao was confused and asked in disbelief. What do you mean? Gu Jun directly pulled over Tian Shao. Auntie, just watch with me here. As he was talking, Peng Bo pushed his way out of the crowd. Teacher, you're looking for me? Bloomberg, the homeroom teacher immediately went up and asked in an eager whisper. You dug up a sum of money in a graveyard? What? What grave? What money? Before Bloomberg understood, the two public security officers had already gotten down from the car, ran to Bloomberg in a few steps, and grabbed his arms with one left and one right. Chapter 42. How can I marry you if I can't get into college? Pang Bo was startled and struggled. What are you doing? What for? The public security officer coldly asked. What is your relationship with Li Chenjin? Li Chenjin, the thief who buried the money. Li Chenjin? Bloomberg was bewildered. I don't recognize it. Public security, still not honest. How do you know where he buried the money if you don't? Not bad for a high school student. And knowing that motorcycles go around. If it wasn't for the police dogs, we'd never have found you in our lives. Bloomberg grew more and more confused. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Public safety, no? Where did you get the clothes and shoes in your backyard? Where did you get the money to pay back your great uncle? Bloomberg finally realized what was going on and hurriedly said, the clothes and shoes I picked up in the yard. Public security, still not honest. The clothes you picked up in the yard. Why don't you wear them to bury them? How dare you use money without clothes? Bloomberg was at a loss for words and could only turn to his teacher. Teacher, I really picked it up. The homeroom teacher hurriedly accompanied the smile and said carefully, Comrade Public Security, although he is suspected, the matter has not been investigated clearly, and it is not certain that he did it. Can we let him finish his exam first and we'll? Public Security, how dare we let such a cunning suspect into the examination center? This is a big case handled by the provincial expert. In case he runs away, in case he holds other students hostage, can you afford the responsibility? Go, take it back to the station. In this day and age, it doesn't matter what high school entrance exams you have. Even such suspects are not allowed to take the entrance exam at all, the two public security officers said, and dragged Peng Bo into the police car. Peng Bo reached the 2nd grade last year, but repeated the year in order to get into his favorite medical university. This was the only chance he had in his life. How could he give it up so easily? He struggled and shouted, I just picked it up. I didn't steal it. You guys let go of me. I have to go to the exam. It is said that a dog jumps over the wall when he is in a hurry, and a man turns over the sky when he is in a hurry. The normally weak Peng Bo broke away from the two public security officers and ran towards the gate. The public security officer was furious. How dare you make an arrest? Saying that, he fiercely went after him and flew up and kicked Bloomberg in the back. Bloomberg screamed miserably and crawled straight to the ground, sliding out a long way. Duan Yujie couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out directly, holding Peng Bo with her hands and feet, and asked eagerly, Peng Bo, what's going on? Peng Bo seemed to have seen a savior, immediately grabbing Duan Yujie's hand, and said eagerly, Yujie, quickly give me $2,000, I'll pay them back. Duan Yujie, I only have $100 on me, I don't have 2,000. Peng Bo, quick, go find Gu Jun and ask him for $2,000. Duan Yujie, he went to the hotel to use the restroom. The two public security officers had already come over. Just now there was some suspicion, but now that you're trying to escape, you can already be sure it's you, said grabbed Peng Bo's arm, took out the handcuffs to be handcuffed. No, I didn't steal it, I picked it up, I'll pay you back now. You guys, let go of me, let go of me. Peng Bo struggled violently and shouted to Duan Yujie, Yujie, quickly find me $2,000, no matter what means, quickly give me $2,000, I beg you. Duan Yujie immediately pulled the hand of the public security officer and begged, Police uncle, you guys don't rush, give me a few minutes, I'll find you $2,000 to go. The public security officer smiled coldly, 2,000? If it's 2,000, why do you need us to do it? Said directly handcuffed cuffs, pulling Bloomberg away. Bloomberg struggled and yelled, Yujie, save me, save me. Duan Yujie tugged Peng Bo's arm to death and begged the public security officer, Police uncle, please, I will soon have money. How much can I give you? You don't arrest him, okay? Before he could finish, Bloomberg had been pushed in front of the police car. One public security officer went up and pulled Peng Bo hard. One pushed behind, but Duan Yujie still refused to let go. The public security officer impatiently grabbed Duan Yujie's arm and yanked it away fiercely, saying angrily, if you obstruct the arrest again, we'll arrest you as an accomplice as well. With that, he lifted his leg and kicked Bloomberg in hard. Peng Bo climbed in the car. His heart completely fell into the ice cave, hysterically crying, Yujie, I can't not take the test. If I miss this one, my whole life will be over. I'm begging you, go find Gu Jun and lend me $2,000. How can I marry you if I can't get into college? Do you not want to marry me? Duan Yujie was thrown and sat on the ground, crying anxiously, Peng Bo, I want to marry you, but they won't wait for me. Bang! The car door closed, sirens blaring, police cars turning around. Duan Yujie climbed up, stopped in front of the car and cried, Police uncle, give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes will do. I will find money for you. 2,000. No 3,000. No, 5,000. The police car circled around and whizzed away. Duan Yujie ran after the car, crying and shouting, Peng Bo, don't be afraid. I will find the money and go to save you. Tian Xiaoa behind the tree watched the scene and had long been furious, several times wanting to rush out and beat this accomplished. Gu Jun held her tightly, not only not letting her out, but even covering her mouth to prevent her from speaking. Of course, a little interest was collected while it lasted. Only when the police car was far away and Duan Yujie fell to the ground from running did Gu Jun let go of his hand and said coldly, Auntie, you've seen it all. Your family Yujie's heart is still all about Peng Bo right now, still wanting to marry him, still wanting to use my money to stick it to him, to save him. Tian Xiao was so anxious at this point that she couldn't jump up. Millions gone. Millions. That's money you can't make in a couple of lifetimes. Now, it's just gone. She hurriedly hugged Gu Jun and said eagerly, Gu Jun, don't worry, I'll beat her. Gu Jun hugged Tian Xiao tightly and said fondly, Auntie, I like you, and I know that you are close to me, but unfortunately, your daughter doesn't like me, so I can't marry your daughter, and we can't be relatives. Saying that, he loosened his arm and pushed Tian Xiao away with force, striding towards the school. Gu Jun, Tian Xiao shouted anxiously. Gu Jun's back had already entered the crowd and could not be found. She was so furious that she ran directly to Duan Yujie, who was still sitting on the ground and crying, and slapped down hard. Duan Yujie raised her head, looked at Tian Xiao, and said eagerly, Mom, quickly give me $2,000. Tian Xiao pointed at Duan Yujie's nose and scolded angrily through clenched teeth. You're a who sells pens and still posts mats. You're not my daughter. I don't have a daughter like you. After that, he turned straight around and walked away. Duan Yujie was anxious to go after it. Her homeroom teacher rushed over and pulled Duan Yujie by the hand. Yujie, Pengbo can't be saved. He's in a big trouble. It's not a matter of $2,000. What? Duan Yujie was startled. What is it? The homeroom teacher whispered. I heard it was the theft of $730,000 from the tax office. Duan Yujie completely froze. Class teacher, Yujie, no matter what feelings you have with Pengbo, you can't save him now. It's not that you can't save him. It's that no one can. You still have your own future. And your own future. You mustn't ruin your own life because of him. You hurry up and calm your mind. The exam is about to start. Drop this. Forget about it. And go in and take the exam properly. It's that you really can't let go of him. But also go in and get good grades. Go to a good college. And help him after you graduate when you can. Said Duan Yujie, wiping her tears. When Duan Yujie heard that it was a big deal of 730,000, she completely died, nodded with her eyes closed, took one deep breath, and turned around to walk toward the school. Alas, the homeroom teacher looked back at the direction where the police car disappeared inside softly, ruined a good seedling of a book. A good person with great ability will benefit mankind, while a person with an evil heart with great ability will be a scourge to all beings. If this kind teacher knew all the bad things Bloomberg has done in the medical world since graduating from med school that have harmed so many poor patients, he would definitely regret saying this. Chapter 43, Reorganization of the Screw Factory. God puts pie in his mouth. After the exam, Gu Jun went straight home. Duan Yujie family has been firmly hung on the hook. Now is the slippery fish stage. Neither need to rush, but also anxious, quietly waiting for them to take the initiative to sacrifice at their own slaughter is. Now that he has time, Gu Jun has taken over all the laundry and cooking at home, and is doing his best to serve his mom and dad. Mom and dad are happy these days, but are careful not to mention Duan Yujie's business, for fear of evoking sad memories of their son. Maybe they had instructed everyone. Even the neighbors didn't say a word about Duan Yujie. Gu Jun is ready to start the layout of the investment. In a few years to make his father become a 10 billionaire, to fulfill his father's dream in his last life. Son, mom is on summer vacation now. Nothing, you don't even let mom cook. You really want to make mom sick from idleness. Mom sat on the couch, grumbling as she knitted a sweater. Mom, when I go to college, I won't be able to serve you guys, so just let me behave this summer. Gu Jun said from the kitchen. Okay, listen to you. Mom said, keeping the corners of her mouth harder pressed than AK. The son just won't get into college and he's already the best son in the world. How happy would the family have been without Duan Yujie? Thinking about it, Mom couldn't help but sigh secretly. By the way, tell his 4 sisters to worry about it with his oldest mom and find a prettier match for their son. The fastest way to walk away from a relationship is to start another one. This, she still knew. Mother and son had a chat as Dad pushed his broken bike into the yard. Why so early? Mom couldn't help but wonder. Dad walked into the house, picked up a cup and drank a large cup of cold white water in one gulp, wiped his mouth and said, the factory is not good. Today a total shutdown. Ready to restructuring. Mom was all tense. You're getting laid off too? Dad sighed, full of helplessness. This iron rice bowl, this time I'm afraid I can't keep it. Mom immediately said worriedly, you're going to be laid off. How are we going to survive as a family? Dad was busy comforting. Don't be afraid. I'll go to the electroplating factory to work as an electrician, although it's a temporary job, but it won't earn much less. Gu Jun took the spatula and went out of the kitchen, saying discontentedly, Dad, Mom, you're millionaires now. Why are you still thinking about those 3 melons and 2 dates? It's just right to get laid off. Sit at home and eat and drink, all raised white and fat. Live a long life and stay with me until I'm old. Dad smiled with satisfaction. Still got to be my own son. That warms Dad's heart, but Dad's still young. How can he sit on his ass? Gujun, what do you mean by sitting on your ass? You two are just spending $50,000 a month. You won't be able to spend it all in this lifetime. Besides, Mom directly interrupted Gujun's words. Okay, go fry your dishes. This doesn't need to be in your hands. Gujun had to shut up and went in to fry the food. Mom put down the sweater, whispered to Dad, do not listen to your son. The family has 10,000 as well as the day into a text. Is a gold mountain. There are also digging empty time. We need to make more for our son while we're young, and get him enough for 2 million by the time we're old. Dad immediately nodded. I know. Originally, the family just that little savings. Work is all the heart of the virtual. Now there is so much money put there to do rely on. I do what all have the energy. Don't worry, I've already been to the electroplating factory, and I've made a deal with them. I'll be able to go to work in 2 or 3 days, and I'll be able to get $650 a month. And if I work a couple of night shifts, I might be able to get $2,000 a month. Mom then let go, and picked up the sweater knitting up, laid off on the layoff. As long as now earn quite a lot, and so after retirement, my retirement pay is enough for the two of us to eat and drink. Dad, honestly, I haven't even thought about retiring. Our son has become so filial now. Will he still not give us his old age? Mom immediately nodded her head fiercely. Gujun brought back the 4 dishes and 1 soup, set up the bowls and chopsticks, and began to eat. Dad, there are too many toxic gases and liquids in the electroplating plant. It's too damaging to your body. You're absolutely not allowed to go. Dad did not care. While eating food, said, which you say so mysterious? People in the factory, also 70 or 80 people, which was poisoned to death. Gujun directly put down his chopsticks and took a serious expression. Dad, if you don't listen to me, I really don't care about you in the future. Dad laughed at that. You kid, are you dad or am I dad? Gujun, you raised me young. I raised you old. It turned out that I didn't know any better, so naturally I had to listen to you. But now it's you who don't know any better, so you have to listen to me. Dad, you kid, why doesn't my old man know any better? Gujun, Dad, I want you and my mom to live a long life and stay with me until I grow old. You two just agreed to work in such a dangerous place as an electroplating factory. Dad was going to say something else, but Mom gently touched him and gave him a look. Well, our son has grown up, and we're getting old, so it's really time to listen to our son. If your son won't let you go to the electroplating plant, you'll find another place. I don't believe that. With your skills, you can't find a job. Dad immediately nodded. Okay, then I'll look elsewhere, said, clamped a piece of vegetables, put into Mom's bowl, huffed and puffed a smile and said, Old Yang, that guy, that will say to sell the factory to me. Let me be the boss. Old Yang is the director of the screw factory, and he has a very close relationship with his dad. Mom was immediately alert, no listening to his nonsense. He knows our family is rich and wants us to fill that hole, so don't be a fool. That $1,800,000 belongs to our son. We can't touch a dime of it. Dad immediately said, I know, I'm not stupid. Besides, Old Yang was just joking. Gujun heard this, but his eyes instantly lit up. 3 years after this restructuring, this factory was bought by a southerner and converted into a special bolt manufacturing plant, and in just 1 year's time, it became the industry leader, with assets rolling upwards, and that southern man's magic bullet, just a top-notch technician. That technician Gujun had just met a few days ago, veteran mechanical engineer who sells groceries on the streets of the local market. It's God's way of putting pie in one's mouth. He hurriedly asked, Dad, isn't the screw factory restructured? Can it be sold to an individual? Dad, what reorganization? It's just a fancy name for what's actually going out of business. Now stop production, take a long vacation, and after a while sell the machines for the machines, sell the inventory for the inventory, and in less than 2 years there will only be 1 plot left. Now if someone buys it, the plant manager and town leaders can kowtow on their knees with joy. Gujun, how much is that factory going to sell for? Dad, I heard your father Yang say that if an insider buys it, $1 million or so would be enough. The factory manager was extremely close to the Gu family, and had always been referred to as such. Gujun asked in disbelief, a factory of that size for $1 million or so? The screw factory, although a town camp, was the original military factory. After the military industry withdrew from the market, it was given to the town. The factory has 4 large plants, hundreds of machines, and 500 to 600 workers, offices, workers' dormitories, product warehouses, and countless other buildings. Not to mention these assets, that parcel of land alone covers thousands of acres. The place is poor and backward now, but after a decade or so, it has also changed dramatically with the economic slowdown. At the height of the real estate boom, that land alone was worth hundreds of millions. Gujun immediately said, Dad, let's go and buy the factory now. This isn't pie in the sky. This is gold in the sky. God won't spare himself if he doesn't catch this wave of riches. Besides, if you want to fulfill your dad's dream of becoming a rich man, this is the perfect project for you. Anyway, dad can't stay idle, so let him be a big factory director, and be a good boy to be a rich second generation. Chapter 44. Dad also has the potential of a capitalist. Dad was taken aback. You kid, what are you babbling about? Mom also hurriedly said, okay, son, do not think, quickly eat out to play a while, look at home or fast suffocating stupid. Gujuan, Dad, you know those special bolts that are used on trains that never come loose? Dad, I've been doing this my whole life, how can I even know this? Gujuan, and do you know about the high temperature bolts used in airplanes? Dad, I'm not sure about that one, but I've heard about it. Gujun, Dad, you know what? These two kinds of bolts, our country can't produce them now, they are all imported for a small time. Dad, of course I know, but what does that have to do with us? Gujun, Dad, if you can make it, our family will be rich. Dad bristled and said, if your old man could make it, would he still be here getting laid off? Gujun, Dad, I know who can make it. Dad, who? Gujun, Dad, I am going to be able to find that person, and you're asking me to buy the screw factory? Dad immediately began to hesitate. Those two bolts are extremely versatile domestically and have been imported exclusively over the years at ridiculously high prices. As long as you can make them, there is no worry about selling them at all. But can anyone in the country really make it? He looked at Gujun full of skepticism and said, if the person you are talking about is going to have this technology, how come he couldn't build it for so many years? Gujun, he was an engineer in a large state-run factory, and he did have the technology, and wrote a thesis to apply for a patent, but he was too stubborn, and clashed with their leaders, who were stuck not giving him the application. In a fit of rage, he slapped the leader and was laid off, and now he sells groceries from a stall in the market. Dad, are you talking about Zhang Quan and the engineer? Gu Jun immediately nodded. You also know Zhang Quan, an engineer? Dad, I met him when I went to study at a big state-run factory, and word of his layoff spread all over our business long ago. Gu Jun immediately became excited. Then won't this be a success? Mom will son to clap, hurriedly said. My good son, you do not scare Mom. Eat well, eat after Mom take you to your big sister's home to play. Gu Jun cried and laughed. Mom, I'm 19 years old, and you're still lying to me with this kind of talk, thinking I'm still 9 years old? Saying that, he sat directly in front of his dad and asked with a serious expression, Dad, do you believe your son? Dad nodded hesitantly. Mom immediately smacked Dad and said with dissatisfaction, Are you senile? That's more than $1 million. Dad looked at Mom, wife, last time, it was a matter of $2 million, and your son took care of it in a few words, so how can you make me not believe in my son? That left Mom speechless. Gu Jun, Dad, isn't it just $1 million? Dare you bet with your son? Dad already knew that Zhang Quan and the engineers had broken through the technical barrier, and also knew that the profits in this business were huge, and he himself had been in this business for his whole life, so he was completely confident in doing a good job, and immediately slapped his thigh and said, Dare, Dad bet with you. Gu Jun patted his dad's shoulder. Old Gu, bold enough, that's my Gu Jun's good dad. Mom saw this father and son decided, suddenly scared, hurriedly said, What are you two doing? I don't care. That money is what I left for my son to buy a house and a car and get a wife and raise grandchildren for my son. You guys are not allowed to touch a single point. Gu Jun looked at his mom and said with a smile, Mom, don't worry, that money is spent out, and it won't take a year to come back 10 times 100 times. By then you'll have enough to buy your son a luxury car, a villa, and raise 10 grandchildren for your son. Mom still want to say something. The father directly pulled the hand of the mother. Gentle voice said, Wife, you just believe me and my son once. If I lose this one, Gu Jun immediately said, if I lose money, I'll go to 7 Temple Street to guard him for another month and sell another antique to earn it back. Besides, isn't there a couple $100,000 left? It won't delay you from buying your son a car, a house, and a wife. Seeing that she could not persuade this father and son, the old mom could only say with worry, Hubby, you have to be careful. Never. Dad, don't worry. Wife, just really can't work out those 2 bolts. Those machines can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Besides, I am personally guarding it. Without corruption, the workers will not dare to grind, and I can more or less earn back a little. I can't lose much. Mom then agreed with extreme reluctance. Gu Jun immediately said, Dad, let's both go to the factory and talk to Papa Yang. Dad stood up straight away. Son, just make up your mind. You don't need to be involved in this yet. Wait at home for good news from Dad. After saying that, he ran out in a hurry, and the broken bicycle did not ride, and directly rode a motorcycle away. Gu Jun didn't insist on going along. Dad has been working in the screw factory for decades. He knows everything about the factory. And those people are even more familiar with it. He can't help himself. And if he talks too much, he will make others look down on him. Just be a good boy and wait to be a rich kid yourself. Mom was looking at Gu-jun with worry. You child, how come your heart is so big? It's easy to earn some money, not to say save it for the future. Why do you think that your father will take the risk? If you lose, Gu-jun went straight over and lay on his mom's back, smiling like a spoiled brat. If he loses his money, my son won't get a daughter-in-law, and he'll save the money to feed you. Mom immediately feigned anger and raised her hand to hit Gu-jun. I'll hit you if you keep talking nonsense, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if you can't earn a penny back, your father and I will sell our bones and blood and still give you a wife. Mom wasn't cajoling her kids with that. She really did it in her last life. For his rebellious son, the two of them really gave everything, including their lives. In this life, enjoy your son's hurricane-like filial piety. It was after 9 p.m. when Dad came staggering back on his motorcycle. Gu-jun rushed to welcome him out and found his dad's mouth full of alcohol. He immediately frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Dad, why are you riding a motorcycle after drinking so much? Dad put his arm around Gu-jun's shoulder and said proudly, Son, Dad is the boss now. You are Boss Gu's son. It's getting things done and buying people drinks. Gu-jun hurriedly went along with the perfunctory. Yes, Boss Gu, please come inside, or else Mrs. Gu will come out with a chicken feather duster later, he said and even helped Dad into the house. Mom came out of the bedroom and frowned when she saw Dad's drunken state. Why are you drinking like this? Dad, ha. Boss lady, let me tell you, I've got a big job for you and your son today. Old Young gave me face and valued the factory at $900,000. The mayor said he would waive $10,000 if I had one drink, and I drank 30 in one breath. If the mayor hadn't played foul and only admitted to 20 cups, I would have taken the factory for $700,000. What? Gu-jun couldn't believe that such a big factory was taken down for $700,000. According to his estimate, at least $1,450,000, or even more, but is afraid of the mother did not agree, did not dare to say it. Now the price is waist cut. Drinking and all that was, of course, an excuse, the result of Dad's bargaining at the table. However, the money is definitely going to be kicked back, even if you give a $200,000 rebate. It's still only $900,000, which is still too cheap. In fact, this era of economic turmoil is the era that creates the rich and famous. The restructuring is suffering the laid-off workers, but enriching a large number of bold and black-hearted capitalists. At that price, the land doesn't even count. Not even counting the money for buildings such as factory offices. I think it was just counting the money for the equipment, or depreciating it to near scrap metal prices. Dad usually looks like he won't talk, but I didn't realize that he has the potential to be a capitalist. You can be a rich kid yourself in peace. Chapter 45, the factory is done. It's time to fish. Dad looked at Gu-jun with drunken eyes. How was it? Son, Dad didn't embarrass you, did he? Gu-jun said with a serious expression. Dad, you have indeed earned your son a great deal of face, but my son would prefer that you take care of your health and don't work too hard. Mom poured Dad a glass of honey water. Did you hear what my son said? You can't drink like that anymore. Now that you've bought the factory, all the burdens will be on you alone. We can't help you even if we want to, and if you fall, we mothers won't be able to rely on you. Dad directly took Mom's hand. Wife, don't worry, I'll live a long life with you and stay with our son until he grows old. Mom looked at Dad with love in her eyes. It's a deal. No one breaks a promise. Gotta. These two are spilling the beans again. One becomes redundant again before one has finished asking for details. When he got up the next morning, Gu-jun first went to box and came back to make breakfast. Mom and Dad were up before it was done. Mom, the card is loaded. Remember to look at it a few times when you call the money. Don't make a mistake. Read the contract more than once when you sign it, so you don't let people get away with it. Dad touched his pants pocket again and nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Gu-jun hurriedly came out of the kitchen. Dad, are you going to go sign the contract just like that? Dad froze. Or what? Gu-jun was then afraid that Dad had forgotten the most crucial part, or even know that ring at all. If I let Dad go like that, it's not going to go well. He hurried over, pulled his dad to sit on the sofa, and whispered, Did Papa Young press hundreds of thousands of dollars on you yesterday? Did the mayor also press you for $200,000? Dad, yes, I have to say, your father Yang is really nice, and the mayor of the town gives me even more face. This dad, how come he's not a capitalist when he's sober? Losses to do this kind of highly technical unique business, as long as the control of technology patents can make a lot of money. If you let Dad to go into the business world, I'm afraid that without a year of that money will be lost. Gu-jun immediately said, Dad, I won't beat around the bush with you. Papa Yang and the mayor of the town are going to have a kickback for pressuring you. You don't eat. Go to the bank right away and take out $200,000. First send 100,000 to Papa Yang and 100,000 to the mayor of the town. Then go to the factory and wait for the contract to be signed. Dad, son, you don't know that I bought this factory to solve a big problem for the town. To solve the food problem for hundreds of workers for them. They are more than grateful to me. They can't ask for kickbacks. And I don't blame Dad for being honest. He's been doing technical work all his life. And he does seem a little slow on the uptake when it comes to this kind of power and money stuff. Yesterday, I was further confused by the mayor with a few words in an official voice. And I didn't understand it even more. But it's not like Dad is stupid. He learns this stuff once or twice. Gu Jun, Dad, it's getting late. I'm not going to tell you the big truth. Just listen to me. Dad, $200,000? My son, how do you expect Dad to listen to you? Gu Jun, Dad, just listen to me. There will definitely be a surprise for you then. Am looked at Gu Jun and wanted to say something, but then turned her head to Dad and said, alright, just listen to your son. Dad stopped being stubborn and just said, okay, I'll go get the money now. After that he got up and went out and rode off on his motorcycle. At noon, Dad came back in a hurry on his motorcycle. As soon as he entered the door, he exclaimed happily, wife, you've really given me a good son. Mom rushed out. What's wrong? Tell me. Dad picked up Mom and spun in place. Wife, I gave the mayor 100,000. The mayor immediately decided. The loader forklift and that truck also gave us. To Lao Yang 100,000. Lao Yang is also not polite, but just took 50,000. On the inventory also left for us. I'm telling you, those things are definitely more than $150,000. With these things, we don't have to spend a dime on investment. We can produce them immediately and make money right away. My son is so smart. Where's my son? Mom hurriedly said. In the kitchen cooking. Gu Jun heard it long ago and was overjoyed. I have to say, Dad was just a shop steward, but he's had some really good relationships over the years. Not to mention Papa Young, the mayor surprisingly doesn't even take his dad's kickbacks for nothing. That guy is a man-eater and would never bite his hand off for too much money. Doing that only proves one thing, they think highly of Dad. In his last life, he didn't know the situation of his dad's life outside, only knew that his dad had borrowed money for him from the outside time and time again, and the amount was really not small. Now I know that Dad has never been the ordinary laborer on a beat-up bicycle that I thought he was. Instead, they are very much respected by others as Gugong. If that's the case, the factory will be in Dad's hands. He walked out of the kitchen with a spatula in hand and smiled as he flirted with his dad. Hello boss Gu. Dad came straight over, hugged Gu Jun, patted his back fiercely, and said with a crying voice, how could God be so good to Dad? He gave me such a good son. Gu Jun was also infected by his dad's emotions. His nose was sore and his eyes were hot. It must be because you guys were too kind in your past lives and did too many good things. God has sent me to repay you and my mom. Dad let go of Gu Jun and wiped his eyes fiercely. From now on, Dad will listen to you. The contract has been signed and they're still waiting at the factory. So where do you think Dad should go to entertain them? Gu Jun also secretly wiped the corners of his eyes. Boss Gu is a big shot now, so naturally he can't entertain his honored guests in a small hotel in town. Call a cab directly and go to the best hotel in the county. Though I say take care of yourself. You'll have to get drunk with the mayor and the factory manager today. After dinner, each of them will be slipped another couple $1,000s in red envelopes. The factory has become private, but there will never be fewer places to deal with them in the future. This was his own dad. If it were anyone else, he would have asked him to take his guests for a bath and a massage. Dad immediately nodded. I know. After that, he put down his motorcycle and went out to call a taxi. It was after 10 o'clock when I came back again, but this time it was sober. Gu Jun was surprised. Dad, you didn't drink? Dad smiled slightly, had a pound and just got on top of it, but they've all been strolled down by me. A pound? Dad, you're such a good drinker? Mom walked out and smiled. When your dad was young, he was fine drinking 2 or 3 pounds. Holy, I thought I practiced my drinking, but it turns out it's genetic. Dad pulled his mom into the house, sat on the sofa and looked at Gu Jun with a serious expression and said, the formalities and contracts are complete, and the mayor will fully support us in the future. Your father Yang has also gone to the town as deputy mayor, specializing in enterprises, and will more than likely give us the greatest support. What should we do now? You tell me. Gu Jun wasn't polite with his dad and said directly, the first thing tomorrow is to pick up Zhang Quan and the engineer. Dad, name the place. Gu Jun, I'll go with you tomorrow. Dad, son, Dad can do this kind of errand. Just stay home. Tell me the address. Dad is fully supportive of being a rich kid waiting to die. Day 2. Dad put on his white shirt, black suit pants, and leather sandals, got on Gu Jun's motorcycle, and set off for the bus stop. This time, when he went to see Zhang Chuanhe, He didn't plan to come back the same day, so he had to go by bus. This engineer is too important. The relationship between the success or failure of this nearly 1 million investment. So he is ready to follow Zhang Quan and go back to his hometown, get all the information and then come back together. Passing by the telecom company, Gu Jun saw that Tian Xiao was inside and immediately stopped the car. It's been one of those days, the fish have pretty much slipped away, and it's time to lift the line. Dad, go buy a cell phone for each of us, father and son. Dad only hesitated for a second and immediately agreed. Not only is that thing a status symbol, it's also really handy for talking business. When he entered the store, Gu Jun said directly, take 2 of the latest Motorola models. At these words, everyone inside turned their heads to look over. The 46th chapter of the Dad God Help, Tian Xiao become warped mouth. In this era, an ordinary ergo most nearly 10,000 yuan. The latest model Motorola is more than 15,000 A. Ordinary people don't even dare to think about it, let alone buy it. And this young man asked for 2. Is he a pretender? Or is he a big spender? But after seeing Dad, it all made sense instantly. Screw factory, the only business in Peace Township. Hundreds of people in the town worked there, and word of the reorganization had spread all over town. Along with this news, it became common knowledge that Dad was making $2 million a pop. Dad's a big spender now. He's the richest man in town. The guide was going to greet. The assistant manager had already taken a few quick steps over, nodding and smiling. Mr. Gu is here? Want a cell phone to say hello? I send home is. Still need you personally run a trip? Dad even naturally brought up the big money temperament, and said with an unassuming smile, my son wants it, so I'll bring him over to pick it out. It turns out that not doing business, you must not show your wealth, but now that you are the boss, it is natural to make up the facade. Who would dare to give you raw materials on credit if you have to cry poor in business? Let's not talk about the raw materials, the utility payroll mess, and how much more would it cost if you didn't have some credibility and bought it all in cash. All of these truths were in Dad's mind. The guide had taken the phone. There's really nothing to pick at all. It's just that one color, one style. Gu Jun saw that his dad's aura had oiled up and immediately degraded into a low-energy rich second generation. Dad, that's it, but I'd also like to pick a good number, the kind that costs money. Dad smiled lovingly. Okay, you choose. Help Dad choose one too. Carrying a cell phone in this day and age is a load off, but having a good number is more dignified. The better the number, the more expensive the face. Since we're going to pretend to be big spenders, we'll let our son's nature take over and pretend completely. When the assistant manager heard this, he immediately said, Boss Gu, I have 2 more internal numbers here, one with 4 8s and one with 4 7s. It's just that the price is a little expensive. One number, 2,000. The corners of Dad's mouth twitched imperceptibly. 4,000 for 2 numbers. 2 months of my salary. What he doesn't know is that after a few more years of this kind of number, after the economy grows at a high rate, one will be tens of thousands of dollars, and some of them are even speculated to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Gu Jun was afraid that his dad would be guilty of being cheap again, and immediately said, Dad, I'll take 4 7s and hold them so that I can find a wife, and you use 4 8s and hold them for a great deal of money. His son had already said it, so how could he not agree? Okay, wait, Dad's going to get the money. Dad finished and walked away. The guide immediately began to card both phones. Tian Xiao looked envious over there. She also heard about Gu's dad buying the screw factory. I'm afraid this is what Gu Jun was talking about, making another million or 2. These days, the couple scolded their daughters every day, and they were more than capable of fainting from anger when they learned the news. If my daughter hadn't come to that, she'd be the young boss's wife at the screw factory by now. If the two were engaged, they could buy themselves a 15,000 plus cell phone today as well. She dreamed of a cell phone. Watching the women in the county, walking and talking on their cell phones, made her eyes bleed with envy. But how could she afford the cheapest cell phone, which cost $7,000 or $8,000? One can only come here every now and then to look around, touch it, and briefly satisfy cravings and dreams. No matter what, I have to let my daughter pester Gu Jun. She gathered her shoulder-length hair, straightened her dress, and slowly walked along the counter, pretending to have just seen Gu Jun, and said with a face full of surprise, Gu Jun, you came to look at the phone too? Gu Jun raised his head and also pretended to have just seen her. Auntie, you're here to buy a cell phone too? Which one do you like? Tian Xiao, it's just nothing to come and see. Come over here. Auntie has something to tell you, said the man as he led the way to a side corner. Gu Jun, however, did not follow him over, coldly looking at Tian Xiao's delicate and graceful back. I have to say, this woman really has capital. Just a few steps of this flavorful swaying had the men in the store staring straight ahead, especially the assistant manager, whose open mouth didn't even close. Drooling, she's supposed to be the prettiest woman in town, but with that kind of flirtatious air that attracts butterflies, it's no wonder that happened. Tian Shoa turned around, saw that Gu Jun didn't come over, and hurriedly waved. Only then did Gu Jun reluctantly walk over. Auntie, what is it? I'm still in a hurry to charge my phone bill. Tian Shoa immediately whispered. Gu Jun, I asked Yu Jie. She really doesn't like Pangbo, she was just lied to by him before. Gu Jun sank his expression. Auntie, are you saying I'm deaf? Or are you saying I'm blind? Even if I were deaf and blind, she cried out in front of so many people to marry Bloomberg and to cheat me out of my money to save Bloomberg. I couldn't cheat myself if I wanted to. Tian Shoa was said to have an awkward expression. Forced out a smile. Silly child. Cannot think so? Who has not been deceived? A moment to turn the corner of the time? She actually stopped liking that damned one a long time ago, but it's just a woman's soft heart. Seeing the person she once liked being arrested by the public security, she didn't hold back for a moment. These days your uncle and I scolded her every day, and she also regretted it a long time ago, and every day at home she doesn't eat or drink but just cries. If you don't believe me, go to the house and see. Besides, she was like that with you, how could she like anyone else? Gu Jun immediately frowned. Which is it? Tian Shoa froze for a moment, red face even lower voice, that way you too, in the house. Gu Jun, I thought you said you didn't peek. Tian Shoa's face was red hot. It's disgraceful to be a mother-in-law to be spying on your daughter and son-in-law, and just say so, but it's done, and not recognizing the kid would be eating his daughter's white food again. She lowered her head as if she were a young girl, bit the corner of her lips, and said in a voice like a mosquito fly, I was afraid that you guys couldn't hold on to it, so I took a look. Gu Jun, just look at it. I didn't do anything to your daughter either. It won't delay her from marrying Pangbo. This kid, he's really determined to eat for free. Tian Shoa hurriedly said. Gu Jun, words cannot be said like this, although not that anything, but that also counts. Also counts. Gu Jun, counting what? Sleeping with her? Being responsible for her? Tian Shoa, it just doesn't count as sleeping. It counts. It counts as bullying. Gu Jun, didn't Auntie have to go to the Public Security Bureau last time? Go and sue now. If that counts as bullying, I'm willing to go to jail. With that, he turned around and walked away. Tian Shoa was so anxious that she pulled Gu Jun. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. How could Auntie sue you? As we were talking, Dad came home. Immediately frowning at the sight, he coldly asked, Son, what's wrong? Gu Jun, Dad, Auntie said she wants me to play at her house. Tian Shoa immediately let go of Gu Jun and brought up a pleasing smile and said, Big brother, the two children are having a disagreement. I want to. Dad directly interrupted Tian Shoa's words and said coldly, his aunt, it is said that buying and selling is not a matter of benevolence. Our family is not a person who does not care about face, but if the two children are not suitable, it's useless for us adults to fix them up again. In the future, please also respect us. Saying this, he went over and pulled Gu Jun over to the counter, directly pulling out $40,000 and dropping it on the glass counter. The manager immediately said with a smile, the cell phone counts as an internal price. 1 15,000, 2 30,000, 2 numbers 4,000, a total of 34,000. The cell phone is public. How much money has nothing to do with their own. The number is the company's welfare to the following people, all into their own pockets. The manager's happiness can be imagined. Dad, a cell phone with 500 charges, 60 cents a minute, or two-way charging. The cell phone bill is not enough to charge less. The guide immediately counted out 5,000 and handed it to Dad. Dad didn't reach out and gave it directly to Gu Jun. Son, you take the change. He just had to be angry at the in-laws who hadn't become a family. They were about to get engaged to my son, and they did something like that, which not only humiliated our family, but also broke my son's heart. I'm going to make your family regret it. I want everyone to know that your daughter is not good enough for my son. Son, while you're at it, you go get your driver's license. In a while the factory is going to buy a Santana and you, the young factory manager, will drive it. In this day and age, a Santana landed at over $200,000, which is considered a top-of-the-line luxury car here. Dad still got it. This time Tian Shoa is going to turn into a warped mouth completely. Chapter 47, Mother and Daughter United. Must marry him. Dad, buy the black one first, then buy me the red one when I get married. Gu Jun added another fire. Why buy a Santana when you're getting married? Dad's buying you a Bluebird. Bluebird, pure import, over $400,000. The governor's car. Tian Shoa's eyes glistened as she listened. The formalities were quickly completed, and both men, with a cell phone attached to their belts, strutted out the door to the envious stares of all. A crowd immediately began to talk. It's good to have money, the most expensive cell phone, selling 2 at once, or the best number, 5,000 for a son's pocket money, and this son is too jealous. People made $2 million a handful of times, and now they've sold the screw factory, and both of them spoil their son, so what's a few thousand pocket change? Oh, so that's him? I thought buying a Santana for a bluebird was bragging. Wouldn't be surprised if it was his family. Ugh, I wish I had a $2 million father. Hurry up and tell your mother to go back and look for it. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Tian Xiao's heart, however, was dripping blood. If only that rebellious daughter hadn't fooled around. She'd have her own share of all this now. Even with a bit of trickery, everything they have is theirs. But now, Xiao Yi, I heard that your daughter isn't getting engaged to the Gu family's son? Why did Boss Gu just say that the two children are unwilling? A woman who knew Tian Xiao asked, full of curiosity. Tian Xiao didn't want to answer and headed straight out. Che, and ignoring people? Like anyone doesn't know. You know, her daughter drilled the pump room with a poor kid and got caught by his son. Holy, so shameless? It's not ing shameless. It's ing shameless. $2 million. The best cell phone. Santana, Bluebird, Screw Factory, all ing gone. Deservedly so. Tian Xiao's heart broke as she listened. It's gone. It's all gone. Those are mine. Mine. She immediately ran toward the house. Duan had just gotten up, rubbing his eyes and looking for food in the kitchen. Her mom? Is there any more food? Have your moms then. Tian Xiao cursed angrily and rushed straight to the east room, kicking the door open. Duan Yujie is still sleeping. She went over and yanked off the sheet as soon as she could, and struck hard towards Duan Yujie's ass. Snap. A crunch. Ah. Duan Yujie let out a scream, curled up her body in fear and shouted, Mom, what are you doing? I'll you up. I'll beat you to death today. You. Tian Xiao cursed angrily, gritted her teeth and jumped onto the bed, fighting without a head. Duan Jiqiang hurriedly rushed in, dragging Tian Xiao off the bed with a hug. What are you mad about? Tian Xiao roared angrily. The Gu family bought a screw factory, and today they went to the Department of Telecommunications and bought two 15,000 cell phones in one go, and they're going to buy a Santana, and they're going to buy a Bluebird for their wedding car. If your daughter hadn't fooled around with that poor guy, all of this would have been mine, all of it would have been our family's. Now there's nothing left, nothing at all, said surprisingly cried out, as if it was really her that had been taken from her. Duan Jiqiang was also filled with loss after hearing this. Duan Yujie cried, I've already done it, so just beat me to death. Can I get you guys back again? You, how dare you talk back? See if I don't beat you to death today. Tian Xiao became even more furious, directly picking up the chicken feather duster and ruthlessly smacking it on Duan Yujie's leg. Ah! With a miserable scream, a blood scar swelled out on that white jade-like skin, visible to the naked eye. Duan Jiqiang looked heartbroken and hugged Tian Xiao. Her mom, her daughter is right. You just beat her to death. Isn't it too late now? Tian Xiao pointed at Duan Yujie with her chicken feather duster and said through gritted teeth, I don't care what you do. Go find Gu Jun for me right now, and no matter what you do, make sure he marries you. Duan Yujie cried in aggravation. He doesn't even care about me now. How can I marry him? Tian Xiao said coldly, I don't care. If you can't do it, I'll marry you off to Shanli and exchange you for a $50,000 bride price. Don't think I'm joking with you. I've already been offered marriage, and if I say yes, I'll get married in the second half of the year. Duan Yujie was startled. Mom, I still have to go to college. Tian Xiao huffed. The family can't even eat, and you're still going to college? Go to your mom's then. It's only right to get married early for a few tens of thousands of dollars in dowry. Seeing that his wife was really angry, Duan Jiqiang hurriedly said to Duan Yujie, Xiao Jie, get up quickly and go find Gu Jun. Don't let your mom get angry. Duan Yujie rubbed her legs and pouted as she got up. Duan Jiqiang avoided suspicion and walked out, although he was hungry, but he was afraid of drawing fire and did not dare to ask for food. Tian Xiao watched her daughter take the clothes, exhaled deeply, and said in a gentle tone, Don't wear that kind. Wear mom's short dress in a while, said sitting on the bed. Yujie, don't blame mom for hitting you. Mom is angry and hates it. You have to realize that the opportunities in a person's life are limited, especially this kind of opportunity to fly up the ladder and turn into a phoenix with just a little bit of effort, maybe once in a lifetime. As long as you marry Gu Jun, our family will be able to feed and clothe ourselves for the rest of our lives, and we will be able to drive luxury cars and live in small buildings. Duan Yujie pouted and said, Mom, their family now knows that I like Pangbo. That is, if I marry him, will they be willing to give me all the family's money? Tian Xiao immediately said confidently, As long as you become their daughter-in-law, I'll have a way to put you in power. Duan Yujie, how can it be that simple? His parents aren't old enough for me to go. Tian Xiao's eyes were instantly as gloomy as vultures, and she said grimly, There are many people who die without aging, not to mention their two mouths. Duan Yujie was startled by Tian Xiao's tone and eyes. Mom, are you saying? Tian Xiao, let's not say anything now. You first use means to hook him to me, Duan Yujie said with difficulty. But, you said that the sweetness of the taste of the habit go smooth legs. I'm already like that. And didn't he not come to me for so many days? Tian Xiao, can that be the same? If that would work, none of the women would be able to carry a child. Child? Tian Xiao's eyes lit up at her own words and said in surprise, how could I be so stupid? How could I not think of this move for so many days? Duan Yujie's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Mom, are you asking me to carry his child? Tian Xiao immediately nodded her head and said, yes, it's carrying his child. I just can't believe that his father and mother would dare not marry you if you had his child. Duan Yujie immediately cried and said, Mom, I still want to go to college. Tian Xiao, you are just 2 months pregnant today. By the time school starts, it won't affect your ability to report to school. When you get to school for a few months, when it shows, take a leave of absence, come back, have the baby, Mom will watch it for you, and you'll go to school as usual. Duan Yujie still wanted to say something. Tian Xiao's gentle voice said, Daughter, this is the best opportunity of your life. It's 100 times more important than going to college. You must seize it. Besides, if you can't catch it, our family really can't afford to send you to college. When Duan Yujie heard this, he nodded and said through gritted teeth, Fine, I'll do everything I can to pester him into marrying me. Tian Xiao immediately cheered up. That's right, this is my good daughter. Wait, Mom's going to get your clothes and do your makeup herself, said he got up and walked out. Duan Yujie took a deep breath, looked out the window once, and said coldly, Gu Jun, prepare your family fortune and wait for me to come and get it. Main Street. Gu Jun had dropped off his dad and was riding his motorcycle back. Suddenly, a black Santana in front of the motorcycle jerked its direction and blocked the motorcycle. Gu Jun braked so hastily that he almost didn't crash. He was about to curse, when the car door opened, and a hot beauty wearing a white bustier, the same type of wide-legged pants, with long straight black hair falling down her shoulders, wearing exquisite makeup and a pair of sunglasses, with a seductive atmosphere overflowing, came down from the car. Hey handsome, long time no see, miss your sister? Chapter 48, the goblin sister is here, and the snake scorpion woman has no confidence. Zhongli? Gu Jun was surprised and delighted, and immediately got off the motorcycle. Sister Li, how did you get here? Zhongli smiled charmingly. Sister misses you and came to see you, can't she? This sister is rather self-conscious. Gu Jun hurriedly said, Sister Li, be more restrained. I'm still a pure boy, don't let me misunderstand. Cluck cluck cluck. Zhongli covered her red lips and smiled with a flamboyant smile and waves, attracting men on the street to stop and look at them, their eyes glowing straight. You stinky brother, you molested your sister so much last time, and now you're pretending to be an innocent little boy? Saying that, she directly stretched out her slender jade hand dyed with fiery red nails and picked up Gu Jun's chin. Come, let sister see, where is the innocence? At that moment, all the men's gazes turned into knives of jealousy, lashing Gu Jun over and over again. Gu Jun had never seen such a bold girl before. He was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly dodged a bit, saying in a low voice, Okay, stop it. First of all, what are you here for? Zhongli once again pinched Gu Jun's chin, came over and whispered in Gu Jun's ear, You said for me to come out and hide for a while, and I didn't have anywhere to go, so I came straight to you. An extremely intoxicating fragrance rushed into Gu Jun's nostrils, and the warm airflow in his ears made his mouth dry, and even his heartbeat seemed to have stopped for a moment. He tried to duck, but realized his arm was also grabbed and could only say in a slightly dry voice, How did you know I was here? Zhongli smiled wryly. You guess. Gu Jun frowned and took a step back away from Zhongli, saying coldly, You investigated me? Zhongli skimmed her delicate red lips. A copy of your dad's ID card is still with me right now, so if you want to know where you are, do you still need to investigate? So it is. The little bit of stigma in Gu Jun's heart immediately disappeared. Zhongli made an aggrieved expression. I inquired all the way here and haven't even eaten breakfast until now. I thought you would give a warm welcome, but I didn't expect you to be this cold. Had I known I wouldn't have come. With that, he turned and headed straight for the car. Gu Jun hurriedly went over to pull Zhongli's arm and said with a smile, Sister Li, I'm just teasing you. I'm so happy that you're here. Come on, I'll accompany you to dinner. Zhongli made an expression of lingering anger, twisted her brute waist, and shook off Gu Jun's arm. Humph, not sincere at all. I'm angry. Go back. Gu Jun hurriedly pulled her again. Sister Li, I was wrong. Tell me, how can I express sincerity? Zhongli pursed her red lips and said in a delicate voice, Give me a hug. Gu Jun looked at those murderous gazes around him, and with a difficult expression, he whispered, My sister Li, this place is full of people. Zhongli immediately brought up a small fox-like wry smile. It is the crowded place to let you hug. The place with fewer people is not allowed, because sis is afraid that you, the innocent little boy to play hooligan. Gu Jun once again looked around and said in a low voice, "Alright, stop it. I'll take you to eat something delicious first." Zhang Li twisted her brute waist again and said in a petulant manner, "I just won't. If you don't hug, I'll leave now." The crowd of onlookers was growing, and if she let this sister make any more trouble, she would be chopped up by all those stares. Having no choice but to do so, Gu Jun opened his arms and gently hugged Zhang Li. Before Zhang Li could react, she immediately let go and said eagerly, "Alright, go eat." Humph. Zhang Li gave a petulant grunt and huffed, "Just perfume me," but didn't dwell on the matter, and got right into the car. "Don't ride that broken motorcycle of yours, take the car and go." Gu Jun immediately pushed the motorcycle to the side of the road, opened the door, and sat on the passenger side. It is said that a beautiful woman's car is fragrant, and this car of Zhang Li's is really fragrant, coupled with sufficient cold air, which makes Gu Jun comfortably shiver. It's better to have a car. It's a sin to ride a motorcycle in this summer. Zhang Li twisted her head to look at Gu Jun, gave a bad smile and said in a delicate voice, "Sis gave you this car, how can you repay sis?" Gu Jun comfortably leaned back on the cooler-covered seat and casually said, "As long as you don't let me give my body to you, anything else is fine." Humph. Zhang Li gave a petulant grunt and huffed, "Nice try." With that said, he kicked the gas and the car roared out. The onlookers immediately began to talk. "That girl is beautiful. That's not pretty. It's chic. It's edgy. It's hot. It's stunning. It's holy. I've used up all the words my teacher taught me, and they're not enough to describe how pretty she is. It's true that pretty women are letting the dogs have their day. Who's that kid? Gu Jun. His dad made $2 million a handful of times, and now he's bought the screw factory, with a rich family and such a beautiful woman. It's so damn jealous. Go make money. As long as you have money, you'll have all kinds of women." Duan Yujie stood right in the middle of the crowd, her expression dumbfounded as she looked at the car that was looking away. The woman was indeed pretty, but she was confident that she wasn't inferior to her. Her body was indeed hot, and she knew she wasn't smaller than her. But that temperament in others is something that she does not have at all. Something that is simply not comparable. Something that makes her involuntarily ashamed of herself. She had thought that, according to the method taught by her old mother, with her own posture, as long as she didn't let Gu Jun take charge, she could directly lure him to her home. By the time he's completely given in, he'll be so enamored with himself that he'll be pregnant with his child. But where else would they look at themselves when they have such a beautiful woman? She was full of confidence and completely disintegrated. One is really going to miss out on a millionaire. Listening to the words of these people made her even colder. Yeah, there's no shortage of women with money, so why bother with her? She came home disoriented. Tian Xiao immediately greeted her. "What's going on? You haven't seen anyone?" Duan Yujie sat on a chair and said feebly. "See?" Tian Xiao said anxiously. "Then what happened? You didn't do it? Or didn't you let him?" Duan Yujie, "There's no chance. People have better women," said. The heart welled up a strong sense of loss, could not help but fling herself in Tian Xiao's arms and cried. That's the thing about people. If they don't intend to want something, they lose it. But if you strike out and don't get it, the sense of loss immediately starts to torment. After listening to Duan Yujie's crying, Tian Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Silly daughter, don't cry. Listen to mom. You still don't understand men. Men, none of them are good. All of them are eating out of their bowls and looking into their pots. Insatiable things. He's hooked up with that, but would never turn down another woman. You pack up and go wait for him again. If they slept together tonight, they'll go back tomorrow. And if they didn't, you'll do what mom says right away. This is our last chance. If we let him marry that, we won't stand a chance." Duan Yujie looked at Tian Xiao with tearful eyes. "Mom, can it really work?" Tian Xiao immediately affirmed. "Don't worry, mom knows, absolutely no problem." Duan Yujie wiped away her tears and came out again, went to all the restaurants in town, and didn't find Gu Jun. County, hot pot restaurant. In a private room, Gu Jun shabu-shabu a piece of tripe and put it in a bowl for Zhang Li. "Sisterly, it's so easy to come here once, so let me treat you to a hot pot. So how can I do my duty as a landlord?" Zhang Li bit the maw into her mouth, took a wet towel in her hand, wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and took a sip of iced coke. "I love to eat this the most, but I can't eat it on those days. It made me crave for it, so I have to have a good time today. If you feel bad about it, don't go back in a while and stay in the hotel with your sister." A piece of meat that Gu Jun had just picked up fell into the pot again. Chapter 49 The Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. The county town, naturally, was much more advanced than Peacetown, but it's still rare to see a beauty as chic and edgy as Zhang Li. Coupled with this hot body, seductive face, attracted the surrounding male diners, have been looking at this side. Jealousy, lewdness, and greed make up a piggyback congregation. As the envied Gu Jun, he was somewhat on pins and needles. It's red-hot temptation to be able to eat spicy food, drink ice, and go to a hotel to sleep with someone. He's not a casual guy, though. In his last life, he was only a godly friend to this sister, and in this life, he was preparing to be a brother. So naturally, he couldn't mess around. Fearing that this open-minded sister would say something else bold, he pretended not to hear it, fished out the piece of meat and chucked it to Zhangli, and directly asked, "Sister Li, what's the situation at home now?" Zhangli took her expression seriously and said softly, "Thank you, Junzi, if it wasn't for you not letting that guy have his money, sis would have been arrested at the station by now, and it's not sure if she could get out again." Saying that, she stretched out her hand and held Gu Jun's hand across the table, and looked at him with a pair of big beautiful eyes as bright as 2 puddles of spring water. "Junzi, you saved sis twice in a row, so tell me, how can I repay you?" Gu Jun smiled faintly. "Didn't we agree that we are all brothers from now on? Since we are brothers, what is there to say about repayment?" he said, pretending to drink water and withdrawing his hand. Zhangli directly threw a pouty blank stare and said in a delicate voice, "Gu Jun, my gratitude has a statute of limitations. After this village, there won't be this store anymore." Gu Jun took his expression seriously. "This is what I should do for you. No need for repayment." He revealed these 2 pieces of information. Firstly, for the purpose of money laundering, secondly, to repay the old ghost for blocking the sneak attack for him twice in his last life, and thirdly, because he wanted to continue to be a brother with the old ghost, and really didn't think about any repayment, especially this sister who has been a godly friend for 4 years in jest, and has no need for repayment. "Humph," Zhang Li grunted, threw another blank stare, sat up straight, picked up the yogurt on the side, and slowly took a sip. "I don't know if it was intentional or not, but a little bit spilled out of the corner of my mouth." She probed out her pink tongue and licked gently at the corner of her delicate lips, and then stretched out her delicate jade fingers dyed with fiery red nails, gently smoothed them out, put them into her red lips, and slowly sucked on them. This goblin, it's not about seduction, it's about seduction. Gu Jun only felt his breath stutter and hurriedly lowered his head to eat his food. "Miss, what's the point of drinking milk? Drink a glass of wine with me." With the voice, a 27 or 28-year-old man wearing designer sportswear, a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck, and dyed yellow hair walked up to the table with a bottle of mutai and 2 wine glasses. "Me, come to pick up girls? A county punk who dares to pick up the old man's own sister from 7 Temple Street? What a rat looking for a cat that doesn't know what it's doing." However, Zhangli had come to find herself, and she, the landlord, naturally had to be responsible for her safety. Gu Jun swept a glance at the man and said coldly, "Thanks, my sister doesn't drink." The man, however, didn't even look at Gu Jun. His dead fish eyes were as glued to Zhangli as they were to Zhangli, and with a disgusting and arrogant smile, he said, "Miss, I'm the son of the tax commissioner of our county, and this piece of land is my territory, so if you want to eat, drink, or play anything, you can just give me the word. Let's have a drink and get to know each other. Then we'll go sing together after dinner and go to the sauna afterward." Zhang Li's delicate eyebrows knitted slightly, and a hint of impatience flashed through her big beautiful eyes, but she immediately brought up a delicate smile and looked at Gu Jun. "Brother, there's still a sauna here?" The man didn't wait for Gu Jun to speak and immediately said, "Of course, there are hot springs. You can eat fruits while soaking in the hot springs, and there are songs and dances to enjoy. Come on, let's go sit over there. My table has lobster and abalone. Let's open a bottle of red wine and I'll take you thereafter." Zhang Li's smile grew even more as she looked at Gu Jun and said, "Brother, my sister wants to drink red wine and eat lobster and abalone." Gu Jun immediately beckoned to the waiter, opened the best red wine and served the biggest lobster and abalone. The man frowned and looked at Gu Jun and said coldly, "Do you know how much the best red wine costs? Can you afford it? Poor bastard. Get the hell out of here right now before I get mad." Or, bang, a muffled sound. Zhang Li even directly grabbed the bottle in the man's hand and smashed it on his head. Ah! The man did not guard against this beautiful woman so spirited, even direct hands, but was not hit confused. Covering his head and pointing at Zhang Li angrily shouted, You dare to hit the old man? This is just a warning." Zhang Li's expression was still as cold as frost, dropping the bottle and saying coldly, "If you dare to curse my brother again, I'll waste you." Worthy of the old ghost's sister, she is indeed a child of the jungle. This pugnacious and overbearing protector of the calf immediately gave birth to a few moments of appreciation for Gu Jun. "Stinking cousin, I'll kill you." The man gritted his teeth and cursed angrily as he violently lunged towards Zhang Li. How could Gu Jun let Zhang Li suffer, and immediately swung out his slap. Snap! A crunch. The man jerked halfway around and crawled heavily to the ground. It took a few struggles to get up, and a clear slap mark had swollen on his face. "How dare you hit me? Somebody, beat him to death." 4 men dressed as gangsters immediately rushed over from that side. The diners rose up and ducked in fear. Zhang Li picked up the wet wipes and slowly wiped her hands, smiling. It seems that my sister has caused you trouble. Gu Jun smiled slightly. What kind of trouble is this? He said out of his seat, wringing his shoulders a little and making a rattling sound. Just in time, to loosen up with these guys. Several people had already rushed up. Gu Jun struck directly, knocking down one with a slap, knocking down one with a smooth elbow, and sending one flying with an iron mountain lean, the one that flew out, knocking the last one with it. They're a bunch of losers, far worse than the old man's men. In less than 2 seconds, all 4 guys rolled to the ground. Before anyone could react, Gu Jun had already returned to his seat. Sisterly, don't let them spoil the fun. Keep eating. Zhang Li put down the paper towel, half lying on the table, supporting her chin with one hand, her beautiful big eyes full of admiration as she looked at Gu Jun, and said in a delicate voice, "This program is good. My excitement has been thoroughly mobilized. I really want to drink red wine." Gu Jun smiled and nodded, telling the already terrified waiter to serve the wine. The guys climbed up, blared viciously at Gu Jun, didn't say a word, and stumbled away. Red wine was brought and 2 glasses were poured. Zhang Li served it up and gently touched it with Gu Jun. "Junzi, sis likes the way you beat people up. Calm and flamboyant, calm and domineering." Gu Jun, sisterly, don't praise me. I'm a thin-skinned person who is shy, but I don't stand up to compliments and get proud. Zhang Li, sis is going to make you proud. Sis has the capital to make you proud, as long as you. What's the matter with you, Sister Goblin? Gu Jun hurriedly said. Sister, I'm dry. Feel free. Finished with a drink. Sister with you, Zhang Li said full of ambiguity, a delicate smile, also a mouthful of dry. The 2 drank red wine as white wine in less than an hour. Zhang Li already had hazy eyes and couldn't walk steadily on the road. Gu Jun brought out, naturally did not dare to let her drive. Fortunately, next door is the hotel. Directly open the room. Half hug half help bring into the room. Put on the bed. Zhang Li wrapped her arms around Gu Jun's neck. With a drunken smile, a pair of beautiful eyes like spring water flooded with waves. Looking at Gu Jun in a daze, her red lips gently opened, breathing out a slightly sweet intoxicating hot air, murmuring, "Brother, my sister doesn't dare to sleep alone. Will you accompany my sister tonight? Sister will tell you a story. The story of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood." Little Red Riding Hood was drunk and alone in the forest picking mushrooms, so sweet-smelling mushrooms. Saying that, he probed out his pink tongue and gave a light lick on the edge of his red lips, and that seductive flavor instantly made the temperature of the whole room hot. This goblin's sister, not to tell the story of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood, is to tell the story of the eagle catching the chickens, right? Chapter 50. It's not an enemy, but it's this dog. Gu Jun didn't want to be a saint. He also wants to be the prodigal son who is everywhere. But, as he has already prepared to repay Meng Dai's love with this life, he must be loyal to Meng Dai alone. Yes, it's all about loyalty. Heartfelt loyalty. He wanted to take revenge on Duan Yujie and Tian Shaoa, the snake mother and daughter, so he couldn't be faithful physically. But this sister, he really can't touch. He couldn't guarantee that touching this goblin sister would not move him. He couldn't afford to start a fight and hurt the sister who had been a godly friend for 4 years. He swallowed dryly and said in a slightly shaky voice, "Sis, my mom called and told me to come back right away. Get some rest and I'll pick you up in the morning. Call me anytime if anything happens." Saying that, he forcibly pulled away Zhang Li's soft, boneless arm and ran out of the room as if he was escaping. Pulling the door closed, he leaned against the wall breathing heavily as if he'd just done a strenuous workout and his head was sweating. Bang! Something slammed against the door. Gu Jun sighed, shook his head, and went downstairs. When I got out and hit the car, my cell phone rang before I even left the county. Tail number 4567. Is Zhang Li, this goblin's sister, still not dead? Gu Jun didn't know whether to answer it or not, and in the midst of his hesitation, the ringing time arrived. I was just relieved when the bell rang again. If you don't answer it again, she's going to be pissed. Had to hit the answer button. Junzi, the hotel gang is here. They've already crashed through the door and come in. Come and help. Zhang Li's calm and urgent voice came from the cell phone. How dare those guys retaliate? Already rushed in? Gu Jun was startled and immediately ordered the driver. Quick, turn around, go back. Inside the hotel room, wrapped in a sheet, Zhang Li leaned against the window, holding a dagger in her hand, and said coldly, "Come over if you're not afraid to die." The man who received a bottle of wine, took a step forward and said with a sneer, "I made a dozen phone calls to find you, and with a broken piece of iron, you want to scare the old man? Be a good boy and lay down on the bed and let a few of us play with it once, and I'll give you $2,000. If you dare to resist, I'll make you dead all night, and I won't give you a dime tomorrow." this really is this guy's place. Zhang Li's expression became even colder, and her other hand slowly pushed the window open, ready to jump at any time. Even though this was the 3rd floor, it was better to have your legs broken than to let these beasts spoil it. I've already called. My brother will be here soon, and he'll get you all killed if you try anything. She belongs to absconding now, and in order to avoid exposure, she can neither call the police nor use the old ghost's reputation to scare people, so she can only hope with Gu Jun. I just don't know when he'll be back in time. The man grew more and more disdainful and said, I specifically found 3 sparring practitioners and 1 boxing practitioner just to come and cripple that kid. I just asked you to call, just so you could call him, so that I could get out of the way first, and then get you good for the night in front of him. Bang! The door was kicked open hard. When Zhang Li saw that familiar upright figure, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up and she delicately shouted, Junzi! Gu Jun stepped in. Sister Li, I'm sorry, I was careless and shouldn't have left you alone. Oomph. For some reason, Zhang Li instantly felt surrounded by a strong sense of security, and immediately let go of her heart. Her little girl mentality took over her thinking, and with an exasperated petulant grunt, she gambled and said, Aren't you leaving? What's the point of coming back? You're still angry even now. Gu Jun laughed bitterly in his heart and said coldly to the several people, Dare to bully my sister, immediately kneel down and apologize, or else, it's all over now, and you're still pretending with me. Brothers, go on. Break his arms and legs so he can watch us get his sister killed, the man ordered through clenched teeth. The 4 practitioners immediately rushed towards Gu Jun. The 2 men threw punches and the 2 men threw kicks, surprisingly working in tandem, sealing off all of Gu Jun's retreats. Moreover, the wind of the fist was fierce, and the sound of the leg was like a whip. The strength and speed were extremely terrifying. Gu Jun no longer stayed his hand, violently clenched his fist and slammed it down with all his might. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled sounds. Fist slammed hard into both legs. Aha! The 2 let out a muffled grunt and hurriedly retreated. The punch has arrived. Gu Jun sidestepped violently, dodged a punch, and swung his fist out. Boo! 2 fists slammed together. Ah! The guy practicing boxing let out a scream and quickly withdrew his fist, baring his teeth in pain. Boxing, at best, is a Western external martial art that only connects the bones and skin. National martial arts is the real killing technique, both inside and outside. Boxing is child's play when it comes to the real state of the art. Gu Jun still didn't pause for a moment and swept out his right leg violently. Ah! The 2 guys who had just retracted their legs and were about to strike again were swept off their feet and rolled to the ground, cradling their calves and screaming. Gu Jun half crouched and jerked up, his whole body strength gathered in his left elbow, ruthlessly striking the abdomen of the guy who had missed a punch. The guy didn't say a word, directly flew up half a meter, and smashed heavily on the ground, twitching painfully, constantly sucking in cold air, and not being able to make a sound at all. Gu Jun violently turned around and kicked out his left leg with a move of a rhinoceros looking at the moon. The boxing practitioner was just about to attack when he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and flew directly out the door backwards, hit the wall, and slowly sat down on the ground, covering his stomach in pain, with snot, tears, and saliva coming down. The man's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the practiced man he had spent a lot of effort to call in, but he was also so unbreakable. How dare you come after and bully my sister? Gu Jun violently swept out the whip leg. Boo! Ah! The man screamed miserably, spun around and flew out, hitting the wall hard, without waiting for him to land. Gu Jun had already leapt over and kicked out again. The man hit the opposite wall again. Gu Jun is still going to make a move, but Zhang Li pulled back and whispered, he has an official background, so he can only be beaten and scared, not crippled, or else he will be in constant trouble. By the way, this guy is also the son of the tax commissioner. I'm afraid the screw factory won't be able to do its job if I really let this guy get his revenge. Gu Jun stopped and looked at Zhang Li and asked, Sister Li, they didn't hurt you, did they? Zhang Li was afraid that Gu Jun would really come down hard, so she smiled faintly and said in a chirpy voice with a pretense of relaxation, Do they still want to hurt me? Not even close. Only then did Gu Jun turn his head to look at a few guys and coldly ordered, Kneel down and apologize to my sister. The 4 guys knew that they were not Gu Jun's opponents, and they also knew that they were not allowed to leave without following his orders, so they could only reluctantly kneel down, lower their heads, and say, I'm sorry, we won't dare to do it again. Gu Jun glanced at the 4 and walked over to the man. Get up, kneel down, apologize. The man knew that he had kicked the iron plate, but still didn't want to lose face. Gritting his teeth, he climbed up, covering his stomach, bending over and looking at Gu Jun with sinister eyes. Dare to hit me like that? Do you know who I am? Gu Jun looked at the distorted face and suddenly whitened his eyes. It's actually you? Lu Tianyu. This guy is the direct cause of his jail time. It was so dark at the time of the incident that he only glanced at it and was not impressed with the appearance. But the twisted, hideous expression was one he remembered well. In his last life, when he came out of prison, he took a lot of effort to find him, and then he married Duan Yujie, thinking that he was blessed by the disaster, and he put it down. I didn't expect to meet early in this life, or come to bully Sister Goblin. It's really not an enemy. Lu Tianyu smiled smugly. You know who I am, right? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to me? Well, how dare you be arrogant with me? If I don't kick your ass in this life, I'll be damned if I won't apologize to God. Apologize? Gu Jun smiled coldly and came closer to Lu Tianyu, patting his face and asking, Duke Lu, do you really want me to apologize to you? Lu Tianyu was scared to death by Gu Jun's ice-cold, knife-like, murderous eyes, but in order to save face, he continued to colorfully say, if you don't apologize, I'll make it difficult for you to move an inch. Gu Jun stood up straight and said with a smile, okay, I'll set up wine for you in a couple days to make amends. Tell me what you like to drink and I'll prepare it for you in advance. Chapter 51 Dogs are worse than dogmen. Seeing that he had scared Gu Jun, Lu Tianyu's heart was relieved and he immediately said proudly, I don't drink anything except Mao Tai. Gu Jun, Matai is not available, but I'll try to make you happy, he said and waved his hand. Get lost, don't make me regret it, I'll beat you to death now, and then I'll have to burn the wine and food for you. Lu Tianyu still wanted to say a few words to earn face, but when he saw the murderous aura in Gu Jun's eyes getting thicker and thicker, he immediately shut his mouth and turned around. Zhang Li noticed that Gu Jun was out of sorts and came over to hold his arm, raising her delicate little face, looking into his eyes with concern, and said softly, Junzi, I know you won't bow down to him, and there's definitely a reason why you said that just now. Tell me, what do you want to do? Gu Jun made no secret of it and said coldly, slaughter him. Zhang Li immediately said eagerly, Junzi, no nonsense. He didn't do anything to me either. It's not worth it for that little thing. It's not like you don't know. My brother and I killed an old bastard and almost got into trouble. You're going to kill the tax commissioner's son. The trouble will be much bigger. Gu Jun didn't want to worry this goblin sister and said with a slight smile, Sister Li, don't worry. I'm just talking. How could I possibly kill someone? Zhang Li wanted to say something else, but Gu Jun said directly, the doors here are broken. It's impossible to live here. Let's change the hotel. What do I need a door for when I have you? Zhang Li said directly, alright, go take a shower. Your body stinks. Saying that, she smiled charmingly again and picked Gu Jun's chin, saying in a seductive voice, it's not that you smell bad, it's that you touched those stinky men, and their stench infected you. It's really smoky. Back is definitely not back. Lu Tianyu is not convinced by the fight, now is not sure. To that guy is still not dead. Ambush in the dark. Saw himself go, and then kill a horse shot. The consequences are unimaginable. All he could do was walk into the bathroom, take off his clothes and start showering. Bang, bang, bang. A soft knock on the door. Hello, do you need a scrub service? Zhang Li's pinched voice came from outside. No need, Gu Jun hurriedly said. There's an essential oil with milk bath today. Don't miss it, mister. This leprechaun, she's trying to cheat me out of my essential oils with a milk bath. Gu Jun's heartbeat immediately accelerated, and he said in a dry voice, Sis, stop it. I'll leave if you make any more trouble. Oomph. A disgruntled grunt was followed by no sound. Gu Jun washed himself haphazardly and came out in his clothes, and saw that the lights had already been turned off. Zhang Li slept on the bed by the window, covering herself tightly with the quilt. He gingerly walked over to the other bed, pulled back the covers and got in. Sister Goblin, don't tease me tonight, or I really won't be able to hold it. Gu Jun was praying in his heart when a rustling sound came. Zhang Li slowly uncovered the covers and got out of bed. Gu Jun instantly tensed up. Zhang Li, however, went straight to the bathroom. Gu Jun exhaled deeply and closed his eyes. There was the sound of a shower coming from the bathroom. Gu Jun counted and tried to make himself fall asleep quickly. After a long while, Zhang Li came out, walked directly to the side of Gu Jun's bed, pulled open the quilt and burrowed in. Gu Jun was instantly scared stiff, did not dare to move, pretended to sleep to death, and prayed in his heart, Goblin sister, do not mess around. I do not want to be sorry Meng Dai, and I do not want to be sorry for you. Why don't you take off your clothes? Defending me like a thief? Good. Anyone who moves tonight is a puppy. Zhang Li muttered to herself. Gambling generally yanked over Gu Jun's arm as a pillow. A long, straight, silky, slightly cool jade legs directly on him, soft as boneless, but also extremely elastic body, tightly embraced him, emitting a faint intoxicating fragrance of long hair, provoking his heart like fire. I am a sage. I am a sage. Potassium, calcium, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, iron, and zinc. When you memorize English, you get dizzy. Gu Jun forced himself to think of something else and ordered himself to fall asleep quickly. Fortunately, Zhongli did not tease him again. The next morning, with a delicate grunt, Gu Jun was awakened. Zhongli had sat down on the bed by the window and raised her hand to tie her hair. Sisterly, you're awake? Gu Jun greeted casually. Zhongli gave Gu Jun a disgruntled look, full of gunpowder, and said, you slept quite well last night. Gu Jun pretended not to know that last night in the sleep together, pretending to be relaxed, said, I sleep quality has always been good. Dip the pillow on, even dreaming is very little. Last night is even sleep what do not know. Zhongli fiercely got out of bed and huffed. Taoist appearance is worse than a dog, said heading for the bathroom. Gu Jun knows that dogs are worse than people are not cursing. They are angry. Last night she said that anyone who messes with it is a puppy. Having been a sage himself for a night, he is naturally worse than a dog. He smiled bitterly and prepared to get up. Suddenly I realized that the belt had opened at some point. Holy, did the leprechaun make puppies last night? Gu Jun was shocked and hurriedly checked. Zhongli suddenly appeared, yanked off the covers, stared wide-eyed in disbelief and said in a shocked voice, Gu Jun, what are you doing? You even went behind my back. Gu Jun's face swished red with shame as he yanked over the quilt. Sis, what are you babbling about? Zhongli suddenly smiled like a little fox, sat on her knees on the bed, put the delicate little face in front of Gu Jun, exhaled like orchids and asked in a soft voice, give not eat steal. Do you have any hard feelings? Gu Jun pushed Zhongli away. Cut the nonsense. By the way, did you make puppies? Zhongli immediately frowned. What do you mean? Gu Jun, how do I open my belt? Zhongli was full of innocence. How would I know? You're the one who's been a puppy. Why else would I have dropped my towel? Saying that, he grabbed Gu Jun's ear and made an angry expression questioning. Say, what exactly did you do to me? Gu Jun was directly speechless. That's a red-hot plant. However, one can never get involved with a woman in such a matter. He surrendered straight away. Sis, stop it. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Zhongli, however, was unforgiving. No, you learn to bark first. Gu Jun, sis, it's not like I have. Zhongli, no, you do. I woke up this morning and your paws were still. Would I have woken up so early if you hadn't scratched me and hurt me? If I had known you wouldn't admit it. I should have gotten a camera and filmed you. Gu Jun, sis, don't talk nonsense. How can I? Zhongli immediately took on a serious expression and looked into Gu Jun's eyes and asked, Gu Jun, I'd say you really have? Gu Jun suddenly froze. That was something he wasn't really sure about. Who knows if I instinctively scratched when I was asleep? It would be heavenly trouble to get this goblin sister to get serious. In charge? What about Meng Dai? Having failed her in his last life, he must not fail her again in this one. Eating for nothing? This goblin will castrate himself. He hurriedly said, Sis, it's just that there really is. I'm unconscious, and I really don't dare to disrespect you. Zhongli's beautiful big eyes immediately flashed through a flash of disappointment, and another petite grunt, surprisingly did not speak again, directly out of bed to go to the bathroom. It took a while before he came out, having changed into a pair of black athletic shorts with short sleeves and a pair of black sneakers. Her skin was extremely white and fine, made even whiter than snow by this black color, shimmering like alabaster in the morning light, long hair tied into a high ponytail, appearing lean and sharp, no makeup on the face, only painted the color of the lip gloss, but like a lotus flower as delicate and beautiful, charming. Looking at Gu Jun cannot help but double eyes condensed. Zhongli, however, directly threw a blank stare and huffed, what are you looking at? If you look again, I'll blind your dog eyes. Get your ass in the wash. Am I really a dog? Gu Jun was speechless, rolled to the restroom, and tried hard to remember whether he had made a dog last night. Chapter 52, Fishing in a New Car. Snack bar. Zhongli has become the object of everyone's attention again, and Gu Jun has become the dog in the hearts of men. Good women are spoiled by dogs. Sis, do you want to go somewhere today? Where do you want to take me? We have a place here called Hanging Spring Mountain. The scenery is very nice. Why don't we go there after we eat? I heard there's an old Taoist priest there who is very good at telling fortunes. Is that true? I'm not sure, but there really is a Taoist temple. Well, just go ahead and ask if my true love is a man or a dog. Gu Jun bristled. Is there such a thing as pointing at a monk and cursing a bald donkey? Besides, aren't you cursing yourself? That what matches the dog? Zhongli threw Gu Jun a blank stare, picked up a napkin, gently wiped the corners of her mouth, stood up and headed out. Gu Jun hurriedly followed him out. Zhongli stood in front of the car and asked without looking back, can you drive? Will. No driver's license. Though, this car is yours, Zhongli said, holding up a car key. Gu Jun froze for a moment and didn't bother to pick it up. Sis, what do you mean? Is it hard to understand? Zhongli said and walked to the passenger side, opened the door and sat up. Gu Jun opened the main driver's door, sat in, and looked at Zhongli, who was already leaning on the car seat, wiping her sunglasses. Sister, I have no merit. Such an expensive gift. Zhang Li suddenly smiled like a little fox. If you learn a few barks, count it as your credit. Gu Jun really didn't know how to take this. This goblin kept emphasizing this matter, so I guess I really did catch her. Caught and given a car. Is this a package deal? How can I convince her that I just grabbed it unconsciously? Zhang Li, however, took on a serious expression. By letting me call in the money a day later, you not only spared me a big piece of trouble, but also allowed me to save a great deal of money, and my brother asked me to thank you properly. It's a time of refuge, and there's not much I can say to show my appreciation for the money that's been transferred out of our accounts for the time being. And since I'm going on an errand and I'm too much of a target in this car, and you happen to be without a car, I'll give it to you, said he. Opened the storage box, took out a pen and paper, patted the car book and wrote, the car was bought last waxing, with upholstery for $280,000, and if anyone comes to investigate, you will say that $250,000 bought it in my hands. Although Gu Jun didn't know how much money he had saved her, he was no longer polite since he talked about it. Ray, what are you going to do? Zhang Li put the car book and the receipt on the driver's side and said casually, go run an errand for my brother. Gu Jun asked with concern, is there any danger? If there's danger, I'll accompany you. He really kind of liked this sister, and although he couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend, he really wanted to do something for her. However, from what he knew about Zhang Li, it was all about the old ghost's half-truths and half-falsehoods in prison, and he really didn't know what Zhang Li was going through on the outside, so there was no way to remind her in advance. But he believed one thing, Zhang Li was still throwing her weight around at a time like this. What she was doing must be a big deal. Zhang Li turned her head and looked at Gu Jun with a bad smile. Regret? Gu Jun, regret what? Zhang Li, I regret not being a dog. Gu Jun was speechless, but immediately caught the loophole in this statement. Sis, have you been scaring me? Zhang Li, scare you? Want to see the claw marks on my chest? Said he was about to lift his short athletic sleeves. Gu Jun hurriedly pressed. Sis, they're all people. Stop it. Be nice and use me to help you. Zhang Li thought about it and said, it's still not necessary. Saying that, she held Gu Jun's hand and looked at him with anticipation. If it goes well, I'll be back in a day or two. And then, can you stay with me for a few days? Gu Jun nodded. Call when the time comes. I'll pick you up. Okay, it's a deal. Zhang Li said, suddenly came over and kissed Gu Jun. Before Gu Jun could react, Zhang Li had already pulled open the car door. She got out of the car, put on her sunglasses, bent down to carry her bag, and brought up that little fox-like smile again. Dog man, wait for sis to come back. With that, he closed the car door and took a few brisk steps, and Iveco immediately stopped. The door opened, got in the car and left, leaving only a faint sweet scent on the corner of Gu Jun's lips. This goblin, will she eat herself next time she comes? Gu Jun was a little worried and a little expectant, and his mood was a little complicated. Never mind, we'll talk about it when the time comes. It's a bit of a red herring to think about it now. He picked up the car book and the receipt and put them in the locker. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. A digital camera. It's still a camcorder. You don't see a lot of this stuff in this day and age. One starts at $30,000 minimum. That is, Zhang Li, this kind of fashionable and rich girls, ordinary people that is, cannot afford to buy. Also cannot afford to buy. With this, one's tools for unfolding a plan are complete. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at the date to make sure that the things was today. I wonder if my rebirth will create a butterfly effect, especially after beating up Lu Tianyu last night. Will he still be there today? It's a good idea to plan, so let's prepare first. He took a cab and headed back. Peace Town. Gu Jun put the car on the side of the road and went over to get on his motorcycle to go back home. Mom is cleaning up the house. First interrogated about not returning home overnight, then complained that he did not come back without saying hello, and said that their father and son are big spenders, and the cell phone is bought two at a time. Gu Jun coaxed for a while before he changed his clothes and said that he was going to play with his classmates tonight and might not come back. Got out and drove around the short two streets 3 times at a slow pace. Nothing else. Fishing. Finally, I saw Tian Shaoyi, wearing a blue short-sleeved, black wraparound skirt, with her long hair down her shoulders, with tiny braids braided on both sides, and wearing exquisite makeup, swaying her waist under the men's attentions, coming from the distance. Gu Jun immediately accelerated and stopped violently in front of Tian Shaoyi. Tian Shaoyi was startled and became furious. What are you doing? What's so great about driving a car? Can you afford to pay for it if you hit someone? Gu Jun pressed down the window, poked his head out, and said with a smile, Auntie, I'm sorry, I just bought a car. I'm just learning how to drive it. I scared you. Tian Shaoyi immediately stared in shock. You bought a car? Gu Jun just bought it yesterday. Tian Shaoyi is not polite. Immediately came over, pulled open the passenger door and sat up. excitedly looking left and touching right. Needless to say, Zhongli's sophistication is in her bones. The decor of this car is luxuriously restrained and oozes refined elegance, especially some of the trinkets were the favorites of petty women. Looking at Tian Xiao's eyes constantly bubbled with greed. This is the car she never dreamed of. Every time she saw those women driving this kind of car, parked in front of a big hotel, followed by a phone call to get out of the car, she was jealous to the point of sourness. If I could have one of these cars and a $15,000 cell phone, I wouldn't make those men's eyes pop out. No, we have to lasso this kid quick. Gu Jun, go to my house. Yu Jie is waiting for you. She couldn't wait. Gu Jun skimmed his mouth. Auntie, don't joke. My dad made it very clear yesterday. Tian Xiao took Gu Jun's hand. Gu Jun, your father doesn't know about your feelings or what's going on between you. You go to my house. Auntie, let Yu Jie explain to you clearly. Gu Jun directly interrupted her. Auntie, I don't want to listen to Duan Yu Jie's deceitful bull anymore. Well, you go down. I still have things to do in the county. Tian Xiao, what are you going to do? Gu Jun, I heard there's a new lady's cell phone. I'll go buy one for my mom. Tian Xiao's eyes glowed even more greedily and said eagerly, it's fine if you don't want to go to the house. I'll ask Yu Jie to come out and just have a few words with you. You've been in a relationship for so many years. You can't just say break because of a little misunderstanding. You have to give Yu Jie a chance to explain, don't you? Gu Jun hesitated. If you don't behave, Auntie won't get out of the car. Gu Jun went forward reluctantly under the urging. Not only are these two fish biting the hook, they're eager to jump on the case. Chapter 53 accepts you and tests you. The entrance to the Duan family alley. Just as the car stopped, Tian Xiao pulled open the door and ran quickly toward home. Not a few minutes. Wearing a beige tight halter tank top, very short denim skirt, white sneakers, long hair tied with a high pill head, youthful breath bursting, the beauty of a budding lily as a general Duan Yu Jie, ran out quickly. She reached the car and took one deep breath before pulling the door open and sitting up, keeping her head down. Gu Jun didn't say anything, lit a cigarette and pressed on the recorder. Soothing piano music immediately surrounds it. That goblin is surprisingly so moody, not at all in line with her hot personality. After finishing a cigarette, Gu Jun threw it away and said coldly, your mom said you have something to say. Since you don't have anything to say, go down. I have things to do. Duan Yu Jie immediately raised her head. Her big beautiful eyes were already tearful, and she looked at Gu Jun with a shallow nasal voice and said, Gu Jun, there's really nothing between me and Peng Bo. Why don't you believe me? Gu Jun was furious. You shouted in front of so many people that you want to marry him, and it's still nothing? Lao Zi is just as stupid as he is, but he's not a dead man, is he? Gu Jun. Duan Yu Jie choked out a sob. 2 crystallized teardrops gushed out and slid down her fair jade-like cheeks as she cried. Then I was looking at him poorly and wanted to help him out, and in a moment of frenzy, I said something wildly. Cut. Gu Jun snorted disdainfully, not bothering to argue. Duan Yu Jie actually didn't even think about how to explain. Those words at the gate of the exam room just don't round out. Mom meant to just cry, soften him up with her tears, and then just pounce on him raw. But he hasn't been driving. How can he pounce with all these people here? Besides, can I really pounce on someone when they have such a beautiful and stylish woman? Well, I'll be honest with you. As it turns out, I do like Bloomberg and give him money to spend on a regular basis. You don't know, he's the best at lying and saying those heart-tugging lovey-dovey things. And I've got a bit of a literary bone in my body, and I'm squinting at those words and getting lost in them, and thinking that he likes me, too. When I got home, my mom beat me up and my dad yelled at me before I came to my senses, and remembered all that he'd said, and I just hated to beat him to death, said wiping his eyes. His tone brought up anger. He keeps lying to me, saying that he'll get into a good university and marry me when he graduates. Isn't that all a lie to the devil? His family is too poor to eat, so what's he going to go to college with? Still trying to trick me into paying for his college education? He stole so much money, he won't give me a penny, and he's going to cheat me out of my money. What does he take me for? After all that happened, he even asked me to beg you to borrow money to save him. He purely treats me like a big little cutie, said teary-eyed, full of deep emotion, looking at Gu Jun, and you have always been for my silent dedication, selfless payment. You are the one who loves me most, so I've been blind, treating rotten wood like gold and jade, and diamonds like dung. These days I really regret it, and every day I wash my face with tears, thinking that I hurt the man who loves me the most and made him leave with a broken heart, never to ignore me again, and I'm heartbroken to death. You know what? I realized in that moment that I'd been in love with you for a long time, but it's just that over the past 4 years, your feelings for me have become so habitual that I take everything you give me for granted. You're like air, surrounding me all the time. I can't get away from you for a moment, but after habit becomes nature, I become blind to it all and don't know how to cherish it at all. Now that you're leaving, I realize how precious you are and how I really can't live without you. Gu-jun, I really love you. Please give me another chance. Let me show all my love for you. Let me spend my whole life to make it up to you. Okay? What a deep confession. If he didn't know his snake heart, he would have been impressed by the words that matched the beaded tears like rain. Gu-jun smiled coldly. You can't stay away from my money, can you? Duan Yuje's expression stuttered and she immediately said, Gu-jun, if you accept me again, I promise I won't spend another penny of your money. Do you losers make any money? Your father earned it all. How much can you give me? I want all of your home. Gu-jun immediately said, okay, in that case, I'll give you another chance. With that said, he hit the car and gave it a whirl, heading toward the county seat. Duan Yuje said happily and excitedly, Gu-jun, you really accept me again? Gu-jun, it's all temporary. I'll have to see how you do. Duan Yuje immediately said, don't worry, I'll definitely make you satisfied. Speaking carefully, he asked, Gu-jun, who was the pretty sister who drove this car yesterday? She saw it too? Just didn't see it and wouldn't be surprised to learn about it. He himself was now the son of the town's richest man, and Zhang Li was the town's rare and fashionable beauty, and the two of them hugging each other on the street should have spread the word to everyone a long time ago. By the way, how come Mom didn't ask about this? She knew we were getting a cell phone. How could she not know about this? Gu-jun wondered in his heart and said casually, one of my sisters came to give me a car. The sister who delivered the car? Duan Yuje was instantly surprised. Turns out it's just a sister, not a love interest. If that's the case, there's nothing standing in the way of forcing a marriage when you're pregnant. I thought it was your new date, and I went back and cried all night again with sadness and loss. An object? How dare you think that? Gu-jun said and stopped the car directly, pulled on the handbrake, lit a cigarette, took out a packet of tissues, and said leisurely, now, let me see how you behave. Duan Yuje turned her head to look out of the car and said with a difficult expression, they are all people. In case, Gu-jun, there is a film on the car, so people outside can't see it. Even if you see it, with the steering wheel in the way, who knows what you're doing? Duan Yuje still hesitated and said softly, Gu-jun, I'm a bit scared. Why don't we go back to my house? Gu-jun said coldly, go down if you don't want to. I'm still busy. How can I have time to go to your house? Duan Yuje did not dare to hesitate, hurriedly took the paper towels. County, it's the same fondue place. Last night with Zhang Li only focus on drinking. Ordered lobster abalone did not move. Existed here. In a small, isolated county like this, seafood is frozen, so there's no such thing as fresh or not. 38 ordered a mandarin duck pot base and a free plate of lamb a vegetable platter. Enough. Duan Yuje came out of the bathroom, saw the lobster abalone, eyes immediately lit up, but still made a bland expression, said in a delicate voice, let's just eat a bowl of noodles. Why are we so wasteful? Gu-jun smiled faintly. I worked hard for you just now, so I'll make it up to you. Duan Yuje flowed her beautiful big eyes, threw a pouting blank stare, and said softly, you're still really a bad guy. I can't even breathe. You're still. Press that way again and I'll really bite you. Gu-jun gave Duan Yuje an abalone and asked curiously, why do I feel that you are getting more skillful? Duan Yuje immediately blushed, pouting her pink lips and pouting, no nonsense. Gu-jun suddenly remembered something and immediately sank his face, looking into Duan Yuje's eyes and asking in a cold voice, did Peng Bo teach you that? Duan Yuje saw that Gu-jun was angry and hurriedly said, what are you blindly thinking about? Yes, said the shy cheeks burning, stammered and couldn't say it. Gu-jun's tone was even colder, who is it if not Peng Bo? Duan Yuje was afraid that Gu-jun would misunderstand and lose the millions in hand again, so she hurriedly whispered, yes, it's my mom. Your mom? Gu-jun was extremely surprised, his eyes full of disbelief. Duan Yuje whitened Gu-jun a glance, exasperated, said, it's not you last time, was seen by my mom. She saw me poor, afraid I was bullied to death by you, only taught me a little. Holy, this pair of snakes and daughters are discussing this. If this doesn't kill a few games, it's too much for them. Chapter 54, just got it and someone cuts it off? So sought after? Gu-jun was instantly interested. Your mom is very proficient in this area? Duan Yuje immediately raised her hand and gently hit Gu-jun. What nonsense! Saying that, he looked around and lowered his voice. My dad borrowed someone's VCD and watched that kind of movie. Gu-jun immediately said, I'll buy us one too, and we'll watch it together. Duan Yuje was instantly furious and violently raised her hand. You want to die? Gu-jun immediately frowned and asked in a cold voice, what's wrong? Want to hit me again? Duan Yuje realized that she had lost her temper, and hurriedly adjusted her mind, moved gently and wiped the corner of Gu-jun's mouth, frowned her showy eyebrows, and said in dissatisfaction, that's my mom. That's your mother-in-law. How can we watch that kind of movie together? So resistant? That's right. What's the point of getting revenge if you just accept it? In your last life, you listened to your mom and everything and caused my family to fall apart. In this life, I'm going to make you watch your mom betray you, so that you can continue to wag your tail in endless pain. Gu-jun, are you stupid? I'm talking about the two of us watching it together. Duan Yuje froze for a moment and immediately threw a blank stare. The words aren't even clear. Scaring me. Gu-jun, it's your dirty mind that's talking about me. Besides, how are we going to practice with your mom watching? Scram! Duan Yuje immediately pouted. Who is with you real? Internship. When the time comes, it's up to you. Gotta get a batch of island action movies ready in advance. I remember several teachers who have done mother-daughter bonding, so I'll have to collect them specifically. Well, eat, and then go pick out a cell phone for my mom. Duan Yuje wanted to say to buy her one as well, but was afraid of revealing that she was trying to figure out the purpose of his money, and forced herself not to say anything. After dinner, went to the telecom office. Gu-jun was just about to get off when his cell phone rang. Dad, you go ahead and pick it out inside. Duan Yuje immediately got out of the car and walked in. I've already made a deal with Zhang Quan and the engineer. The salary is 5,000 a month, and the bonus at the end of the year is another calculation. Today together to go back home to get the information. I guess it will take a few days to come back. You give your mom a word. Don't let her, don't worry. So cheap? You hired me for $5,000? That day the old man also said something about building missiles is not as good as selling tea eggs. He can earn more than 200 a day, much higher than the wages at work. It seems that he really loves this business. Dad, don't rush back. Go to the patent office and register the patent first. And don't take the patent for nothing. We pay to sell it. Dad, old Zhang said it's free for us to use. No need to spend money. Gu-jun, Dad, we're not going to use it. We're going to monopolize it. In this case, no more money for engineer Zhang. Salary is salary. Let's give him 10% of the shares of the factory and let him transfer the patent to you. In this day and age, no one in the private sector cares about intellectual property rights. And when a product sells well, imitations immediately proliferate, and no one cares at all. But in a few years, the state will be tightened. The patent becomes a big part of the profit of the product. It does not take 1 or 2 years. This factory is the industry leader. Hit this patent, ideas abound. Out of the generous boss more. It would be a great loss if Chuanha were to be impressed by money and sell the patent to someone else. Dad, son, I do not think so. How can you give a skilled worker shares for nothing? Or all of a sudden 10%? I don't blame Dad for not taking it seriously. He's the technical mastermind at the screw factory. Who gave him a penny for his shares? Let's not even talk about him. Who in his line of work has ever heard of a technology stake in a business? Which one is not using his skills to earn a salary? Which one does not take an apprentice as soon as he enters the factory and gives his skills to others without compensation? Gu-jun, Dad, this is the key lifeline to the factory's future growth and survival. You must listen to me. You tell engineer Zhang that he's using technology as a share, and that no matter how large the factory grows to, he's a 10% shareholder, but on the condition that all of his future research results, which will be the factory's, will be transferred to your name. Dad saw that his son was talking seriously, so he didn't insist anymore. Okay, Dad will go and talk about it. Gu-jun hung up the phone, took out $20,000 from the glove box, and got out of the car to walk towards the telecom hall. After taking a few steps and being unsure, I called my dad again. Dad, Zhang Gong is not your employee now. It is considered our shareholder. You have to treat people with respect. That old man has a bad temper. Son, Dad doesn't need to be taught that. It's done absolutely fine. Just wait, Dad will make sure you get it right. Duan Yujia's eyes went a little straight as she looked at Gu-jun, who was holding 20,000 in cash in one hand and talking on the phone in the other. That expression was exactly the same as the way those men in the lobby looked at her. Here's the handsome, multi-millionaire rich kid. Yes, handsome. Why didn't I realize he was so handsome? Could it be the Santana, the new cell phone and the 20K? Suddenly, a pretty girl wearing a pure white dress with a waist-length ponytail, who was dressed in a simple and refreshing manner but carried her own foreign flavor and innocence, cried out in surprise. Gu-jun. Gu-jun hung up his cell phone, turned his head to look, and also said happily, Yang Xiaowei, why are you here? Yang Xiaowei, the daughter of the screw factory director, is 1 year younger than Gu-jun. When I was in elementary school, Yang's father was still living in the factory. The factory manager's wife also had to work. She happened to be a student of her mother. No one to pick up directly brought back to the house. The two played together every day, and even slept in a bed. When she went to middle school, she went to the county and saw less of her. In high school she went to second grade and also just finished her senior year. Yang Xiaowei walked over and said with a sweet smile, I came to charge my cell phone bill. I didn't expect to see you. Gu-jun, you really don't miss a beat. In the morning when I was at home, my mom even said for me to look for you to play with. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Yang Xiaohui's little face inexplicably reddened as she lowered her head and said, my mom also said that she wanted me to find you to play. Her mom didn't just say play, but Gu Jun's mom gave people the word that she wanted the two kids to get together. In order to get Gu Jun out of the shadow of his lost love, his mother mobilized all her connections to find a date for her son. I happened to remember Yang Xiaohui and was immediately delighted. This girl, with the appearance, absolutely 1 in 100. With the character, since childhood, gentle and lovely. With the family, Dad is the factory manager, Rose deputy mayor of the town. Mom is the deputy head of the civil affairs bureau. No matter which point was brought up, it was 100 times better than the Duan family. And the Young family, who also thought highly of this old friend plus the new tycoon, readily agreed. The two families just said, let the child be in one place first. This means that as long as the child agrees, they are fine with it. Mom was afraid that Gu Jun still couldn't let go of Duan Yujie and refused to fall in love, so she didn't dare to say it explicitly. When Gu Jun heard this, he immediately said, it just so happens that I have nothing to do at noon. Let's go to the cold drink store in a while. It's been a while, gotta catch up. Yang Xiaohui nodded her head obediently, her small face reddening even more. In this day and age, young people only go to cold drink stores when they're in love. Is he after me? As she looked at Gu Jun's handsome face, her eyes couldn't help but soften like spring water. In fact, she'd always had a crush on the little brother, who was a year older. Of course, it used to be that girly, clueless good feeling. I don't particularly want to see them, but when I do, I want to hang out together. But her heart surprisingly fluttered slightly when her mom brought it up. Now that I've seen him, he's surprisingly even more handsome than he was. With that big brother vibe, I just don't know if he will still be as protective and caring as he was as a child. When Duan Yujie saw this scene, she was anxious in her heart. Surprisingly, someone cut it off. Is he so sought after now? Yes, it's a steal. So rich and so handsome. You have to pounce on yourself, not to mention others. You still want to take the meat in my mouth. You've got a good idea. She immediately came over with a delicate smile and said in a coquettish voice, Gu Jun, the guide said that the latest model of lady's cell phone is out of stock, so we have to wait for a few days before we can have it. Saying that, she smoothly took Gu Jun's arm and looked at Yang Xiaohui and asked, Gu Jun, who is this beauty? Yang Xiaohui watched Duan Yujie's intimate movements toward Gu Jun, and her smile froze. Chapter 55. A friend who has slept in a bed for several years. Gu Jun did not know that mom proposed marriage to the Yang family. Naturally did not know what Yang Xiaohui thought in her heart. Saw her expression of embarrassment. Thought that the two were too close. Let this girl shy. Immediately introduced to the two, Yang Xiaohui, our two families of family friends, my best hairdresser, although not bare-ass play to the big, but also a bed slept for a few years. Duan Yujie, my classmate. When Yang Xiaohui heard this kind of introduction, her smile instantly shamed her, raised her pink fist, and hit Gu Jun on the shoulder. Just nonsense. Gu Jun, why am I talking nonsense? Let me do the math. At least 3 years, right? Yang Xiaohui skimmed her lips. You do remember well. It is said that in the eyes of the Buddha are all Buddhas, and in the eyes of the devil are all devils. If it were someone else, they would definitely understand it as two young playmates. But when Duan Yujie heard this, her eyes immediately condensed. 3 years in the same bed? Fresh out of a sister who snuggles on the street. Here comes a sister who has slept with him for 3 years, and he's really stealing the show. No, sovereignty must be declared immediately. Yang Xiaohui, let's get reacquainted. Duan Yujie, Gu Jun object. Duan Yujie brought up a polite smile and extended her hand towards Yang Xiaohui. Subject? Yang Xiaohui's smile once again stiffened, but she still politely shook Duan Yujie's hand. Hello. This time, Duan Yujie could clearly see Yang Xiaohui's expression change. A woman's intuition told her that this Yang Xiaohui was definitely interested in Gu Jun. And, it wasn't the sleeping out kind of meaning she had. It was the meaning of having fun in her heart. You're so cute looking. Yang Xiaohui's smile completely transformed into a polite smile with a sense of distance. You're pretty too. Pretty? Auntie, it's called sexy. Cute doesn't mean when it comes to sexy, okay? I can't beat that sister from yesterday, but I'm completely crushed compared to you, my sister. Duan Yujie pretended to be generous and said, let's go. Let's go drink cold drinks together. Yang Xiaohui let go of her hand. No, I still have things to do. You guys go ahead, he said and turned to leave. Gu Jun suddenly remembered something and immediately said, wait, I have something to ask you. Saying that, he pulled his arm out of Duan Yujie's arm and pulled Yang Xiaohui to the side. Yang Xiaohui struggled slightly. Don't move your hands, it's not good to make people misunderstand. Gu Jun smiled slightly. Misunderstanding? We both slept in the same bed. Are you still afraid of others misunderstanding? Yang Xiaohui skimmed her lips. I'm afraid your date will misunderstand. Object? Gu Jun smiled disdainfully and asked directly, do you know Peng Bo from your school? Haven't bothered to inquire about that guy these days. Now that Lu Tianyu had shown up early, Bloomberg had to prepare himself in advance, because Bloomberg is also an integral part of his massive revenge plan. Yang Xiaowei, what happened to the Qingbei seedling in our class? Saying that, he suddenly stared at the doll-like beautiful eyes, glanced at Duan Yujie in the distance, and lowered his voice. Duan Yujie? She's not Bloomberg's. The second middle school is different from the first middle school. Repeaters are directly inserted into the class, and Bloomberg is a classmate of hers. Her English grades have always been good, and Bloomberg often asks her about her English pronunciation, borrows her tape recorder to learn English, and even makes some of her classmates misunderstand, saying that Bloomberg is chasing her. Although Peng Bo studied well, was quite handsome, and was known as the schoolboy of the second middle school, for some reason, she always felt that Peng Bo was pretentious and hypocritical, and was a bit annoying, especially after hearing that Peng Bo was provided for by a female classmate in the first middle school, went to find a female classmate to get money, was blocked in a small pump room to beat, but also alarmed the public security. Even more annoying. As for the matter of being arrested by public security outside the examination hall and the female classmates crying to marry him, it had long been rumored in the circle of classmates in the second middle school, so she couldn't even think of not knowing about it. And this female classmate is called Duan Yujie, but she didn't realize that Duan Yujie was Gu Jun's girlfriend. Seeing Gu Jun nodding, Yang Xiaowei's eyes immediately turned complex and incomprehensible as she asked, then you still, Gu Jun, Xiaowei, you and I have a relationship. I'm not hiding it from you. I've been chasing this woman for 4 years. She took my money and posted Peng Bo for 4 years, and the two of them conspired to use me as a lickspittle, and then let me pay for them to go to college for 4 years. Now that they see that my family has money, mother and daughter are conspiring to pester me and cheat me out of my money. Yang Xiaowei anxiously asked, then you are still with her? Gu Jun, I'm going to get back at her. Revenge? Yang Xiaowei's gaze became even more complicated as she carefully asked, how are you going to retaliate? Gu Jun, this is not something a child should know. Yang Xiaowei immediately pouted her pink lips in dissatisfaction when she saw that he still treated her like a child. Before she could speak, Gu Jun had already instructed, don't tell your parents. If they know I'm still hanging out with Duan Yujie, they'll nag me again. Remember? Yang Xiaowei hesitated for a moment and nodded obediently. Gu Jun, okay, down to business. Do you know what's going on with Bloomberg now? Has he been released? Yang Xiaowei, it's out. I went to the school yesterday to look for the teacher and even saw him. He said it was a misunderstanding. Gu Jun coldly smiled. Just come out. If it hadn't come out, the follow-up program would have had to be delayed, and this would have been able to go right ahead. Yang Xiaowei looked at Gu Jun with slight concern and asked cautiously, Gu Jun, your revenge won't be. Gu Jun, kids, don't pry. Come on, go get a cold drink with my brother. Yang Xiaowei was again treated as a child. Her heart couldn't help but be annoyed, and she huffed and said, no, that's not a place for children to go. That's not a place for kids. I'll buy my own popsicle. With that, he turned and walked away. But the footsteps were not fast, waiting for Gu Jun to call her. Where Gu Jun guessed her little mind, he directly said, then call when you have time. I'll pick you up and come out to play together. My phone number is 7777. The hell with you. Tian Xiaowei muttered without looking back and quickened her pace. But after walking out of the hall, he still used the old cell phone that his dad had given him and dialed Gu Jun's number. It only rang once and hung up immediately. Gu Jun was losing Yang Xiaowei's name when Duan Yujie walked over and said with a smile, this bedmate of yours is so cute. How do you make people angry? Letting people just leave without even saying hello to me. She's got nothing to offer, and she's got a temper, and she's got no manners. Look at me. I'm hot. I'm tender, and I'm good for you. You know who's good, right? Gu Jun said without lifting his head. She's been like that since she was a kid. When she's angry, she just burrows into a corner and ignores everyone. Duan Yujie, you really slept together for 3 years? Only more. Gu Jun finished and headed out. Duan Yujie looked at Gu Jun's back and frowned slightly. Mom's right. Men are all about eating from the bowl and watching the pot. Now one is sort of in the scoop. Gotta get in the bowl quick and smash his pot. Let's see him bowl his ass when we get all his family's money. Late afternoon. Gu Jun parked the car at the entrance of Duan's alley and got out to open the trunk. Duan Yujie also got out of the car, and together they carried a large pile of things towards their home. Yo, what's Yujie up to? A nice older woman asked. Duan Yujie wore a polite yet coy smile. Went to the county for a bit. Got all that stuff for your mom? Ha? Bought some random stuff. What's that? Diclorbos? Auntie, it's a DVD. Yo, are you rich? How can you afford to buy such expensive things? It's not too expensive. A little over 3,000. 3,000 isn't expensive? Looks like a real fortune, Duan Yujie said, and walked into the gate with Gu Jun, leaving a few Amazons behind with low crickets. When Tian Xiaoa heard the words, she immediately greeted them from the house, and was overjoyed to see that both of them were laden with things. It's a done deal. She hurriedly went forward and took the things from Gu Jun's hands. Just come, what's the point of buying these things? Fishing, of course. Gu Jun smiled and said, it's all just the usual food. It's not much. Tian Xiaoa, our family doesn't lack for this, so auntie is happy that you're here. Of course it's going to make you happy, and later make you squeal with delight. Chapter 56, You Kiss Me, I'll support you in the future. Tian Xiaoa was frying vegetables in the kitchen and whispering to Duan Yujie. Duan is fiddling with a DVD in the house. Gu Jun lay on Duan Yujie's bed and texted his dad on his cell phone. Duan Yujie walked in with a small red face and said softly, the meal is ready. Get up and go eat. Gu Jun sat up and asked in a low voice, did you talk to your mom? Duan Yujie's face turned even redder. I didn't have the heart to say it. Gu Jun frowned. Or don't I buy the DVDs and those discs for nothing? Duan Yujie, wait. It's not too late to watch it during the day. When my parents aren't home. Gu Jun, can't wait. I'll talk, he said, getting up and out of bed and heading out the door. Duan Yujie hurriedly pulled back and said helplessly, all right, you go eat, I'll talk, said he went out first, into the kitchen. Tian Xiaoa poured out the dishes and asked in a low voice, say yes? Duan Yujie skimmed her lips. He's in a hurry. Why do I need to say anything? Tian Xiaoa smiled happily, wiped her hands on her apron, pulled over her daughter, and instructed in a low voice, it's fine to accompany him to watch it, but don't let him, and learn to toss those flowers inside. It's your first time. You could get hurt. Duan Yujie frowned and said, that damn asked the disc buyer for some in my condition. It should be fine. Tian Xiaoa was then relieved. If it's that kind, it's still a good thing. You're inexperienced. Watch and learn more. Don't let him brute force it. Or not. You first, he said, attaching himself to his daughter's ear and whispering his experience. Duan Yujie listened and kept nodding her head. Her mom, are the dishes ready? Duan walked in. You guys serve these in first, drink with Gu Jun, and I'll fry up a small fried pork and be done with it, Tian Xiaoa said, and started frying vegetables again. Father and daughter served in the dishes. Duan Yujie walked in again, hugging Tian Xiaoa from behind, leaning on her back, full of worry, said, Mom, I am still a little afraid. Either, or next time. Tian Xiaoa immediately became anxious. You girl, why did you drop the chain at the critical moment? Let's not talk about that what's her name sister. If this Yang Xiaowei pesters Gu Jun, you won't have another chance. She's the daughter of Yang's factory manager, and her mom is the deputy director of the Civil Affairs Bureau, so how can you compare to her? What's going to make those millions if not by the stomach again? Said turned around and gently hugged her daughter. Yujie, this is something women have to go through. Don't worry, it's just that one time. Just grit your teeth and it'll pass. It'll be fine in the past. Most of all, you have to be careful. Never. If Duan Yujie keeps nodding. The food was served. The wine was full. The TV was turned on and the movie Titanic was playing. The four of them watched TV and warmed up for dinner. Soon the bottle of wine was at the bottom. Duan was drinking and wanted to open another bottle. Tian Xiaoa hit him heavily and said in an exasperated whisper, drink, just know how to drink. Properly accompany Gu Jun to talk. And in a while get out and drink with your fox friends. Gu Jun, auntie, it's fine. Uncle has a large capacity for alcohol, so we'll just have another bottle. Tian Xiaoa was in a hurry. He's fine when he's drunk. What if you're drunk? How can you make a good thing happen if you're both drunk? How can my daughter stand it if she's drunk? She immediately pulled Gu Jun back, gave him a look, and ordered in a petulant voice, no more drinking, sit down and eat. Gu Jun sat down obediently and pressed his hand on Tian Xiaoa's leg, giving it a gentle squeeze. Okay, I'll listen to auntie. Tian Xiaoa's face immediately turned slightly red, pretending not to notice as she gave Gu Jun some food. Eat more. Suppress the wine. Duan Jicheng stretched out his hand towards Tian Xiaoa and said with a smile, her mom, give me some money, I'll go to one cripple's house for another drink. Tian Xiaoa glared fiercely at Duan Jicheng. Where did I get the money? Did you give me 100,000 or 80,000? One day price opening is asking me for money. I have the ability to make money? I'm a millionaire? Let me tell you, the oil for today's stir fry is still on credit from me, and I've suffered a lot of stares from others. You find a way to get the money tonight and pay me back tomorrow. Duan Jicheng retracted his hand and said with a sardonic expression, where am I going to get money? Gu Jun pinched Tian Xiaoa again and said with a smile, auntie, I have money. I will support you in the future. Yujie, go get my bag. Aha. Duan Yujie, who had been eating with her head down, stood up and went to her room. Tian Xiao was immediately overjoyed. Gu Jun, from now on you'll be Auntie's own son, and Auntie will love you well. Auntie, you're so nice, Gu Jun said, his hand taking the opportunity to move up. Tian Xiao was startled. This kid, it's too much. Further up can be the thunder pool. She hurriedly pressed Gu Jun's hand. Eat quickly, eat quickly. These are all fried by Auntie especially for you. As he was talking, Duan Yujie walked over with her bag. Gu Jun opened his bag and casually pulled out a stack of money, estimated to be more than 1,000, and handed it to Tian Xiao. Auntie, you can take these, and pay back all the other people's money, and in the future, as long as I'm here, I will never allow others to look down on you. Tian Xiao was a little disappointed. My daughter just said that he should have more than 16,000 in his bag. How can he give only this much? But she still wore a bright smile and politely said, this child, how can Auntie use your money? Saying that, he took the money and pulled out one and threw it to Duan Jiqiang. Take it. This is my son-in-law's filial piety to us. Buy a roasted chicken on the way. Drink up tonight and sleep at the crippled man's house. Don't come back in the middle of the night and make a lot of noise in the neighborhood. Duan Jiqiang immediately rejoiced, grabbed the money and got up. You guys bolt the door. Having said that he had walked out, Duan Yuji also stood up. Mom, I'm done eating. I'll go to my room first. Tian Xiao immediately said. Mom has burned hot water. You take a bath. Aha. Duan Yujie promised and walked out. Tian Xiao got up and cleaned up the dishes and gave the single bed in the living room a clean sheet. Gu Jun walked over and hugged Tian Xiao directly from behind. Tian Xiao was startled, and after struggling for a while without breaking free, she anxiously whispered, Gu Jun, what are you doing? Gu Jun stretched out his palm, revealing a roll of money, at least $1,000. Auntie, this is for you alone. Tian Xiao was still being held, didn't know what this kid was going to do, and didn't dare to take the money, asked in a trembling voice, you, what do you mean? Gu Jun, uncle doesn't make money, he just knows to ask you for money. I feel sorry for you. That money, just now, is for you to control their father and daughter, and this is for your personal money. Look at that. Your hair is outdated and it's time to get a new perm, he said and stuffed the money into Tian Xiao's hand. Tian Xiao was touched for a moment. This kid may love to snuggle and move his hands, but this heart is really good. She turned around and gently pushed Gu Jun. If you can be so filial, Auntie can rest assured that Yu Jie will be handed over to you. Gu Jun made a drunken look and looked at Tian Xiao and asked, Auntie, do you kiss me? Tian Xiao smiled delicately and said, of course I kissed. Auntie doesn't kiss you with whom? She stiffened and stared. Suddenly reacting, she pushed Gu Jun's face away with force and whispered urgently, the kiss I'm talking about is that kind of kiss, not this kind of kiss. Gu Jun pretended to be drunk. I'm going to kiss Auntie. The closest, most intimate kind of kiss. This kid, what kind of drink is this? Kissing your mother-in-law without half a pound of wine is. Tian Xiao hurriedly pushed Gu Jun away and hurriedly walked outside. Walking to the front door, he stood still and instructed, Yu Jie, fork the door first. I'll call you when I come back. Got it. Duan Yujie promised from her room. Gu Jun looked at Tian Xiao's back and smiled coldly. Resisting even with money? That's so nice. If money can make you give up that principle, there's no point in retaliating. Chapter 57, Going to get your hair done. Meeting thugs at night. Duan Yujie, who was wearing a white cartoon nightgown, with long hair down her shoulders and a delicate light makeup, walked in with a light fragrant breeze. The white jade-like skin, emitting a soft halo under the light, made that youthful and absolutely beautiful face bring out the slightest hint of seduction. Slightly raised chin, slightly shy eyes, fluttering scarlet face, still difficult to hide the 4-year reign of the school's arrogance. Here, Duan Yujie took out a large box of discs from behind her. Gu Jun picked 3 and put them into the triple DVD player. Soon, the rolling image appeared. Gu Jun stood up and walked towards the bed. Gu Jun, Duan Yujie softly shouted. Gu Jun turned around. What's wrong? Duan Yujie walked up to Gu Jun, tilted her head to look at him, and asked softly, will you marry me? Gu Jun, that depends on your performance. Duan Yujie immediately kneeled. Moonlight behind the houses. Tian Xiao stepped on a pile of bricks, tiptoed, climbed at the window, and listened carefully with her ears perked up. Ah, finally, a loud, melodious cry of pain came. She was the one whose hands immediately clenched, her eyes filled with heartache, but immediately exhaled deeply and came down gingerly, whispering to himself, that's a relief. By the clock, today is ovulation, so if I can get pregnant all at once, I won't be far from being a millionaire. When the time comes, Duan will be the factory director. He's a plant manager. It's better if I'm the one, the only woman factory manager in the county, the prettiest woman factory manager, thinking of herself wearing designer clothes, holding the most expensive cell phone, driving a Santana to all the major hotels, attracting everyone's onlookers, and the kind of envious and jealous eyes. Tian Xiao was so excited that she wanted to shout out loud, "My mom is just rich. I've got millions. The old lady owns a screw factory." Yeah, the kid's right. Gotta get a perm. Last time the curls were almost straight and I couldn't afford to spend money on another perm, so I had to straighten it for 30 bucks. How does such a cheap haircut match who I am now? At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, a figure jumped down from the wall of Duan's house. Gu Jun quietly came out, quickly walked to the car, pulled open the door, and got in. When he came out again, he had changed into a black sweatshirt and was holding a digital camera. Bright as day, the moonlight scared his figure like flying through a few alleys, to the outside of a dilapidated courtyard without a gate, gently leaped, one hand, left foot a little, and went up the wall, cat-like. He followed the wall up to the roof and climbed down. In his last life, he came to Duan Yujie during the day today and gave her $1,000. Seeing that she had the money, Tian Xiao went to get her hair done, and she didn't finish it until 12 o'clock. On the way back, he met Lu Tianyu and one of his ponies. Lu Tianyu was called to drink by a guy from the town police station, and after drinking and preparing to go back to the county in style, he saw the flamboyant Tian Xiao on the way. Lu Tianyu was horny at first glance and went up to seduce. Although Tian Xiao looked flirtatious, she was still conservative and was not moved by $1,000. Lu Tianyu was furious and directly overpowered the king. Gu Jun went to look for classmates to play, came back late, just met, picked up a brick, rushed over. A few bricks knocked down Lu Tianyu and Horseboy, saved Tian Xiao. I wanted to wait for the gratitude of Duan Yujie's mother and daughter, but what I waited for was public security. It was only later that he realized that Lu Tianyu was afraid that Tian Xiao would report the case and asked the town police station to step in and force Tian Xiao to change her story. In this day and age, gang rape is a possible death sentence. When dealing with this matter, the results of the college entrance examination had already come out. Pang Bo got into the best medical university. Duan Yujie also got into a university, but he himself still scored 300 points. Duan Yujie officially led Pang Bo to the house. Tian Xiao and Duan Jichang both think that Pang Bo will definitely be successful in the future and is really a good match for their daughter, so they agreed to let the two go out. The town police station comes and the family discusses what to do. Bloomberg was truly devious and came up with a poisonous plan. Let Tian Xiao said, Lu Tianyu too drunk, cannot find the way home, ask Tian Xiao for directions. Tian Xiao thought it was playing drunk and refused to say anything, and an argument broke out between the two sides. I don't know why, but Gu Jun suddenly rushed up and hit people with a brick. When Tian Xiao heard that she could get herself a clean reputation and money, she was immediately in favor of it. Duan Yujie, on the other hand, was even happier to see that she could get money for herself and Peng Bo to go to college. Duan Jiqian, that drunkard, as long as he has money to spend, he doesn't care if others live or die. Even more so, he agrees. As soon as he told Lu Tianyu about this matter, that bastard was so happy he could jump up. In this way, not only can you avoid the severe punishment of the law, but also avenge the beating. Two birds with one stone. After a group of people conspired, Tian Xiao took 100,000 yuan and gave false testimony, and Gu Jun was convicted of intentional injury and sentenced to 4 years. Gu Jun is dead set on appealing. Duan Yujie went to the detention center to see Gu Jun, holding his hand and crying, begging him to save her mom. She said that people outside said that her mom was raped and poked her mom's backbone all day long, and that her mom felt ashamed and wanted to commit suicide. Beg Gu Jun, for the sake of mom's clean reputation, to say what she said. She also promised Gu Jun that she would wait for him and get married as soon as she got out of jail. Gu Jun, stupid, cheated, directly withdrew the lawsuit, happy to go to prison. Instead, Duan Yujie and Pang Bo took the money and went to college, living together during summer and winter vacations, and the bedpan collapsed in 2 pieces. The more he was analyzed in prison by the old Barker and the others, the more he thought about it, but there was no chance of turning the tables. Out to go to revenge, Duan Yujie happened to be pregnant with Peng Bo's child, but Peng Bo was going to study abroad, and lied to himself to pay out 300,000 dowry, due cuckold receiver. Instead, Peng Bo took his $200,000 and went to a pretty country, and 4 years later returned in glory as a doctor of study, and married the daughter of a leader, Duan Yujie, but forced himself to buy a house in the provincial city, just to go to send people to Peng Bo to send food every day. And you're pretending to be frigid and not letting yourself be touched. And Tian Xiao, the snake woman, is the biggest accomplice. Not only did she cover for her daughter, but she also made excuses to have her sleep with her every night, not leaving herself any chance at all, causing her to be a greenhorn and a craftsman for life. The poisonous plan to kill himself in the end was also discussed by them together. This one piece of revenge must be avenged tenfold and 100-fold. Gu Jun was gritting his teeth at the thought when the sound of high heels came from far away. It was none other than Tian Xiaoyi, who was dressed up in a flamboyant manner and swaying her willow waist. Beauty, don't be in a hurry to leave. Accompany us to the county town. I'll treat you to lobster and abalone. Singing sauna. Lu Tianyu's disgusted voice came out. That's all this dog knows how to do? I'm sorry, it's getting late and I'm going home. I have to say, Tian Xiaoyi can really pretend to be a lady in front of outsiders. And at such a time, she still doesn't run or scream, and still talks about your sister's politeness? The horseman quickly caught up, stopped Tian Xiaoyi, and said with a disgusting smile, Beauty, the nightlife has just begun. What's the point of going home now? Let's go get high together. Only then did Tian Xiaoyi say in a cold voice, I don't know you guys and won't go with you. I want to go home. Get out of the way. Lu Tianyu walked up, pulled out a stack of money, snapped it in his hand, and said arrogantly to the extreme, Okay, don't pretend. Stay with your buddy. This money is yours. Tian Xiaoyi, what's the big deal about being rich? Get lost. Lu Tianyu, yo, have backbone. I didn't expect that there is such a flavorful woman in this poor countryside. Name your price. I'm going to have to lay you down myself with money today. Tian Xiaoyi, I'm not for sale. Put away your stinking money and get out, he said, pushing the horseman away violently. Lu Tianyu, really ing is a toast to refuse to eat punishment wine. Lousy in the county still want to sleep with whoever. To this poor place, there are still people dare to refuse? Gaozi, do it. The horseman immediately pulled out a snowy dagger from his waist, directly embraced Tian Xiaoyi from behind, covered her mouth, and rested the sharp blade on her neck. If you dare to shout a word, I'll cut you. Tian Xiaoyi was trembling with fear and didn't know what to do. Bring it in. Lu Tianyu ordered and entered the solitary courtyard. Horseman holds Tian Xiaoyi hostage and follows him in. Chapter 58 Big Sister. I want you to be happy all your life. Tian Xiaoyi was scared by the knife and her legs went soft. She directly sat down on the ground and cried, Please, don't hurt me. I'll give you money. Money? Lu Tianyu, do you see me like I lack money? Lie down. Please, don't hurt me. I have a husband. I can't apologize to her. Snap. Any more nonsense and I'll stab you to death. Hands off. No, don't. Are you a ing cutie? Gag me. Gu Jun held up his digital camera with one hand and pulled out his cell phone with the other, and said in a lowered voice, Demon spirit? There's a vicious gang rape going on in the old single yard on Three Roads Lane in Heppingtown. I help. Can I help? People are holding knives? Sister Police Flower, if you keep grinding your teeth with me, I'm afraid they're going to kill, said hanging up the phone. Not to mention, the efficiency of the demon spirit is not bad. Just less than 3 minutes, the sirens came from the direction of the town police station. The horseman was startled. Boss, come on. Lu Tianyu, afraid of a hare? Definitely not. Not two. The sirens, however, were getting closer. Holy, boss, what a ing come on. After saying that, he let go of Tian Xiaoyi and ran. Lu Tianyu also hurriedly got up and ran while lifting his pants. After running a few steps, he stood still again and turned back to threaten viciously. I know who you are. If you dare to tell, I will kill your whole family. After saying that, he ran away at a fast pace. Tian Xiaoyi lay on the ground like a dead person, not moving. Gu Jun saw the police motorcycle approaching quickly and leapt down from the roof. Duan Yujie must be sleeping soundly. Go back and put a movie with this plot, so that she can also experience her mother's pain. Early the next morning, Gu Jun took a white handkerchief, came out of Duan's house, got in the car and opened it, looked at the bloody rose mark on it, and smiled with satisfaction. Duan Yujie, you owed me in your previous life, and you've only paid back a little bit. Next, gradually get used to being a dog. Open the storage box, put the handkerchief in it, take out a pillbox and write the date on it. Still trying to get pregnant and force a marriage? Dream on. That milkshake in the cold drinks department yesterday. The old man put in 2 long-acting birth control pills, and that's it for the month. But do remember to make her drink her medicine next month. When I bought the pills, the clerk also instructed that these long-acting contraceptives have a lot of side effects, so try not to let your woman use them. She's her own woman, but she's not human. She's beauty snake, or a Thai, beautiful snake to the bone. Just getting a taste of it, it's a great way to get waves, and it's even more damn durable than the teacher in the movie. In my last life, I pretended to be aloof from me, and in this life, I'm going to get it all back. Wait till you join your mom and be my old man's 3-hole top man. Gu Jun bought breakfast on the street, put the car on the far side and walked home. Don't dare let mom know about the car now. It's hard to explain where the car came from. Wouldn't it be a pain in the ass to get mom's mind off of it? Just lie to dad when he gets back. When I arrived home, I heard someone talking in the house. Mom, it's time for your son to take care of himself when he's out at night and doesn't say hello. He told me about it yesterday. That said, you do have to know where he is, right? The sirens were going off in the middle of the night last night. If something happened to him, blah, 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 crow's mouth. Say bad but not good. Speak up, Mom, you're a teacher, how can? Well, I crow's mouth. Ba 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 ba. Say bad but not good, say good. Think I can't manage it? You manage it, okay. I'll beat him when he comes back and you can't stop me. Gu-jun quietly put down his breakfast and jumped violently into the house, shouting happily, Big sister. The oldest sister looks a little like Mom and is 28 years old. When I was young, my mom was busy working, and it was a couple of sisters who took care of Gu-jun, especially the eldest sister, who is 9 years older, has been holding Gu-jun since he was a child, waiting for him to eat, drink and is simply considered the second old mother. The eldest sister was stunned. You dead kid, you want to scare your sister to death? Big sister, I miss you. Gu-jun went forward and came straight into a bear hug. Big sister also hugged Gu-jun, looking at him with eyes full of favor. Suddenly frowning, she raised her hand and gently smacked Gu-jun on the head, reprimanding him in a ferocious manner. How old are you? And you're still so unintelligent. Say, where did you go fooling around last night? Gu-jun, I told Mom to go to my classmate's house. Big sister, which classmate? What's his name? Where do you live? Gu-jun, big sister, you are a public security officer checking accounts. Big sister directly grabbed Gu-jun's ear. Are you going to say it? Say it or not? Gu-jun, tell me about it. His name is Wu Tiancheng. His family lives in the county town of Lijiapa. His family has parents and younger brothers. He is kind and unmarried so far, and his requirements for the woman are. That's how marriage ads were run in this era, and it became a running gag for everyone's jokes. How dare you skin me? Mom, get the duster. I'll teach him a lesson for you today. Lesson learned. Mom's cooking. Mom, I bought breakfast. I'll get it. Want to go? No way. Big sister directly grabbed Gu-jun's ear, pulled him to the sofa and sat down, arranging his lapels. Sister bought you a dress. Go try it on after dinner. Aha. Hair is long. In a while sis will accompany you to get a haircut. Aha. Mom told sis about that girl. Don't take it to heart. Sis will find you a better one soon. Aha. Gu-jun agreed and couldn't help but let his eyes get hot and well up with tears. They say an elder sister is like a mother, and the eldest sister has really done that since she was a child. The eldest sister married into the county, never managed to have children, and loved herself as a son until she died, but also, because of the lack of children, she has been disliked by her brother-in-law. Later, my brother-in-law had a lover outside, and conspired with the insurance seller's mistress to secretly buy $1 million of insurance for my elder sister, wanting to kill her to cheat the insurance. I didn't realize that my eldest sister left a will before she died, leaving all her personal assets to him. Gu-jun, who became a spirit body, realized that her elder sister had long known that her brother-in-law had someone outside, and not wanting to disgrace her family, she was prepared to live her life just like that. But with her parents dead, her brother living like that, and occasionally learning that her brother-in-law was trying to kill her, she was so devastated that she didn't want to live. But thinking that he couldn't leave the money to them even if he died, he had to leave it to his brother before he had his will notarized. It was also that money that got Gu-jun through a major hurdle. He couldn't help but be moved to tears when he thought of how good his big sister had been to him. Seeing Gu-jun crying, the eldest sister thought she had spoken to her brother's sadness and hurriedly wiped his tears. It's all my sister's fault. I shouldn't have mentioned her. Don't you cry. Sis doesn't lie to you. Sis really gave you to trust someone to say, that girl can be beautiful. Listening to these words, Gu-jun couldn't help but think of the last phone call his big sister made to him before she died. Junzi, do you believe that blood is thicker than water? Sis believes it. Sis has always believed it. But why don't you? Sis is your sister and will only be close to you and will not harm you, because sis bleeds the same blood as you. You were hugged by sister. Sister's heart aches for you, but sister is incapable and has not been able to help you with those big things. But don't worry, sis will find a way for you. I hope after this time you'll grow up and be able to take care of yourself because sis won't be able to help you later. At that time, he was driven by debt, did not believe that his big sister could help him at all, and coped with a few sentences carelessly, not even letting his big sister finish her sentence before hanging up. Seeing my big sister again, it's already the morgue. The older sister, who had always had the impression of rosy skin and a slight plumpness, was as white as paper, thin and weak, covered with hideous and horrible wounds, and clutching in her hand the worthless peace button she had given her. He had given his big sister this one gift in his life, still gave it to Duan Yujia when she bought the necklace, and when she didn't have enough money for herself and asked her big sister to send money, she gave it to her in passing, and she cherished it so much until she died. She literally gave her whole life to herself. He himself did not repay his big sister one iota. The more Gu-jun thought about it, the more his heart ached, and he couldn't help but jump into his big sister's arms and cry, "Big sister, I don't want an object, I want you to be good. Big sister, I will make you happy in this life." To make those two guys who plotted against you both go to hell, to the 18th floor of hell. Chapter 59, Big Sister's Miserable Life. Big sister was startled. "Sister is fine, fine, don't you cry." "Mom, what do you think of your son?" Mom walked in with her meal, and was shocked to see Gu-jun crying with tears all over his face, so she hurried over and asked, "Son, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom. Quickly say, who bullied you again?" The older sister mumbled, I mentioned the girl. You dead girl." Mom immediately hit her big sister on the back. "I told you not to mention it, why don't you listen?" "Well, son, Mom beat her for you. Mom's got you covered. Mom's got a lot of people entrusted to you, and she's going to find you someone better soon." The elder sister immediately said, "Junzi, the girl that sis found for you is absolutely beautiful and also has temperament, and her family is rich and powerful." Gu-jun wiped his tears, looked at his big sister with a serious expression, and asked with a choked sob, "Big sister, do you believe that blood is thicker than water?" Big sister didn't know why Gu-jun suddenly asked this, full of favor and wiping his remaining tears. "Silly brother, who doesn't believe in sister also believes. You were carried by sis. You and sis bleed the same blood. Sis doesn't have any children and has always treated you like a child. You are the closest thing sis has." When Gu-jun heard this, he remembered the phone call that he hung up, and tears couldn't help but well up again. "Big sister, I believe it too. From now on, I'll be your most solid backing. No matter what kind of person bullies you, you must tell me first. In the future, whatever you decide, you must tell me and consult me." The elder sister was touched with tears in her eyes, nodding her head continuously and saying, "My brother has grown up, really grown up. All right, sis will listen to you." Gu-jun grabbed his big sister's hand and raised it up, saying with an extremely serious expression, "You swear, big sister's accident is still decades away, during which time he will surely use every means to get back at that pair of dogs." It was he who was again afraid that because of his involvement, the trajectory of his big sister's destiny would change. In case big sister is really ill-fated and is victimized by that pair of dogs in advance, he will regret it to death. In the future, I must protect my big sister tightly and never let her be bullied by others again. And the basis of all these things is that the eldest sister must be made to tell herself, as it were, of every injustice she has experienced. The eldest sister was made to cry and laugh by Gu-jun's serious ritual, wiped the corners of her eyes, looked at her mom and said, "Mom, look at your son. Mom, you used to say that your brother couldn't grow up, but now that your brother has grown up, he wants to be your maiden name, and you still don't want to do it?" Big sister, "Yes, of course. All right, I swear that in the future, if I am bullied, I will immediately tell my brother. Any decision, also discuss it with my brother first." Gu-jun was then satisfied. Mom set out the food and said, "Okay, stop it, let's eat." The three began to eat. Gu-jun said what Dad said, and Mom wasn't worried. After eating, Big Sister started to clean up. When Big Sister is around, Mom takes a back seat of her own accord. Gu-jun immediately grabbed it and took it to the kitchen to wash. "Mom, your son has really changed a lot." It was hard to hide the surprise in my big sister's eyes. Mom said proudly, "I said my son was capable. You guys didn't believe me, always said I was spoiling. Now see? It's my mom's education." Big sister flatters the horse's ass. Alas, Mom sighed. "Everything is fine now. It's that Duan Yujie. If it weren't for her, how good would our family Junzi be now?" Big sister softly consoled. "Mom, how can things be perfect? This may be Junzi's destiny. Besides, it's much better to find out now than later. The further down he goes, the deeper he's in. And to find out early and cut it off early is, I think, rather a good thing." Mom nodded her head and asked in a low voice, "That girl you mentioned, is she really prettier than shall we?" Big sister, turnips and greens, each to his own. It's up to your son to decide if she's pretty or not. However, the family history is better than the Young family. To put the original I also dare not go to say, now we are also considered rich people. Mom, then talk your brother into meeting first. The eldest sister nodded and got up to go to Gu-jun's bedroom. Gu-jun came back and saw that his elder sister was changing the sheets for him, and had just pulled up the mattress, revealing a pair of four-cornered shorts underneath that she didn't know when she had tucked in. His face instantly flushed. There could be incriminating evidence of his spring dreams on there. Instead, Big Sister tucked in the sheets naturally, wrapped them casually, dropped them on the floor, and pulled out fresh sheets. Gu-jun rushed to help. Suddenly, he saw a dark purple showing on his big sister's arm, striking against the pale skin. He grabbed it and rolled up his big sister's sleeve. Not one, but three. It's definitely the ING hit. just because big sister didn't have a baby. That damn always beat big sister. My older sister didn't say it once so that mom and dad wouldn't have to worry about it. In his last life, he knew it himself, but he was assigned by the Duan family to be like a gyroscope, and he was not allowed to be idle 24 hours a day. So where did he have the time to care about his big sister's affairs? What's going on? Big sister? The elder sister hurriedly drew back her arm, lowered her sleeve, and gave a stiff smile. Going home at night. I didn't look at the road clearly, and I accidentally fell. Gujun, can you fall here? Can fall 3 sticks to beat down the black and blue? Big sister hurriedly said. What stick hit? You have too much imagination. It was a fall. Gujun directly went over and sat in front of his big sister, grabbed both of his shoulders, looked into his eyes, and said with an extremely serious expression, Big sister, I'm your brother, your mother's family, and your most solid backing. You've just sworn to tell me anything. Now it's time to honor that oath. Tell me, did the damn thing hit you? A sudden flash of tears appeared in the eyes of the elder sister, and immediately turned her head away, pretending to straighten the sheets, and said with a faint nasal voice, You child, how come you don't even believe in your elder sister anymore? I fell on the woodpile and knocked myself out. Your brother-in-law is so good to me, how could he hit me? Since big sis wouldn't say, she didn't ask. Anyway, now that we know, it's just a matter of direct retaliation. Big sister calmed down a bit and said softly, Junzi, sis wants to persuade you, don't be so dead set. Our family is better now, and it will get even better in the future. You must look forward. You have a long road ahead of you, with many wonderful sights along the way. Don't hold back a wildflower on that trail. With a smile, Gujun said in a teasing tone, Big sister, when did you learn to be so poetic? Elder sister directly threw Gujun a blank stare. Sis was first in language every year when she was studying, and even published a few modern poems in the school newspaper. If it weren't for the number of children in our family, and if we didn't have to look at you as a baby bump, sis would be a college graduate by now. When both mom and dad had to work and had no one to take care of themselves, my older sister was forced to drop out of school. I didn't realize that my big sister had given everything, only to raise this asshole brother of hers. Gujun, big sister, keep writing poems. I'll publish them for you when you write them. Big sister, come on, don't get me sidetracked. Do you understand what sis means by that? Gujun took his expression seriously. Big sister, I understand what you are saying, and I can do it. I want to ask you, can you understand? Can you do it? Big sister, how can I not do what I said myself? Gujun looked into his big sister's eyes and asked, Big sister, then are you willing to leave that dam? The eldest sister's eyes immediately averted and made an angry expression. I'm living a good life with your brother-in-law. What, leave or not? Gujun didn't dwell on this issue and said directly, Big sister, as long as you can remember your own words, know that you have a long road ahead of you. Know that there are even more beautiful landscapes on the road ahead of you. Remember that you still have me as your brother, and our family, and remember that our future will be even better. That's all. The elder sister turned her head to look at Gujun, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be restrained from pouring out. Chapter 60 Science Scholar. Mom walked in and looked at her big sister in tears and immediately said anxiously, What's wrong with your siblings? Either you're crying or he's crying? Tell Mom. Who bullied you? Did you have a fight with his brother-in-law? The eldest sister immediately wiped her eyes and smiled. Mom, it's your son who has grown up. And the words he said were so heartwarming that I was moved that I couldn't help myself. Mom sighed in relief. You siblings are just scary, he said, picking up the sheet and walking out. Mom, put it down. I'll wash it later. By hand. Got it. I'll go to your Auntie Lee's house, and we'll make dumplings for lunch. Big sister got out of bed, tidied up Gujun's room, and no longer mentioned Duan Yuji's matter, casually asking, How did you do on the exam this time? Did you estimate the scores? Gujun smiled slightly. 631. The older sister wiped the table, her movement stopping abruptly. How much? Gujun, 631. Big sister didn't believe it at all. You child. What's the use of lying to your sister? When the time comes to fail the exam, sis can still go and change the score for you. Gujun, sis, want to make a bet? Big sister, say, what's the bet? Gujun, if I lose, I'll serve big sister for the rest of my life, and if you lose, you'll have to listen to me in everything from now on. Big sister, okay, as long as you can get 631, I'll slave for you for the rest of my life. Gujun immediately jumped out of bed. Go to the education bureau. Check the scores, said he pulled his big sister out the door and rode off on his motorcycle. Education bureau. There are a lot of people checking scores. Gujun squeezed in and reported his school number, exam number, and a 2-finger wide slip of paper was given inside. Language, 133. Math, 140. English, 120. Science, 238. Total score, 631. It's okay, it's exactly the same as Monday's scores for each discipline. He was about to leave when the teacher who was checking the computer immediately looked up. You're Gu Jun? Gu Jun nodded. The teacher said excitedly, Scholar, you are the top student in science in our county. It's the 13th in our prefecture in city. Scholar? Who's the top student? Teacher, Gu Jun of the first middle school. Come on, anyone who wants to review, go ask the scholar for his notes now. Some of the students immediately gathered around and asked Gu Jun for his notes. He's got a hair. Where's the notes in 4 years? See if he knows what they look like? However, all of his books are in mint condition, so if you want a book, you can give it away. When I get back, I'll pack it up and organize it and send it to school. Gu Jun hurriedly perfunctorily made his way through the crowd. Big sister was waiting at the door, and when she saw Gu Jun come out, she hurried up and asked, How much did you get? Alas, Gu Jun sighed. Your brother let you down by 119 points. The older sister was filled with disappointment and said, That much difference? Said hurriedly ease the tone, Alright, can't get into the exam. Our family has a screw factory. When the time when you're less bosses, sis still really don't want you to go to college. If you get in and work outside, you'll be far away from sis, and it'll be hard to see you. Gu Jun immediately asked, Sis, you really don't want me to go to college? The eldest sister nodded with a serious expression. Sister just wants you in front of her eyes, so that sister can take care of you for the rest of your life. Gu Jun knew that his big sister was purely comforting herself. She raised herself as a son spoiled. Can't wait to get into Qingbei, can't wait to work in Beijing. As long as she lives well, she can dream and wake up with a smile. When did she think of letting herself help her? Alas, Gu Jun sighed again. I also said that I got into college and could make everyone happy. I didn't expect it to be like this. If this I wouldn't have gone to this college. I would have just stayed at home and served Big Sister. Big Sister rubbed Gu Jun's head full of favor and said with a smile, You really know what you're doing. Come home with Sister. Sister will make you dumplings. Gu Jun held the scorecard directly in front of his big sister's eyes and said with dissatisfaction, Big Sister, I've paid so much and you're letting me eat dumplings? The older sister looked at the total score on the scorebar and froze in place with wide eyes. She snatched it up as soon as she could and looked at it carefully over and over again. It's really 631. My brother really got 631. My God. Big sister was already incoherent with excitement. Gu Jun put his arm around his big sister's shoulder and smiled. Big sister, be more reserved. Let others see the joke. The eldest sister shook the score slip excitedly. My brother scored so many points. Why should I be reserved? I'm still afraid of people laughing at me. It's because I'm afraid of people being jealous. Gu Jun immediately whispered. Right, we just can't let others be jealous. The older sister froze for a moment and immediately nodded. Yes, you're so right. Our family is making money and buying a screw factory, and you got such a high score on the exam, so there are bound to be people who are jealous. Low profile, must be low profile. Just in time, an acquaintance of an older sister passed by and greeted her. Yun, come to show your brother his scores. Ha, how much did you get? This is where I have to talk about the names that my mom, who is a teacher, gave to the 5 siblings. Big sister, Gu Yun. Second sister, Garia. Third sister, Gu Shan. Fourth sister, Gu Shir. You can tell from the name what mom is feeling. Big sister is the first child. No matter male or female are happy. Concentrate on the name. Using the ancient poem Roaming the Mountain Red Leaves Lazy Look Forward. The scenery is always in the clouds. There is a meaning and connotation. It was a bit unsatisfactory to have a second sister. No effort was put into it. Just use the word gentle and take the meaning of a penis and be done with it. The third and fourth sisters are twins, and their names are even more perfunctory. Just 3, 4, because of the birth of 4 daughters in a row. They even made up a parable. Aunt Gu's mother-in-law can give birth to a baby. A daughter with 1 leg, a daughter with 1 leg, a daughter with 1 leg, and 2 daughters with 1 leg. When she finally gave birth to Gu Jun, her mother was overjoyed and racked her brain to come up with a name. Gu Jun, the son of the Gu family's Qianjun. The son is the only son of the Gu family. Gu Jun. The 2 words also harmonize the lonely army. Take the lonely army hero. A person fighting the world means. Unfortunately, in his last life, Gu Jun not only didn't become the lone hero of the Gu family, but also dragged his entire family to their deaths. The elder sister gave Gu Jun a glance full of arrogance and said modestly to the man, Not much. The acquaintance immediately smiled with understanding. Not much, just really not much. I heard that last year I scored 300 or so, but I'm afraid I won't even get that much this year. He stopped mentioning it and said directly, Evian, come here, I want to ask you something. It was at this moment that Bloomberg stepped aside. He looked coldly at Gu Jun and asked in a disdainful tone, Gu Jun, how much did you get? Gu Jun, didn't you hear my sister? Not much. Bloomberg, however, was unforgiving. Not much is much? Gu Jun, not much is not much. You don't understand human language, do you? Bloomberg smiled coldly, full of contempt and said, is it less than last year again? So what if you're rich? You're still just a punk who sits on his ass with his parents' skills. Said violently held up the score strip in his hand. Look at me. One English did not take the test, but also took the test 537, as usual on a school. When I go to college, I'll definitely be able to get into graduate school with my background. When I graduate, I'm going to stay and work in the big city and become a real man of the world. And by then, you'll surely have lost all the little money your father made. At that time we'll have a competition to see who is truly strong. Gu Jun cannot help but say in his heart, thanks to let this guy did not take the last test, or else it is really a Qingbei material. In his last life, this kid came back from studying abroad and made a mess of the provincial medical community. False diagnosis, minor illnesses, forced surgery, etc. I have not heard of all the shady medical world. He did not fall, and also intensified, resulting in how many patients lost their homes, people and money. Being reported, the central government sent an investigation team down to arrest him, and surprisingly, it was found out that he had embezzled billions of dollars. That's a lot of family blood, a lot of patients' lives, and that's just his personal sin. The sins that resulted from his upward mobility while he was in charge of the medical group are even more unimaginable. But he was born again. He never had the chance to wreak havoc on the general population in his life. Chapter 61, The Two Big Schoolgirls Meet. Gu Jun deliberately smiled disdainfully. What's so great about being good at exams? If you're really capable, you can become a human being even if you can't get into college. And if your heart is not right, you'll be in jail even if you get in. Pang Bo was beaten by Gu Jun twice. The anger in his heart can be imagined. Has long wanted to retaliate ruthlessly, but in other aspects of the really incapable, has been waiting for today to ruthlessly humiliate him. A good outlet for the evil spirit. He immediately blurted out, did you hear that, class? What were his words? That's eating grapes and saying they're sour. It's naked jealousy. Those students who hadn't gone in yet, immediately turned their heads to look at Gu Jun, all revealing a look of contempt. Suddenly, a group of students pushed their way out of it and ran towards the two. Mr. Scholar, can I see your chemistry notes first? Top student, I want physics. I smashed all my physics this time. Top student, please give me your language notes. I really need them so badly. Hearing this, Pang Bo immediately revealed a proud smile and said to Gu Jun, what's wrong with having a few stinking dollars? Do you know the gold content of being the top student in a single subject? Have you ever enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by stars? He only took 3 exams, both of which were single subjects. Gu Jun smiled evilly and whispered, I know the blood content of Yu Jiebingqing, and I enjoyed the feeling of blowing and playing last night. Bloomberg blushed and gritted his teeth. You're disgusting. After saying that, he turned his head to his classmates and said, my notes are at the school. If you need them, follow me to the school in a moment. Get up. One of the students pushed Peng Bo directly away. Who wants your crappy notes? We want the top students. Who are you? You think you're the top student just because you're standing next to the top student? Get out of the way. Get out of my way. The students said that they directly surrounded Gu Jun and asked for notes with smiling faces. The other students, hearing that Gu Jun was the top student, immediately gathered around as well. Scholars' notes are a shortcut to learning and a guarantee of high scores. Whoever gets them is just like taking a copy of the secret manual of martial arts. Who would not want them? Gu Jun brought up a polite and modest smile. My notes are also at school, so when I organize them and give them to the teacher, whoever wants them can come and get them when the two schools join together. Every year after the high school scores come out, the first and second high schools hold a graduation reunion. Thank you, fellow scholar. The students were immediately thankful. Pang Bo looked dumbfounded on the side. He's the top student? You guys are all stupid, right? He flunked 4 doors. How can he? You're the one who's stupid. A classmate immediately said. This is the pride of our first middle school. Scored 631. Is the top science student in the county, and is the 13th in the city. 631? Said Bloomberg in even more disbelief. He can take 631? The classmate immediately gave a look of idiocy. Bloom immediately shouted. Copied. He definitely copied. The classmates couldn't take it anymore and immediately started attacking Peng Bo. Why are you so jealous? Copying can produce a top student? Try copying one for me. Peng Bo was dumbfounded by the dislike. His face reddened, and he looked at the star-crossed Gu Jun dead in the face. It was at this moment that a bus stopped. Dressed in a light blue dress with a high ponytail, the stunningly beautiful and pure Duan Yujie got down from the car and stood under the license plate in a pavilion. her expression cold and her eyes lonely as she looked at the crowd. Instantly, all the male students' eyes went straight. Worthy of being the first high school flower, this youthful and cold beauty is really no one's match. Young Liping didn't know where to drill out, ran over and said excitedly, "Yujie, I got 499. I'm sure I can get into the second grade." Duan Yujie nodded haughtily. "Congratulations, Yang Liping, the teacher gave you check the score, said you examined 583. Yujie, you absolutely a book A class." The teacher are all happy. She was the teacher's favorite student, so naturally the teacher had to check her scores first. Duan Yujie's beautiful big eyes were instantly filled with surprise, but she still forced herself to maintain a reserved expression. Yang Liping held Duan Yujie's arm. "Go, quickly go in and then personally check the score strip to get the hands of the insurance." Duan Yujie had just taken a step, but her eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle, her silver teeth biting her pink lips, and the color of pain appeared on her stunningly beautiful little face. Yang Liping hurriedly asked, "Yujie, what's wrong with you?" Duan Yujie's small face couldn't help but turn red and hurriedly said, "No, it's fine. I fell last night and strained my leg. That damn waking up in the middle of the night is like a madman. It's a real tosser to the death." She now finally understood what a ravaged flower meant. She really did seem to be falling apart and breaking up. Couldn't get out of bed at all in the morning and every step hurt like hell. But after waiting all morning, the damned one didn't even bother to pick himself up to see the score. "I waited for a long time and had no choice but to come in halfway through the day with a cold compress and a strong hand." "Yujie, what took you so long?" With the sound, Gu Jun walked over. Duan Yujie was instantly furious, fiercely glaring at Gu Jun, cursing in her heart, "You don't know why I just came." Gu Jun accompanied a smile and said, "My sister had to accompany me, but also said that I don't have a driver's license and must let me ride a motorcycle." Humph. Duan Yujie huffed. "Your sister is important, so just mind your sister." "Okay." After Gu Jun finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. "Go over and call your big sister and take off on your motorcycle." Duan Yujie looked directly dumb. He just left? No wonder mom says that keeping a man fed is like unchaining a dog that won't even look back at you. Only when he's hungry again will he come back and wag his tail again. This ing dog. Yang Liping didn't know what was going on behind the two of them. She only knew that Gu Jun wasn't licking, and softly consoled, "Don't pay attention to him, that kind of dog. It's not worth keeping. Come on, I'll walk you in and check it out." After saying that, he helped Duan Yujie walk inside. "Classmates, make way. Yujie's leg is strained." Those male students immediately made a pathway. A beautiful woman, naturally, must have some privileges, let alone a beautiful woman with injuries. Pang Bo watched Duan Yujie's walking posture from a distance and was sure that Gu Jun was right just now. This really gave it to the damn one dragon last night. She must have taken a lot of money from Gu Jun when she was tossed around like this. "I need to get it all to pay tuition and save up for living expenses." It was at this moment that a girl in a white tracksuit, wearing the same sun hat and the latest sunglasses, came on a scooter motorcycle, stopped the motorcycle, took off the sunglasses, revealing a youthful, delicate, foreign and lovely stunning little face. All the male students' eyes immediately went straight again. "This is our second middle school flower. Yang, shall we? How is it? Not as bad as your first high school flower, Duan Yujie, right? They are two different kinds of beauty. They can't be compared." "Why can't it compare? I just like this kind of foreign, down-to-earth one. I just think Yang Xiaowei is better than the cold and icy kind of Duan Yujie." The classmates were talking, and Pang Bo had already run over and said with a smiling face, "Xiaowei, I've already checked for you, and you scored 539, 2 points more than me. Congratulations." A touch of joy immediately appeared in Yang Xiaowei's beautiful big eyes and she smiled politely. "Thank you." With that said, his feet moved inside with a slight eagerness. Pang Bo hurriedly followed, saying with a bitter face, "If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't take the last exam, I would have been able to take at least 650. Yang Xiaowei said in a slightly perfunctory manner. "Indeed, because your English test is at least 120. Bloomberg's eyes fell for a moment, and immediately brought back a smile. "Right, do you have time in the next few days? Let's get together. Yang Xiaowei, you ask your classmates. I'm always available," he said, quickening his pace and walking in. Bloomberg stood his ground, his face full of stealing, but a touch of greed showed in his eyes. Compared to Duan Yujie, Yang Xiaowei is the real white swan. Although Duan Yujie spent money to support him, it was other people's money that was used, dirty money that was exchanged for his body. And Yang Xiaowei's own family has money. Dad was promoted to deputy mayor of the factory. Mom was deputy director of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two families that made money, but also grasped the power. If we can get her, not to mention college, a house and car after graduation won't be a problem. Chapter 62 gives you the opportunity. You guys drill the grove. Duan Yujie took the score slips, and when she came out, she had already disappeared. Yang Liping, and didn't know where to run to show off with people, went to a restroom, and waited in the hallway, and suddenly saw Yang Xiaowei walking out with the score slips, and immediately greeted her. "You're here too?" Yang Xiaowei immediately brought up a smile and extended her hand. "Hello." Duan Yujie shook it. "How was the exam?" Yang Xiaowei graciously held up her scorecard. 539. "It's not great, but it's kind of playing at full level. No regrets. How about you?" Duan Yujie sighed and said with a helpless expression. "Didn't do well on the exam," he said, handing Yang Xiaowei the score slip. 583, said Yang Xiaowei, frowning. "Isn't that good enough?" She was immediately certain in her mind that this woman was pretending just like Bloomberg. Hypocritical. Love to show off. Duan Yujie smiled faintly. "It's much worse than Gu Jun. He's 631. It's letting you know what's going on. I'm 50 points ahead of you. I'm an A and you're a B. You're not good enough for him, so you'd better get rid of those little thoughts." That licking dog had turned into a vicious wolf, but the leash could only be in my hand. 631? Yang Xiaowei exclaimed. Duan Yujie said with a slight arrogance. "Yes, our county's top science student. I didn't expect him to play so well that his disciple has tested over me as his master. It's to make you realize that we have a shared learning experience and foundation, and that his grades are all because of me. So you need to stop having unrealistic fantasies." Yang Xiaowei heard it. Sure enough, it's a green tea. It's quite a match for Bloomberg. Gu Jun really has no eyes. Chasing this kind of woman for several years. Luckily, he came to his senses. I just don't know how the hell he's going to get back at this green tea. She smiled slightly. "Congratulations," said, handing back the score strip and heading out the door. Duan Yujie followed along and asked seemingly casually, "You and Gu Jun are family friends?" "Yang Xiaowei, my father and his father is a colleague. Our two families are very good relations. When I was a child my mother could not care about me. It so happened that his mother is my elementary school teacher. Every day after school to pick me up home, let me eat and live in his home." Saying that, he looked at Duan Yujie and said with a slight smile, "That's what he said, that I slept with him for a few years after that." "So it is. Thought you guys really slept together." Anxious aunt. "No, how come it seems like I'm getting screwed by the damn thing again?" Duan Yujie squeezed out a smile. "So that's how it is. Thought you guys said no more. Experience it for yourself. Stay away from my man in the future. Don't get the wrong idea." Yang Xiaowei smiled lightly and didn't answer. The guy wants to get back at this woman, and while he can't go along with it, he can't sabotage it either. And who knows which of his words are right and which are wrong. The two of them walked out talking. Duan Yujie, "Come out and play together someday." "Okay," Yang Xiaowei promised, leaving her with a sweet smile, walking towards her scooter motorcycle, putting on her sunglasses, and swinging her hand, leaving behind a flash of silhouette and walking away. Pang Bo hid in the distance, saw Duan Yujie walking towards the bus stop, and immediately pushed his borrowed bike and ran over. "Yujie, I'll give you a ride." Duan Yujie glanced back at the crowd with a hesitant expression. Having that guy find out again could be another problem. Pang Bo naturally knew what Duan Yujie was thinking, and immediately said in a low voice, "I'll wait for you at the front corner. I have something to say to you." With that said, he pushed his bike and walked away. Duan Yujie once again looked around and made an expression as if nothing had happened. Enduring the heavy discomfort in her body, she also walked towards the corner. Just around the corner, Bloomberg got on his bike. Hurry up. He was not only afraid that Gu Jun would see it, but also afraid that Yang Xiaowei would know. He confidently assumed that Yang Xiaowei, that silly white sweetie, had been living in her ivory tower and didn't care about other people's affairs at all, and even less about prying into these gossips, so she didn't know about his scandalous affairs. Duan Yujie was already having a hard time walking, and being urged to take a few quick steps, she gritted her teeth and frowned even harder. Jumping on the hard bike seat hurt even more. What's better than Bloomberg? For his sake? Bloomberg is also a man, more than he wanted, but every time he slightly rejected the meaning. "Will never force me again. Will only use those gentle as water, affectionate words to comfort me. But that damned one, completely like a hungry wolf, no matter how much he begged, no matter how much he struggled, he was just brute force, almost rubbing himself to pieces." Just as she was thinking about it, the bike lurched again, causing her to grunt right out of pain. "What's wrong?" Bloomberg asked immediately. "It's okay," Duan Yujie hurriedly replied. "Look how gentle and caring Pombo is. Which, unlike the damn one, only asks if he's cool. Auntie is crying. Still cool, your sister?" But if only Bloomberg had a car too. Sitting in those soft seats, blowing on the cool air conditioning, and smelling the intoxicating scents is a great treat. As soon as I'm engaged to him and have his child, everything he has will be mine, and then I'll have all the love and money. Suddenly, The bike lurched again and rushed into a small forest amidst Duan Yujia's cries of pain, and all of this was in Gu Jun's eyes. He put his big sister in the supermarket, had her buy him good food and go straight back, and returned to stay hidden in the shadows to keep an eye on them. By not picking up Duan Yujia and not bringing Duan Yujia home, he was leaving the two of them a chance, because it was supposed to be a part of his plan. With a cold smile, he turned his motorcycle around and whizzed away. The Duan family. Duan was munching on half a roasted chicken. Bam! There was a loud bang. The door was kicked in hard. Duan Jiqiang immediately put down the roasted chicken and angrily cursed. Who? Looking for death? Gu Jun rushed in hurriedly. Uncle, where's my aunt? Duan Jiqiang picked up the roasted chicken again and said, I thought, who is it? What's the hurry? I haven't seen it since I came back. You see, your mother, your wife is at the Public Security Bureau, and you still have the heart to eat roast chicken? Gu Jun went straight over and ripped off the roasted chicken as he yanked Duan Jiqiang away. Duan Jiqiang asked in confusion, What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? Gu Jun gritted his teeth and said angrily, Your daughter drilled the grove with pine bow again? What? Duan Jiqiang was shocked. Gu Jun straddled the motorcycle and urged, Hurry up and follow me. If you're late, your daughter will be pregnant with your grandson. This son of a, how dare he lie to my daughter? I have to beat him to death. Duan Jiqiang smoothly copied a stick by the wall and straddled the motorcycle. The current Gu Jun had long since become the best son-in-law in his heart, with a few $1 million at home, a screw factory, and a Santana. You can't find another one in the whole town. And that poor man who is too poor to wear pants has the nerve to stick it to his own daughter. Uncle, Bloomberg will probably be sentenced to prison. And if your daughter and that boy really have anything, I'll never forgive him. Duan Jiqiang hurriedly said, Don't worry, it won't happen. It won't happen. Saying that, he became even more anxious in his heart and kept urging, You hurry up. Let's hurry up. If they really let the two of them do something scandalous, such a heavenly good fortune would be completely finished. In the future, not to mention eating meat and drinking wine, I'm afraid my old bones will have to be filled into that bottomless pit. Gu Jun twisted the throttle to the floor and whizzed away. The grove. Pangbo sat against a tree, wrapped his arm around Duan Yujia's shoulders, and said in a gentle voice, Yujie, even though I didn't take the last exam, there's absolutely no problem getting into a book. With my background, with a few more years of good schooling, I'll get into graduate school 100% of the time. I'll get a paycheck when I go to grad school, and I'll be able to support both of us. When I graduate from graduate school, I'll be able to get a better job, be a bigger officer, and be able to give you a better life. Duan Yujie kept nodding her head and said, I'll also work hard to get into graduate school, and we'll live the best life together. Bloomberg, so, do you have a way to pay for both of us to go to school? Duan Yujie immediately said, Don't worry, tuition and living expenses I will prepare for you, as long as you don't fail me. Pangbo, Yujie, I swear with my life, one person. I'd rather lose the world than my wife. I will marry no one but you in this life. If you don't marry me, I'll spend my whole life alone, and repay you with my whole life's affection and income. Pangbo. Duan Yujie's heart was touched beyond words, softly shouted, raised her small face and closed her eyes. Chapter 63, The Evil One Deserves the Evil One. Pangbo knew that Duan Yujie was asking for a kiss, but he remembered the scene in the grove and couldn't bring himself to talk about it. He cupped Duan Yujie's face and said softly, Sister you, I don't want to wait any longer. I want to completely get you now. Duan Yujie opened her eyes and said with a difficult expression, But, she really couldn't say that she had been rubbed the wrong way by Gu Jun and really couldn't bear his love. Pangbo thought that Duan Yujie was afraid of getting pregnant and immediately said, Anyway, you're already possessed by that dam now, so you're just not afraid of having a child. It's just as well that we can use the abortion thing to ask him for a large sum of money, and we'll be able to live a little more generously in college. When Duan Yujie heard this, her heart panicked, so he had already guessed that I had been spoiled by that dam. She hurriedly and carefully asked, Bloomberg, you won't blame me, right? Won't dislike me, right? Pangbo said with a serious expression, Yujie, I know that everything you did was for me. How could I blame you except for my heartache? Don't worry, in my heart you'll always be ice cold, even though you've been spoiled by that dam. But in my heart you're like a dog's bite. I will only be distressed by your bloody wounds, and will pity the hideous scars you have left, but will never resent or blame you. Duan Yujie was even more touched by what she heard, and immediately said, Pangbo, if you don't mind, you can take them all. Pangbo was overjoyed in his heart, and immediately couldn't wait to put Duan Yujie down on the ground and undid the belt with his hands and feet. What are you doing? With a roar, Duan Jiqiang rushed out with his stick. He kept praying all the way, My good daughter, you at least save face for Dad. Even if the two of you talk face to face in the grove, Dad still has something to say. but he didn't expect to see this scene. The daughter is really willing to give herself to this poor man. Bloomberg was startled, tying his belt in a panic, and asked in a frightened, trembling voice, "You, who are you?" "I'm your grandfather." Duan cursed angrily and came over, swinging his stick and smashing it down hard. Bloomberg instinctively bent over to avoid it, and the stick hit him hard on the back with the sound of a drum. He immediately let out a miserable cry and asked angrily, "Who are you? Who are you to hit me? I'm into your mother. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll be an old girl's keeper." Duan Jichang cursed angrily as his stick rained down. Pang Bo, a skinny scholar, where is the opponent of this street gangster? Immediately beaten and rolled to the ground, screaming miserably. Duan Yujie snapped out of her brief panic and hurriedly climbed up, coming over to hug Duan Jichang and begged, "Dad, don't fight, please don't fight." Duan Jichang violently pushed Duan Yujie away and angrily cursed, "You're really letting go of a good son-in-law. You rushed after to stick it to this poor guy," said the man as he slammed another stick down hard. Pang Bo let out another scream and hurriedly said, "Yujie, quickly beg your father, don't let beat me. If you beat me again, you'll kill me." "Dad." Duan Yujie hurriedly wrapped her arms around Duan Jichang's arm and cried, "Dad, I'm begging you." Snap. Duan Jichang directly threw Duan Yujie a slap, pointing at his nose, gritting his teeth and cursing angrily, "You're not my daughter. I couldn't give birth to a daughter like you," said even more furious, turned around and gritted his teeth and raised his stick, smashing down without a head. "You little beast. You want to kill Laozi's daughter, kill Laozi's family. Laozi is going to take your life today." Pang Bo covered his head and kept rolling around, his voice wretchedly crying out, "Yujie, save me, I'm really going to be killed." "Dad." Duan Yujie cried out, pulling Duan Jichang once again, "I really don't dare to fight anymore. You'll have to pay for your life even if you kill someone. It's better for me to beat him to death than to keep him to plague my family." Duan Jichang saw that his daughter was still defending this poor man, and became even more enraged, and with a single kick, he sent Duan Yujie rolling out, the stick falling even faster. Duan Yujie climbed up from the ground and suddenly saw Gu Jun leaning against a tree, smoking leisurely. She froze for a moment and immediately understood how Dad had come to be, but now is never the time to hold him accountable. She hurriedly stood up and went over to pull Gu Jun's arm, saying anxiously, "Gu Jun, quickly persuade my father, don't dare to let him fight again. If he fights again, he will kill someone." Gu Jun shook off Duan Yujie's arm and made a smooth move to the bottom of the sea, fiercely pinching it. "Ah!" Duan Yujie injury on top of the pain. A scream, suddenly tears out of pain, but know that they are not justified, and do not dare to hide, can only mumble, "Gu Jun, please." Gu Jun said with an angry expression and a voice like ice, "Last night, weren't you crying and begging me not to do it again? How come just a few hours later, you're rushing to the ground? Tell me, are you a to the bone, or are you a born sacramental, of whose lust can never be satisfied?" Duan Yujie couldn't explain at all, and could only cry, "Gu Jun, you can scold me, you can beat me, but please go and pull my dad. You can't let him beat me anymore. Gu Jun, do you think I'm as cheap as you are to save a cuckolding love rival of mine?" With that, he turned around and walked away. Duan Yujie saw that his dad's beating was getting stronger and stronger, and Pang Bo was already covered in blood and his shouts were weak. She hurriedly chased after Gu Jun and pulled him down, crying, "Gu Jun, I'm begging you, just for the sake of me cooperating with you last night, help me once. I know you hate Bloomberg, it doesn't matter if you beat him to death, but my dad won't be able to live if he becomes a murderer. As a daughter, I can't cause him to die." Gu Jun pumped his arm but didn't pull it out. Duan Yujie hurriedly said, "You only need to help me this time. I will not ask you for anything later, and I can still let you toss you at any time." Gu Jun hesitated, gritted his teeth, and took out his cell phone. "Hello, demon spirit? There's a fight in the grove in Wooligu, about to kill someone." After saying that, he hung up and said coldly, "Whether he can last until public security comes depends on his life." Duan Yujie wanted to say something else, but Gu Jun grabbed her by the hair and dragged her behind a tree, coldly ordering, "Kneel down, Gu Jun, please, don't." "Ah." Gu Jun directly pressed a hand. 10 minutes later, the sirens came on. A few public security officers walked inside without slowing down. Gu Jun came out from behind the tree and quickly greeted him. "Uncle Police, I reported the case, the person is inside. Hurry up and follow me. It's about to kill someone." The public security officer heard and quickened his pace, walking over to see that Duan was out of breath and the stick in his hand had been broken, but he was still kicking and punching Pang Bo. "Freeze!" The two public security officers jumped up and directly grabbed Duan Jichang, twisted his arm behind his back, and handcuffed him. A public security officer turned over Pang Bo, who was kneeling on the ground and covering his head, and seeing that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, had a mouth on his head, and was covered with dirt, and did not know whether the injury was serious or not. He hurriedly asked, "How are you?" Immediately filled with rage, Pang Bo cried out, "What took you guys so long? I'm about to be beaten to death by him." Public security Baba ran here, but was questioned like this. His face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "I am asking you, where is the injury?" Bloomberg, "It hurts all over the place. All over the place." Public security, "Can you still walk?" Duan Yujie ran over and whispered to Pang Bo, "Pang Bo, don't harm my father, please," said, pulling Bloomberg upwards. Pang Bo violently shook off Duan Yujie's arm and scolded in a furious wind, "Your father is about to beat me to death. How am I harming him?" Duan Jiqiang gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, "If you dare to bully my daughter, I'm going to beat you to death." Said a kick. Bloomberg immediately ducked and shouted, "See, did you guys see that? You guys were standing in front of him, and he still dared to hit me." The public security officer is very knowledgeable. Immediately understand what is going on. The good feeling of Pang Bo is even plummeted. See that he can still move. Coldly said, "If you can walk, walk out on your own." After saying that with the two men leading Duan Jiqiang outside, Duan Yujie hurriedly helped Pang Bo again. Bloomberg tried to stand up, bared his teeth and moved his arms and legs. Fortunately, the arms and legs are not broken. Duan Yujie hurriedly said, "Pang Bo, my dad is also in a moment of anger. You must not harm him." Bloomberg grunted coldly, "Dare to hit me like this? I want to make him." Gu Jun yanked Duan Yujie over and said coldly, "Whether your father sits in jail or not is up to you, not him." After that, he just yanked and left. This isn't going to end with a beating. The real show is just beginning. Chapter 64, The Masters of the Case and the Sparseness. Public Security Bureau. Inside an office. With a haggard face, red eyes, messy long hair, and covered in dirt, Tian Xiao sat on the sofa with her head down. A public security officer in uniform, wringing out the cigarette in his hand, picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, a good number of people have been saying good things for a few hours. Let's talk about the hard things below. You should know me. I'm the deputy chief of the police station in our town. We're at least townspeople, and I'm obligated to tell you these words. First, Lu Tianyu is the only son of the tax commissioner, and his power in the county is so great that you can hardly imagine it. Secondly, you hid dressed up all day long, wandering around the streets. Third, you're wandering the streets at 12 midnight. Saying that, he raised his hand to stop Tian Xiao's rebuttal and continued, "Of course, I know that you went to get your hair done. However, this is all your side of the story. You should also listen to Lu Tianyu's statement. Lu Tianyu and Zhang Eru both said that they had drunk too much and came out to prepare to go back to the county and met you on the street. You take the initiative to hook up with them. To one person 500, Lu Tianyu to you to bargain. Said the line price is one person 100. You said you look pretty, want that price? Finally negotiated one person 200. Lu Tianyu just entered, so you want 500 per person or sue him for rape." Lu Tianyu felt that he had fallen into a trap, and immediately stopped and turned around. "If we go by this testimony, you're not only prostituting yourself, you're extorting money, or you're filing a false report. These three offenses combined won't sentence you to much time, but it's still more than enough to put you in jail for 6 months and a year. This is going to get out, and you won't be able to hold your head up in the town from now on." Tian Xiao was furious, trembling, and cried out sternly, "Nonsense, they're all nonsense." The deputy director said with a cold smile, "The public security case, pay attention to the evidence. Cannot listen to one side of the word. You don't have any evidence right now except for that cell phone Lu Tianyu left behind. While Lu Tianyu has Zhang Eru as a witness, things are extremely unfavorable for you. I mean, just let it go." Tian Xiao stood up violently, waved her arm violently, and said through clenched teeth, "No, I'll sue to the heavens to find my innocence, and I'll make them deserve what they get. Since I can't talk to you guys, I'll go to the city, to the province, and to the capital to sue the royal court." The deputy director's brow immediately furrowed. He's a connoisseur and knows how difficult this case is. Lu Tianyu not only dropped his cell phone, but Zhang Eru, that idiot, didn't have a light hand and cut Tian Xiao's neck. Tian Xiao also had visible slap marks on her face, and the prostitutes were never going to be picking up clients in that shabby house overgrown with weeds and not even a cooler. Last night's scene reconnaissance. It was also clear from the footprints that Tian Xiao was held hostage inside. From the crime scene, there are even signs of a struggle. And most of all there are the witnesses who call in to report the crime. As long as he was found, all of Lu Tianyu and Zhang Eru's bull ***** would immediately be revealed. This case would immediately be a well-documented, coerced by force gang rape case as soon as it left the county. And the maximum penalty for gang rape in this day and age is death. Yesterday, I really shouldn't have invited Lu Tianyu for this drink. He immediately lost his smile and said, "Take it easy. I'm just giving you another direction for the case to develop." I mean, as it is, shoot them and you won't get your innocence back. I just told you, the Liu family's power in our county is something you would never dare to imagine, and even if it's a big deal, they'll definitely spend money on the public to get it over with. I'll say toward yours, you went to the city, sued him down, arrested him, shot him, will the Liu family let you go? What do you do if they spend money for the public and take the case in the other direction? Forget about where the case ends up. What about your reputation if this leaks out? I just gave you their statements. With the Liu family's power, that's definitely how it will be rumored outside by then. I heard that you also have an unmarried daughter. This kind of thing is that you can accept it. Can the daughter accept it? If your daughter can accept it, can your future husband accept it? Can the future husband accept it? Can the in-laws accept it? Who marries a daughter-in-law without inquiring? Who marries a daughter-in-law without picking one? Who marries a daughter-in-law without choosing her in-laws of this reputation? You can't ruin both your reputation and your daughter's future in a moment of righteousness, can you? The director is worthy of being an old hand at making peace. And with some words, Tian Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Yeah, what's the point of having the guy arrested and shot? As soon as the story got out, his reputation would be completely ruined. Regardless of whether or not they can ultimately clear their names, the gossip will never be less in the beginning, and it is even certain that the rumor will spread that they are the ones who sold them. Her daughter had just made up with Gu Jun and hadn't even spoken to the two Gu family members yet, and if she had to cause another incident, the Gu family would definitely not marry her daughter. He's now the richest man in town, and even the factory manager's daughter is sticking up for him. Would he still want a sellout woman's daughter? The deputy director saw that this was effective and immediately said, in my opinion, just let them pay some compensation. Don't be afraid, we are surely toward one town. You make a condition, I'll go and say it. Let's not talk about Liu Tianyu. With Director Liu around, their family is also a person who wants to save face. As long as your conditions aren't too excessive, they will definitely agree. Tian Xiao gritted her teeth, and said in her heart, for the sake of my daughter, this time my mother will bear it, as if she was bitten by a dog. Okay, go tell them to give me $300,000. How many? The deputy director was startled. $300,000. Tian Xiao repeated. Since it's already shameless, you can't not ask for money. Isn't the Liu family powerful and rich? Just use the money to smash my mom to death. The deputy director frowned and said in a low voice, Tian Xiao, I'll give you the truth. This kind of thing I've also dealt with. Usually is 3,000 5,000. This number is already not a lion's share of the money. It is. Tian Xiao made up her mind, and her spirited character immediately manifested itself. She sank her expression and said coldly, to tell you the truth, according to my temper, I have to shoot him, but you just talked about my daughter, and I don't want to harm her, so I'll take this one, but if they don't satisfy me, I'll take our family to the city at once, and never come back until I sue for this. The deputy director wanted to say something else, but Tian Xiao immediately stopped him and said coldly, tell him my exact words, I'm no pushover. My husband is no good, but I have some good relatives in my mother's family. A cousin in my mother's family works at the municipal court, and although she's not an official, she knows a few officials. Isn't his Liu family rich and powerful? I, Tian Xiao, am going to fight him hard. When the deputy commissioner heard this, he shut up immediately. He did understand Duan Jiqian, but he didn't understand the background of Tian Xiao's mother's family. This little dresses up every day. At a glance, she doesn't look like the kind of woman born and bred in the local countryside. Maybe her mother's family really has some skills. He stood up and said, okay, I'm going to send you a message. When he got next door, Liu Tianyu was on the phone. Honey, it wasn't me who committed the crime. It was really someone else who picked up my cell phone and gave it back to me. Don't I have to thank people for that? I'll be back in a minute. Women? Where is there a woman? Don't guess. Don't worry. I'm only loyal to you. The deputy director frowned straight away when he heard that. This dog, married to such a nice wife and still fooling around. Don't look at him on the outside, bullying men and women, but at home he is a rakier. Not for any other reason. It is because his old husband is a deputy governor, and his great-uncle is the head of the inspection section of the city audit bureau. Both father and son could crush his old man with one hand. Chapter 65 doesn't care about your father, but can't care about your husband. Liu Tianyu hung up the phone, looked at the deputy director and asked, how did it go? The deputy director smiled bitterly and said, they want $300,000. What? Liu Tianyu roared, she's golden. $300,000? $300,000 and I'll sleep with a star. Tell her, $5,000, take it and get the hell out of here, or I'll get her again at the station and leave her out on the street to the dogs. The deputy director sat down, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Liu, I hope you're clear about one thing, the evidence in your case is conclusive. You may still be able to hold it down in the county bureau, but if you have to go to the city bureau, you're sure to be arrested immediately, and whether or not you'll end up being shot will depend on your old man's skill. Lu Tianyu froze for a moment and asked with a frown, City council? He still wants to go to the city council? The old hand at making peace is scaring both sides. If you arch fire on both sides, you're not making peace, you're watching. To really make peace is to scare both sides, achieve the goal of one side yelling at the other to go away, and finally take a figure that both sides can barely accept to muddle through a matter. The deputy director is naturally a kind of expert. Serious expression. Whispered, as far as I know, Tian Xiao's mother's family is very powerful, especially that cousin of the municipal court. Very some energy. If Tian Xiao is bent on suing and goes to her cousin, not only will you be finished, but everyone working on this case will be finished with you. At that time, not to mention that your old man won't care about you, your wife will even castrate you. When Lu Tianyu heard this, he was startled. What a ing hell. A poor place wifey. There is even a Zun Dishin cousin. Deputy chief, what's so strange about the emperor having 3 other poor relatives? Don't you think that a woman dressed so fashionably in our poor place can be a simple woman? You don't even ask around. You just go straight to, forget it, let's get right to it. Are you going to take the money and get it over with? Or are you going to let him sue the city? Let me warn you, if he goes to the police, you won't be able to hide this. If your wife finds out, Lu Tianyu immediately said, got the money, so damn annoying. Tell you what, go over there and tell her to give her $30,000 and tell her to get out right now. The deputy director went over, wasted another half hour of talking, and came back saying, people want at least $200,000. $200,000? Why doesn't he go grab it? Tell her 50,000 at the most, or I don't care. Another half hour later, at least $150,000. Any less and people will have to go to the city. Snap. Lu Tianyu pulled out a card and slapped it on the table. This is 100,000. This is my limit. If she's greedy again, I'll use this money to buy a murderer to kill her. After that, he turned straight around and walked away. The deputy director took the card and went back again. After a great deal of time again, Tian Xiao tightly gripped the thin card and walked out of the door of the Public Security Bureau with a face full of fatigue and eyes without a sense of purpose. She had never owned so much money before, and the seemingly endless string of zeros on the computer made her eyes hurt. But to get this money, her heart is not half joy. Just want to find a place where no one, pain and cry a lot. She's vain, she's enjoying all that male attention, but at heart she's still a conservative woman. In all these years, she had never thought of betraying her man, even though he was a waste in bed and out of bed. Now as long as she closes her eyes, she can't help but think of that scene last night, and she feels fearful and disgusted, and she hates to let the public security authorities shoot those 2 damn ones 100 times, but for the sake of reputation and for the sake of his daughter, he could only grit his teeth and swallow this bitter fruit. She wanted to cry, she wanted to scream, she wanted someone to talk to properly, she wanted to be held in her arms and comforted, but who can one tell or dare to tell such a thing? This fear, this nausea, this aggravation, all of this has to be borne in silence by oneself. Suddenly, a police car stopped. A handcuffed man was yanked down by public security. She stared in shock. Shiki? Duan Jiqiang was also shocked to see his wife. Wife, why are you here? Tian Xiao naturally didn't dare to tell what happened last night and asked directly, what happened to you? A chill ran through his heart just after the words were asked. What else? He supported his family all these years by sneaking around, and this must have been caught last night committing a crime. Before Duan Jiqiang could answer, Pang Bo, whose face was covered with blood and covered with dirt, was helped out of the car by 2 public security officers. How come it's this poor kid? Wasn't this kid arrested? How come he's in a police car with his husband? She immediately froze and asked eagerly, Jiqiang, what's going on? Duan Jiqiang immediately said angrily, this damned one dragged our daughter to the grove and tried to spoil her. I severely beat this damned one up. When Tian Xiao heard the news, her mind didn't turn for a moment. Didn't my daughter sleep with Gu Jun last night? Why did she go to the woods with someone else? The public security officer did not give them a chance to speak, directly pulling Duan Jiqiang, helping Pang Bo walk in. Tian Xiao was about to follow her in and ask, when Gu Jun rode his motorcycle and brought Duan Yujie, Auntie, what's going on with you? Tian Xiao couldn't be bothered to answer and immediately went over to pull Duan Yujie's hand and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Mom. Duan Yujie lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. Gu Jun said in a deep voice, today is the day to check the scores. I'll tell Auntie 2 good news first. Duan Yujie scored 538 points. She can definitely get into the first A class. I scored 631 points and was the top student in our county. Tian Xiao was instantly happy. Really? You both passed the exam? Gu Jun continued. I'll tell you one more piece of bad news. Bloomberg was temporarily released and will be arrested soon. Tian Xiao, it's none of our business if he dies. Gu Jun said coldly. After I finished checking my scores, Duan Yujie told me to go back and drop off my sister. I dropped my sister off at the station and returned to pick her up, only to see her on Pang Bo's bike, all the way into the grove. That's when I realized that Duan Yujie was trying to sidetrack me and date this criminal. Bloomberg, I was particularly angry in my heart, so I went back to look for you, but you were not at home. Only my uncle was at home, and I then went to my uncle. When we arrived, Duan Yujie was lying on the grass, saying she'd give everything to Bloomberg, who had his belt undone. Uncle saw the rage, directly rushed up to beat Pang Bo. Duan Yujie pull cannot. Several times begged me. I reported the case. When Tian Xiao heard this, she only felt the sky spinning and her eyes darkened, so she couldn't help but fall backward. Gu Jun immediately stepped forward, taking a step to hold on. Tian Xiao's eyes looked at the sky listlessly and said in her heart, "It's over. Everything is over." How much effort he had gone through to make Gu Jun continue to accept his daughter. But this had broken Gu Jun's bottom line time and time again. Now, not to mention that the Gu family won't marry, they don't even have the face to let others marry them. What's the point of living if you're married to that poor kid who's going to jail? Duan Yujie was terrified and hurried over to hold Tian Xiao, crying, "Mom, what happened to you?" Tian Xiao pushed her daughter powerlessly. "Stay away from me. I don't have a shameless daughter like you." Gu Jun said eagerly, "Auntie, this is not the time to talk about this. It's the time to save uncle or not. The way I look at Bloomberg, he wants to ruthlessly clean up his uncle's revenge. Uncle beat him up like that, and as long as he bites the bullet and doesn't forgive, uncle will surely go to jail." When Tian Xiao heard this, she was shocked and pointed at Duan Yujie and cursed through gritted teeth. You're going to get your father killed." Duan Yujie lowered her head and cried, "Mom, I've begged Pang Bo. I won't let him harm my dad." Gu Jun smiled coldly. "Did he promise you?" Duan Yujie was speechless. Gu Jun looked at Tian Xiao. "Auntie, do you still care about uncle's affairs?" "Pipe, of course," Tian Xiao said eagerly. "Do you have a way?" When Duan Yujie heard this, she also rushed over to pull Gu Jun's hand and said eagerly, "Gu Jun, can you really save my father?" Gu Jun drew back his own hand, glanced at Duan Yujie with eyes full of disgust, and said coldly, "If it was your father, I'd hate to die with Pang Bo." Saying that, he turned his head to look at Tian Xiao again, his eyes full of helplessness. "But if it's Auntie's husband, I can't just watch and ignore it, because Auntie is too good to me." Duan Yujie has been completely taken down. Now it's time to deal with this snake mother-in-law step by step. Chapter 66. The center of gravity of revenge is adjusted. Tian Xiao immediately held Gu Jun's hand tightly and said with extreme emotion, "What a good boy. What a good boy. Quickly tell Auntie, how can I save your uncle?" Gu Jun pulled Tian Xiao, walked to the side where no one was, and said in a low voice, "The situation now is that if Duan Yujie is taking the initiative to let Pang Bo sleep with her, then the uncle hitting the other person belongs to intentional injury, and will definitely be sentenced to jail and will have to compensate for the medical expenses. But if it was Pang Bo who pushed down Duan Yujie and forcibly tried to pickpocket her skirt, then the uncle belongs to saving his daughter. It's self-defense, and beating him to death would be in vain." When Tian Xiao heard this, her eyes lit up. It's the same as those two damned ones falsely accusing themselves of being sold. Just a few words and the nature of the case instantly changes radically. Gu Jun, however, said with a helpless expression, "But Duan Yujie loves Pang Bo too much, and I'm afraid she won't frame Pang Bo for his father." When Tian Xiao heard this, she immediately clenched her teeth in anger, not for other reasons, just for Gu Jun completely saw the nature of his daughter, and the beautiful life he designed was destroyed by that hand. She immediately turned around and ordered Duan Yujie, "Get over here." Duan Yujie immediately came over timidly, lowered her head and bit her lips, her hands tightly pinching the corner of her skirt, waiting to bear the wrath of her old mom. Tian Xiao also didn't treat her politely, directly yanked her ear, twisted it violently, and said through gritted teeth, "You listen to me well. It was Pang Bo who pushed you down and wanted to force you. You kept shouting don't want it, but Pang Bo unzipped his pants and tore your skirt. You yanked your panties, so that you didn't get ripped off by him. Do you hear me?" Duan Yujie's ears were tugged raw, but she still whispered, "Mom, then won't Bloomberg become a..." Gu Jun smiled coldly and said, "Auntie, see, that's what I was worried about. Your good daughter, who loves Bloomberg with an iron heart, is going to be so righteous for the sake of the man she loves that she's going to send his own father to prison." Tian Xiao was instantly enraged, dragging her daughter towards the back of a row of bungalows. Gu Jun followed slowly. Mother and daughter had just rounded the corner when they heard a snap and crunch. You can't help it so much. Why don't you go sell? You don't want such a good man chasing you. You have to die to stick it to that poor guy and send your father to jail. Are you still a human being? You are simply an animal." Gu Jun walked over and saw that Duan Yujia's face already had 2 reddish slap marks. He took out a cigarette and lit one, inhaled deeply, slowly spat it out, and said quietly, Duan Yujie, you have such a good language score. Have you read Zhuozhuan 15 Years of Du Quan? Do you know the story of Yang killing Kai Zhong? At a time like this, how could Duan Yujia have the heart to talk about this and simply refuse to answer? Gu Jun continued, Auntie, the story goes like this. The Duke of Zhangli was worried that the great doctor, Kai Zhong, who held the power of the state in his hands, would conspire to take over his throne, so he decided to send Yang Tsong to assassinate him. Yang Kong was the son-in-law of Sacrifice Zhong, and plotted to feast on Sacrifice Zhong in the countryside and kill him while he was at it. Before he acted, Yang Guy told his wife, Sacrifice Zhong's daughter, about the plan, not knowing whether to protect her father or her husband, and caught in a dilemma. The daughter of Sacrifice Zhong asked her mother who was closer to her father or her husband, and the mother answered and said unto him, Father, one is but one, and all men do the same. What mother means by that is that any man could be her husband, but there can only be one father. Hearing this, Tian Xia immediately pointed a finger at Duan Yujie and said through clenched teeth, Hear that? There are plenty of men. You only have one dad. If you dare to put your father in jail for a wild man, not only will I never recognize you as a white wolf again, I will kill you. Duan Yujie whispered to herself. Father one is just a man who has exhausted his husband. Gu Jun said coldly, Duan Yujie, you just climbed out of bed with me, and then you went to drill the grove with Peng Bo, and took the initiative to lie down and let others sleep for nothing, which is also considered to be a human being. But if you really cause your dad to go to jail, it will cause your mom to be widowed, which is a real family breakup. I hope you think more clearly, Duan Yujie immediately said in a firm tone. Mom, Gu Jun, I know what to do. Tian Xia then breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Jun walked directly to Duan Yujie and coldly ordered, Lift up your skirt. Duan Yujie immediately took a step back in fear and said, full of panic, Gu Jun, you. Gu Jun immediately filled his eyes with disgust and said with extreme contempt, Do you really think I'm still interested in you? When I think of that scene just now, I'm so sick to my stomach that I want to vomit. I'm doing your dad a favor. Saying that, she turned her head to look at Tian Xia. Auntie, to show Duan Yujie's reluctance and Peng Bo's compulsion, you have to leave some wounds on her. Tian Xia had already done this, and when she heard Gu Jun's words, she immediately nodded her head and ordered Duan Yujie, hurry up and do what Gu Jun said. Duan Yujie turned her head and looked around to make sure that there was indeed no one around before she slowly lifted her skirt. Gu Jun squatted down, slightly gesticulated, and placed both hands on the skin that was like white jade and condensed snow, and scratched down hard. At once, 10 blood-red marks appeared. In his last life, he had treated her like an orphan piece of china, and at all times, he had always held her gently, not willing to touch her. In this life, I'm going to arrest and fight whenever I want. Duan Yujie's brow furrowed in pain, her silver teeth biting her red lips, forcing herself not to hum out. Well, public security will call you in soon, so talk to yourself. Gu Jun clapped his hands and stood up, leaning against the wall again to smoke away. Duan Yujie glanced at Tian Xia, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped out. Tian Xia looked at her daughter's back, and immediately felt weak, softly leaning against the wall. This daughter is really an unsupportable bucket of that can't wipe the money off. My mother has gone to so much trouble to make your life better, and you've smashed the pot over and over again. No wonder they say that having a daughter is a money loser. That's pretty damn accurate. Not only is this a money loser, she's also an arm-twisting debt collector.